Chapter 552 Ferocious Might. Chapter 552 Ferocious Might. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In the void inside the tenebrous fiend abyss, red light coruscated amid a massive black cloud. In the middle of the red light was a silver disc. Aha, the great Qin disc. I've finally obtained it. A rapturous laughter sounded from the black clouds. The great Qin disc is perfect for my chaos god fiend body. With it aiding me, my strength can, at least, increase by 50%. I'll first refine it for myself to get used to it. I'll have to use it in 3 days. He already had a connate numinous treasure. However, he had long coveted the great Qin disc as it suited him best. As a domain-type connate numinous treasure, it was very useful in both frontal assaults and escaping. Even Patriarch Bojia of the 9 major clans of the tenebrous fiend abyss valued it deeply. He had only managed to get the great Qin disc from Bojia thanks to the opportunity placed before him. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The black cloud rapidly materialized to form a black-robed man. A mere great Chan world? The black robe looked across distant space and at the effulgent dominion's great Chan world. Although he had chosen not to make a breakthrough, he had long gained insights into a great Tao. He naturally could spy on other dominions from afar. In the space beyond the great Chan world and the effulgent dominion. Boom! A terrifying blast erupted as the starry space was blasted apart to make room for a passageway that was sealed by the void. The black-robed man walked out from within it. Brother Star Destruction, I'm leaving it to you. Bojia's voice sounded in his ear. Rest assured. Leave it to me. You just need to wait to receive the stellar stone. The black-robed man was extremely confident as he took a step and crossed through the small world's boundary. The void is sealed everywhere? Oh, I have been discovered? The black-robed man's brows pricked up. What's the point in spending so much effort to set up an array? Beneath him, Qin Yun and Ancestral Master Zhang had set up the 8 massive arrays together, so they were instantly notified. They saw layers of light appear above the Great Chang's 19 prefectures. The barriers were of different colors: gold, green, purple, earthly yellow. The 8 massive arrays fused perfectly and completely protected the continent where the Great Chang's 19 prefectures were situated in 500 kilometers of the sea around it. The 4 Seas dragons had long moved into the confines of the array formation after being informed by Qin Yun and Ancestral Master Zhang. At that moment, countless humans and demons looked up. Even the 4 Seas dragons were looking up into the sky. Oh! Qin Yun, who was leisurely engaging in calligraphy with Xiao, could not help but look up and have a change of expression. He instantly saw a black-robed man standing more than 10,000 kilometers in the sky. As he looked down, he suddenly waved his hand, "Begone," but a palm strike cleaved down. A red beam flew out and split the void in half wherever it passed. After it flew more than 5,000 kilometers, it struck the array formation that protected the Great Chang's 19 prefectures. It resulted in a terrifying resonance, one that left Qin Yun's pupils constricted. He's powerful. Qin Yun was alarmed. A casual strike from him had strength that far exceeded Fiend Supremacy Black Wing. It was a strength on a completely different level. It's him. Supremacy Star Destruction? Qin Yun's expression changed slightly. The fiends actually sent him? He had spared no expense to prepare the 8 massive arrays. Even if 10 black wings came, there was no way to crack them open. However, Qin Yun and Ancestral Master Zhang did not feel completely at ease, because they knew that the fiends had a terrifying existence: Supremacy Star Destruction. He was the strongest expert in the 3 realms beneath that of mighty figures. He was a monster. As a Chaos God Fiend, he was born to devour stars. He was talented from birth, and together with the spirit-devouring lineage's dermic formulations, he became even more terrifying. By devouring innumerable lives, he had forged himself into a terrifying existence. He was in existence even the Buddhists and heavenly courts could not do a thing to. Their worst fears were being realized. He was really here. Supremacy Star Destruction? In Divine Firmament chapter, Ancestral Master Zhang's avatar stood in midair as he looked up. His expression changed. Even he has come. What secret does my great Chang world have? Why are the fiends sparing no expense to occupy it? Junior Brother Qin, said Ancestral Master Zhang's avatar via voice transmission as he looked in Qin Yun's direction. I will immediately make a breakthrough. You should head to the array formation first to preside over it and try to stop him. Alright, leave it to me. Inside Grand Dominance City, Qin Yun immediately nodded solemnly. He sent a voice transmission, Senior Brother Zhang, do your breakthrough with ease. The 8 massive arrays should be able to hold him back for some time. Besides, I don't believe the heavenly courts and the Buddhists would sit idle. Xiao, follow me to meet him, said Qin Yun. Xiao nodded, however, her eyes betrayed her worry. Can you stop him? We likely won't be able to stop him for long by our powers alone. However, the heavenly courts and Buddhists will not sit idle. As Qin Yun spoke, he took a step across the void with his wife in hand. They came above the sea thousands of kilometers away. This was also where the sea neighbored the continent. It was considered quite close to Supremacy Star Destruction, but Qin Yun remained inside the array while Supremacy Star Destruction was outside. Brother Yun, look, said Xiao immediately. Qin Yun's eyes lit up for he had already seen it. 18 figures had appeared in the cosmos. They were none other than the Buddhists' 18 Arhats. The Buddhists' 18 Arhats are already here. Xiao revealed a look of glee. Their combined strength will be able to hold back Supremacy Star Destruction. The heavenly courts and Buddhists have always gone to great lengths to capture Supremacy Star Destruction, said Qin Yun with an ode. Supremacy Star Destruction cultivates the spirit-devouring art and has chosen to remain in the Skyfiend realm. In small worlds, the heavenly courts and Buddhists are unable to do a thing to him. He can devour countless beings in a world, allowing his strength to accumulate to a terrifying state. His strength can even match that of pinnacle ancestral fiends, but his sins far exceed most ancestral fiends. In all of the 3 realms, his sins rank in the top 10, and even possibly in the top 5. The heavenly courts and Buddhists will naturally do their best to finally be rid of him. And at that moment, the black-robed man looked skyward at the 18 Buddhist Arhats leisurely and chuckled. Ha, you Buddhists sure are fast. Unfortunately, all of you have never been able to take me down despite your continued efforts. My sins are heinous, and killing me will gain you great merit and increase the light that shines down from providence. You 18 Arhats started off being slightly stronger than me, but now, it's me who is stronger. Ha, what a joke. Star Destruction. The 18 Arhats were infuriated. Leading them was Arhat Taming Dragon who bellowed, the circulation of the heavenly Tao results in karma. For you to wreak havoc so wantonly, the heavens will take you down even if we don't. Take me down? How? The black robe smiled. Compared to you Buddhists, the heavenly courts are slow, but it seems they have finally arrived. Boom! In space, a group of obstreperous figures appeared. They numbered more than 100. A number of them matched mighty figures, and a large number of them had the strength of a half-step golden immortal. He. The black-robed man looked up as he sighed. The 36 heavenly constellations and the 72 earthly wraiths are all here. It's said that the strongest array formation for small worlds in the 3 realms is the heavenly constellation earthly wraith formation set up by the 108 of you. I've fought you before, but unfortunately, I'm in no mood to fight you again. Star Destruction, you are to leave quickly. We can still spare you, or we will have to go all out in battle. The 108 heavenly constellation earthly wraiths all wore cold expressions. All out? The black-robed man smiled as he flipped his hand, producing a silver disc. Whoosh! The silver disk immediately exploded with radiant light as it invoked the powers of the distant and ancient Great Yin star. The dense and horrifying Great Yin powers instantly spread in every direction as they enveloped the entire Great Chang world. However, the Great Chang's 19 prefectures were protected by array formations, preventing any infiltration from external forces. Power of Great Yin? The Khanate numinous treasure, Great Yin disk? Everyone's expression changed. Come. If you have the guts, you 18 arhats and the 36 heavenly constellations and 72 earthly wraiths can all enter my Great Yin domain to fight me, said the black-robed man with a laugh. High in the sky, the 18 arhats and the 108 heavenly constellation earthly wraiths wore ugly expressions. How did the Great Yin disk land in his hands? Wasn't that Khanate numinous treasure a possession of Patriarch Bojia? His black cloud body gains tremendous advantages with the Great Yin disk, granting him immense strength. Not only are we no match for him, but his spirit-devouring art makes his two arms extremely terrifying. Even we will suffer under him. The 18 arhats and the 108 heavenly constellation earthly wraith hesitated. Experts of the spirit-devouring lineage. At the half-step ancestral fiend realm, they had jaws which could devour Khanate numinous treasures. As for supremacy star destruction, he had devoured the lives of so many for years, riddling him with heinous sins. His jaws were even more terrifying. Khanate numinous treasures? Array formations? He could crack all of them. Ha, are you afraid? Are you all afraid? The black-robed man laughed out loud. He had fought them all before, and now with the Great Yin disk, he held a greater advantage over his former adversaries. At that moment in the tenebrous fiend abyss, many ancestral fiends were watching the Great Chan world remotely. They too knew of the commotion happening. Isn't the Great Yin disk Bojia's? Why is it in Star Destruction's hands? Star Destruction is even more powerful with the Great Yin disk. In small worlds, no one in the three realms can hold him back. No one is even his match. The heavenly courts and Buddhists can only watch helplessly. If they were to send the 18 arhats or 108 heavenly constellation earthly wraiths in, it's possible that a few of them might perish. It will pain their hearts tremendously. The various ancestral fiends watched with interest. Supremacy star destruction was on their side, thus, the ancestral fiends were naturally delighted to see the heavenly courts and Buddhists suffering a setback. Qin Yun and his wife watched with changed expressions from above the East Sea. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, Perfect Sovereign Erlang, Yangjian. Chapter 553, Perfect Sovereign Erlang, Yangjian. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Each of the 18 Buddhist arhats are no way inferior to golden immortals and Buddhas, said Xiao anxiously. Arhat Taming Dragon is extremely famous in the three realms. Despite that, the 18 of them combined are still afraid of supremacy star destruction? There's the 36 heavenly constellations and 72 earthly wraiths as well. Each of the heavenly constellations rival mighty figures in strength. Even the earthly wraiths have strength at the half-step golden immortal level. Yet with their heavenly constellation earthly wraith formation, they are still afraid of star destruction? Qin Yun stared high into the sky. As he looked at the Great Yin disk which appeared like a moon in star destruction's hands, he said, based on current intelligence, they should not be afraid of supremacy star destruction when they combine forces. But now, supremacy star destruction has obtained the Khanate numinous treasure, the Great Yin disk, which greatly increases his strength. He is also different from ordinary experts. He's best at destruction. He can even destroy Khanate numinous treasures. If the 18 Arhat formation and the heavenly constellation earthly wraith formation are destroyed by him, there might be casualties. He's that powerful? Xiao turned worried. Yes. Even I do not dare to use my intrinsic flying sword against him, said Qin Yun with a defeated tone. He had no choice but to admit it despite being unwilling to do so. His strength only matched that of an ordinary mighty figure. He was only considered most average compared to people like the 18 Arhats, when one's strength was inferior. His intrinsic flying sword could easily be chipped even if it couldn't be snapped in two. Although my great Chang world's 8 massive arrays are powerful, senior brother Zhang and I feared that the fiends would send supremacy star destruction, said Qin Yun as he glared. How does he have the great Yin disc? That is a domain-type Khanate numinous treasure. It's extremely precious and it is rumored that it's Patriarch Bojia's most cherished treasure, asked Xiao. Is there a need to ask? Qin Yun continued, previously, there was Kuei-Fu and Fiend Supremacy Blackwing. They were both Patriarch Bojia's subordinates. The Great Yin Disc in Supremacy Star Destruction's possession was also Patriarch Bojia's. Clearly, the one who's trying to attack our Great Chan world is actually Patriarch Bojia. And Patriarch Bojia has no right to order Supremacy Star Destruction on a mission. The Great Yin Disc is probably the price for seeking his help. He really is willing to go to great lengths to conquer our Great Chan world. He is even willing to pay such a huge price. Then what can be done about it? Let's hope the heavenly courts and Buddhists have another solution. And in space, the 18 Arhats and the 108 heavenly constellation Earthly Wraith were burning with anxiety and anger. However, none of them dared to act rashly. This made Supremacy Star Destruction, who was below them, turn gleeful. Whoosh! A figure tore through space as he walked out of a spatial passageway. By his side was a black dog. He was dressed in silver armor, and he held a three-pointed, double-edged lance. He overlooked the area beneath him calmly. Greetings, perfect sovereign. The 108 heavenly constellation Earthly Wraith became delighted as they saw their leader and immediately bowed reverently. Greetings, perfect sovereign. The 18 Arhats also bowed slightly. Even the smug Supremacy Star Destruction's expression changed. He looked up into the cosmos at the silver-armored man with the black dog. Yang Jian. The person who had arrived was Heavenly Court's number 1 combat general, Perfect Sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian, who hailed from the Guan River's mouth. He cultivated in the best body-tempering dermic formulation in the 3 realms, the 8-9 arcane art. He was cream of the crop among pinnacle golden immortals. Similarly, he was the best combat general in Jade Void Palace. He was most unrelenting in his pursuits of fiends with heinous sins. He had even slain 7 ancestral fiends. What fiendish demon in the 3 realms would not fear him? Yang Jian looked down and saw the couple hovering above the East Sea surface in the Great Chang world. Qin Yun? Yang Jian's eyes had a look of warmth. He was most unrelenting when it came to pursuing fiends, therefore, he had also kept tabs on Qin Yun. Despite Qin Yun's time in the spotlight being short, many fiends had succumbed to his sword. Among those were quite a number of half-step ancestral fiends. Even Fiend King Zhuho of the spirit-devouring lineage had died to Qin Yun. Same for Fiend Supremacy Blackwing. Yang Jian came to think highly of Qin Yun after he investigated his background. He did not care about sect differences, but cared more about those who truly devoted themselves to slaying fiends. In contrast, Yang Jian despised the immortals and Buddhas who led leisurely lives. Ha ha! Yang Jian, I never expected you to come as well, roared Star Destruction with laughter. It's said that you are the best combat general in the heavenly courts, as well as the best combat general in Jade Void Palace. But from my point of view, you are this and nothing more. Yang Jian stood among the stars and ignored Supremacy Star Destruction. Instead, he said, Divine Generals, Arhats, can you purge this fiend? The 18 Arhats and the 108 heavenly constellation Earthly Wraith shook their heads slightly in embarrassment. Fine. Attack him in the cosmos and restrain him, ordered Yang Jian. I will ensure your safety. Yes. The heavenly constellation Earthly Wraiths acknowledged the order. Perfect Sovereign, thank you. The 18 Arhats nodded with a smile. Yang Jian was extremely powerful in combat. He was absolutely the strongest among pinnacle golden immortals. He had no fear even if he fought perfected ancestral fiends. He was illustrious during the battle of the three Taoist factions, and over time, he became even stronger. Restrain me? Star Destruction laughed out loud. His body transformed into an obstreperous black cloud. The massive black cloud appeared like a miniature planet. It settled in the sky above the great Chang world and blotted out half the sky. Deep in the black clouds was a red glow that left one's heart palpitating. And amid the red glow surfaced a gigantic face. It looked towards the stars and laughed out loud. Yang Jian, the three realms talk about how powerful you are. But I want to see how capable you are. Take this. His goading was accompanied by world-shaking laughter. From deep in the black clouds, two red arms extended out. The arms were like tempered stone that suffused scarlet. It had red patterns that looked like the formation of volcanic activity. However, the two arms were tens of thousands of kilometers long. They extended into space and reached for Yang Jian. Yang Jian's eyes emitted a cold glint that stood out amidst dark space as he struck out forward. Phew! The entire space warped as a huge phantom palm imprint was produced. It was tens of thousands of kilometers in span as it slammed straight at the grotesque red arms. Boom! It was accompanied by a deep rumble. The two red arms, that were tens of thousands of kilometers long, hurled forward with full force. But they trembled when struck by the phantom giant palm imprint. It immediately swooshed back in retreat and retracted from the small world's boundaries. The spirit-devouring lineage sure has interesting means. Yang Jian squinted his eyes slightly. He also knew that the two arms were the strongest parts of Supremacy Star Destruction. They were even stronger than ordinary Khanate numinous treasures. He had no means to destroy them either, but in comparison, the black cloud which was Star Destruction's true body was relatively weaker. He could probably easily crush it if it was right in front of him. However, Star Destruction was extremely crafty. He kept his body inside the small world, only using his powerful arms to extend his attacks into space. Yang Jian. What can you do to me while I'm inside the Great Chang world? The face in the black cloud scoffed. Following that, the two gigantic red arms swooped down to grab at the Great Chang world's array formation. Restrain him, said Yang Jian. Star Destruction. The heavenly constellation Earthly Wraith Formation and the 18 Arhat Formation were simultaneously put into motion. They attacked from a distance. Beams of stellar light pummeled the black cloud. There were also golden palm imprints that smashed at him. Attacking from tens of thousands of kilometers away, and even in my great Yin domain? You want to restrain me? The face in the black cloud laughed out loud. The red arms continued extending out as they finally grabbed onto numerous array formations above the Great Chang's 19 prefectures. Qin Yun and Xiao looked up. They clearly saw the red stony arms which resembled heavenly pillars plunge towards them. Just the mere sight left them repressed. Bam! As the light from the array formations swirled, they formed ripples. The gigantic barrier of light undulated as the ripples diverted the impactful force away. The 8 massive arrays were indeed impressive, managing to forcefully withstand the two arms. Hoo! 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 Streams of stellar light descended, but were constantly fended off by the dense Great Yin domain. By the time they traveled 15,000 kilometers and made it to the black cloud, they had lost about 80% of their might. The golden palm imprints produced by the 18 Arhats flew the same distance through the Great Yin domain, but the weakening was even more evident. The stellar streams of light and golden palm imprints landed on the black cloud which spanned more than 5,000 kilometers, only to rapidly sink into oblivion. Qin Yun, Taoist Divine Firmament. I'm Yang Jian. In a while, I will get the 18 Arhats and the 108 heavenly constellation earthly wraiths to use a treasure to deliver our full might. We will be able to hold back star destruction for a short period of time. It will prevent him from diverting any attention in your direction. The both of you are to take this opportunity to escape the Great Chang world. You can also bring a small amount of people along as you escape. However, you have to be fast. A clear voice sounded in Qin Yun's and ancestral master Zhang's ears through karma. Prepare quickly. Once you are done with your preparations, inform me. Perfect Sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian? Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. He did not know Yang Jian at all. Yet, he was giving him so much help. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, Only Choice. Chapter 554, Only Choice. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. Perfect Sovereign, pleaded Qin Yun through a karmic voice transmission. I know it's beyond your power, but please think of a way to save the billions of lives of the Great Chang world. I, Qin Yun, will definitely not forget your great kindness. Perfect Sovereign, please take pity on our Great Chang world's lives. Save them. Ancestral Master Zhang also chimed in via a karmic voice transmission. In the starry cosmos, Yang Jian shook his head gently despite hearing their impassioned voice transmissions. There were many things even he was powerless against. I'm unable to descend into a small world with my true body. With things as they are, I can't help you, said Yang Jian via voice transmission. Star Destruction's Chaos God-fiend body and the Khanate numinous treasure, the Grading Disc, are perfect for one another. His strength has increased quite substantially. Now, the 108 heavenly constellation earthly wraith formation is no longer his match. In the entire three realms, no one can do a thing to him as long as he remains in a small world. Even the heavenly courts and Buddhists have no solutions? Pressed Qin Yun. The heavenly courts and Buddhists are not omnipotent. Qin Yun fell silent. He had originally placed his hopes on the heavenly courts and Buddhists, as well as the powerful entities of the three realms. But clearly, star destruction was invincible in small worlds. Oh? Qin Yun turned his head and looked in the direction of the Divine Firmament chapter. He sensed a terrifying lightning surge into the Divine Firmament chapter. Senior Brother Zhang has made a breakthrough? Inside Divine Firmament chapter. Ancestral Master Zhang sat cross-legged with the 12 lightning godfiends avatars surrounding him. Terrifying purple lightning was bolting across him as his aura was much stronger than before. For many years, his deepest insight was in the massive 12 capital heaven divine wraith array. His divine firmament lightning dharma had sourced itself from the massive 12 capital heaven divine wraith array. In the lightning beast manner, he had learned the capital heaven divine lightning. It was a lightning dharma array that was created with the massive 12 capital heaven divine wraith array as a blueprint. After ancestral master Zhang cultivated it to perfection, his insights into the massive 12 capital heaven divine wraith array deepened. He had much greater confidence in his divine firmament lightning dharma's ninth firmament dharmic formulation. After cultivating for more than 1,000 years in the lightning beast manner, and then consuming the Khanate lightning fruit, ancestral master Zhang's divine firmament lightning dharma's ninth firmament dharmic formulation had an 80% chance of success. He had to make a breakthrough this time. He could not be bothered to worry even if his lightning dharma wasn't sufficiently perfect. And the result was success. Ninth firmament sky immortal. Ancestral master Zhang's eyes lit up. The dharmic formulation he created had robust foundations. Therefore, his dharmic powers surged straight to the ninth firmament sky immortal realm the moment he broke through. The sixth firmament dharmic powers in him were constantly transforming. As expected. My divine firmament lightning dharma is definitely one of the best lightning dharma in the three realms, in no way inferior to senior brother Su's heavenly constellation lightning dharma. Ancestral Master Zhang was pumped. After all, this was his pursuit over thousands of years of cultivation. Following that, he took out an immortal pill from a yellow-skinned calabash. He consumed it to replenish his dermic powers and accelerate their conversion. If I can save all the life in my homeworld, I'm willing to abandon my divine firmament lightning dharma. Ancestral Master Zhang stood up. With a series of whooshes, the 12 lightning godfiend's avatars transformed into streams of light infused into his body. So, he flew out of his seclusion chamber. In the sky above the East Sea's offshore, Qin Yun and Xiao saw Ancestral Master Zhang appear beside them with void transference. His aura was clearly much more powerful than before. He was as strong as senior brothers Sa and Daoist Zhou. I've come. Ancestral Master Zhang looked up into the sky. Outside the array formation, the two red arms which resembled heavenly columns were descending from deep within the clouds. The palms were like fiery mountains that stretched out for hundreds of kilometers. Each finger was razor sharp, and when it struck the array formation's barriers in a bid to tear through them, the 8 massive array formations would quake and produce numerous ripples. The heavenly courts and Buddhists are out of solutions. Perfect Sovereign has urged us to escape with a small group of people. Qin Yun looked up as well. Let's combine forces and try to see if we can stop him, said Ancestral Master Zhang. Alright, let's give it a try. With a thought from Qin Yun, stellar light emanated his surroundings and began to condense into 360 stellar flying swords. Ancestral Master Zhang waved his hand and immediately, 12 lightning godfiend's avatars flew out. Each of them held an array flag as they formed a massive array. Destroy. A huge purple talisman amulet phantom appeared behind Ancestral Master Zhang as a roar accompanied it. A wisp of gray lighting was born out of the array formation, effusing the aura of chaos. This wisp of gray lightning rapidly flew upwards. Simultaneously, the 360 stellar flying swords flew up as well. The array barrier trembled slightly as the gray lightning and flying swords flew out. But the moment they exited, the great Qin domain outside became a constant obstacle to the stellar flying swords and gray lightning's flight. The 2 gigantic red palms still fell from the sky. Immediately, the 360 stellar flying swords formed a water cage that spanned hundreds of kilometers to hold back one of the palms. However, the red palm was completely unaffected. It continued its smite down. The palm hurtled down, dissipating the water cage as though it were a mere puddle. Poof! The gray wisp of lightning was lightning at the chaos level, a move that matched that of a golden immortal's. However, under the red palm's strike, the wisp of gray lightning trembled slightly under it before being completely obliterated. Boom! Boom! 2 gigantic red palms with razor-sharp fingers stabbed at the array formation once again. It caused the barrier to quake and ripple. As for Qin Yun's and Ancestral Master Zhang's attacks, they were useless. Qin Yun and Ancestral Master Zhang fell silent upon seeing this. It was expected. The combined attacks of the Buddhists' 18 Arhats and the Heavenly Court's 108 Heavenly Constellation Earthly Wraith was still much stronger than the combined attacks of Qin Yun and Ancestral Master Zhang. This was even after being greatly weakened after crossing the tens of thousands of kilometers of the Great Qin domain. Yet, none of their attacks were effective. As for the 2 of them, they were just putting up a meaningless struggle. Since this cannot be stopped, there's no reason to send yourselves to your deaths. Save yourselves. It won't be too late to seek revenge in the future, urged Yang Jian via voice transmission as he watched from the cosmos. Quickly make a decision. Your homeworld's array formation won't last long. What do I do? What should I do? Ancestral Master Zhang's eyes looked anxious. For millennia, he had been protecting this world. It was his homeworld, his roots. He had established a sect here and spread the Tao. His ancestors and descendants were all here. The death of billions of lives in his homeworld felt worse than his own. Qin Yun, what do we do? What other solution do we have? Ancestral Master Zhang looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked up into the distance. He looked across the void and easily saw every spot on the continent. On the continent, countless people were looking up into the sky. All they saw was a gigantic black cloud that covered half the sky. They were agape from seeing the red arms slam down at the array barriers again and again. They were horrified as all of them prayed. Jade Emperor, please bless us. Guanyin Bodhisattva, please bless us. Countless people pleaded to the deities and Buddhas. Sheer, don't be afraid. Hush. There were also young women carrying younger toddlers. The toddlers looked up in the sky feeling terrified. All these scenes. Qin Yun saw all of them. He even saw the water race look up into the sky through the four-seas surface. This was his homeworld which had brought him up. It had billions of innocent lives. Supremacy Star Destruction's arms are very powerful. They can destroy Khanate numinous treasures. He is now damaging the array formation. Ancestral Master Zhan watched from afar. He could see that many of the array discs and flags they had set up were beginning to suffer damage. The array formation will likely only be able to last 5 minutes. If there's really no solution, why don't we save a few and depart with them instead of having everyone die together? Said Ancestral Master Zhang finally. There's still one way. Qin Yun spoke. Ancestral Master Zhang and Xiao looked in astonishment at Qin Yun. What way? Ancestral Master Zhang revealed a look of delight. Brother Yun, you have a solution? Xiao found it unbelievable. What solution did Qin Yun have that the heavenly courts and Buddhists didn't? Boom! Qin Yun dispelled a concealment dharma spell with a thought. All peak third firmament essence souls knew such a concealment dharma spell. It was used to evade detection by the heavenly Tao so as to delay any tribulations. It was common for essence soul earth immortals who lived for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. There were instances of people in the 3 realms who deliberately stayed in the essence soul realm in order to cultivate divine powers. They had strength that matched mighty figures. The Buddhist arhats were one such example. Such concealment dharma spells were very common. Qin Yun had dispelled it and deliberately allowed the heavenly Tao to sense him, so as to invite the heavenly tribulations upon him. Boom! Black clouds began to gather 10,000 feet above Qin Yun. He looked up and flicked his sleeve, sending Xiao far away. What are you doing? Ancestral Master Zhan was alarmed. As he saw the tribulation clouds form in the sky, he exclaimed, "It's the heavenly tribulation." Are you attempting to transcend the tribulations? Have you created a sky immortal dharmic formulation for the sword immortal lineage? This is the only choice, said Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, Qin Yun's Tribulation. Chapter 555, Qin Yun's Tribulation. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun stood and watched the black clouds that formed a whirlpool. The tribulation clouds brought with them a terrifying might, a might that belonged to the heavenly Tao of the 3 realms. After transcending the heavenly tribulation and fusing the spirit and body as one, I will have a sky immortal's body. My dharmic powers would then be enhanced, becoming sky immortal dharmic powers, thought Qin Yun. Heavenly tribulations were the tribulations for immortals. Although earth immortals could lead long lives, they were still plagued by tribulations. Only by transcending the final heavenly tribulation would they become sky immortals, allowing them to reach a lifespan that was as long as the world's, and to lead life in a carefree manner. Of course, there was the legendary merit immortal. Upon gaining great merit, one's body would have merit gilded glow protecting their bodies. Without the need to cultivate, their powers could be transformed into merit dharmic powers to grant them immortality. Heavenly tribulations would not befall them, and they would never be plagued by tribulations or calamities. With great merit, they could hold down the light shown from providence. Even the heavenly courts would attempt to rope them in. As for ancestral fiends, they would be unwilling to offend them. Of course, the fiends among fiends, the spirit-devouring lineage and sea of blood lineage experts would still dare to attack merit immortals. However, the amount of merit needed to obtain merit gilded glow was astounding. For example, Qin Yun had yet to reach the merit gilded glow stage despite all the fiends he had dealt with to date. Also, merit dermic powers were too ordinary, making them inadequate for combat. For those that cultivated the physical establishing sage, lightning dharma, or sword immortal dermic formulations, people who pursued real strength, they would not be willing to become merit immortals even if they had merit gilded glow. They would choose to undergo the calamities and cultivate step by step, giving them powerful dermic powers and divine powers. Brother Yun, you have created the sky immortal dermic formulation for the sword immortal lineage? Xiao stood far off and inquired via voice transmission. Didn't you say recently that the sky immortal dermic formulation for the sword immortal lineage is very difficult? That the attempted sky immortal dermic formulation you created is still very crude? And your confidence in it is very low? I have gained some insights. I have 50% confidence in the sword immortal sky immortal dermic formulation, replied Qin Yun via voice transmission. 50% confidence? Xiao said, worried. Brother Yun, to transcend the tribulations to become a sky immortal, there's no chance to attempt it a second time. 50% confidence. This is the only way to save the great Chang world. Qin Yun transmitted his voice. Xiao burned with anxiety, but she could only bear with it and secretly console herself. Thankfully, there's a 50% chance of success. If Brother Yun is lucky, he might succeed. However, Qin Yun looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Xiao, my dermic formulation is still very crude. How can I have 50% confidence? It's just 10 or 20%, thought Qin Yun. But this is the only chance we have to save our homeworld. He had said 50% only to console his wife. Phew! The whirlpool beneath the tribulation clouds brought strong winds that blew at Qin Yun. The winds of the heavenly tribulation had arrived. The winds appeared mild, but they could easily penetrate into one's body and pulverize his bones and eviscerate his flesh and blood, until he became meat pulp. Qin Yun bore with it. Heavenly tribulations. They were a series of wind, fire, and lightning tribulations. To ordinary essence soul earth immortals, the threat possessed by the heavenly tribulation was extremely high. But to an essence soul earth immortal like Qin Yun who had strength that matched a mighty figure, it was trivial. Even if he had heinous sins, he would still be able to withstand the heavenly tribulation, so it was fine for someone like him with great merit. Whoosh. The wind tribulation blew across his body, but the great divine power, the heavenly cycle stellar robes, made the wind tribulation pose zero threat to him. The winds blew thrice, each stronger than the last, but even the strongest wind could only threaten ordinary second firmament essence souls. Whoosh! Flames appeared from the tribulation clouds and descended upon Qin Yun. Just 3 wind tribulation stages? Ancestral Master Zhang's brows pricked up in astonishment when he saw this. Typical heavenly tribulations have 9 stages of heavenly wind, heavenly fire, and heavenly lightning. Junior brother Qin only received 3 stages of wind tribulations? From the looks of it, junior brother Qin has just too much merit. He's probably not far from merit gilded glow. The hardest part of a sword immortal sky immortal dermic formulation is the fusion of spirit and body. Sword immortal essence soul dermic powers are extremely sharp, making it very difficult to fuse them with the body. If junior brother Qin were to break through the critical barrier of fusing spirit and body, then, the 1st to 9th stages would be relatively easy for junior brother Qin. If he were able to reach the 9th firmament of sky immortal in one shot, considering how he has forged his own lineage, his pure dermic powers would allow him to match a golden immortal, but with pure dermic powers and sword moves at the golden immortal level, together with that terrifying Khanate numinous treasure flying sword, the great Chang can be saved. Ancestral Master Zhang's eyes were filled with anticipation. In the cosmos, the Buddhists 18 Arhats and the Heavenly Court's 108 Heavenly Constellation Earthly Wraith were putting everything that had into restraining supremacy star destruction. However, they were also looking curiously below. They could see the world beneath at a glance, where Qin Yun was in the midst of transcending the tribulations. This sword immortal Qin is attempting to transcend the tribulations? He is someone who has created a new sword immortal lineage. Has he figured out a sky immortal dermic formulation for the sword immortal lineage? Is he confident that he can fuse essence, soul and body? If he was 100% confident, he would have long transcended the tribulations. For him to resort to breaking through now, when things are desperate, it appears he is only partially confident. To dare transcend the tribulations, he should have 70 or 80% confidence. The various generals and arhats were discussing via voice transmissions. Yang Jian looked down. He had urged Qin Yun and company to escape, but Qin Yun was now transcending the tribulations? Sword immortal dermic powers are the sharpest dermic powers in the three realms. Condensing an essence soul is very difficult, but fusing spirit and body together is even more difficult. Has he really figured it out? Yang Jian also watched in anticipation, hoping for a miracle to be born. Too many people were watching this battle across the three realms. The Heavenly Court's golden immortals, the Buddhists' Buddhas, and even various sage demons, ancestral dragons, ancestral magi, as well as the ancestral fiends from the tenebrous fiend abyss were watching. This was because this battle in the Great Chang world held great implications. The tenebrous fiend abyss had sent out supremacy star destruction, while the Heavenly Courts had sent their various generals. Furthermore, if one understood the entire sequence of events, they could guess that there had to be a special reason for the fiends to attack the Great Chang world repeatedly. And the person most nervous at that moment was Patriarch Buojia. He's attempting to transcend the tribulations? Inside Buojia Palace, Buojia's four faces all wore different expressions. Is a ninth firmament sky immortal sword immortal of a new lineage about to be born? Buojia immediately sent a voice transmission, urging Star destruction, hurry. Destroy the massive array quickly. Don't allow the Qin Yun to transcend the tribulations. What are you panicking for? Star destruction's voice transmission sounded from a distance. So what if he succeeds at transcending the tribulations? Do you think he can stop me? Don't think too highly of yourself. Sword immortals are known to be able to destroy all dharma with a single sword. They are best at combat and can fight several levels above them, reminded Buojia via voice transmission. It's best to be quick. I'm already doing my best to crack the array, but the 8 arrays combined are like one entity. It will still take me a while to crack it. Besides, this Qin Yun's heavenly tribulation is very weak. It only has 3 stages of the wind, fire, and lightning tribulations. His tribulations will soon end. I won't be in time to stop him. But don't worry, he's definitely not my match even if he becomes a 9th firmament sky immortal. To have strength that reaches my level at the sky immortal or sky fiend realm? Impossible. Star destruction was very confident. High above the Great Chang world and deep within the massive black cloud that spanned more than 5,000 kilometers, the gigantic face looked down below. Its red stony arms extended out as it struck the array beneath it again and again. The apocalyptic arms made countless mortals in the Great Chang world look up. All of them were panicking in horror. Everyone could tell that each blow caused the 8 arrays to tremble. They looked like they would crack at any time. And even the places where the arrays were set up were quaking as well. The array flags were gradually dimming. The array discs were beginning to crack. Clearly, every blow exerted immense pressure on the array formation. Boom! Above the East Sea, the black vortex's tribulation cloud smote down with lightning, striking Qin Yun with heavenly lightning. His protective divine power easily withstood it. The first lightning smite. The second lightning smite. It was followed by the third lightning smite, which was also the last. The heavenly tribulation has ended. Xiao, Ancestral Master Zhang, the 18 Buddhist Arhats and the 108 heavenly constellation Earthly Wraith, and Yang Jian were watching. Many mighty figures in the three realms were watching as well. Even Qin Yun's master, the Tao Ancestor, one of the three Pure Ones, the heavenly lord of numinous treasure, was watching from Green Turing Palace. The heavenly tribulations wind, fire, and lightning tribulations posed no threat to Qin Yun. What everyone was really concerned about was whether Qin Yun could fuse his spirit and body. Boom! Although the third bolt of lightning was blocked off by Qin Yun's protective divine power, a special lightning force easily penetrated his protective divine power and entered his body. This mysterious lightning force began fusing into Qin Yun's body before also working its way into his essence soul. It began catalyzing Qin Yun's fusion of essence, soul and body. At this point, he could no longer retreat. He had to fuse his spirit and body together to become a sky immortal. To people with dharmic formulations, transcending the tribulations was the difficult step. Fusion of spirit and body was something that came naturally. As for Qin Yun, who created his own dharmic formulation, transcending the heavenly tribulation was easy, but fusing spirit and body was the hardest. Come on! Qin Yun began circulating the dharmic formulation he created. The crude dharmic formulation, which only had about 10 or 20% chance of success, initiated the fusion. Fuse. Inside his dantian, Qin Yun's essence soul with its tiny limbs rapidly expanded in size to match his body in an attempt to fuse. Fusion of essence, soul and body. Just as he started the fusion process, Qin Yun felt a stabbing pain all across his body. It felt like countless swords were stabbing at him. No good. Qin Yun immediately knew that something was amiss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556 Itinerant Immortal Qin Yun. Chapter 556 Itinerant Immortal Qin Yun. Translator, Citulen. Editor, Citulen. Even I found my sword immortal sky immortal dharmic formulation very crude. How could I succeed in fusing spirit and body with such a crude dharmic formulation? Qin Yun discovered that the essence soul dharmic powers placed too much burden on his body the moment he began the fusion. The extremely sharp dharmic powers were like swords stabbing into his body, causing his body to crumble from the deepest depths. His body began to collapse the moment he began the fusion. He had failed. And Qin Yun was not in the least surprised. Under everyone's scrutiny, Qin Yun's essence soul and body began the fusion. The essence soul was ethereal while the body was corporeal. They looked identical, but the moment the fusion began, whoosh! His body was crumbling from its deepest depths. Every atom was falling apart, until the whole body collapsed into an incorporeal state. It dispersed across the world, leaving behind nothing but an essence soul. Brother Yun. Xiao's expression changed when she saw this. You failed? There's no way to become a sky immortal once the fusion of spirit and flesh fails. Junior brother Qin. Ancestral Master Zhang's heart palpitated. There's no chance of redoing the trial once the fusion of spirit and body fails. Junior brother Qin's body has even collapsed. Is he going to be an itinerant immortal? Ever since the rise of the fiends, the itinerant immortal path is a dead end. Was this junior brother Qin's only method of saving our homeworld? He has cultivated for much less time than me, but has already matched that of a mighty figure. He even forged a new sword immortal lineage. He had limitless potential. Now, his future is gone, thought Ancestral Master Zhang. In the cosmos, the Buddhists' 18 Arhats, The Heavenly Court's 108 Heavenly Constellation Earthly Wraith were also watching, but when they saw Qin Yun's attempt at fusing essence, soul and body fail, all of them gasped. He failed. Creating a new sword immortal lineage is just too difficult. Apart from Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor, Qin Yun is the only one in the three realms who has managed to create an essence soul dermic formulation. However, he has still failed in the creation of the more difficult Sky Immortal dermic formulation. He probably lacked 100% confidence. If he was confident, he would have long transcended the tribulations. With Star Destruction's arrival, his homeworld is on the brink of a calamity. Billions of innocents' lives are going to die as a result. He was forced to hastily attempt an early tribulation transcendence using a dermic formulation he lacked confidence in. Indeed, he failed at fusing spirit and body. Now, he will become an itinerant immortal. Before the rise of the fiends, even if one became an itinerant immortal, one could choose to reincarnate and then be guided to awaken their memories, giving them a fresh start. But now, Qin Yun's strength matches that of a mighty figure. If he chooses to reincarnate, once his soul force enters samsara, the fiend ancestor would attack, destroying his soul, leaving behind only his true spirit. When a true spirit reincarnates, even the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor are unable to receive them. Even if he undergoes a long and arduous cultivation to become a golden immortal to awaken the memories in his true spirit, he would no longer be the present him. The Arhats and heavenly generals shook their heads. Before the fiend's uprising, many mighty figures chose to reincarnate. But now, with the Taoist fiend war, both sides were at each other's throats. Mighty figures as well as those that had strength of mighty figures, would be met with the destruction of their soul force upon reincarnation. These feelings were not only shared by the heavenly generals and Arhats. Even Yang Jian felt conflicted. He looked down and watched Qin Yun's essence soul. Yang Jian thought, Qin Yun, you could have taken some people and fled the great Shang world, but now, you have severed your cultivation path and become an itinerant immortal. Was it worth it? Master, isn't he dumb? The black dog beside him spoke human language. He forcefully transcended the tribulations without the necessary confidence. Great, now he is an itinerant immortal. He's doomed. With the fiend ancestor around, he won't even have a next life. Dumb? Yang Jian did not say a word. Green Turing Palace. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure was watching the situation in the small world across distant space. He was best at the sword Tao, and had always anticipated what his disciple, Qin Yun, who had carved out a new sword immortal lineage, would bring. However, the instant Qin Yun attempted the fusion, how powerful was the heavenly lord of numinous treasure? He could easily tell that the dermic formulation that Qin Yun was using for his attempt was very crude. With his keenness, he definitely knew that such a crude dermic formulation was highly likely to fail. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure sighed lightly. But he still did it. When he chose this path, he had already steeled his mind for the possibility of becoming an itinerant immortal. Mortal children. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure shook his head slightly. Yes. Qin Yun long knew that there was a high chance of failure. Success would really be down to luck. Since I chose to transcend the tribulations, I was prepared to become an itinerant immortal, thought Qin Yun. But so what? At least my strength has rapidly increased. Qin Yun's essence soul had undergone a change after being exposed to the heavenly tribulation's mysterious wisp of lightning force. It very naturally began to convert him to an itinerant immortal. Itinerant immortals cultivated very easily. They would escape the shackles of their bodies, allowing them to have powerful essence souls. Their essence souls were as strong as their Tao. It was unbounded. If one's Tao reached the pinnacle of the Sky Immortal realm, the itinerant immortal's essence soul dermic powers would also reach the pinnacle of the Sky Immortal realm. If one attained the Great Tao, the itinerant immortal's essence soul dermic powers would also reach that of a golden immortal. It was common for essence soul earth immortal to push back their tribulation transcendence to cultivate great divine powers. This was because, without the fusion of spirit and body, just the essence soul alone made it more suitable to cultivate the divine powers. And itinerant immortals did not fuse body and spirit. They didn't even have bodies. They were naturally suited to cultivate divine powers. In fact, itinerant immortals had even more powerful dharmic powers. Despite having a relatively frail body, their divine powers and dharmic powers were very potent. It appeared to be quite a good choice. However, the heavenly Tao was balanced. There were pros and cons. Itinerant immortals were repressed by the heavenly Tao. They suffered tribulations every 1,000 years. Each tribulation was more terrifying than the last. This also made it so itinerant immortals were nearly extinct in the present 3 realms. Even for those who failed to transcend the tribulations, they would quickly choose to reincarnate and be received if their essence souls fortuitously survived as itinerant immortals. They would choose to start over. When the chaos first developed and mighty figures were beginning their cultivation paths, they discovered that the route of being an itinerant immortal was quite a good one. Many mighty figures took the initiative to attempt the constant tribulations. After many attempts, they discovered that a tribulation every 1,000 years was truly terrifying. One strength required that of a golden immortal mighty figure in order to transcend 9 tribulations. The 10th tribulation required a pinnacle golden immortal strength. The 11th tribulation required a perfected golden immortal strength. As for the 12th tribulation, it was unknown. Perhaps only the strength of the Tao ancestors or Buddhist ancestor would ensure survival. And clearly, the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor would not risk reincarnating. They would use their avatars to walk the mortal world at best. And in fact, ever since the chaos developed, the ancient existences had attempted the itinerant immortal path. The one with the highest realm had the strength of a perfected golden immortal, allowing him to become an 11th tribulation itinerant immortal. He was also the only 11th tribulation itinerant immortal. But eventually, he failed to transcend the 12th tribulation. In the entire 3 realms, not a single 12th tribulation itinerant immortal was born. It was still a mystery if there was a 13th tribulation. Furthermore, itinerant immortals had a major flaw. The time given to them for cultivation was just too short. A tribulation every millennium. 9 millennia meant 9 tribulations. One had to have the strength of a golden immortal to withstand it. For the 12th tribulation, that was only 12,000 years. Boom! Qin Yun stood above the East Sea as stellar forces draped over him. The surging heaven and earth powers around him constantly surged into him to replenish his dharmic powers. And Qin Yun took out a yellowskin calabash and took out an immortal pill to replenish his dharmic powers. In terms of realm, I have reached the pinnacle sky immortal realm. I'm just short of the golden immortal great Tao. My itinerant immortal essence soul has also reached the pinnacle sky immortal realm. Qin Yun could feel that his itinerant immortal essence soul's every wisp of dharmic powers had fused with his sword Tao, forming new dharmic powers. His dharmic powers were extremely pure, but the extremely weak dharmic powers within him were converted nearly in a blink of an eye. His essence soul was quickly drawing on the immortal pill's medicinal effects to strengthen itself. Just the natural absorption of the heaven and earth powers was too slow to replenish it. What robust dharmic powers! Qin Yun sensed the mighty dharmic powers which resembled a obstreperous river. His eyes could not help but light up as he revealed a look of glee. The intrinsic flying sword in him was nourished by the dharmic powers as it began to quake. In the past, he had used his essence soul earth immortal dharmic powers to power the intrinsic connate numinous treasure. It made it impossible to deliver the true might of his intrinsic connate numinous treasure. Now, powered by the mighty itinerant immortal dharmic powers, the intrinsic flying sword strength was rapidly increasing. Qin Yun's greatest flaw, his dharmic powers, was resolved. Brother Yun. Xiao flew over and asked immediately, "Didn't you say that your sky immortal dermic formulation was very crude not long ago and that you lacked the confidence? For you to suddenly transcend the tribulations, were you already planning to become an itinerant immortal by failing to fuse spirit and body? Xiao, I can still live 10,000 years as an itinerant immortal," said Qin Yun with a smile. He now felt relaxed after experiencing it. Back when we attempted to kill Water God, I had already made up my mind that I was willing to sacrifice my life as long as he could be killed. I have lived so many years in a blink of an eye. And now, I can still live for another 10,000 years. Why would I feel dissatisfied? Qin Yun turned his head to look at the gigantic black clouds in the sky. Two terrifying red arms extended from it as they struck the array formation again and again at full strength in an attempt to rip it open. The array formation was trembling. Boom! 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 The array flags and array discs were suffering constant damage. The array formation won't last long. I will have to finish this fiend, Qin Yun said to his wife before taking a step to appear high in the sky. He came close to the array formation's barrier and with a wave of his hand, a wisp of inconspicuous misty rain flew out of his hand and out of the array formation. It flew into the deep depths of the boundless Great Qin domain. Xiao watched the figure controlling the flying sword high in the sky. The figure of the most important man in her life made her recall the same figure who fought Water God. Brother Yun has always been like that. Xiao's eyes were moist. This is my husband. Xiao. Ancestral Master Zhang looked up and said, "In the past, I was quite impressed by him. But from today forth, I have the deepest respect for him." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Qin Yun Battles Star Destruction. Chapter 557, Qin Yun Battles Star Destruction. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. Standing in midair, Qin Yun felt an unprecedented sense of wellness. He had immense dermic powers. His essence soul was powerful. His mental processes were a lot faster as well. Previously, when he cast overly complicated sword moves from the Rosa Multiflora sword chart, Qin Yun had to consume pills to force his essence soul's mental facilities to speed up. And now, his essence soul was a lot more powerful than before. His mental processes were 100 times faster. It also meant that a year of cultivation in seclusion was equivalent to 100 years in the past. The speed at which he could figure things out was naturally different due to the disparity that stemmed from life's natural order. For instance, the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor were many times faster than the ordinary golden immortal or Buddha when it came to contemplating the heavenly Tao in nature or the inference of mystical processes. The feeling of a powerful essence soul sure is delightful. Qin Yun controlled his intrinsic flying sword from afar. He looked at the two red arms which extended from the huge black clouds. In my 10,000 years as an itinerant immortal, I should live my life happily. My first opponent as an itinerant immortal shall be this fiend, Star Destruction. Destroying him will be a blast. Although Qin Yun was filled with killing intent, the misty rain sword appeared inconspicuous. It did not seem to pose any threat. Oh! From the massive black cloud 5,000 kilometers away, the red glowing face looked down. It instantly noticed the misty rain sword flying towards it. This Qin Yun has become an itinerant immortal. His dermic powers have greatly increased, so the might of his flying sword should have increased tremendously as well. However, does he really think I'm an idiot who would be arrogant and careless? With this thought in mind, the two red arms moved immediately. The 5,000-kilometer-long arms appeared to move slowly, but they were, in fact, as fast as the misty rain sword. The connate numinous treasure, the Great Qin disk, also released its lustrous glow, as rich Great Qin forces began hindering the misty rain sword. One of the gigantic red stony palms even grabbed at it. The move appeared crude, but the palm was just too huge. The misty rain sword was surprisingly unable to avoid it. He's actually that wary and careful? A cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. It looks like there's no way for me to sneak up to him. Boom! He gave a command with a thought. Whoosh! The region surrounding the misty rain sword began to produce thin misty rain. The rain droplets scattered everywhere, completely repulsing the great Qin forces. When the raindrops pelted the two gigantic arms, each drop influenced the arm's speed with its immense weight. It was the domain that the intrinsic connate numinous treasure refused. Misty Rain Domain. This Misty Rain Domain was very weak when powered by Qin Yun's originally lacking dermic powers. It was even weaker than the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Realms domain at the phenomenal success stage. But now, with his increased dermic powers, his intrinsic connate numinous treasure could naturally release its true might. The might had increased sharply, and the potency of the Misty Rain domain was even stronger than the connate numinous treasure, the Great Disc. This was the formidable aspect of intrinsic connate numinous treasures. What? It actually managed to suppress my Great forces? Star Destruction was alarmed. Swoosh! The Misty Rain sword also suddenly unleashed its terrifying speed. The void distorted as it seemed to turn surreal. The Misty Rain sword flashed across space. The gigantic palm tried grabbing at it, but despite collapsing the void, it missed. Bam! The other gigantic palm swept across the void ferociously as a flying sword appeared amid the void, sweeping the blade aside. It was sent flying far away. It has been blocked? Qin Yun was surprised as he immediately changed tactics. Kill! The Misty Rain sword flashed, immediately releasing a blinding light. Do you think you can stop me with a mere flying sword? Accompanied by a resounding roar, the two gigantic palms swiped across the sky and grabbed at the Misty Rain sword. Boom! The Misty Rain sword clashed with a palm in midair, but only used the momentum it received from the clash to fly higher into the black clouds. However, the other palm blocked it. Boom! 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 The flying sword clashed with the two palms, constantly producing resonating booms in midair. As expected of a sword immortal. You can become this strong with just a powerful connate numinous treasure flying sword. Your strength can already match the combined forces of the 28 lunar mansions. Unfortunately, that's still useless. A black chain that effused boundless frost auras flew down from the black cloud as it went straight for the Misty Rain sword. It's the connate numinous treasure, skyscraping heaven's ceiling chain? A fierce glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. He was already well read on the intelligence about star destruction. Star destruction was famous across the three realms. His most powerful weapon was the two arms he cultivated with the spirit-devouring art. It was his pair of arms that gave him such might. Therefore, he needed a supplementary connate numinous treasure. He originally only had one, the skyscraping heaven ceiling chain. It was a connate numinous treasure that was born before the chaos developed. It was extraordinarily powerful. What? In space, the Buddhists' 18 Arhats and Heavenly Court's 108 Heavenly Constellation Earthly Wraith were alarmed. The domain this Qin Yun released is able to repress the Great Qin domain? His flying sword is very powerful as well. Star Destruction's two spirit-devouring arms can't do a thing to it. He even has to use his connate numinous treasure, the skyscraping heaven ceiling chain, to deal with Qin Yun. Although it's a pity that Qin Yun has become an itinerant immortal, his dermic powers have increased tremendously. Just with that flying sword alone, he can match a pinnacle golden immortal in strength. But why is he this powerful? Even if he's a sword immortal, he shouldn't be this powerful, but his flying sword is extraordinary. It's either an intrinsic connate numinous treasure or a top-grade connate numinous treasure. Top-grade connate numinous treasures are very rare. I'm guessing it's likely an intrinsic connate numinous treasure. Sword immortals sure incur envy. With their intrinsic flying swords, they can fight someone a level higher than them. Their essence souls and flying swords are one. Their dermic powers are overly sharp, so there are pros and cons. For instance, the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage's sword immortals have essence souls in the form of swords. It's unorthodox. Qin Yun's essence soul is in human form, so it follows the orthodox path. However, the fusion of spirit and body is even harder, which is evident from his failure, turning him into an itinerant immortal. If the dermic powers were milder, the fusion of spirit and body would be much easier. The heavenly Tao circulates, and things are fair. But regardless, there is finally someone in the three realms who can match star destruction in small worlds. Unfortunately, he can only live for 10,000 years. These arhats and heavenly generals were discussing. By the side, Yang Jian was looking down. He seemed to see his former self in Qin Yun after how he sacrificed his cultivation path for his homeworld. He does resemble my past self. However, I was luckier, said Yang Jian silently. By the side, his howling celestial dog looked up at its master. He obediently accompanied his master, and would do so forever. Phew! The sky-scraping heaven ceiling chain plunged down as the two gigantic arms joined it to attack the misty rain sword. Kill! Qin Yun's eyes were bloodshot. The misty rain that scattered everywhere suddenly began forming flying swords with each tiny raindrop. Dense flying swords filled the area, with each minute raindrop flying sword being powerful. Now that Qin Yun's essence soul was even stronger, his mental processes were faster. He could cast even more sword arts in tandem. Water cage. The dense misty rain flying swords split into three portions instantaneously. They formed three tumultuous flying sword rivers that swept towards the sky-scraping heaven ceiling chain and the two red arms. What? Supremacy Star Destruction was alarmed. Although the sky-scraping heaven ceiling chain was good at capturing the enemy or binding weapons, it was instantly stalled by the obstreperous misty rain flying sword's envelopment. Before, it could even tear out of water cage instantly. Now, the water cages might had similarly surged in strength. Be gone! The two arms were extremely powerful. Even though large amounts of misty rain flying swords were inundating them, they were still able to forcibly hurl forward. Boom! The water cage was unable to stop the two arms. However, it was able to drastically slow them down. That's enough. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. Kill! The void distorted as it seemed to turn surreal. The misty rain sword phased away at an astounding speed. This time, the two stony arms that had been slowed down could no longer stop Qin Yun's flying sword. I can't stop it. In the black cloud, the red glowing face revealed a look of shock. Following that, his expression turned grotesque. However, I'm not those run-of-the-mill spirit-devouring lineage cultivators. Their bodies are weak, but I'm a chaos god fiend. I was born to devour stars to strengthen my body. This flying sword won't be able to kill me. This array formation won't last much longer. Once I destroy this array formation, I'll immediately kill your essence soul. An itinerant immortal like you can be squashed to death with one palm strike of mine. Supremacy Star Destruction completely ignored Qin Yun's misty rain sword. His red arms grabbed downwards as they continued their assault on the array formation which protected the Great Chang's 19 prefectures. As for Qin Yun, he stood in midair as he watched the two gigantic arms strike the array formation's barrier. His expression could not help but change. He wants to crack the array to destroy my essence soul? Sword immortals could destroy all Dharma with a single sword. Their flying swords were powerful, but their bodies were their biggest weakness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558 Great Tao Attained. Chapter 558 Great Tao Attained. Translator, Citulan Editor, Citulan. Phew. The misty rain sword was extremely fast. As misty rain swirled around it, it went straight for Star Destruction's main body, the black cloud that spanned more than 5,000 kilometers. Do you think you have what it takes? The face in the massive black cloud let out a rapturous laugh. Kill! Qin Yun cast his strongest sword move, and instantly, the misty rain sword's beam grew to a length of 100,000 feet. It was like a meteor that was streaking across the sky. It was a burning meteor. The misty rain sword plunged into the black cloud and met with potent resistance. However, it still managed to tear through the dark, nebulous body. The blinding sword beam shone brilliantly within the boundless black cloud, leaving a wake of destruction as it kept probing deeper. It even managed to reach the middle where the glowing red face was. It penetrated the entire length of the black cloud and tore out from the other side. However, the massive black cloud only trembled, its aura did not undergo much of a change. A sword immortal's flying sword is indeed powerful. You even managed to injure me. However, I have been strengthening my body by consuming stars since I was born. Even if I allowed him free rein to attack me with his flying sword, I'll be able to last a few days. I'll definitely win. Star Destruction was extremely confident after withstanding that single strike. This black cloud body is ethereal and isn't susceptible to physical force. When my sword slashes at the black cloud, it just disperses and forms again. Even my flying sword can only barely damage him. His body is so massive, he can just withstand my blows for a long time. Qin Yun was unable to determine the exact amount of time, but he could tell that Star Destruction could easily shrug off at least 2 hours of relentless attacks. I should try other moves. The misty rain sword cast various sword moves as it attacked the massive black cloud. As for Star Destruction, he continued using his red stony arms that were cultivated through the spirit-devouring art while resisting Qin Yun's flying sword. His fingers were razor-sharp and they kept slamming down at the array formation's barriers. Every strike caused the array formation's barriers to quake and ripple to redirect the impact. However, it was evident that the array formation was on its last legs. And in fact, things were getting worse. Xiao. Not far away, an island in the sea which had an array flag embedded in it was trembling. The earth around it was rustling as the array flag's glow turned unstable. Even the array flag itself was swaying. The bright colors of the array flag gradually lost their luster and dimmed. There were array discs embedded deep in mountains which trembled with every blow. Fine cracks slowly appeared on the stony peaks. Go! Ancestral Master Zhang stood in midair as he assumed control of the 8 major arrays. His potent dermic powers surged into the array formations in a bid to help maintain them. The 8 array formations relied on the heaven and earth powers for operation, so even a 9th firmament sky immortal's dermic powers were insufficient for prolonged operations. The only thing they could do was delay the inevitable. Junior brother Qin, problems are beginning to arise in the array formations operations. I'm currently using my dermic powers to maintain the entire array, but it's not very useful. I can at most last another 10 minutes. Ancestral Master Shang's voice was anxious. Qin Yun did not say a word. Both he and Ancestral Master Zhang could control the array formations, so he naturally knew of the array formation situation. Damage had appeared in many places, to the point that it slowed the absorption of heaven and earth powers. Ancestral Master Zhang was just one person, so how long could he last? In space, the Arhats and heavenly generals were watching. In terms of strength, Qin Yun is very close to Star Destruction. However, Star Destruction's body is too powerful. Qin Yun's body is that of an itinerant immortal's, so it's extremely frail. This is also Qin Yun's biggest weakness. The outcome of this battle has been determined, said a heavenly general with a shake of his head. Star Destruction is a black cloud born out of the chaos. It had consumed so many stars and countless lives. Even if Qin Yun's flying sword is able to injure him again and again, it will take time to accumulate the damage. It will probably take half a month for star destruction to maybe die of attrition. Unfortunately, the Great Chang World's array formation can't even last an hour, much less speak of half a month. An hour? It's already about to be overrun. This Qin Yun's flying sword might not be able to kill the enemy, but it can protect him. It would still be easy for him to escape with some people. Unfortunately, the billions of lives in the Great Chang World will be devoured clean. Qin Yun has still failed to save his homeworld despite risking the tribulations and becoming an itinerant immortal. What a pity. Everyone spoke their mind. When it came to escaping, the 18 Arhats and the 108 heavenly constellation earthly wraiths could sacrifice treasures to hold back star destruction for a short period of time, allowing Qin Yun and a tiny number of people to flee. Qin Yun had chosen not to flee, but to take on his tribulations early, solely to save everyone. Even if he is a sword immortal and with a very powerful flying sword, he's still weaker than star destruction. Yang Jian sighed while watching. Qin Yun was comparable to star destruction when it came to the offensive, but he was weaker in every other aspect. In the entire three realms, many mighty figures were watching the battle across endless space. The experts from the Tenebrous Fiend Abyss, Heavenly Courts, as well as the Buddhists, dragons, and ancient demons all made judgments. Unless something unexpected happened, the outcome was determined. The Great Chang World was to be devoured clean. Star Destruction's devouring was unlike the average spirit-devouring lineage cultivator. Not only would he devour the countless lives in it, he would even devour the entire planet. Countless people in the Great Chang World looked up at the massive array formation barrier. They could also see the two gigantic red palms striking down again and again, in a bid to tear through the barrier. People were horrified and panicking in the beginning. But they gradually got used to it, since the barrier had lasted quite a while. This palm sure is huge. It's bigger than a mountain. Even the imperial capital city is only about the size of its finger, right? A scion stood at his window with a beauty in his arms as he gazed far into the distance. "Young master, what powerful fiendish demon has such a huge pair of palms?" asked the beauty. "Aren't you afraid?" "I was in the beginning, but not now. I believe the various immortals and Buddhas will be able to fend off that fiendish demon. I've read about records of fiendish demons in books, but I have never seen such a terrifying one before." The scion sighed. "But you are right. There will be immortals and Buddhas to hold up the sky even if it crashes." "What if they can't hold it up?" asked the beauty softly. The scion's expression changed slightly. "It has to hold, naturally." Amit Ba. In Mahakasayapa Monastery, the monks were all looking up in the sky. Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa was also watching this scene. He could see the terrifying palms from a distance away, and he knew that he would be pulverized even if he did go to help out. "I hope Sword Immortal Qin and Taoist Divine Firmament can turn the tides of evil," said Bodhisattva Mahakasayapa softly. Against such a calamity, many of them bodhisattvas, sky immortals, and sky gods were helpless. All they could do was rely on Qin Yun and ancestral master Zhang. "Senior sister, if this barrier fails to hold, the world would likely be annihilated. I can't think of anything else at a time like this. I just want to ask you, are you willing to be my wife? Will you be together with me in life and in death?" A middle-aged Taoist looked at a yellow-robed woman. "Junior brother Fu, you finally said it?" The yellow-robed woman's eyes welled with tears. "I thought you would never ask." "Of course. I don't care even if the entire sect curses me, or the entire world mocks me," said the middle-aged Taoist. He hugged the woman. "If death is the outcome, we shall die together." The yellow-robed woman hugged the middle-aged Taoist as well. At that moment, all they had in the world was each other. While facing a calamity, the billions of lives had various reactions. Some kowtowed and pleaded for immortals and Buddhas to protect them. There were people who reveled in pleasures while there were others who went mad and did things they usually did not dare to do. There were also others who faced it calmly, leading their days as they normally would. I have to stop him. I have to figure out an even stronger sword move. An even stronger sword move. At that moment, Qin Yun was focused. He controlled his misty rain sword as he attacked the massive black cloud relentlessly. While doing so, he pondered over methods to perfect his sword moves. How could he become stronger? Now, his itinerant immortal essence soul was much stronger than before. Even while attacking with his full strength, his essence soul was still able to divert some attention to constantly ponder and infer. My sword Tao can be divided into heaven, earth, and man. The heaven and earth represent the universe and the cosmos. Man represents all living beings. My sword moves might contain the charms of spacetime, the extreme void, or paramount emotions. My sword moves which truly fuse heaven, earth, and man have always been imperfect. What am I lacking? As Qin Yun attacked, he pondered. Suddenly, the array formation is about to crack. Ancestral Master Zhang yelled in an urgent voice transmission. Junior brother, what do we do? Pa! The array discs with the largest number of cracks began to shatter. The array flags were also tearing apart. The colorful barrier in the sky began to hum. 3 layers of protections shattered, leaving behind 2. The 8 array formations combined together only had 5 layers of protection. Is it about to crack? Qin Yun was somewhat dumbfounded at that moment. He had long imagined that this moment would come, but he refused to accept it. He had spared no expense to prevent it. Even with his sword immortal sky immortal dermic formulation was extremely crude, he had still chosen to bring forward the tribulations. In order to fend off star destruction, he was even willing to be an itinerant immortal, but he had failed. The Great Chang world, at that moment, Qin Yun's will covered the entire Great Chang's 19 prefectures. Grand Dominant City, Jiang Prefecture, Cloud Prefecture, Yuan Prefecture, Sha Prefecture, Jin Prefecture, Kong Prefecture, Kunlun Prefecture, Lu Prefecture, Snow Prefecture, Nether Prefecture, Lang Prefecture, Xin Prefecture, Shu Prefecture, Pa Prefecture, Xian Prefecture, Yu Prefecture, Ipa Prefecture, Dragon Mountain Prefecture, South Sea Prefecture. The Great Chang's 19 prefectures had plains, mountains, forests, deserts, and prairies. Qin Yun had traveled this world in his youth. This land contained countless people. They played out the myriad emotions of humans and repeated history. Was the Great Chang world about to be destroyed? Was the world about to be devoured clean? No. Qin Yun turned back to look at the vast lands as his eyes welled with tears. Qin Yun could not bear to separate from this land which had numerous lives tied to it. Suddenly, Qin Yun's eyes lit up. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. Even the 2 massive arms that were flailing from the black cloud seemed to turn silent. Countless people, who were looking up at the damaged barrier, had their horrified expressions freeze. Ancestral Master Zhang was still sending urgent voice transmissions. He was urging Qin Yun to make a decision. Were they escaping or not? Yi Zhao's anxious expression similarly froze. Spacetime turned still. This land that he had entrusted his feelings to, and the countless people appeared in his mind. Qin Yun was enlightened. This was the heaven and earth. This was man. This was his sword Tao. A sword Tao that belonged to him. At that instant, he finally found his great Tao. Great Tao attained. Qin Yun beckoned with his hand. The misty rain sword, which was still near the massive black cloud more than 10,000 kilometers away, instantly tore through the void and appeared in his palm. Even though the void had been sealed, the flying sword could still travel through it. When it came to people like perfect sovereign Yang Jian, they could travel through spacetime at a deeper level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559. Chapter 559, Stunning the Three Realms with a Flying Sword. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Qin Yun held up a flying sword with his palm as the surface of the flying sword circulated a light but unfathomable misty rain. All its power was converged. At that moment, the great Tao contained within the intrinsic flying sword was also changing. An intrinsic flying sword was one with its sword immortal. They were even a part of the sword immortal's life. The flying sword would naturally also contain the sword Tao the sword immortal had figured out. Before that, Qin Yun had relied on Khanate wonders, such as the Chaos Pure Gold, to promote his flying sword's breakthrough. It even formed a great Tao inside the Misty Rain sword. And at that moment, Qin Yun had attained a golden immortal Tao fruit. The great Tao he had figured out contained heaven, earth, and man. His foundation was extremely deep and robust. The moment he attained it, it was a great Tao at the pinnacle golden immortal level. It was even superior to the great Tao that the Misty Rain sword originally had. Hua! The great Tao inside the Misty Rain sword was naturally transforming, and while this process happened, the flying sword's appearance also changed. It became slightly thinner and even seemed to have three shadows concealed within it. Each shadow represented the mysticism of heaven, earth, and man respectively. The flying sword's strength also increased. Oh! High in the sky, the glowing red face in the massive black cloud suddenly widened. Its two stony red arms which were striking downwards suddenly retracted. No good. Escape. The massive black cloud was alarmed as it desperately flew higher. The surrounding void has been sealed. Even I have to fly slowly, but this Qin Yun's flying sword was able to forcibly tear through space? To be able to do so, firstly, one's realm has to be profound enough. One has to figure out a pinnacle great Tao. Secondly, one's might has to be sufficiently powerful. Only a small number of pinnacle ancestral fiends are capable of that. Star Destruction was panicking. Qin Yun had managed to do it. Firstly, he had definitely figured out a pinnacle great Tao. Secondly, his flying sword's might was sufficiently horrifying. Either of these two outcomes was enough to leave Star Destruction shuddering. What? In space, the Buddhists' 18 Arhats and the Heavenly Court's 108 Heavenly Constellation earthly wraiths watched in shock. Something that could send reverberations through the three realms had happened before their very eyes. The scene of the flying sword forcibly penetrating the void and appearing in Qin Yun's palm had left them dumbfounded. He has figured out a pinnacle great Tao? Furthermore, he did so as a sword immortal? These Arhats and heavenly generals were in disbelief. There were few mighty figures in the three realms to begin with. Pinnacle golden immortals were even rarer. All of them enjoyed an extremely high stature. Among those, the ones that were adept at combat were particularly extraordinary. For example, perfected immortal Erlang, Yang Jian, who cultivated the 8-9 arcane art, was a pinnacle golden immortal of the physical establishing sage lineage. He was labeled as the #1 combat general of the heavenly courts, the strongest combat general of Jade Void Palace. As for the monkey from Flowers and Fruit Mountain, he too was a pinnacle golden immortal who cultivated the 8-9 arcane art. Back then, he had nearly overturned the heavenly courts. As for sword immortals, they were known as being capable of destroying all Dharma with a single sword. Their bodies were weaker, but their offensive strength was even higher. Similarly, they were extremely adept in combat. Why did this happen? In the tenebrous fiend Abyss's Bwajia palace, Patriarch Bwajia was astounded by this scene. Any existence that figured out a pinnacle great Tao, especially one that was adept in combat, was an illustrious figure in the three realms. Although in terms of cultivation speed, Yang Jian and the monkey had become pinnacle golden immortals with short cultivation times, and Qin Yun had only become an itinerant immortal after cultivating for thousands of years. But considering his background, Qin Yun was sufficiently amazing. This Qin Yun was only said to be a half-step golden immortal before. Later, he was able to match mighty figures. Now, he has even grasped a pinnacle great Tao? He's also a sword immortal? Bojia's 4 faces were distorted, grotesque, deranged, and as for the interior face, it was filled with rage. Why did this happen? I paid such an immense price, so much that I threw in the Khanate numinous treasure, the grating disc. Why did I still fail? Qin Yun, it's all that darn Qin Yun's fault. Bojia was infuriated. But in fact, the other tenebrous fiend abyss ancestral fiends who were monitoring the situation were somewhat astounded. The Taoists have produced another pinnacle golden immortal? Furthermore, he's a sword immortal? Many ancestral fiends felt their hearts palpitating. After all, most of them were only at the ordinary ancestral fiend level. And among them, the strongest few powerhouses were relatively relaxed. Thankfully, despite the Taoists producing an astounding genius, one that has figured out a pinnacle great Tao and has might no lesser than Yang Jian's, he is ultimately an itinerant immortal. He will live for about 10,000 years at most. He will eventually be turned to dust by the heavenly tribulations. Thankfully, he brought forward his tribulations to save a small world and ended up an itinerant immortal. Speaking of which, star destruction can be credited with this. At the very least, he forced Qin Yun to bring forward his tribulation and become an itinerant immortal. Exchanging star destruction to destroy a peerless sword immortal is worth it. Yes, it's worth it. Definitely worth it. He has helped rid us fiends of a huge threat. The strongest existences in the tenebrous fiend abyss watched this scene with glee. Although star destruction was also very powerful, all he figured out was an ordinary great Tao. Even if he relied on his chaos godfiend talent and the spirit-devouring art to devour countless beings to accumulate his strength, he was only able to barely produce strength at the pinnacle ancestral fiend level. But compared to Qin Yun, he was nothing worth mentioning. Qin Yun was a sword immortal who had truly figured out a pinnacle great Tao. Like Yang Jian, he was a god-slaying existence that could shock the 3 realms. A pity. How lamentable. If the tenebrous fiend abyss's pinnacle ancestral fiends were said to be delighted, their opponents were having antithetical reactions. Mighty figures from the Magus Gate, dragons, and the ancient demons all shook their heads. Qin Yun has extraordinary talent. He and I were tied by fate too. A pity, in the Western paradise, Amida was emitting boundless light. He shook his head at the scene. This junior brother of mine was able to figure out a pinnacle great Tao, so why did he end up an itinerant immortal? In the heavenly courts Mount Li, an old granny was watching from afar with a pained heart. She was now the strongest among the Green Turing Palace disciples. A sword immortal at the pinnacle golden immortal level had strength that approached a perfected golden immortal. He would soon be a peerless expert only second to her in the Green Turing Palace. It was not easy for her to find someone who could aid her, but unfortunately, he had become an itinerant immortal. Before this, Qin Yun did not figure out a great Tao, but he barely figured out a few sword moves at the golden immortal level. His strength simply matched that of a mighty figure. So when he became an itinerant immortal, it left many mighty figures sighing, but it was nothing major. But after Qin Yun grasped a pinnacle great Tao, it left many experts in the 3 realms sighing very regretfully. This was a major loss. Pinnacle great Tao? In Green Turing Palace, the heavenly lord of numinous treasure was watching this scene. Ever since his eldest disciple converted to Buddhism, he had always been waiting for a disciple who could inherit his sword Tao. He was rather optimistic about Qin Yun, but it was only optimism. But when Qin Yun became an itinerant immortal, yet grasped a pinnacle great Tao, The heavenly lord of numinous treasure's eyes lit up. He silently watched his disciple. Qin Yun held the misty rain sword in his palm as he looked up into the sky. The massive black cloud was already frantically escaping. Trying to escape? You can't run. Qin Yun looked at Supremacy Star Destruction as though he was a bug struggling in a spider's web. With a gentle flick of his hand. Shoo, dot. The misty rain sword forcibly tore through space and, once again, appeared above the escaping Star Destruction. What? Star Destruction, who was flying upwards in a bid to get to the cosmos, saw the misty rain sword appear suddenly above him. The tiny flying sword left him feeling fearful. He immediately circled around it. Destroy! Qin Yun cried out lightly. The misty rain sword swooped down and began its assault. Boom! The tiny flying sword was able to stir the might of the heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of kilometers of the world around it was made to warp, to the point that it assaulted the massive black cloud below it. This, when Star Destruction saw that the heaven and earth above him crashed down towards him as one, he could not help but be terrified. Boom, dot. The heaven and earth accompanied the flying sword as they pummeled down as a whole. The might was absolutely formidable. The pinnacle great Tao which Qin Yun had figured out contained heaven, earth, and man. His grasp over the heaven, earth, and spacetime was extremely high. Now, he was taking control of all the heaven and earth powers in the region to deal a fatal blow. Ordinary experts would borrow the heaven and earth powers in their battles, but Qin Yun directly controlled the heaven and earth for tens of thousands of kilometers out. He had assumed immediate control over a third of all the Great Chang world's heaven and earth powers. If he wasn't afraid that he would affect the countless mortals in the oceans, he was fully capable of controlling an even wider region. Boom, dot. It felt like a collision of planets. And Star Destruction was clearly the weaker one. He brandished his red arms with full might in a bid to fend the attack off, but they were repelled. The black cloud began dissipating due to the assaults. By the time Qin Yun dispelled the boundless heaven and earth powers, the black cloud was already completely gone. All that was left was the red glow hiding behind the two arms. With the terrifying strike that contained the might of the heaven and earth, more than 90% of Star Destruction's body had been destroyed. Spare me! Spare me! Star Destruction pleaded. Spare you? Qin Yun walked out from the space he tore through. The misty rain sword floated by his side as he looked at the blob of red light that continued spanning hundreds of kilometers. Why should I spare your life? Asked Qin Yun. I have two connate numinous treasures. I'm willing to give them to you, Sword Immortal Qin. The red glow's face said fawningly, I also have other treasures that I'm willing to give to you. Those will all be mine if I kill you anyway. This. The face amid the red glow turned flustered as it added, I also know of a huge secret. The secret of your great Chang world. Aren't you curious why Patriarch Bojia keeps attempting to occupy your great Chang world? My great Chang world's secret? Qin Yun's heart tightened as he pressed, what's the secret? Shut up. Shut up, dot. A voice transmission boomed in Star Destruction's mind. Star Destruction, have you forgotten that we signed a mental demon pact? You have to keep it a secret. I'm about to die. Why would I care about any mental demon pact? The red glow's face roared angrily in return as his angry bellow resounded in the void. Furthermore, Qin Yun has already grasped a pinnacle great Tao. Bojia, are you still entertaining the empty hopes of occupying the great Chang world? Qin Yun flicked his sleeve. The surrounding space was isolated, blocking even karmic communications. Patriarch Bojia no longer had any means to send a voice transmission. Tell me, what's the great Chang world's secret, dot. Sword Immortal Qin, you have to swear on your Tao heart to send me back to the tenebrous fiend abyss, the face said. As long as you make that vow, I'll tell you the secret. I will not say it if you do not vow. vow on my Tao heart? Qin Yun snorted coldly. Shoo! The misty rain sword transformed into a blurry sword beam as it instantly penetrated the red glow and tore out from the other side. It left a misty rain in its wake that constantly eroded red glow away. The red glow's face flailed its gigantic arms in a bid to defend itself, but it failed. No! No! Shoo! The misty rain sword returned and penetrated it again. This took time to describe, but in reality, the misty rain sword tore through the red glow which spanned hundreds of kilometers repeatedly. Soon, the red glow was completely wiped out, leaving behind its remnant items. The red stony arms were also left behind. Qin Yun felt somewhat wistful. Despite grasping a pinnacle great Tao, he still needed to power his intrinsic flying sword thrice to kill Star Destruction. He was indeed a tough opponent. Your survival poses too great a danger for the three realms. A secret isn't worth your life. As for the great Chang world's secret, I can eventually find it out for myself. Qin Yun's eyes were cold. Star Destruction had harmed countless. If he did not kill him this time, he would hide in the tenebrous fiend abyss for 10,000 years. After Qin Yun perished from the itinerant immortal's tribulations, Star Destruction would be able to appear again to wreak havoc. Whoosh! Suddenly, the great Chang world was bathed in golden light. Even the cosmos was bathed in golden light. The Arhats and heavenly generals were astounded. Even the howling celestial dog could not help but exclaim, "The heavens are bestowing merit? How much merit is there that it causes such a huge stir?" Yang Jian looked down and said, "In terms of sin, Star Destruction is probably ranked in the top 5 of the 3 realms. Killing him naturally results in boundless merit." Meanwhile, in the great Chang world, in midair, Qin Yun stood there as the boundless merit gathered on him, covering his body with a golden aura. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560 Merit. Chapter 560 Merit. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Qin Yun looked at the scene before him and said softly, "I have cultivated for several millennia, and all the merit I have earned previously is only 1% or 2% of what I'm now facing." The main reason was that the Qin Yun was not the only one involved in killing those with graver sins such as Fiend King Zhuo and Fiend Supremacy Black Wing. He was responsible for restraining them. The capturing and killing was done by the heavenly troops. If not, he would have long obtained a merit-gilded glow. Whoosh! The merit was so boundless it appeared like a rainstorm or the sea. If he was an ordinary sky immortal or bodhisattva, all he could do was receive the immense merit. And now, having grasped a pinnacle great Tao, Qin Yun's control over spacetime, karma, and merit was extremely powerful. He had a deeper understanding of the universe's spacetime and samsara's karma. Thinking back to how Amida once reincarnated Qin Yun's soul into another world for the dream of 100 years, he could now do it himself if he wanted to. "I have already undergone the tribulations, turning into an itinerant immortal. No matter how much merit I have, there's no way to reverse the effects of the itinerant immortal tribulations." In that case, Qin Yun extended his hand as the 3-inch flying sword appeared above his palm. It was none other than the intrinsic flying sword. "Go on in," Qin Yun directed with his mind. Immediately, all the merit surging towards him was easily diverted, injecting itself into the intrinsic flying sword. The intrinsic flying sword kept absorbing the merit like a bottomless hole. Slowly, it also began transforming. Oh! The Arhats and heavenly generals above were astonished by this scene. What? He injected the merit into his flying sword. He has become an itinerant immortal. He is already committed to suffering a tribulation every 1,000 years. Each tribulation will be stronger than the last. The itinerant immortal tribulations are different from ordinary heavenly tribulations. Merit does not weaken it at all. By injecting the merit into his connate numinous treasure flying sword, it can increase his flying sword's might and his own strength. It would also give him greater confidence in surviving the itinerant immortal tribulations. This is quite a solution. Earning merit gilded glow isn't difficult, but to produce a merit numinous treasure? That is many times more difficult. There are some Buddhas and golden immortals who travel the three realms and accumulate merit to gain merit gilded glow, but how many merit numinous treasures are there? He is the one who killed Star Destruction. Star Destruction probably had greater sin than all the 16 fiend kings of the spirit-devouring lineage combined. 10 or so ordinary ancestral fiends, combined together, probably have less sin than Star Destruction. From my point of view, the merit earned from killing Star Destruction is enough to refine one merit numinous treasure. All of them engaged in a flurry of discussion above, but in fact, all of them felt envious. None of them had merit numinous treasures. And below them, Qin Yun watched the intrinsic flying sword in his hand transform as he felt the changes it underwent. As the merit poured into it, there was finally a qualitative change. Hum. The misty rain sword trembled gently as it hummed. Even the sword itself began to emit merit gilded glow. Connate merit numinous treasure, done. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. Merit numinous treasures gained immense light shone down from providence. With a merit numinous treasure, he would be augmented by the light from providence, and be beloved by the heaven and earth. While using a merit numinous treasure, help would be provided by the world itself. He would be able to draw upon even greater amounts of the heaven and earth powers. He might have only been able to use 10% of the heaven and earth powers in the beginning, but he could now use 30 to 40% thanks to his merit numinous treasure. Its might naturally increased exponentially. The number of merit numinous treasures were also far fewer than connate numinous treasures. They were also a lot more precious. He's still injecting more merit after his flying sword became a merit numinous treasure? Isn't that a waste? He could have infused it into a second treasure such as the grating disc or skyscraping heaven ceiling chain. It's already a merit numinous treasure. Injecting more merit only improves it nominally. The various arhats and heavenly generals could not help but comment. Moments later, the golden glow that was shining over the world dissipated. Qin Yun looked at the 3-inch flying sword in his hand in satisfaction. This was his intrinsic flying sword. Most of his capabilities stemmed from it. He naturally needed to nurture his intrinsic flying sword as much as possible. The amount of merit received from killing Star Destruction is so immense that just half of it is enough to convert my intrinsic flying sword to a connate merit numinous treasure. It has increased the flying sword's strength several-fold. The remaining half was also injected into the intrinsic flying sword, but the increase in strength is much lower. It only strengthened it by 10%, thought Qin Yun. However, my ability to transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations in the future will rely on my intrinsic flying sword. Therefore, the stronger my flying sword, the better. Following that, the flying sword fused into his body, allowing his essence soul to continue nurturing it. Whoosh, dot. A bunch of treasures flew from afar to Qin Yun's side. They were the things Star Destruction used to own. The pair of red stony arms, the connate numinous treasures, the grating disc and the skyscraping heaven ceiling chain, as well as other items. These treasures made several arhats and heavenly generals envious. After all, most of them did not even have one connate numinous treasure. However, even though a few great demons among the heavenly generals had greedy thoughts, none of them dared to try and snatch them from Qin Yun. Who would dare offend a peerless sword immortal like Qin Yun? If they were weak, obtaining a connate numinous treasure would only attract tragedy. And Qin Yun's strength made it such that no one would dare have any thoughts on his treasures even if he possessed more than 10 times the treasures than he had now. Whoosh! Qin Yun waved his hands and stored away the treasures before taking a step towards the cosmos. In space, the Arhats and heavenly generals went forward to congratulate Qin Yun when they saw him arrive in the space outside the small world. Congratulations, Sword Immortal Qin, for your attainment of a golden immortal Dao fruit and for slaying star destruction. Congratulations, Sword Immortal Qin, for grasping a pinnacle great Dao. There was a swath of well wishes. Qin Yun surveyed his surroundings and immediately said, I thank all of you for coming to save my great Chang world. We did not help at all, but Sword Immortal Qin, it was all you when it came to killing the enemy. Every one of them was very polite. Soon, everyone made way for perfect sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian. Beside him was the black dog. All of you can return. Yang Jian turned around and instructed. The various Arhats and heavenly generals bowed smilingly. Following that, they triggered the distant heavenly realms powers and departed to their respective Western Paradise Montana Numinous and the heavenly courts. Qin Yun. Yang Jian went forward. Perfect sovereign, I'm sorry I ignored your goodwill. Qin Yun bowed. Yang Jian looked at Qin Yun. If you had listened to me and given up the great Chang world by escaping early, you would have more time for cultivation. You would similarly have been able to figure out a pinnacle great Dao and create your own sword immortal sky immortal dermic formulation, or even a golden immortal sword immortal dermic formulation. The creation of a new lineage is a huge accomplishment, making it not impossible for you to become an overlord of a great world. And now, you have been reduced to an itinerant immortal who can't live for more than 10,000 years. Do you regret it? Qin Yun looked down. He looked at all life in the great Chang world, with countless people rejoicing over their survival of the calamity. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Yun smiled. If I escaped, that would have been my biggest regret in life. Now, all I feel is joy. Yang Jian nodded and smiled faintly. By the side, a howling celestial dog was alarmed. Its owner had always been a loner. He would even ignore the Jade Emperor at times, yet, he viewed Qin Yun in a different light. Quickly improve your essence soul. You only have 10,000 plus years of cultivation time, said Yang Jian before turning to leave. Qin Yun watched as Yang Jian left with the howling celestial dog. Without a word, he returned to the Great Chang world. Great Chang world. Qin Yun, Xiao, and ancestral master Zhang were in midair as they looked down at the world. There were celebrations happening everywhere. The villages were beating gongs and sounding drums, singing and laughing. Children were running everywhere. There was a joyous vibe in the cities as well. The rich scions were throwing bronze coins on the streets, causing countless people to rush to grab the money. The cultivation sects had taken out their immortal brews as they drank happily and held celebrations for the survival of the calamity. From this moment forth, my great Chang world will not need to worry. Ancestral Master Zhang laughed out heartily when he saw all of this. He turned toward Qin Yun. Countless people in the great Chang world are thanking you. However, they will likely not know who it was that saved the great Chang world. Only a number of cultivators know the truth. Why be concerned about that? Said Qin Yun casually. All I know is that I'm feeling joy now. Ancestral Master Zhang was taken aback as he immediately laughed as well. Yes, joy. Immense joy. As he laughed loudly, Ancestral Master Zhang departed. Qin Yun and Xiao returned to Grand Dominance City and came to a familiar Yupo noodle store. Come on, let's go in and eat some Yupo noodles, said Qin Yun. You have full say today. Xiao followed Qin Yun in while smiling. The store was bustling with activity. That great fiendish demon's hand was bigger than the biggest mountain I have ever seen. Its arm was like a pillar of the heavens. How big was its main body? Well, didn't it still get destroyed by immortals and Buddhas? Who said that it was definitely destroyed? Perhaps it was subdued and is now a guardian for an immortal or Buddha abode. The customers were all talking about the calamity. The moment Qin Yun and his wife entered, the store assistant came forward to welcome them. He smiled and said, "Customer, feel free to order what you want. My boss has said that it's his treat today." "All right. I'll be thanking your boss." "Give me a bowl of Yupo noodles," said Qin Yun with a smile. "And give me a basket of meat buns." "Give me a bowl of clear soup noodles," said Xiao. The couple sat down. As they ate, they listened to the customers lavishing praises while listening to the joyous laughter of children running around outside. How delicious! Qin Yun slurped down half the bowl of Yupo noodles and finished a meat bun in 2 bites. He was in a great mood. Xiao sat by the side, watching her husband smilingly. "Disciple, quickly come see me." A voice resounded in Qin Yun's ears. "Master." Qin Yun was astonished. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 561, Meeting the Tao Ancestor. Chapter 561, Meeting the Tao Ancestor. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. Green Turing Palace. Senior Brother Qin. Greetings, Senior Brother Qin. Congratulations, Senior Brother Qin. As Qin Yun walked through Green Turing Palace, he met many Green Turing Palace disciples who greeted him respectfully and humbly. Many of them did not even dare say too much. As they knew that Qin Yun had become an itinerant immortal, they were afraid of crossing and infuriating him. Green Turing Palace had a rule. The Tao was without precedence. The accomplished came first. Disciples at the Sky Immortal level would uniformly address those with golden immortal Tao fruits as senior brothers and sisters. If they were strongest among all the disciples, they were the eldest senior brother or eldest senior sister. Therefore, even though Qin Yun was very young and had only been recently recruited into the Green Turing Palace, several golden immortal disciples had to address him as Senior Brother Qin. This was because Qin Yun had gained insights into a pinnacle great Tao. Even golden immortal disciples that were his equal numbered fewer than 20. In terms of offensive strength, as a sword immortal, Qin Yun was definitely ranked in the top few in Green Turing Palace. This Senior Brother Qin of ours sure is impressive. How long has he cultivated? Yet, he managed to figure out a pinnacle great Tao. What a pity that he has become an itinerant immortal. Senior Brother Qin is a man who wears his heart on his sleeve. He was willing to sever his cultivation path for those mortals. I wouldn't be able to do that if I were in his shoes. That's why Senior Brother Qin has what it takes to be famous in the 3 realms, while you are just a mere sky immortal. By the way, according to Master's rules, as long as one attains a golden immortal Tao fruit, Master will bestow them with a gift. It's very common to gift a connate numinous treasure. However, Senior Brother Qin is someone who attained a pinnacle great Tao. What do you think Master will give him? It would be normal to gift him 2 or 3 connate numinous treasures. It's hard to say. Senior Brother Qin is an itinerant immortal. In slightly more than 10,000 years, he might. It wouldn't be very useful to bestow him with too much. Everyone was discussing in whispers. Meanwhile, Qin Yun had arrived outside Green Turing Palace's main palace. Senior Brother Qin, the Tao child outside, received him with a smile. Qin Yun nodded and immediately walked in. The main palace was vast like the starry cosmos. There was no end in sight. A black-haired elder sat cross-legged on a floating cloud. He opened his eyes as he looked at Qin Yun with a conflicted expression. He could not help but shake his head gently. Mortal children. Master. Qin Yun was slightly taken aback. I have been waiting all this while, said the black-haired elder. I was waiting for a successor to inherit my sword Tao. Your eldest senior brother, Myriad Treasures, had cultivated in the sword Tao and created the 5 elemental sword sutra. He had even presided over my immortal vanquishing sword array in the past, but he has long abandoned the sword Tao and become a Buddhist. After all this years of waiting, I have finally awaited a successor, but you have ended up becoming an itinerant immortal. Master, I'm sorry I disappointed you, said Qin Yun immediately. It's not your fault. If not for your temperament, you might not have attained such a sword Tao, said the black-haired elder. However, as an itinerant immortal, your greatest calamity will be the 12th tribulation for itinerant immortals about 10,000 years from now. Qin Yun nodded and immediately asked, Master, do you have any means that could help an itinerant immortal survive the 12th tribulation? Since he had become an itinerant immortal, Qin Yun naturally wanted to give it a try. He wanted to know if he could survive the 12th tribulation for itinerant immortals. Before the chaos developed, there was a chaos god fiend, Xiao. He had attempted the path of the itinerant immortal. He was not alone. The reason is none other than that the essence souls of itinerant immortals can constantly be raised without their bodies. Xiao was the strongest among them. He cultivated to the perfected Great Tao realm, and he was the only one who had encountered the 12th tribulation for itinerant immortals, said the black-haired elder. He failed to transcend it. When the itinerant immortal tribulation came, he immediately chose to self-destruct and undergo reincarnation. However, the itinerant immortal tribulation was too potent. It damaged his soul down to its foundation, causing him to lose all his memories. There were no humans back then, so he reincarnated into a demon. He became the first sage of the ancient demons, by Xiao. When the ancient demonic heavenly courts was toppled, he only had pinnacle sage demon strength, but now, he has recultivated to the perfected sage demon level. He protects many ancient demons. Demon Emperor by Xiao? Qin Yun was enlightened. He only knew that a chaos god fiend had attempted to transcend the 12th tribulation for itinerant immortals, but he had no idea who it was. It was news to Qin Yun that Demon Emperor by Xiao, who was the supreme leader of the remnant ancient demons, was actually the reincarnation of the chaos god fiend, Xiao. He failed midway through the 12th tribulation, said the numinous treasure Tao ancestor. Therefore, judging from his experience, your sword Tao has to reach the perfected golden immortal realm if you wish to transcend the 12th tribulation. Secondly, it's best you nurture your intrinsic flying sword as best as you can. Nurture it until it becomes an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure, and perhaps, you will have a 30% chance of transcending the 12th tribulation. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Connate cardinal treasure. It represented the highest grade of connate numinous treasures. For instance, the legendary and famous immortal vanquishing sword, Empyrean seal, and the 24C calming beads were connate cardinal treasures. You made a very smart choice when you infused the merit into your flying sword. The more merit it has, the stronger your flying sword will be. It will also give you greater hopes of transcending the tribulations, said the numinous treasure Tao ancestor. I understand. However, all I have is a short 10,000 years to reach the perfected golden immortal realm. I even have to nurture an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure, said Qin Yun. It will truly be difficult. Your sword Tao foundations are extremely firm. It contains the three elements of heaven, earth, and man, said numinous treasure Tao ancestor. You still have some hopes of attaining a perfect great Tao. Qin Yun nodded. Yes. Those who attained golden immortal Tao fruits but had figured out the great Tao of fire or decimation great Tao, they would find it difficult to become pinnacle golden immortals. As for becoming a perfected golden immortal, it was only theoretically possible. In contrast, Qin Yun's sword Tao foundations were extremely profound and robust. It was a pinnacle great Tao upon formation. Once he figured out each of the heaven, earth, and man aspects, fusing them together would make it perfect. Master, is there a 13th tribulation for itinerant immortals? Pressed Qin Yun. That is unknown. The numinous treasure Tao ancestor smiled. For now, you should think about overcoming the 12th tribulation first. Yes. Qin Yun nodded slightly and did not think further. You have to first enhance your essence soul. Raise it to the pinnacle golden immortal level. When it is as such, your cultivation speed would be tens of times faster than it presently is, said the numinous treasure Dao ancestor. Later, you will immediately enter seclusion in the immortal vanquishing hall. Ponder over the immortal vanquishing sword array well. How much you figure out will depend on you. During your seclusion, you can also think about the treasure you want. Anyone who attains a golden immortal Dao fruit will be bestowed treasures by me. Tell me what exactly you want after you exit seclusion. Qin Yun was placed in a dilemma. What? Are you afraid you will be unable to enter your homeworld once your essence soul is enhanced? Asked the numinous treasure Dao ancestor. No, Qin Yun shook his head. A powerful essence soul allows for quicker cultivation. I have to fight for that sliver of hope, so I naturally have to enhance my essence soul. However, before I do so, I have something I wish to do. Oh? The heavenly lord of numinous treasure looked at him. I plan on wiping out the numerous fiendish nests in the dominions of the three realms, said Qin Yun. Later, I'll enhance my essence soul before heading to the immortal vanquishing hall for seclusion. Wipe out the fiends' lairs? The heavenly lord of numinous treasure was astonished as he looked at Qin Yun. Disciple, the fiends have gone to great efforts to set up lairs in many dominions. Now, your strength allows you to tear through all those lairs located in small worlds. You will indeed bring benefits to numerous dominions. It's something of great merit, however, by destroying the fiendish setups in numerous dominions. Killing star destruction does not affect the fiends too adversely, but if you destroy their lairs across many dominions, the fiends would probably hate you to the bone. You have to think through things carefully. Qin Yun said respectfully, I will naturally make arrangements for my family before I do all of that. As for myself? The goal of my cultivation is happiness. I wish to have a clear conscience. If I am able to destroy the numerous fiendish nests in the various dominions, wreaking havoc on the long-term plans of the fiends, I will eradicate misery for trillions of lives in the three realms. I feel that even if I were to die immediately, my entire life would be worth it, but other cultivators who have gained insight into a pinnacle great Tao would have their dermic powers halt at the pinnacle sky immortal level. Their strength would be on par with star destruction, making it difficult for them to wipe out the numerous fiendish nests. As for me, not only have I figured out a pinnacle great Tao, but I am also a sword immortal. I wield an intrinsic connate numinous treasure. This gives me the confidence to say that I can destroy the fiendish nests. Since I have that strength, I should do it. Furthermore, I understand that attaining a perfected great Tao in a short 10,000 years is an extremely difficult endeavor. The chances of transcending the tribulations of itinerant immortals are even slimmer, said Qin Yun earnestly. Compared to living ignobly for 10,000 years, I might as well live through these next 10,000 years in happiness. If I can do this, no matter how much time passes, the fiends will remember my name. The three realms will probably forever remember the name Qin Yun. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure looked at his disciple and could sense the keenness that was rooted in him. As a sort of judgment, he was slaying all that was unjust. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure's eyes lit up. Good. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure gave a cry of approbation. Following that, he extended his hand and a sheathed divine sword appeared in it. The sword sheaths was deep green in color. It had lotus leaves and flowers patterns as it effused an aura of boundless vitality. This is the first connate numinous treasure I received. Before the chaos developed, I had relied on this to reign supreme. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure caressed the divine sword. It is also my most beloved divine sword. It is also a connate cardinal treasure named the Qingping sword. I'll temporarily lend it to you from today forth. You can return it to me in about 10,000 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562 Preparations. Chapter 562 Preparations. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun was delightfully surprised as he reverently received the sword. Thank you, Master. Khanate cardinal treasures were extremely rare in the three realms. Many of the perfected golden immortals were invincible in their own fiefs before the chaos developed. Back then, they were on par with Goddess Nuwa and the three pure ones. They were absolute hegemons. Later, the three pure ones, Goddess Nuwa, and the Buddhist ancestor managed to attain a higher realm. However, these older guys refused to bow their heads. At the very least, they showed no fear towards the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor in great worlds. Therefore, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Unity and Salvation cultivated an avatar, perfected primordial unity, and became a disciple of primordial beginning. It was a very rare occurrence in the three realms. As they refused to bow their heads, many of them lacked Khanate cardinal treasures. In contrast, it was people like Guanchengzi, Taoist myriad treasure, as well as Old Mother of Blackful Mountain, who managed to obtain Khanate cardinal treasures because of their masters. But even so, even someone as lofty as the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure had very few Khanate cardinal treasures on hand. Therefore, he made it a point to say that he was only lending the Qingping sword to Qin Yun. Qingping's sword knew he had only grasped a pinnacle great Tao. There were slightly more than 10 people in the Green Turing Palace who had attained the same realm. It was probably because he was adept in the sword Tao and that he was an itinerant immortal that he gained the pity and favor of his master. His master was also probably impressed at Qin Yun's determination to wipe out the fiend's lairs. Keep the Qingping sword by your side all the time and slowly study and experience it, said the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. It will definitely be very a useful tool as you gain insights into the two Taos of heaven and earth. I will definitely keep it by my side and experience the Tao of heaven and earth. With the Qingping sword in hand, he could sense it just by infusing a tiny bit of his dermic powers. The Qingping sword. It contained the evolution of a chaos world, where heaven and earth had been split. It also held endless vibrancy in it. This was no ordinary sword, but a great world which did not truly develop. The foundation was immense, and if one was willing to give it up, there was a chance that the Qingping sword would actually transform into a great world. I've heard that the Khanate cardinal treasure, the 24 sea calming beads, eventually transformed into the Buddhists' 24 heavens. Taoist Burning Lamp had borrowed the 24 heavens to attain a perfected great Tao before becoming the Buddhist Stipankara Buddha. And similarly, Master's Qingping sword has the same chances of becoming a great world, thought Qin Yun. Every Khanate cardinal treasure contained endless possibilities. Perfected golden immortals all yearned for one disciple. Although it had said that one's family will not be implicated in the strife among mighty figures, there are exceptions. Those ancestral fiends are all mighty figures and value their statures greatly. If you were to wipe out the numerous layers of the fiends, it is hard to tell if any one of them will be irreversibly infuriated by your crossing of the fiends. They might completely throw out decorum and attack your family. As the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure spoke, he flipped his hand and took out 3 lotus seeds. Have your wife and 2 children eat these 3 lotus seeds. Qin Yun was delighted. Thank you, Master. He had his own arrangements. In fact, when it came to strifes in the 3 realms, mighty figures had extraordinary statures. They naturally thought highly of face. Killing an opposing mighty figure was a display of ability. But to kill a mighty figure's family? That would be something beneath them. They would be mocked all over the 3 realms. Besides, if you killed the weak loved one of an opponent, wouldn't the opponent kill one of your own? Who didn't have a few disciples? Who didn't have juniors they thought highly of? Mighty figures who had 0 attachments were far and few between. Therefore, not attacking the weak loved ones of others was a bottom line. However, this bottom line could be violated under special circumstances. For example, if the conflict was already at an internecine stage? Or if one had truly turned deranged? If there's nothing else, you may leave, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. Master, I still have one more thing. Oh? The heavenly lord of numinous treasure was surprised. Qin Yun said politely, my homeworld, the great Chang world, has been invaded a few times now in a bid to occupy it. We have long suspected that the great Chang world has a secret which causes the fiends to spare no expense in their attacks. Before Star Destruction died, he pleaded for mercy in exchange for the great Chang world's secret. However, I still killed him. I'm very curious as to what secret the great Chang world has, but I have not been able to find anything despite searching through it numerous times. I've long investigated. However, a small world is restricted to me in many ways. Even I can't see through it. This will require you to scrutinize carefully. Qin Yun was enlightened. Yes, I understand. I bid you farewell, master. Okay. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure nodded slightly. Tenebrous fiend abyss. In Bojia Palace, Patriarch Bojia was sitting atop his throne. He had a calm expression, but his other three faces were either looking conflicted, furious, or deranged. I paid the price of a connate numinous treasure, the grating disc, yet the operation failed. Bojia whispered. Darn you, Qin Yun. Your rise to prominence sure is fast. That idiot Star Destruction. He even risked the secret of the great Chang world in exchange for his life. But since Qin Yun killed him, he likely isn't aware of the great Chang world's secret. Patriarch Bojia's eyes were filled with coldness. One of his 8 arms lifted up a golden cup to imbibe a pale green alcohol. It's only about 10,000 years. I have sufficient patience to wait. In 10,000 years, Qin Yun will have turned to dust due to being an itinerant immortal. I have the patience to wait 1,000,000 years or even 10 million years. I can only hope that Qin Yun and the rest will not discover the secret, Bojia thought to himself. That was all he could do at present. Oh? Bojia suddenly looked ahead. A shadow gradually materialized in front of him in the middle of the hall. It was a lanky figure draped in red robes. It had blood-colored brows and a keen gaze. Standing there was none other than Patriarch Spirit Devouring, Taoist One. Brother Spirit Devouring, said Patriarch Bojia with a smile immediately. Star Destruction is dead. Taoist One's eyes were cold. He was the disciple I thought highest of. He died because of you. Bojia smiled sycophantly. Brother Spirit Devouring, this isn't my fault. Who would have guessed that Qin Yun would suddenly gain insights into a pinnacle great Tao? Who would have imagined that Star Destruction would die inside a small world? I even lost a connate numinous treasure, the grating disc, in the battle. Star Destruction was a chaos god fiend. He was born to have the ability to devour stars to strengthen his body. He is most suited to the spirit-devouring lineage, said Taoist One coldly. He stayed in the Sky Fiend realm to devour lives and enhance his entire body to the level of his spirit-devouring arms. Is that even possible? Said Bojia in shock. My spirit-devouring lineage is only able to cultivate a particular part of the body to an indestructible state. I have always been racking my brains think of a solution to cultivating the entire body. And Star Destruction's talent as a Chaos God Fiend gave me hope. Taoist One looked at Bojia. I have always been helping him in secret, but a fool like you caused his death. Even at the level of a perfected ancestral fiend, he still pursued greater strength. He even aimed to reach the level of the Tao ancestors or fiend ancestor. Brother Spirit Devouring, who would have imagined that Star Destruction would perish in a small world? Said Bojia nervously. Besides, Qin Yun's potential is above Star Destruction's. By forcing him to bring forward his tribulations to become an itinerant immortal, something good happened for all of us fiends. Taoist One's eyes were ice cold. Fine. I shall not harp on this matter, but I have a question. What is the Great Chang World's secret? Didn't I say that it was because of Qin Yun's flying sword? Said Boijia immediately. Daoist Wen looked at him, but did not continue. His body dissipated as he departed. Boijia heaved a sigh of relief. You want me to tell you the Great Chang World's secret for nothing? Boijia sneered. I have plenty of patience. I can wait hundreds of thousands of years. Once the opportunity comes, I'll take the stellar stone for myself in one fell swoop. He was willing to lose decorum with Patriarch Spirit devouring for the 1,000-foot-long stellar stone. He was naturally not going to reveal the truth. As for Empyrean Lord Kuei-fu, he was naturally to be impounded and not come into contact with anyone. Great Chang World. Grand Dominance City's Qin Manor. Qin Yun stood on the Mirror Lake's banks with the Qingping sword on his back. Carrying the Khanate Cardinal treasure felt like he was carrying a massive great world. However, he did not feel any pressure. It accentuated Qin Yun's sensation of the mystical changes that the heaven and earth underwent. With its help, his insights of the Tao of heaven and earth were accelerated quite significantly. Open! Qin Yun waved his hand. Two wisps of sword chi flew out and tore through the void as they descended in the distant effulgent great world. In the effulgent great world, Qin Yi and Han Lin were sitting in a boat. They were eating fish and drinking while counting the treasures they had in front of them. He was a sky fiend, after all. Why is he so poor? Qin Yi grabbed a cosmic bag and poured out some of the Dharma treasures. She was quite displeased. He was an ordinary sky fiend, after all. He couldn't even withstand 3 strikes of mine. With him being so weak, how can he have any powerful treasures? Said Han Lin with a smile. He was pretty talented in the Han family, and although he was only a 2nd firmament sky immortal, he was able to fight above his level and cross swords with a 4th firmament sky immortal. Whatever. Qin Yi began putting away the treasures. She picked up her chopsticks to begin eating the fish. This fish is really not bad. At that moment, sword chi descended from the distant space and swept both Qin Yi and Han Lin up. Following that, they vanished, leaving the boat filled with delicacies and fine wine floating on the lake. On the other end of the effulgent great world, Junior brother. You have to learn more from me when out adventuring. 2 streams of light were flying in midair. An elder was sitting on an azure-colored calabash while the other was flying on a flying sword. The latter was none other than Meng Huan. Meng Huan had only recently transcended the tribulations to become a sky immortal. While still a 1st firmament sky immortal, he had gone out adventuring with his senior brother. At that moment, sword chi came to this void and encircled Meng Huan, sweeping him away. I'm telling you. Some demons are really not to be believed. The elder was taken aback as he stopped mid-sentence. Meng Huan had vanished from his side. Junior brother Meng. Junior brother Meng. The elder stood up immediately. He looked in every direction and turned flustered. Where is he? Why did he suddenly vanish? He was a 5th firmament sky immortal after all. He enjoyed a high standing in his sect, but his junior brother had vanished under his nose without him even realizing it? What do I do? According to Master's orders, that sword immortal Qin has strength that comes close to 3rd Prince and perfect Sovereign Erlang. God forbid anything should happen to his son under my watch. If something happened, I'll be in big trouble. The elder panicked as he immediately contacted the sect. Great Chang World, Grand Dominance Qin Manor. Beside the Mirror Lake, Qin Yi and Han Lin appeared out of thin air. Meng Huan also appeared. The 3 of them looked at each other in befuddlement. Qin Yi and Han Lin did not know Meng Huan, and Meng Huan did not know them either. However, they all saw a single person. The person carried a dark green sword. He stood there like a divine sword that came from tearing apart the heaven and earth. Qin Yun's aura was fused with the Qingping swords. It left Qin Yi, Han Lin, and Meng Huan stifled. Dad! Dad! Qin Yi and Meng Huan shouted out in unison before they looked at each other instantly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, Tearing Open the Heavens. Chapter 563, Tearing Open the Heavens. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Meng Huan looked at Qin Yi and immediately made a guess. She must be Dad's and eldest mom's daughter, thought. Back when Qin Yun lived in the Jade Tripod sect with Xiao, he had briefly mentioned his daughter, Qin Yi. Who is he? Qin Yi looked at Meng Huan feeling puzzled. Am I not the only child of Dad and Mom? Why do I have a sibling? Did Dad have an affair behind my mother's back and end up with this son? Said Qin Yun. Dad, replied Qin Yi obediently. He is your elder brother, Meng Huan. Dad, you have never mentioned that I have a brother, said Qin Yi. She had a knot in her heart. After all, she always believed that she was her parents' only child. Yet, a brother had suddenly appeared in her life. On the surface, she looked curious as she pressed, why is brother Meng Huan's surname Meng? Meng Huan's heart tightened. Qin Yun smiled at his children and said, years ago, I was given an opportunity by the Buddhists. I dreamed for 100 years and was reincarnated into another world. In that world, my name was Meng Yiqiu. Huaner was my son from that world. Meng Yiqiu? Qin Yi seemed enlightened as she immediately bowed at Meng Huan. Greetings, brother, I'm Yi. Sister Yi, don't stand on ceremony, said Meng Huan immediately. Noticing that the siblings were establishing a respectful relationship, Qin Yun nodded slightly. From this day forth, both of you are to temporarily live in the Great Chang World. Just treat it as a meditation retreat here in the Great Chang World. Dad, if I can't return to my sect for a prolonged period of time, Meng Huan said somewhat worried. Don't worry. I will inform your sect Master Jade Tripod, said Qin Yun. Meng Huan heaved a sigh of relief, feeling quite happy. He finally had the chance to visit his father's homeworld, and he could spend time with his father. Huaner, Yi. Qin Yun flipped his hand and 2 green lotus seeds appeared. Each of you take one. With that said, the 2 lotus seeds flew toward Meng Huan and Qin Yi. Meng Huan and Qin Yi were somewhat puzzled, but they had absolute trust in their father. They did not hesitate to pick up the lotus seeds and consume them. Unbeknownst to them, these were 2 of the 3 lotus seeds which were specially bestowed by the Heavenly Lord of numinous treasure after he learned what astounding deeds Qin Yun was about to undertake. Xiao had already taken hers, so all that was left were the 2 for his children. Oh! Meng Huan and Qin Yi revealed looks of shock. They felt a mysterious vital power seep into their essence souls the moment they consumed the seeds. The energy went into the deepest depths of their essence souls as its vital force had an impact on them. It seems my essence soul has strengthened quite considerably after consuming this lotus seed, said Meng Huan. Me too. Qin Yi wore a look of delight. Qin Yun knew that the benefits the lotus seeds brought to the essence souls of his children were more potent because his children's essence souls were weaker. In fact, the most important function of the lotus seed was to protect their lives. Han Lin. Qin Yun looked at Han Lin. Do you plan to stay in the Great Chang world or go elsewhere? Qin Yi immediately turned her head to stare at Han Lin. Han Lin immediately said reverently, I'll naturally accompany Sissy. Good. Qin Yun nodded in approbation. You can choose any 3 of my Qin manners cultivation manuals. Thank you, uncle, said Han Lin politely. After settling his children in, Qin Yun no longer had any worries. As for his homeworld? No one in the 3 realms would dare threaten his family. Brother Yun, be careful. Xiao looked at her husband, for she knew what astounding deeds he was about to accomplish. Xiao, just wait for my return here, said Qin Yun with a smile. I'll take off now. With that said, he vanished. In the Taoist sacred land, Green Turing Palace, the heavenly lord of numinous treasure sat high on a bed of clouds. His gaze penetrated the endless spatial obstructions as he watched from afar. This disciple of mine sure is gutsy. His actions will stir a huge wave through the three realms. He might even change the situation of the entire three realms. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure watched with pride. Who was the one tipping the balance of the three realms? It was his disciple. Tenebrous Fiend World was the nest of the fiends in the effulgent great world. The strongest here was Fiend Supremacy Tenebrous Cloud, who matched that of a mighty figure. His subordinates were all half-step ancestral fiends, as well as a group of extremely powerful Ninth Firmament Sky Fiends. Of course, there were even more ordinary Sky Fiends. This was a nest. Here, Fiend Supremacy Tenebrous Cloud wielded control over the various situations in the effulgent dominion. He could even deploy reinforcements elsewhere, and over a prolonged battle, there were countless small worlds in the effulgent dominion which had been completely occupied by the fiends, turning them into fiendish worlds. Brother Fire Puppet! Brother Fire Puppet! Shouted General Rock Fiend urgently from outside a palace. Rock Fiend, why are you looking for me with such urgency? Old Fiend Fire Puppet walked out from his seclusion. Rock Fiend said immediately, Brother Fire Puppet, something huge has happened. What is it? Old Fiend Fire Puppet was puzzled. Is there a need to be in such panic? Supremacy Star Destruction is dead, said Rock Fiend immediately. He was killed by Qin Yun. What? Fire Puppet was astonished. Where did you get the news from? Supremacy Star Destruction is someone even the Heavenly Court's 28 lunar mansions can't even do a thing against with their combined strength. Even the 108 heavenly constellation earthly wraiths' combined strength is useless. Qin Yun killed him? Back then, although Qin Yun was slightly stronger than us and his talent was sufficiently high, he was nothing compared to Supremacy Star Destruction. I just heard the news. It's definitely genuine news, said Rock Fiend immediately. Suddenly. Boom! A terrifying blast erupted. What happened? Fire Puppet and Rock Fiend turned their heads. They were both late-stage Sky Fiends. They saw the void more than 5,000 kilometers away. A passageway had opened up from the void, and out of it walked a youth. He carried a dark green sword behind him. His invisible oppressive force could not help but horrify all of the Sky Fiends in the Tenebrous Fiend world. Many Sky Fiends were appalled. At that moment, Qin Yun was like a divine sword that had descended into this world, one that could render the world asunder. Just one look at him left the Sky Fiends horrified. This had to do with Qin Yun's terrifying sword Dao aura, as well as his aura that was one with the Khanate Cardinal treasure, Qingping sword. Qin Yun? Fire Puppet and Rock Fiend could not believe their eyes when they saw him. Sword Immortal Qin, might I know what you are doing here? Please share it with me. Fiend Supremacy Tenebrous Cloud flew across the sky as he said loudly. However, he was feeling extremely unease. Even Supremacy Star Destruction was destroyed in 3 strikes. What little did a mere Fiend Supremacy Tenebrous Cloud like him matter? Whoosh! Qin Yun did not say a word as a misty drizzle encompassed the entirety of the Tenebrous Fiend world. Ever since the Sword Dao and his intrinsic flying sword was elevated to the pinnacle Great Dao level and became a merit numinous treasure, the misty rain domain it still possessed had become even more powerful. It had a wider range, one that could encompass a region of 50,000 kilometers. Destroy! Qin Yun said softly. The countless raindrops transformed into sword chi as they pummeled the world. Sword chi tore through countless fiends, each one of them tainted with immense sins in the world, destroying their bodies. Rock Fiend and Fire Puppet died on the spot after being penetrated by the terrifying sword Qi. Qin Yun's will had blanketed all the Sky Fiends and had also swept through the two of them. He also recognized them to be the two Sky Fiends he had been pursuing years ago, however, he thought nothing of it. With a mere thought, he had vanquished nearly all the fiends in a world. Qin Yun, what do you think you are doing? Do you know what you are doing? Fiend Supremacy Tenebrous Cloud roared angrily upon seeing what had just happened. There's still time for you to quit. We fiends can write off the death of all these Sky Fiends. But if you continue, you are tearing open the heavens. Tearing open the heavens? Qin Yun shot him a glance. His intrinsic flying sword, Misty Rain Sword, had already torn through the void and appeared beside Fiend Supremacy Tenebrous Cloud. Fiend Supremacy Tenebrous Cloud was equivalent to a mighty figure after all, so he had extremely powerful life preservation means. To use the Misty Rain domain to kill him? It would require quite a bit of time. Qin Yun had no time to waste. Put! The Misty Rain Sword instantly appeared beside him as Fiend Supremacy Tenebrous Cloud felt the space around him collapsing. He had no means of escaping. This is going to be huge. Fiend Supremacy Tenebrous Cloud muttered. This is really going to be huge. As the Misty Rain Sword unleashed its assault, space rapidly collapsed in the direction of the sword tip. It caused Fiend Supremacy Tenebrous Cloud, who possessed extremely powerful life preservation means, to be compressed. He was constantly shrinking from the compression, until he was just a tiny point. With a poof, he turned to dust, leaving behind his armaments. With the chinkling sword on his back, Qin Yun extended his hand and the Misty Rain Sword tore through the void and returned into his palm. Oh! Qin Yun noticed something. He felt eyes watching from various spots. Mighty figures all across the three realms were watching, especially the ancestral fiends in the tenebrous fiend abyss. They were the most infuriated ones. As expected. Qin Yun muttered before waving his hand. The Misty Rain Sword tore through a spatial passageway, linking him to a fiendish nest in a distant dominion. With one step, Qin Yun passed through the spatial passageway and arrived in another fiendish nest. Why is he so daring? Why does this Qin Yun dare to do this? All the ancient existences in the tenebrous fiend abyss were infuriated and anxious. They knew very well what Qin Yun was doing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564, The Mighty Figures Watch the Battle. Chapter 564, The Mighty Figures Watch the Battle. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun tore through the spatial passageway and arrived in the fiendish nest of another dominion. Simultaneously, Qin Yun felt rich merit begin to descend upon him. Such acts were destined to reward him with immense merit. However, it would only be rewarded slowly over time as the small worlds he took back needed time to be reoccupied. All the merit will be infused into my intrinsic flying sword. The more merit, the better, thought Qin Yun. The greater the merit, the stronger his flying sword would be. Meanwhile, Qin Yun also sensed the various fiendish nests in the numerous dominions. The three realms are vast, and due to the way space is laid out, there are 60 dominions. The heavenly courts, Taoists, Buddhists, ancient demons, chaos godfiends, fiends, dragons, and the magi each occupy a number of dominions. Time in these 60 dominions ran at different speeds. They were even in different spatial dimensions. For example, even yellow-robed supremacy and ancestral master Zhang, who had strength that matched mighty figures, were still unable to cross dominions using their own strength before they attained their great Tao. They had to rely on the powers of a sacred land like the Green Turing Palace to do so. Of the 60 dominions, some had strong governance, while others had weaker governance. For example, in dominions with ancient chaos godfiends ruling over a great world, their perfected golden immortal strength naturally met no challenges to their rule. However, if a dominion did not have a number of sky god and sky immortal experts who matched mighty figures or half-step golden immortals, and large numbers of ninth firmament sky immortals and sky gods under them, the governing body of its small worlds would be insufficient. The heavenly courts, Taoists, Buddhists, and various factions, including the fiends, would begin to slowly occupy the various small worlds. Although a small world was small, numerous ones added together would have an amount of lives that far exceeded a great world. 60 dominions. 10 of them are completely occupied by the fiends. They also have garrisons in 26 dominions. In these 26 dominions, there are countless fiends who occupy innumerable small worlds. My effulgent dominion is one of the 26 dominions, thought Qin Yun. Hua! Qin Yun walked out from the spatial passageway and appeared in another small world. This small world was the wind fiend world of the falling willow dominion. Fiend's supremacy Sokka was cultivating in seclusion. He had 2 curved grotesque horns and his body was layered with pale green scaled armor. He cultivated his body, making it extremely powerful. He was also adept at divine powers and saber arts. He was one of the strongest fiend supremacies who presided over the fiendish nests. He was even more powerful than fiend supremacy Blackwing who Qin Yun had previously dealt with. This was also the reason why Qin Yun chose his to be the second fiendish nest he destroyed. This was because the fiend supremacies would begin to escape as time passed. Sokka quickly escaped back to the tenebrous fiend abyss. Quick! A voice sounded in fiend supremacy Sokka's mind. Sokka opened his eyes with a frown. What's happening? What's the rush? Following that, a fluctuation instantly enveloped the entire wind fiend world, sealing off the space completely. It's over. The voice sighed and did not say another word. Qin Yun was too fast. Qin Yun had wiped out countless fiends in the tenebrous fiend world with a mere thought and killed fiend supremacy tenebrous cloud with one strike before coming here. Boom! Sokka tore out of his seclusion chamber and instantly saw a young man carrying a dark green sword on his back high up in the sky. The young man looked over with a cold glare. Qin Yun! The color in Sokka's face drained. Whoosh! 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 Misty drizzles enveloped the entire wind fiend world. The raindrops were tiny and very gentle. The numerous sky fiends in the various caves looked up curiously. A number of them had drastic changes in expressions when they saw Qin Yun from afar. As for Sokka, he was turning tepid. He cultivated his body, so he would even dare fight 5 golden immortals and Buddhas in battle. Even pinnacle golden immortals would take quite a while to kill him, but Qin Yun? He was a sword immortal. Destroy! Qin Yun looked down as the countless raindrops turned into swords, stabbing through all the fiends who were guilty of heinous sins. All of them were vanquished. Only the fiendish cultivators with few sins and mortals survived in the wind fiend world. Put! The misty rain sword tore through the void and instantly arrived next to Sokka. The void began collapsing in the direction of the sword tip. In the void, Sokka felt space collapsing around him as it kept compressing. When he was compressed to the size of a finger, the collapsing void finally buckled, and Sokka's pale green scaled armor shattered as his body was covered with green blood. Yet, he managed to survive the attack. Pwah! The misty rain sword transformed into a thread as it instantly tore through Sokka's body, only to return for another penetration. Sokka held a gigantic scimitar in hand as he tried his best to fend off the attack. But he missed every single time. The gap between them was just too huge. The intrinsic Khanate merit numinous treasure, the misty rain sword, was just too fast. It penetrated him again and again. In nearly a blink of an eye, he had been penetrated an additional 8 times. Sokka widened his eyes as his body began to crumble, eventually turning to ashes. Although Star Destruction was strong and had a powerful body, in terms of body cultivation, you were stronger than him. I actually needed 9 strikes to kill you. Qin Yun beckoned with his hand as the misty rain sword instantly tore through the void and returned. The treasures left behind by Sokka and the Wind Fiend World's 3 half-step ancestral fiends, as well as numerous fiends, all tore through space in copious amounts to arrive at Qin Yun's side. With a wave of his hand, he put all of them away. The rest of the fiend supremacies of the 24 fiendish nests have fled back to the tenebrous fiend abyss. Oh? There's still one who hasn't fled? With a thought, Qin Yun sensed all the other fiendish nests. He immediately released his misty rain sword and tore open another spatial passageway. Qin Yun entered with a single step. Quick! Return to the tenebrous fiend abyss immediately. Qin Yun might come at any moment. The other fiendish nests had been in operation for eons, but they were forced to abandon every single one of them. None of the fiend supremacies had the confidence to face the peerless sword immortal who had slain Star Destruction. All of them used the powers of the tenebrous fiend abyss and returned by crossing the dominion barriers. As for the half-step ancestral fiends and other powerful ninth firmament sky fiends, all of them used their various means to escape with major void transference. Some managed to gain the help of fiend supremacy avatars to activate array formations that drew upon the tenebrous fiend abyss powers to return. Some also fled through the void. Quickly flee! Those who are slow at escaping are doomed. Such a pity for this small world. We paid such a huge price to build it, but now, we have to abandon it. We didn't even have the time to dismantle it. All the sky fiends fled. None of them stayed behind to dismantle the array formations. After all, they were set up to be fixed in place. They never thought of making them mobile, so dismantling what had been set up would be very difficult. Qin Yun came to the world with the third fiendish nest. He instantly noticed a female fiend supremacy in seclusion in a hall. She didn't escape? Qin Yun was surprised. Sei. Sei. Ancestral fiends sent voice transmissions, as their angry bellows resonated within the seclusion chamber. However, Sei ignored them. Fiend supremacy Sei must be cultivating in seclusion. As she was too eager for success, she suffered a deviation and was forced to enter a death seclusion that means make or break for her. There's no way to awaken her now. The ancestral fiends quickly came to this conclusion. Fiends cultivated in more evil and maniacal means. It also resulted in more rapid increases in strength. However, it also made the process prone to error. Once they could not control their immense strength, it was very common to die on the spot from renegade dermic powers. It was also common for them to enter death seclusion. After they did so, they were completely cut off from the external world. If there was no breakthrough, she would not even resist if an attacker came to kill her. In death seclusion because of a deviation? Qin Yun had a guess. Destroy. Immediately, Qin Yun began killing fiends. Many fiends had escaped from this world. The weaker ones were slow, but all the ones that had heinous sins were killed. Sei was similarly killed by Qin Yun with a single strike. She died in death seclusion so easily. 26 dominions, 26 fiendish nests. Qin Yun killed a total of 3 fiend supremacies. All the other fiend supremacies managed to escape. While Qin Yun destroyed the fiendish nests, the ancestral fiends were sending down commands to get the fiend supremacies and sky fiends to evacuate. They were also in an urgent meeting to discuss countermeasures. We have to think of a way to stop him. We can't let him continue. Unless these 26 dominions have a garrison to support them, there's no way to defend against the Taoists and Buddhists. The countless small worlds we occupy will be very quickly snatched back by them. All these years, we fiends have managed to infiltrate numerous small worlds, strengthening the fiendish heavenly Tao. If we were to lose so many small worlds at one go, the fiendish heavenly Tao would be greatly weakened. Yes, the hard work we have put in all these years has allowed us to occupy that many small worlds in the 26 dominions. This is the very foundation of US fiends. But what can we do? The dominions everywhere have been destroyed. The powerful sky fiends are being pursued. Without a batch of pinnacle sky fiends, those weak sky fiends are not able to defend that many small worlds. Darn it! Our various garrisons were built arduously. Even star destruction wouldn't have been able to destroy one in a year or so. But Qin Yun, his itinerant immortal dermic powers are stuck at the pinnacle sky immortal realm, but his strength is far higher than star destruction's. He can even forcibly tear open space and arrive deep in a small world's core. Our array formations have turned into nothing but decoration. The ancestral fiends were all griped with anxiety. The 26 fiendish nests were indeed built to be impregnable. They were even more powerful than the 8 arrays that defended the Great Chang world. After all, the Great Chang world's 8 arrays were bought by Qin Yun. In comparison, the 26 nests were set up by the combined efforts of the fiends themselves. There was even some help from the fiend ancestor. However, Qin Yun could forcibly penetrate space and enter deep into a small world. The array formations turned into nothing but jokes. We have no solution. No one can stop Qin Yun in a small world. Let's await the fiend ancestor's orders. The various factions in the 3 realms were watching Qin Yun's operation. Many mighty figures were rejoicing. Many of them had experienced the Taoist Fiend War, and now, seeing the 3 realms' best itinerant immortal, Qin Yun, destroy the fiend nests one after another, turning the hard work of the fiends to naught, all of them were overjoyed. Even the Heavenly Court's Jade Emperor, Emperor Polestar, and other existences were watching. They were all excited. This was definitely a huge victory against the fiends. Ah, nice. Nice. In Green Turing Palace, the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure roared with laughter while sitting on a bed of clouds. He was extremely delighted as he sent a voice transmission, Elderly Lord, Primordial Beginning, Green Turing Palace, and Nuwa, what do you think of this disciple of mine? But if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, Fiend Ancestor Appears. Chapter 565, Fiend Ancestor Appears. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In 8 Scenic Palace, a white-haired and white-browed Grand Supreme Elderly Lord smiled as he watched all of this. He said, "This young guy named Qin Yun is indeed not bad." The strategic actions that took the fiends years to put in motion allowed them to occupy countless small worlds in the 26 dominions. Now, this Qin Yun has swept through so many fiendish nests, reducing all the painstaking work the fiends have put into nothing. The fiends are probably hopping mad at that. The fiendish heavenly Tao has infiltrated numerous small worlds. By taking back these small worlds, the fiendish heavenly Tao will also weaken as a result. In Nuwa Palace, Goddess Nuwa stood there watching remotely. She too said with a smile, Black Lotus is probably turning anxious. Definitely. In the Western Paradises Numinous, Buddhist ancestor Gautama sat on a Buddhist lotus as he smiled. Black Lotus will not watch this happen without doing anything. He will definitely take action soon. Black Lotus has powerful means. Numinous Treasure, your disciple might not be able to stay true to himself in front of him, said the Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning with a laugh. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure retorted, if this disciple of mine has gone this far, he is naturally able to stay true to himself. Black Lotus is the fiend ancestor, the originator of the fiendish Tao, added the Heavenly Lord of Primordial beginning. It's only normal if your disciple flinches. As his master, you should understand the difficulties a disciple will face. Humph. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure grunted coldly. Just watch. Qin Yun continued sweeping through the fiendish nests one by one. Mighty figures from every area were watching the developments. The fiendish mighty figures were the most anxious. The strength of the fiendish Tao was intricately tied to them. Anyone would wish for their side to remain strong. Now, what Qin Yun was doing was leaving a massive impact on the fiends. After the countless worlds in the 26 dominions were snatched back, the fiendish heavenly Tao would weaken as a result. That was one aspect. The second aspect was that, with the countless small worlds in the 26 dominions, there was the possibility of producing countless sky fiends. It was even possible that an ancestral fiend could be produced. But once these countless small worlds were taken back, the fiends would experience a drastic drop in fiendish cultivators at the lower echelons. The lower echelons determined the future upper echelons. Quick escape. Quickly activate the array formation. In a fiendish nest world, large numbers of sky fiends were fleeing in panic. There were also sky fiends standing in an array formation trying anxiously to activate the array formations. Boom! The world quaked as the sky fiends turned to look. In the distance, a young man with a sword on his back walked out from a spatial passageway into the distance. He was none other than Qin Yun. It's Qin Yun. We are doomed. The sky fiends revealed looks of despair. A misty drizzle appeared everywhere as it scattered across the entire world. Soon, these raindrops transformed into countless flying sword, killing all the fiends with heinous sins. Qin Yun stood in midair as merit kept descending upon him. Qin Yun would redirect the merit and infuse it into his intrinsic flying sword. Oh! Qin Yun suddenly sensed something as he looked up. In the cosmos, a towering female figure appeared. The neighboring planets beside her were not even the size of her feet. She was dressed in white and had purple hair. She was sitting on a gigantic boulder, smiling. She sat there looking down at Qin Yun from the cosmos. Behind the white-dressed woman, there was a boundless shadowy figure. The shadowy figure contained endless horrors, darkness, and banefulness. Just one glance was enough to make Qin Yun avert his eyes. Fiend Ancestor. Qin Yun immediately knew who she was. Fiend Ancestor. The originator of the fiendish Tao. Legend has it that the Fiend Ancestor has cultivated 3 avatars. They are the female body, the male body, and the destruction body. Qin Yun knew this. The one that appeared this time is the female body. I've heard that the Fiend Ancestor's female body has endless charms that can mesmerize one's Tao heart. But I'm in a small world, so no matter what potent divine powers or dermic powers she has, they will be greatly weakened once they enter a small world. Qin Yun understood this point. With his present strength, he did not dare enter the cosmos to fight the Fiend Ancestor's true body. Qin Yun. The woman's white clothes fluttered as her fair, barefooted toes could be seen clearly. She smiled as she looked at Qin Yun, a smile that made Qin Yun feel uncomfortable. Are you willing to stop? Said the Fiend Ancestor's female body with a smile. Should you have any conditions, you may present them now. Fiend Ancestor. Qin Yun continued looking up. Don't waste your efforts. The Fiend Ancestor shook her head. Qin Yun, you have gained insights into a pinnacle great Tao, and you should know that the heavenly Tao is split into yin and yang. There is darkness if there is light. The 3 realms were originally a swath of chaos. It was Pangu who split the heaven and earth apart, allowing yin and yang to separate. The 3 realms have countless beings, but similarly, they have their boundless grievances, sins, and corruption. These energies combine to form the fiendish Tao. Only if all life in the 3 realms is vanquished, returning everything to chaos, would the fiendish Tao cease to exist. If not, the fiendish Tao will forever exist within the 3 realms. Qin Yun's expression changed slightly. The more living beings there are in the 3 realms, the stronger we fiends will naturally become. That is the general trend. Fiend Ancestor smiled. Even if you can destroy these fiendish garrisons in a short amount of time, temporarily snatching back all these small worlds, as long as there are countless beings who harbor feelings of greed, envy, hate, and other such notions, we fiends will keep growing stronger. We fiends will eventually snatch back all these small worlds one day. What you are doing is only influencing a moment in time, said the fiend ancestor. It does not do any damage to the foundations of us fiends. Are you willing to risk everything to offend us fiends with a moment of suppression? Do you know the outcome? Fiends believe in revenge for the smallest grievance. Aren't you worried about your family and loved ones after you die in about 10,000 years? Fiend ancestor smiled faintly. Humph, so the fiend ancestor is actually this shameless. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with coldness. You can use the excuse of your family and loved ones to tell your master and others that I forced you, said fiend ancestor. Cowering back because of your family and loved ones is something the three realms will definitely understand. Besides, as long as you stop, I can swear that even if you reincarnate, I will not destroy your soul energy in samsara. You will completely be able to be received in your new incarnation. Samsara was extremely mysterious. Even mighty figures could not interfere in it. However, the Tao ancestors and fiend ancestor was capable of doing so. They could infuse some energies in, so the moment mighty figures perished, the opposing side would immediately embark on a mission to destroy them, leaving only a true spirit for reincarnation. Now, the fiend ancestor had promised not to take action. Qin Yun could not help but ruminate on the idea. Reincarnation? If he was received and awakened, he could redo things again? He could make another attempt at creating a sword immortal sky immortal dermic formulation or even a golden immortal dermic formulation? Fiend ancestor, you are extremely powerful. A swear does not bind you, said Qin Yun. I can announce to the entire three realms that if you stop now, I will allow you to peacefully reincarnate. Furthermore, I will absolutely not do a thing to your family and loved ones, said fiend ancestor with a smile. Once all the three realms knows of that, I will have to do as I say because of my standing. You can also tell your fellow disciples that you did it because of your family and your own cultivation path, leaving you no choice but to retreat. I believe your master and others will understand you. With your talent of so quickly attaining a pinnacle great Tao, the moment you attain a great Tao implies that in 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years of cultivation, it would not be difficult for you to become a perfected golden immortal. Once you become a perfected golden immortal, you would easily be the lord of a great world. You would truly be invincible your entire life. Fiend ancestor looked at Qin Yun and added, besides, you have been investigating all this time about the secret of the great Qin world, right? Xiao would not dare defy me. As long as you stop, I will get him to obediently tell you of the great Qin world's secret. Think carefully, said the fiend ancestor. Either you choose a path of no return, or you choose a path that is good for the both of us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566 Choice. Chapter 566 Choice. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Now, all of the three realms was paying attention to the matter. Everyone knew that the fiend ancestor's female form had appeared to personally negotiate with Qin Yun. Unfortunately, no one outside knew the contents of their conversation. After all, the fiend ancestor had the strength to easily block any external probes. In fact, even Qin Yun had the confidence to isolate himself from the probings of the Tao ancestors and fiend ancestor due to the restrictions they faced in a small world. Black Lotus has appeared, said Grand Supreme Elderly Lord with a chuckle. Unfortunately, he has shielded everything. Even we have no means of figuring out what he is saying to Qin Yun. Let's wait. Now, all we can do is wait and see the outcome of the conversation, said the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure, Goddess Nuwa, and Buddhist ancestor Gautama were all watching. They paid great attention to the outcome. This matter carried serious repercussions. By liberating the small worlds under fiendish occupation, the fiendish Heavenly Tao would be weakened, strengthening the three realms' Heavenly Tao. The female form of the fiend ancestor has appeared. She will likely offer many benefits. I wonder if fellow Taoist Qin will be able to resist the temptation. Sword immortal Qin is a peerless sword immortal. It will not be easy for the fiend ancestor to entice him. That's hard to say. How many mighty figures can resist the promises made by the fiend ancestor? Everyone, let's just wait. We will know the outcome in a while. What I'm afraid of is that sword immortal Qin will cease action. Should he agree to cease action, the lives in all the small worlds occupied by the fiends in the 26 dominions will probably remain in misery. The mighty figures watched. In the worlds ruled by the fiends, life was cruel and bloody. The cruelest fiendish worlds would even treat all lives in the world as livestock. They were food for the spirit-devouring lineage or spirit-devouring lineage cultivators. In contrast, the worlds which were encompassed by the three realms' heavenly Tao were a lot more peaceful. Cultivators would even try their best to accumulate merit by doing good deeds. Merit was something cultivators pursued. They would do their best to slay fiendish demons and protect life. And now, extricating the countless lives which resided in the 26 dominion small worlds from misery all depended on the outcome of Qin Yun's and the fiend ancestor's conversation. The fiend ancestor's female form was extremely lofty. Her feet were fair and she sat on a humongous boulder, looking down at Qin Yun from the cosmos. She patiently awaited Qin Yun's answer. Qin Yun stood in midair as he contemplated for a moment before saying, "Impressive. I, Qin Yun, believe that my Tao heart is firm, but you actually managed to waver it with just a few words. To have a carefree and eternal life, being a perfected golden immortal, lord of a great world," Qin Yun shook his head gently. "If I can choose, I will definitely not choose the route to death. I would also wish to choose the route to life. Only by being alive will I be able to protect all life, and even do so for billions of years." "You can obviously choose the route to life," said the fiend ancestor. "Choose the route to life?" Qin Yun scoffed. "Fiend ancestor, if I choose the route to life as you deem it. Yes, you can indeed promise to announce to the three realms that you would not implicate my wife and children, or that you would not attack when I reincarnate. And if I were to really stop and cultivate in peace, there is little chance for me to survive the itinerant immortal tribulations. Eventually, I would have to choose to reincarnate. But when I choose to reincarnate, you would go back on your word and disregard face. You would still attack and destroy my soul force. As such, I will still die. As for you fiends, you would not suffer a thing. I, Qin Yun, will then become a humongous joke," said Qin Yun with a smile. "Fiend ancestor, am I right?" Fiend ancestor shook her head. "You think I would announce to the three realms and still disregard face to attack you? Aren't you underestimating me?" "Underestimate?" Qin Yun scoffed. "Fiend ancestor, I do not dare underestimate you. I do wish to live, but who are you?" "You are the fiend ancestor. The originator of the fiendish Tao." "What are fiends?" "Evil, deceitful, cunning, greedy, envious. All the powers of sin gathered together result in fiends. As fiend ancestor, would you be a person of your word? Or open and above board? I would really be stupid to believe you. You think I'm lying to you based on your conjectures?" Fiend ancestor shook her head. "Yes, I can't just base it on mere conjecture," said Qin Yun. "When reading a person, one should look at their actions. To read you as a person, I should also see what you have done in the past. Ever since the uprising of the fiends with the Taoist fiend war, when have you ever been soft-hearted? Didn't you try to vanquish the Buddhist and Taoist cultivators by all means possible? You would even ignore your reputation as fiend ancestor to destroy the soul force of any perished person who has strength that matches a mighty figure. Originally, mighty figures could frequently reincarnate and continue their cultivation in the three realms. But ever since you crossed the bottom line, no mighty figure has dared to reincarnate again. Aren't the three pure ones in Gautama the same? They attack fiendish experts in samsara as well." Fiend ancestor smiled. "This is war, not child's play. Qin Yun said angrily, that's because numerous disciples of the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor were killed in the reincarnation process. This incurred the wrath of the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor. Later on, they paid you back in your own coin. It was you who crossed the bottom line first. To think that the mighty fiend ancestor would attack mere sky immortals and bodhisattvas simply because they have strengths that match mighty figures. Qin Yun scoffed. I'm a lot stronger than them, and you say you wouldn't take action? If you are already doing such deeds without thought of saving face, wouldn't it be normal to kill me? My conjecture and your past actions are only secondary, said Qin Yun. Most importantly, if you were to really allow me to reincarnate peacefully, that would mean that the three realms would have an additional perfected golden immortal sword immortal. The threat I pose will be more than 10 times, or even 100 times than the threat I pose now. You mentioned before that if I were to help the heavenly courts, the Taoists, and Buddhists to snatch back the numerous small worlds in the 26 dominions, it'd only be ephemeral. You fiends can slowly infiltrate the worlds again and it would not destabilize your foundations. But having an immortal perfected golden immortal sword immortal will affect you fiends for eternity. And it's even possible that with my strength, I can easily take down one of your fiendish great worlds and take over an entire dominion. A perfected golden immortal sword immortal will result in losses that will be far greater than the temporary loss of the numerous small worlds in the 26 dominions. Would you be so willing to reduce some minor losses that you would produce a future perfected golden immortal sword immortal and be dealt greater losses? Qin Yun scoffed. Such a sure-lose deal might be done by others, but would you, the fiend ancestor, do it? Regardless if it's a conjecture of your nature, your past actions, or the gains and losses of this matter, said Qin Yun, I have determined that you are deliberately lying to me with your so-called face. You are deceiving me into stopping, fooling me into reincarnating so as to kill me. You fiends will not suffer any losses. How nice a scheme. Fiend ancestor shook her head. Qin Yun, you have really underestimated me too much. Underestimate you? I didn't. If you really cared about face, you would not have crossed the bottom line back then to attack sky immortals and bodhisattvas in samsara. The past have proven that your face has a price. Once the price is met, you would ignore it and attack. Qin Yun suddenly seemed enlightened. Yes, I have underestimated you. I had no means of retreat to begin with. I have to forge ahead and seek out that sliver of survival from the itinerant immortal tribulations. And if I were to really believe you and have a means of retreat, making my Tao heart waver, it would then mean that I have zero hope of surviving the itinerant immortal tribulations. Qin Yun sneered. Impressive, your schemes were really well calculated. Not only would you fiends not suffer any losses, but even the hopes of my transcending the itinerant immortal tribulations have been taken into account. You are bent on destroying me. Alright, I won't waste any more of my time chatting with you. I still need to destroy the other fiendish nests. With that said, Qin Yun waved his hand as the misty rain sword struck out, boring open a spatial passageway. Qin Yun strode in and headed for another fiendish garrison. He ignored the fiend ancestor completely. The expression on the fiend ancestor's female form changed slightly as she chuckled softly. What a character! Unfortunately, you will still be reduced to dust after 10,000 years or so. With that said, the fiend ancestor vanished. The cosmos were restored to normal. Qin Yun continued wiping out the various fiendish nests, but all the powerful sky fiends had already fled. Yet, Qin Yun continued wiping them all out, and even dismantled the array formations after all was said and done. He dismantled them completely, preventing the fiends from rebuilding them. And the various experts of the three realms had also seen the outcome of Qin Yun's conversation with the fiend ancestor. Qin Yun's actions were the outcome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567 Massive Merit. Chapter 567 Massive Merit. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Effulgent Great World, Thousand Saber Fiend Sect. Palatial Lord Qi was hiding there. I nearly shared the same fate of being slain by Qin Yun as the numerous sky fiends in the tenebrous fiend world. Qi was feeling a lingering fear. Years ago, I attempted to assassinate him, so he will definitely not show me mercy. Thankfully, I was careful enough. Once I knew he killed Supremacy Star Destruction, I fled, afraid that he would seek revenge on me in the tenebrous fiend world. He's crazier than I imagined, and his ambition is even greater. Even the fiend ancestor's appearance was useless. Just one operation, and he has wiped out the fiendish garrisons in the 26 dominions. He has destroyed many years of our hard work. As for me, he probably thinks of me like an ant, something he can crush without thought. He probably doesn't even care about me, thought Qi. Qi. A voice sounded in Kishi's ears. She left the room and saw a pudgy elder appear in midair. Beside him were several sky fiends. Master. Qi immediately flew over and bowed reverently. Come, return with me, said the pudgy elder. Yes. Qi asked again, are we all returning? The various small worlds in the effulgent dominion won't hold. We shall return for now, said the elder. Then, he led Qi and several sky fiends back to a dominion ruled by the fiends. In a fiendish nest world covered in sand, Qin Yun stood high in the sky as hazy drizzles descended upon the land. Countless sword chi flew about wantonly, obliterating all the fiends with heinous sins. This is the final fiendish garrison. All the sky fiends have fled, leaving behind ordinary fiend celestials. Qin Yun looked up and his gaze penetrated the void. He saw massive numbers of sky fiends fleeing across the void. Do you think you can run? Qin Yun waved his hand. Wisps of sword chi shot out. Each wisp of sword chi tore through the void and rapidly traversed the vast distance. Arriving in space, they slew the sky fiends one by one. After the sword chi killed the enemy, the wisps would bring back all the spoils of war. Now, the fiends are desperately trying to rescue the sky fiends in the 26 dominions. Qin Yun could look across the three realms with a mere thought. He could see many ancestral fiends appearing to rescue half-step ancestral fiends and the powerful late-stage sky fiend experts. After all, they were sky fiends who were born out of the countless worlds in the 26 dominions over a long period of time. It was even possible that a number of the countless sky fiends would one day become ancestral fiends. The fiends naturally had to rescue them. The Taoists, Buddhists, heavenly courts, and various factions have begun taking action to kill the fiends. Qin Yun smiled. However, I'm still the best when it comes to killing these sky fiends. He waved his hand. The misty rain sword tore open a spatial passageway and connected to a distant small world. Qin Yun directly arrived in that small world through the passageway. This small world was ruled by a ninth firmament sky fiend. Wait, in a while Patriarch will be here and he will bring us back to the fiendish dominion. A ninth firmament sky fiend was leading his sky fiend subordinates as he waited. Brother, how long have we got to wait? Patriarch is rescuing the half-step ancestral fiends first. One by one, said the ninth firmament sky fiend, soon, it will be our turn. Are we going to just abandon everything? Are we giving up on all the small worlds we rule? We have to. If we continue staying here, we'll be seeing Qin Yun tear open a spatial passageway and appear here before we know it. When that happens, we will no longer be able to flee. Will Qin Yun come here now? Don't worry. There are so many small worlds in the 26 dominions. Qin Yun is just one man. Such a coincidence won't happen. Just as the ninth firmament sky fiend finished his sentence, they saw a spatial passageway tear open in midair as Qin Yun walked out. Qin Yun. It's him. The color in the sky fiend's faces drained. The ninth firmament sky fiend leading them wore a look of despair. He was going to perish, just like that, after a life full of power, Qin Yun looked down, and with a wave of his hand, countless raindrops turned into sharp swords that bore down on the group of sky fiends. Killing all these sky fiends with grievous sins can firstly prevent them from continuously wreaking havoc, and secondly, there's immense merit gained in doing so. For the present me, the more merit I have, the better. As Qin Yun slew the sky fiends, merit was constantly descending upon him as he transferred all the merit into his intrinsic flying sword. However, there's just too many sky fiends. Among the 26 dominions, even if I only kill all the late-stage sky fiends, there are just too many of them. Qin Yun stepped through the spatial passageway once again as he headed for another small world with late-stage sky fiends. 26 dominions. To rule over countless fiendish small worlds in a stable fashion was a difficult task. For example, apart from the fiendish garrison where the supreme fiendish leader resided, there were a large number of small worlds occupied by late-stage sky fiends. They had numerous mid-stage sky fiends who could rule over the small worlds. As for early-stage sky fiends and those at the fiend celestial realm, just a handful of ordinary fiend celestials was sufficient to rule in those worlds with thin heaven and earth spiritual energies. One rung after another, the ladder of command was meticulously planned, allowing reinforcements to be provided at any time. As such, the fiends were able to fend off the infiltrations of the Taoists, Buddhists, and the heavenly courts. But now, Qin Yun had directly destroyed the strongest 26 fiendish garrisons. Following that, he pursued the late-stage sky fiends. Having lost the reinforcements of the upper echelons, the countless fiendish small worlds naturally could not be defended when the large number of Taoist and Buddhist experts stormed them. Some even abandoned the small worlds upon receiving the orders from the tenebrous fiend abyss and began fleeing for their lives. All of this was because of Qin Yun. The fiend ancestor had attempted to stop him, but he had failed. Ah, nicely done, sword immortal Qin. All we can do is wait in space and stop those ancestral fiends and kill some sky fiends. This sword immortal Qin is able to enter small worlds to slay sky fiends and is faster than us. Dong Ming, the kills your junior brother has garnered in a day is probably many times the number of kills you've gotten your entire life. A barefooted immortal smiled while walking amid the cosmos. Beside him was a golden-robed man with a long beard. The golden-robed man sighed. This junior brother is obviously stronger than me. If he had not brought forward his tribulations to save his homeworld and ended up an itinerant immortal, he probably would have had a chance of reaching the perfected golden immortal realm in the future. It's truly quite a pity. Oh, an ancestral fiend has appeared. Let's go, said the barefooted immortal. The duo vanished instantly. One mighty figure after another from the three realms helped out. Many of the dragons, magi, ancient demons, and chaos god fiends had taken action. Clearly, when it was time to deal with the fiends, the various factions were unified. In just an hour, the three realms restored its calm. Qin Yun also returned to his homeworld, the Great Chang world. Brother Yun. Xiao had long been waiting. Only when she saw Qin Yun return with the Qingping sword on his back did she smile. Has it ended? Xiao immediately poured some tea for Qin Yun. Qin Yun sat down and drank the tea, nodding. It's over. The fiends are trying to save the sky fiends with all they have. Even Patriarch Bloodsea's 9 avatars appeared. The fiend ancestor's destruction body even clashed once with Buddhist ancestor Gautama. However, they were too far from me. They stopped fighting after just a single clash. The half-step ancestral fiends in the 26 dominions were the first to be rescued. While I was sweeping through the fiendish garrisons, the ancestral fiends took action to rescue the fiends. About 90% were rescued, but there were 10% killed, said Qin Yun. As for late-stage sky fiends, about half of them were rescued. Mighty figures had managed to kill quite a number. I killed a few. Although I was the only one who could enter small worlds in pursuit. Xiao nodded slightly. She could see the endless merit descending upon Qin Yun. She also knew that Qin Yun was redirecting it all to his intrinsic flying sword. Since the rise of the fiends, said Xiao, immense effort was made to occupy so many small worlds in the 26 dominions. Now that they have been taken back, this merit should far exceed what you gained from killing star destruction, right? If you count from when I started the operation, the merit I received is about twice the amount I received from killing star destruction, said Qin Yun with a smile. However, this merit still continues to descend upon me. Every small world regained is tied to my efforts, so I will receive a portion of the merit. As for the cultivators who reoccupy the small worlds, they will also obtain a portion of the merit. Xiao nodded. Countless small worlds. Experts needed to be deployed to occupy them, and allow the three realms' heavenly Tao to permeate them once more. That required an immense number of people. Qin Yun naturally could not do it alone. However, because of Qin Yun, the fiends had taken the initiative to flee from the countless small worlds. Therefore, he was crucial in all of this. Every small world regained would provide him with immense merit. Brother Yun, will gaining such immense merit give your intrinsic flying sword a chance at becoming a merit cardinal treasure? Asked Xiao. Merit cardinal treasures were a legend. Qin Yun had influenced 26 dominions, allowing countless small worlds to be reoccupied by the three realms' heavenly Tao. It influenced the situation of the three realms, which naturally meant immense merit. But as for a merit cardinal treasure? Qin Yun lacked the confidence. No idea. It will take another 1 or 2 years before all the small worlds are taken back, said Qin Yun. When that happens, I'll know if my Misty Rain sword has a chance of becoming a merit cardinal treasure. If it succeeds in becoming a merit cardinal treasure, you have a little more chance at transcending the itinerant immortal tribulation. Xiao held Qin Yun's hand. She was always worried for the impending itinerant immortal tribulations. Qin Yun smiled. Brother Yun, after you are done with this, shouldn't you be attempting to make an essence soul breakthrough? Asked Xiao. If your essence soul were to reach the pinnacle golden immortal level, your cultivation will be 10 times faster than it is now. However, your true body will no longer be able to enter small worlds. Would we need to move? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568 River of Time. Chapter 568 River of Time. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. There's no rush. Qin Yun put down his teacup as he frowned slightly. There's still one more matter that needs to be resolved, or I can't cultivate in peace. Are you referring to the Great Chang world? Guessed Xiao. Qin Yun nodded. Patriarch Bojia first sent Fiend Supremacy Blackwing and his subordinates in a bid to occupy the Great Chang world. After the mission failed, he spared no expense to hire Star Destruction to attack the Great Chang world. And before Star Destruction died, he pleaded for me to spare his life in exchange for the Great Chang world's secret. Even when the Fiend Ancestor appeared to request me to stop, she also mentioned the Great Chang world's secret. If this matter isn't resolved, once my essence soul reaches the pinnacle golden immortal level, I would no longer be able to enter a small world with my real body. When that happens, Patriarch Bojia will likely place his sights on the Great Chang world again. It's even possible that every fiend will be eyeing the Great Chang world. The Great Chang world will likely face another calamity. Qin Yun continued, to resolve this matter, I need to find the root of the problem. First, I have to figure out what secret the Great Chang world is hiding. Xiao questioned, Brother Yun, didn't you and Ancestral Master Zhang suspect that the Great Chang world had a secret a long time ago? Didn't both of you investigate numerous times? By the way, did you seek the Tao Ancestors' help? It was useless, said Qin Yun. Master's strength is greatly weakened when it penetrates into a small world. It's far inferior to that of an ordinary sky immortal, and even though his realm is extremely high, the powers he can send in here are just too weak. He can't figure out anything either. If both of you, as well as the Dao ancestor, are helpless, don't waste your time on this matter, said Xiao. Brother Yun, your cultivation time is precious. All you have is slightly more than 10,000 years. Every year is very important. Once your essence soul breaks through to the pinnacle golden immortal realm, your essence soul will become a lot more powerful. Your cultivation speed will be tens of times faster than it is now. It's best you break through as soon as possible. As for the Great Qin world's secret, it might take centuries or even millennia before we are able to uncover it. Qin Yun fell silent. He looked into the distant sky. What secret does the Great Qin world hold? Qin Yun frowned. What did that sky fiend Kuei Fu discover? Kuei Fu, Qin Yun muttered. Kuei Fu? Qin Yun's eyes lit up as he smacked the table and said in pleasant surprise, I got it. What did you get? Xiao was perplexed. Follow me. Qin Yun happily got up and took Xiao's hand. So? The couple immediately tore through the void and came high into the sky where they looked down upon the Great Qin world. Xiao. Qin Yun looked down with delight as he said with a smile, back then, Kuei Fu had spared no expense to occupy the Great Qin world. It puzzled both Ancestral Master Zhang and myself. We suspected that something in the Great Qin world had attracted Kuei Fu. Later, Ancestral Master Zhang even pursued Kuei Fu, but unfortunately, he fled. According to our investigations, Kuei Fu remained in the tenebrous fiend world the entire time after his escape. He probably still had hopes of occupying our Great Qin world, but when news of my possession of half-step golden immortal strength spread through the three realms, he probably gave up and reported the secret. Then, Patriarch Bojia shortly sent Fiend Supremacy Blackwing into action. Therefore, it's not just Patriarch Bojia who knows of the Great Qin world's secret, there's also Kuei Fu. Are you certain Kuei Fu would tell the secret to Patriarch Bojia? Pressed Xiao. That's highly possible. Furthermore, Kuei Fu is from the Bojia clan, said Qin Yun. Furthermore, I have huge karmic ties with Kuei Fu. Back then, he abducted our daughter and imprisoned you for years. By tracing the karmic line between us, I can vaguely confirm that the karmic line goes back to the tenebrous fiend abyss. I can't figure out anything else. Clearly, someone whose realm is in no way inferior to mine has concealed his karma. If there's no special reason, would such a powerful ancestral fiend conceal Kuei Fu's karma? Sneered Qin Yun. I am more than 90% certain that it was Kuei Fu who informed Patriarch Bojia, Qin Yun said. So what if we know that? Inquired Xiao. Even if Kuei Fu was alive, he will definitely be temporarily imprisoned by Patriarch Bojia. It would be hard to make contact with him. Besides, the karma has been concealed. Kuei Fu's bid to occupy the Great Qin world had only happened in the recent 100+ years, said Qin Yun. How did he learn of the Great Qin world's secret? Regardless of where he learned it from, he must have visited the Great Qin world to confirm it. He is very far from the Great Qin world and he is incapable of major void transference. It would have taken too long for him to travel here. Therefore, he must have descended into our world with an avatar to confirm the secret. And if I guess correctly, Patriarch Bojia must have descended upon our Great Qin world as an avatar to confirm the secret after Kuei Fu told him. Only after he had confirmed the secret would he have paid the price of a connate numinous treasure, the Great Yin Disk, to higher star destruction. If it was just empty talk, would Patriarch Bojia pay such an immense price? Said Qin Yun. However, Patriarch Bojia's realm is in no way inferior to mine. By descending as an avatar, he can conceal himself from the heavenly secrets, preventing me from investigating him. However, I have a chance to discover the movements of Kuei Fu's avatar, said Qin Yun. How? Asked Xiao. Let's give it a try. Qin Yun looked down. With a thought, his will encompass the entirety of the Great Qin world. Boom! He passed through the obstructions of natural spacetime. Qin Yun plunged into the rivers of time. The great Chang world's countless lives would leave their marks in the river of time as they proceeded forward on the arrow of time. An elder slowly turned middle-aged, a teenager, a child, a toddler, a crying baby, before returning to their mother's womb. His mother in her youth, her mother as a teenager, and when she was a child. It was not only one person, but the entire world. The countless marks left behind by countless people in the world. Qin Yun was going against the arrow of time as he paid attention to all the marks left behind by countless lives until he found Kuei-Fu's avatar. With Qin Yun's realm, he could immediately find him once he discovered a Sky Fiend avatar. Oh! Xiao stood by the side watching Qin Yun. His dermic powers were injected into the void and in a different dimension. As for Qin Yun himself, his face turned paler. Of blood even began to flow out of Qin Yun's nose. I can't. Qin Yun stopped. Brother Yun, what did you just do? Asked Xiao. I probed the river of time of the great Chang world and went against the arrow of time to investigate, said Qin Yun. With my present strength, it wouldn't be difficult for me to infer matters that happened 100,000 years ago if all I want to see is something vague. However, if I were to probe each and every one of the countless beings in the great Chang world to discover Kuei-Fu's avatar, it is many times more difficult. I tried my best, but there's just too many living beings to go through. My essence soul can't withstand it. Qin Yun felt indignant. Unfortunately, I have found a solution, but I can't do it. Then, can you ask someone for help? Asked Xiao. No one who can enter a small world with their true bodies has a realm higher than mine, said Qin Yun. Now, there are two solutions. One is to cultivate the great Tao of spacetime. If my grasp of spacetime is better, it will make my probes even easier. There is three-dimensional space and the arrow of time. The great Tao of spacetime is also a great Tao of the universe. It's the most difficult to cultivate, and I've never heard of anyone in the three realms who has managed to completely grasp the great Tao of spacetime. The second method is to cultivate the Rosa Multiflora sword chart. It can be used to infer the past and future, and in terms of inference, it is best in the three realms, but I did cultivate the Rosa Multiflora sword chart a long time ago because it uses the heavenly cycle Great Tao as a foundation. My sword Tao contained heaven, earth, and man and shares several similarities with the heavenly cycle Great Tao, said Qin Yun. As long as I cultivate in the Rosa Multiflora sword chart and reach a more profound state, it will become easier to probe the past. This method suits me the best. You want to cultivate in the Rosa Multiflora sword chart? Xiao was alarmed. Then, when will you make the essence soul breakthrough? Once the calamity of my great Chang world is resolved. Brother Yun, every year you have left is extremely important, said Xiao anxiously. The itinerant immortal tribulations happen once every 1,000 years. You only have slightly more than 10,000 years. You can't afford to waste your time. Xiao. Qin Yun smiled. Why did I become an itinerant immortal? Wasn't it to protect the great Chang world? If I were to break through now and be no longer able to descend upon it with my true body while the great Chang world still faces a future calamity, then what was the meaning in my becoming an itinerant immortal? But, Xiao's heart ached for Qin Yun, but she understood his character. Qin Yun held his wife's hands and looked into her eyes. Don't worry, Xiao. It won't take too long. I believe I'll cultivate the Rosa Multiflora sword chart to an even more profound state in time. I'll be able to investigate Kuei-Fu's past avatar. You should know that this is the great Chang world's calamity. This root cause of this calamity has to be found before we can truly overcome it. Qin Yun looked at his wife. Xiao looked at her husband and did not continue trying to persuade him otherwise. After all these years, she knew well her husband's character. Promise me you'll resolve this matter as soon as possible. Don't delay any further, said Xiao. I promise you. Qin Yun smiled. Since he had decided on delaying his essence soul breakthrough to remain in the Great Chang world, Qin Yun headed to the Green Turing Palace that very day to meet his master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, Bestowment. Chapter 569, Bestowment. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. Green Turing Palace, Main Hall. The black-haired elder, the heavenly lord of numinous treasure, was chatting with an elderly woman. Master, the fiend ancestor is getting more and more fearless. He even took action with his strongest destruction body and snuck up on that monkey. Thankfully, Buddhist ancestor Gautama took timely action and prevented the fiend ancestor from succeeding, said the elderly woman angrily. Despite being a mighty fiend ancestor, he actually attacked juniors. It's truly disgusting. Wudong, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure with a smile. Your junior brother Qin Yun has reduced everything he had schemed over all these years to naught. He's in an anxious state. Therefore, when the various mighty figures appeared to kill more skyfiends, he stooped to sneaking up on that monkey without any regard for his stature. He wanted to refine the monkey to replace his losses. Humph, how could we allow his wish to come true? You don't have to worry either. He was only making final, desperate attempts. I understand that he won't last much longer, said the elderly woman. However, it is the final struggles that are the most deranged. With me, elderly lord, and company around, he won't amount to much, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. As for you, you need to focus on cultivation. When I no longer exist, the Green Turing Palace lineage will depend on you. Your junior brother Qin Yun could have helped share a burden of your load, but he hastened his tribulations and turned into an itinerant immortal. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure suddenly pricked up his brows. Speak of the devil. A voice sounded from outside. Master, senior brother Qin Yun wishes to seek an audience. Let him in, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. Soon, Qin Yun walked in. The moment he entered, Qin Yun was also somewhat surprised by the sight of the elderly woman inside the main hall. Qin Yun immediately knew that she was the leader of all the disciples of Green Turing Palace, eldest senior sister, old mother of Blackfoal Mountain. She had extremely high standing and she was in existence at the perfected golden immortal realm. Eldest senior sister. Qin Yun bowed. Junior brother, you did very well in destroying the groundwork laid by the fiends in the 26 dominions. Old mother of Blackfoal Mountain smiled. You really raised our Green Turing Palace's reputation. I just did what I was capable of, said Qin Yun with a smile. Old mother of Blackfoal Mountain smiled without a word. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure looked at Qin Yun and asked, I take it that you coming to see me means you thought carefully about what you want from me, Yes, Qin Yun nodded. I need a connate wonder that is suitable for nurturing flying swords. Just a connate wonder? His eldest senior sister exclaimed from the side. Junior brother, your fellow disciples who gain insights into a great Tao would usually request a connate numinous treasure that suits them the best. You managed to gain insights into a pinnacle great Tao. It's best you choose a connate numinous treasure that's most suitable for you. After all, connate wonders are easily found, but connate numinous treasures aren't. Connate wonders were materials after all. Connate numinous treasures were the truly rare thing. To find one that perfectly suited a cultivator was even rarer. Your eldest senior sister is right, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure with a smile. Connate wonders are easily exchanged, but few would be willing to exchange truly powerful connate numinous treasures. I do not need that, said Qin Yun. I have an intrinsic flying sword, as well as the Qingping sword you lent me. One sword to kill the enemy and one sword to protect myself. It's sufficient. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure nodded. All right, since you wish for a connate wonder. With that said, he waved his hand. Swoosh. Immediately, a black piece of flat rock about 10 feet long appeared. Its surface was uneven with golden light dotting it. The sharp aura it had sliced through the surrounding void. Chaos pure gold? Qin Yun revealed a look of glee. The chaos pure gold I received the last time in the Star Cluster Hall was only about half the size of a person, but this is about 10 feet long, about 6 times the previous one. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure said, "You have already gained insights into a pinnacle great Tao, so just this chaos pure gold combined with other supplementary items will be sufficient to nurture your intrinsic flying sword to the level of a connate pinnacle numinous treasure." "Thank you, Master," said Qin Yun gratefully with joy. Previously, Qin Yun had managed to rely on half a human-sized chaos pure gold as well as water of the first essence, expanding soil, and the other connate wonders to allow his intrinsic flying sword to make a natural breakthrough which produced a sword Tao at the ordinary great Tao level. In fact, after expending too many connate wonders, the requirements became more stringent as well. Now, he himself grasped a pinnacle great Tao and his intrinsic flying sword was now a lot less strict in what materials it needed as its core was a pinnacle great Tao. Only about 5 times the amount used before was needed to nurture it into a connate pinnacle numinous treasure. His master had resolved the most precious and important chaos pure gold for him. As for the other connate wonders? For Qin Yun, who had killed Star Destruction, and wiped out the 26 dominions and killed so many sky fiends, it was naturally an easy task to amass them. Qin Yun put away the chaos pure gold. "By the way," said the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure with a smile, "you will soon be letting your essence soul breakthrough, so you will likely need to move from the Great Chang world. You can move to the Heavenly Realm. There, I can take action at any time. The fiends would not dare to do a thing there. Junior brother, you can pay the Heavenly Realm a visit and be my neighbor," said his eldest senior sister with a smile. Qin Yun's heart stirred. Heavenly Realm? That's right. That was the true core of the 3 realms. There were numerous mighty figures and it was where the strongest powers of their side were concentrated. The fiends did not dare reach into the Heavenly Realm. Besides, the Heavenly Realm was vast and would be very conducive to his children's cultivation and experiential training. But he still needed to discuss with Xiao on this matter. "Master, I'm temporarily in no hurry to make an essence soul breakthrough," said Qin Yun. "No hurry?" The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure frowned slightly. "As an itinerant immortal, time is extremely precious. Every year, and even every day, is very important. You obviously have to allow your essence soul to break through immediately so as to speed up your cultivation, but..." Qin Yun replied politely that Patriarch Boijia has been scheming against my homeworld, the Great Chang world. The fiend ancestor tried to entice me with the secret of the Great Chang world. I now plan on seeking out Sky Fiend Kuefu's avatar through the River of Time to discover the secret of my homeworld. However, the search for the Great Chang worlds passed through the River of Time, and finding Sky Fiend Kuefu's avatar through the memories of billions of lifeforms is quite difficult. Only with my true body inside the Great Chang world would I be able to make any progress, said Qin Yun. However, to seek out Kuefu's avatar from yesteryear, I still need to cultivate in the Rosa Multiflora sword chart. Once my cultivation reaches a deeper level, I believe I can unravel the secret of the Great Chang world. Only then can I cultivate in peace. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure frowned slightly. I became an itinerant immortal to protect my homeworld. If I cannot solve the problem at its root, the Great Chang world will suffer another calamity in the future. I would die indignant, said Qin Yun. Do whatever you wish to do. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure gently waved his hand. Your humble disciple bids you farewell. Qin Yun immediately took his leave. As she watched Qin Yun leave, the old mother of Blackfoal Mountain immediately said with a smile, Master, don't be angry. Junior brother's temperament is as such. If a carefree and eternal life was his goal, he would have escaped with Yang Jian back when Star Destruction went to the Great Chang world. Since he chose to transcend the tribulations to become an itinerant immortal, he has already resolved himself to a path. Now, if he can't unravel the secret of his homeworld, he will not be able to cultivate in peace. It will become a lingering obsession of his. Perhaps only with such a passion can one become a sword immortal and directly gain insights into a pinnacle great Tao. I know his temperament, but there's only slightly more than 10,000 years left. Every year past is 1 year fewer. I'm just feeling anxious for him. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure shook his head. If he can attain a perfected great Tao, he would be more powerful than Bai Zhe from the past as a perfected great Tao sword immortal. Furthermore, I will think of means to help his intrinsic flying sword be nurtured to the Khanate cardinal treasure level. A perfected great Tao sword immortal with an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure in hand might be able to survive the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. But all of this only works under the premise that he attains a perfected great Tao. If he doesn't attain that, everything is pointless, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. I have always been thinking that in the future, when the Green Turing Palace lineage has you and your junior brother, the both of you shouldering the burden would leave me at ease. But now, he's wasting his time. A beard lathered is half-shaved, said Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain with a smile. Master, junior brother's Tao heart will be more flawless once he resolves the calamity his homeworld faces. Perhaps it would even aid his cultivation even more. Let's hope it's as you say. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure nodded. Elsewhere in Green Turing Palace, Qin Yun walked through the halls. He could sense the displeasure of his master, but he never hesitated in things he ought to do or regretted his choices. Senior brother Qin. Senior brother Qin. Many disciples greeted him reverently along the way. Qin Yun was now one of the top 10 existences in Green Turing Palace. These disciples, who were mainly Sixth Firmament disciples, rarely had a chance to see such powerful senior brothers or sisters. Myriad Dharma Repository. Qin Yun soon arrived in front of Myriad Dharma Repository, which was lofty with its 9 floors. Entry into the Myriad Dharma Repository's 9th floor requires attainment of a golden immortal Tao fruit. Legend has it that there are dharmic formulations that can only be cultivated by those who grasp a great Tao. There are also all sorts of secrets of the 3 realms in it. Qin Yun had always been very curious over the Myriad Dharma Repository's 9th floor. He immediately strode in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, Ends of the 3 Realms. Chapter 570, Ends of the 3 Realms. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. 9th floor of the Myriad Dharma Repository. It was very quiet in here, with Qin Yun being the only person inside reading. The records my Green Turing Palace has of the 3 realms' Khanate numinous treasures are considered very complete, Qin Yun mused while reading. There are probably only a very small number which have gone unrecorded. Intelligence regarding Khanate numinous treasures was very important. He had to understand them ahead of time. If not, he might accidentally offend someone he could not afford to. The Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor's Golden Jade Ring is truly powerful. Ordinary pinnacle golden immortals could succumb to him if they were not careful. If I were using my intrinsic flying sword, I'd probably have to put it away. Qin Yun read the description in the book and turned wistful. Thankfully, Master lent me the Qingping sword, giving me greater confidence. The Golden Jade Ring and Qingping sword were Khanate cardinal treasures. Not anyone could use such Khanate cardinal treasures. Even ordinary golden immortals and Buddhas would not be able to deliver the full strength of a Khanate cardinal treasure even if they happened to chance upon one. Qin Yun had grasped a pinnacle great Tao, allowing him to fully produce the Qingping sword's might. When in small worlds, Qin Yun was absolutely invincible. But among the various mighty figures, Qin Yun had to be careful. After all, the various kinds of Khanate numinous treasures were all different. Even Yang Jian and Monkey Sun had to be careful about suffering a loss. Qin Yun did not have a body as powerful as those two and so had to be even more careful. Therefore, at the mighty figure level, it was actually more unlikely one would engage in combat. There was the fear that they could lose their lives and turn all their years of cultivation to naught. After all, who knew if the enemy had a connate numinous treasure that was meant to counter them? Perhaps, someone could specially borrow a powerful connate numinous treasure in order to take them down. Connate wonders. Oh. At the ends of the three realms, inside the chaos? Qin Yun flipped through a book which introduced the various kinds of connate wonders and the general location where they could be found. The chaos is boundless. Back when Pango split apart the heaven and earth, he brandished his Pango axe to split apart the chaos, but all he did was divide a region amid the chaos, giving birth to the three realms. At the ends of the three realms is chaos. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Danger lurks throughout the endless chaos. For instance, some ancient chaos godfiends still remain inside the chaos. However, the chaos is also full of opportunities. Connate wonders, connate numinous treasures, many of them were born in the chaos. If one was lucky while inside, perhaps one could obtain a connate numinous treasure. However, according to the book records, over all this time, the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor, and some chaos godfiends, would frequently travel the chaos. Hoping to find connate wonders and connate numinous treasures in the regions relatively closer to the three realms is unlikely. However, if one goes too far out, even perfected golden immortals can get lost and never return. Only the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor dare to probe deep into the chaos. Getting lost? Once one is too far in, they would fail to sense the existence of the three realms. Without any sense of direction, to the point of hardly being able to grasp the flow of time, how would one be able to return once they are lost in the chaos? Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. After reading through many reports, Qin Yun finally came to the 5 manuals placed in the middle of the Myriad Dharma Repository's 9th floor. The 5 Elemental Sword Sutra, the Infinite Mother Scrolls, the Cavern of Mystery Sutra, the Jade Luminary's Sword Sutra, and the Supreme Pure One's 12 volumes. The 5 Elemental Sword Sutra was created by eldest senior brother. What I learned previously only allowed me to attain a great Tao. But what is placed here is the portion that leads to the perfected great Tao. The Infinite Mother Scrolls were created by eldest senior sister. The remaining Cavern of Mystery Sutra, Jade Luminary's Sword Sutra, and Supreme Pure One's 12 volumes were created by Master. All of these are at the perfected great Tao level. Qin Yun nodded slightly. This was what heritage was. Manuals of perfected great Tao were impossible to find outside. Yet, there were 5 here. Immortal Vanquishing Hall should be where Master's highest attainments are. Qin Yun was in no rush. He planned to enter seclusion in the Immortal Vanquishing Hall after his essence soul broke through to receive the paramount heritage of the Green Turing Palace. Following that, Qin Yun first began reading the Jade Luminary's Sword Sutra. Just this read took him a longer time than reading his 5 manuals from before. Just memorization was naturally fast, but he could not help but imagine and make connections as he was reading. As ideas came to him, he found himself engrossed in it for a day and night. So this is a perfected great Tao. The advice from others always helps one to overcome one's shortcomings. Once I resolve the matters of the great Chang world, I'll be able to enter seclusion in peace to figure this out. Qin Yun held back his cultivation and put down the manual. I have to quickly raise my insights into the Rosa Multiflora sword chart. Master clearly doesn't like my wasting of time, Qin Yun pondered. I have to raise it as soon as possible, and the best way is to find a treasure that can aid my cultivation of the Heavenly Cycle Great Tao. Heavenly Cycle Great Tao. It was similarly a great Tao that led to a perfected great Tao. For instance, the ancient demons Celestial Loarch and Emperor Polestar had cultivated in the Heavenly Cycle Great Tao, making them existences at the perfected golden immortal level. Connate numinous treasures contain a great Tao in them and are most suitable as study material. The information regarding the connate numinous treasures in the 3 realms surfaced in Qin Yun's mind. And the most suitable one for me is the connate numinous treasure, the 18 Flying Stars. The 18 Flying Stars was refined by the ancient demons' heavenly quartz with the help of Khanate wonders. The ancient heavenly quartz was most famous for its stellar heavenly cycle array, and the 18 Flying Stars was considered a simplified basic version. The 18 Flying Stars has exchanged owners several times after the ancient heavenly quartz was destroyed. Now, they are in the hands of perfect sovereign pristine void virtuous of Mount Greentop's purple cave. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Time to meet him. Heavenly Realm. Mt. Greentop, Purple Cave. Outside the cave abode. A youth was kneeling there with his face pale. His breathing was weak, but he continued persisting. A Dao child was sweeping at the entrance, causing a rustling sound. He swept the area patiently, and when he came to the youth's side, he said, "It's best you return. Don't continue kneeling. It's useless no matter how long you kneel. I will keep kneeling. I will make perfect sovereign see my sincerity. Even if I die from kneeling, I'll continue kneeling," said the youth weakly through his pale lips. "It's useless even if you kneel to your death. Numerous people in the three realms wish to be my master's disciple. You think master will take you in as a disciple just because you are kneeling here? Dream on." The Dao child shook his head. "You were able to strive and get all the way here, and senior brother gave you a chance. But clearly, your talents are lacking. You do not qualify to enter my purple cave. It's best you return to where you came from." With that said, the Dao child continued sweeping the grounds. Not far away, a young girl could not help but run over with a water flask. She immediately said, "Young master, drink some water. You have been kneeling for 3 months without a sip of water. You are deliberately not using your dermic powers to support you. You won't last long. Go away." The youth waved his hand. "Young master." The girl turned anxious as teardrops rolled down her cheeks. Stealing himself without the use of dermic powers? The sweeping Dao child shook his head as he sighed. "I have seen so much all these years. It's useless. Young master, let's not wait here. Let's find other exalted immortals," said the girl anxiously. "I'm sure one of them will be willing to take you in as a disciple. Perfect Sovereign is a pinnacle mighty figure of the three realms. Only by becoming his disciple will I have a chance of seeking revenge," said the youth through clenched teeth. "If not, it will all just be a waste of time. Young master." The girl was burning with anxiety. The youth waved his hand. "Leave." With that said, he glared angrily at the girl. All the girl could do was stand to the side with the water flask in hand. Her young master was a cultivation genius, attaining a Khanate golden core at the age of 16. It was not difficult for him to attain an essence soul, and he had a chance of becoming a sky immortal. However, his enemy was just too terrifying. Ordinary sky immortals were like ants in front of him. He went through great difficulty before arriving at perfect sovereign pristine void virtuous cave abode. Silence returned to the cave abode's periphery. The youth continued kneeling as the girl watched silently from afar. As for the Dao child, he continued sweeping the ground slowly. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of the void. It was a youth carrying a dark green sword on his back. His sudden appearance was noticed by the kneeling youth, the girl, and the sweeping Dao child. "Greetings, senior." The Dao child immediately walked over and bowed. "I'll be troubling you to pass a message to Dao brother Pristine Void," said Qin Yun with a smile. "Just say that Qin Yun is here to pay him a visit." "Dao brother Pristine Void, . The Dao child was alarmed. With the standing his master, perfect sovereign pristine void virtuous, had in the three realms, few people had the right to address him as Dao brother pristine void. Dao brother pristine void? The kneeling youth could not help but look at Qin Yun. Who is he? He seems to be rather acquainted with perfect sovereign. From the side, the girl silently moved to the kneeling youth's side and gestured with her eyes. The youth understood that his maidservant was urging him to cozy up to this powerful figure. Perhaps, the person in front of him was a mighty figure in the three realms. And at that moment, perfect sovereign pristine void virtuous had already been made aware of what was happening outside Purple Cave. He took the initiative to walk out of his chamber. Master. When the Tao child saw his master approaching, he immediately reported, "There's a man named Qin Yun outside." However, perfect sovereign pristine void virtuous did not seem to listen to his report as he gave the direct order, "Quick, open the doors. I wish to welcome Brother Qin myself." Immediately, all his disciples frantically rushed to open the doors. Qin Yun? Sword immortal Qin who swept through the 26 dominions of the three realms? I heard that the numinous treasure Tao ancestor lent his Khanate cardinal treasure, the Qingping sword, to sword immortal Qin. These personal disciples of perfect sovereign pristine void virtuous were well informed. They engaged in secret voice transmission discussions while opening the doors. Rumble. Following that, the entire door to Purple Cave opened. Disciples stood to the sides, with the strongest few disciples following behind perfect sovereign pristine void virtuous. Ha! Perfect sovereign pristine void virtuous laughed as he walked out. His Taoist robes fluttered in the wind, and when he came near, he immediately gave a deep bow. "Brother Qin, please accept my respects." "Tao brother pristine void, I can't accept that." Qin Yun immediately went forward to help him up. "I'm thanking you on behalf of all life in the three realms' 26 dominions. You have to accept it." Perfect sovereign pristine void virtuous smiled as he stood up. "Come, follow me in to have a chat." With that said, he held onto Qin Yun's left arm and warmly invited him in. The youth kneeling not far away immediately got up and took a few steps forward before plopping down to the ground, kneeling. He shouted, "Senior. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 571 Trade. Chapter 571 Trade. Translator, Citulan Editor, Citulan. Qin Yun and Pristine Void turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. As for the disciples of Purple Cave, they looked over in displeasure. How dare a mortal speak when two mighty figures were meeting? "Senior." The youth knelt down and hurriedly said, "Please take me in as a disciple. You can request me to do anything. Please give me a chance." Qin Yun did a simple inference. Inference of the billions of beings in the great Chang worlds past took a toll on him, but to infer a youth at the Khanate Golden Core realm? It only took a mere thought for him to tell everything the youth had experienced since he was born. He could even infer all the possibilities the youth would encounter in the future. What a din! Pristine Void frowned and flicked his sleeve, sending the youth flying backward involuntarily. He came to a stop only when he flew to the corner outside the entrance. The moment the youth landed, he immediately knelt down. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he realized he could not produce any sound. "Brother Qin, let's head in." Pristine Void smiled as he continued leading Qin Yun in. The youth burned with anxiety as he tried to speak, yet, he could not produce any voice. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Qin Yun gave the youth a glance and smiled before entering the cave abode with Pristine Void. The extremely strong disciples immediately followed. There were also the disciples in charge of closing the main door. The cave abode's main door was usually closed. Only the side doors were used in day-to-day activities. For instance, the Tao child went in and out by the side doors. "Punk, how audacious you are to dare interrupt Sword Immortal Qin and my master." A relatively weak in-name disciple who was a third firmament sky immortal berated angrily. "It's only because Sword Immortal Qin and master have a good temper that you were not smacked to death with a single strike." The in-name disciples who were lower in stature unleashed a tirade before returning to the cave abode. The Tao child could not help but follow in to listen carefully. As a Tao child, he did not know of Sword Immortal Qin's accolades. "Young master, are you all right?" The maidservant immediately ran over. Kneeling there, the youth's eyes were bright as he whispered, "I'm fine. Perfect sovereign enjoys an esteemed stature. Although he brushed me away, he did not injure me. Did you see it? When I was begging, Senior Qin actually smiled at me before entering the cave abode." The maidservant was taken aback as she slowly nodded. "Yes, that Senior Qin did smile at you. I must have caught Senior Qin's fancy," whispered the youth. "Perhaps he might take me in as a disciple when he comes out." However, the maidservant was somewhat ambivalent and uncertain. A smile? Her young master had caught his fancy? Soon, the Tao child walked out from a side door. Tao brother, tell me what kind of person Senior Qin is," said the kneeling youth. The Tao child walked over and said in excitement, "He's now an extremely famous person in all of the 3 realms. He wiped out countless fiends from the 26 dominions of the 3 realms. The fiend ancestor even appeared in person but failed to stop him. Furthermore, he is the disciple of the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. He was even bestowed a connate cardinal treasure, the Qingping sword. He's also a mighty figure?" The kneeling youth was alarmed. "What do you mean also a mighty figure?" "He has killed quite a number that were at the strength of a mighty figure." The Tao child said with a beaming countenance, "He's the strongest itinerant immortal of the 3 realms. It is unfortunate, however, that he's an itinerant immortal." "He has killed several mighty figure-leveled fiends?" The youth turned even more excited. That was good. Coming under the tutelage of such a master was promising. Itinerant immortal? The youth was puzzled. "I heard that there's no hope in itinerant immortal cultivation. Why did this senior choose to become an itinerant immortal? Was what I knew wrong? The Tao child curled his lips. "What you know is right. Itinerant immortals barely live over 10,000 years. That's why you shouldn't count on Sword Immortal Qin. Although he is immensely powerful, he will need to focus on cultivation to break through the limits of itinerant immortals. He wouldn't have time to take you in as a disciple." "Ah." The youth was taken aback. "Stop dreaming. If I were you, I would quickly leave the mountain and stop wasting time here," said the Tao child as he continued sweeping the grounds. "No time for disciples?" The youth was stunned before he gently shook his head. "But he clearly smiled at me? There must be something deeper. He's mad." The Tao child curled his lips. Inside Purple Cave, Qin Yun and Pristine Void sat facing each other in a tea room. They were sipping tea which the perfect sovereign had made himself. The tea aroma was faint, but it filled the room. The two discussed Qin Yun's past exploits of sweeping across the 26 dominions. "You are lauding me." "Thank you, Tao brother Pristine Void," said Qin Yun. "There's nothing exaggerated in what I said. The fiend ancestor was willing to pay such an immense price for the countless fiend worlds in the 26 dominions. You probably could have extorted 2 or 3 connate pinnacle numinous treasures from him," said Pristine Void with a smile. "And you were be able to resist the fiend ancestor's enticement. Few mighty figures in the 3 realms are capable of doing so." Qin Yun laughed. The fiend ancestor had indeed offered him many deals. He was allowed to request any treasures. He was also tempted with guaranteed reincarnation and the secret of his homeworld. Ha ha. Qin Yun did not continue. Instead, he looked out and smiled. "If I didn't make a mistake, that kneeling youth outside is fated with you. Why do you continue to have him kneel there?" Pristine Void stroked his beard and smiled. "Brother Qin, your inference techniques are quite impressive. We do share a tied fate, but it isn't the right time. He still needs to leave the mountain to experience 3 life and death calamities before he can be recruited. Now, all he has on his mind is revenge. His Tao heart isn't firm enough. Even if he were to become my disciple, what would he amount to? 3 life and death calamities? Qin Yun nodded slightly. It's said that the Jade Void lineage is strict on accepting disciples. It's indeed as the rumors say. Ordinary in-name disciples can be taken in, but he is someone who will become my personal disciple. I naturally cannot be casual about it, said Pristine Void with a smile. What if he dies during his calamities? Asked Qin Yun. Then, I'll receive him after he undergoes samsara. He can hone his Tao heart in his next life. If he reaches the requirements, he will become a disciple of mine, said Pristine Void. If he still can't do so in 3 incarnations, that will be the end of our shared fate. Qin Yun nodded. He naturally could not interfere in someone's disciple recruitment process. Furthermore, he only had 10,000 plus years for himself. He had no time to waste on teaching disciples. Even his children were only given simple guidance, allowing them to hone themselves independently. By the way, Pristine Void said with a smile. Is there a reason you've come to my humble abode? Feel free to say so. I'll definitely help you if it's possible. To be honest, I do have a request, said Qin Yun. Pristine Void nodded slightly as he listened carefully. I require the Khanate numinous treasure, the 18 flying stars, said Qin Yun. Tao brother Pristine Void, I hope you would be able to part with it. The 18 flying stars? Pristine Void frowned slightly. That is a Khanate numinous treasure refined by the ancient heavenly courts. It can form domains to trap and kill enemies. It's an extremely powerful and multifaceted Khanate numinous treasure which I like a lot. It was the truth. As one of the famous 12 golden immortals of the Jade Void Palace, Perfect Sovereign Pristine Void Virtuous was one of the rare ones who were adept at artifact refinement. He had quite a number of Khanate numinous treasures which he had bestowed to his disciples. However, he had always kept the 18 flying stars with him. Having it form a domain to fight enemies was advantageous. It was also good for trapping enemies. As for killing enemies and life preservation, he had even more powerful Khanate numinous treasures. Please raise your conditions, said Qin Yun. Pristine Void thought for a moment before saying, this 18 flying star's most important aspect is the domain it can form. Once the domain forms, I hold a terrain advantage. I do not have a second domain type Khanate numinous treasure. Therefore, if you want to take away my 18 flying stars, you will have to give me the Great Yin Disc. Of course. Yun nodded. The 18 flying stars was a lot more valuable than the Great Yin Disc. The Great Yin Disc is able to form domains, but the 18 flying stars is more rounded and a lot more valuable, said Pristine Void. If you wish to make the exchange, you will have to give me the pair of arms of star destruction in addition to the Great Yin Disc. Pristine Void's eyes were somewhat glowing. If you are willing to make that exchange, it's a deal. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment. Star destruction. As a Khanate god fiend and a member of the spirit-devouring lineage, he had deliberately stayed at the thresholds of the Sky Fiend realm, allowing him to devour countless beings in a small world. The essence of his cultivation was his pair of arms. It was also the most valuable part of star destruction. They were a lot more valuable than the Great Yin Disc or the skyscraping heaven sealing chain. They were probably worth half a Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure. Qin Yun nodded after some thought. Alright, I agree. Thank you, Tao brother Pristine Void. I should be the one thanking you, brother Qin. Pristine Void revealed a look of glee. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572 Samsara Du. Chapter 572 Samsara Du. Translator, Sitalan Editor, Sitalan. Outside Purple Cave. The kneeling youth was still pondering. Why did sword immortal Qin smile at me? What profound meaning does his smile have? Suddenly, the youth sensed something as he looked up. Dao brother pristine void, there's no need to send me off. Amid laughter, sword immortal Qin with the dark green sword on his back flew straight out of the deep recesses of the cave abode. He then vanished after flying high into the sky. He's gone? The youth was taken aback. He's leaving just like that. He even had thoughts that sword immortal Qin had plans for him. How can it be that simple to become a mighty figure's disciple? Said the Dao child with a laugh. I already told you to leave. Kneeling here to your death won't work. The youth turned somewhat hesitant, but he shortly clenched his teeth and continued kneeling. After Qin Yun left Purple Cave, he visited one mighty figure after another. First, he sought out Khanate wonders which could be used in conjunction with the chaos pure gold to nourish his misty rain sword. Second, he sought out the cultivation enhancement item, Samsara Dew. After all, he only had about 10,000 years of cultivation time. Every year of cultivation needed to be done at high efficiency. He did not seek to match the cultivation speed inside the myriad Dharma pool, but he needed to try his best to get as close as he could. And in the entire 3 realms, the best cultivation enhancement item was the myriad Dharma pool's myriad Dharma essence liquid. Ranked second was the Samsara Dew that sourced from Samsara. In the deepest depths of the tenebrous fiend abyss sat a lofty figure. He had green skin and a simple fur coat was draped over him. He had 4 arms and 3 eyes. However, the third eye remained indefinitely closed. Even though it was closed, his third eye released the aura of major destruction. He was the fiend ancestor's strongest destruction body. Whoosh! The void in front of the fiend ancestor's destruction body distorted. Far ahead, it connected to a land of mystery. There, a colorful blinding light shrouded a blurry figure who sat cross-legged. Brother Black Lotus, said the blurry figure. Why are you suddenly seeking me out? Qin Yun has left his small world to head for the heavenly realm, said the fiend ancestor. Help me kill him. Do you hate him that much? Said the blurry figure with a laugh. Brother Black Lotus, you won't be able to last long in the 3 realms, nor can you protect those disciples and grand disciples of yours for long. Why are you so calculative with a junior? That is unlike you. The fiend ancestor smiled. I naturally am not being calculative with him. I'm more interested in that Qingping sword of his. Qingping sword? The figure was enlightened as he laughed. Although I seldom return to the 3 realms, I do know the current situation. I know that this Qin Yun had destroyed everything you set up in the 26 dominions. He is augmented with great merit, and has become a hero of the Taoists and Buddhists. By attacking him, we will probably provoke numinous treasure and the rest. The fiend ancestor immediately said, as long as you kill him and bring the Qingping sword to me, I'll give you the opportunity for Tao attainment which you have always desired. This, the blurry figure warped slightly. With your strength, you should be able to kill him in 1 strike. What's there to be afraid of? Why, are you afraid of numinous treasure? The fiend ancestor scoffed. As long as you kill Qin Yun and immediately return to your great world, what can numinous treasure do? The figure laughed. Brother Black Lotus, the Qingping sword is a Khanate cardinal treasure which numinous treasure used to gain dominance in the chaos back then. And Qin Yun is a mere itinerant immortal. He can only live for about 10,000 years. Numinous treasure will definitely not let him have the Qingping sword to him forever. It's at most a temporary loan. There must be some backdoor on the Qingping sword. I'm not afraid of numinous treasure in a great world, but in the heavenly realm. Numinous treasure is able to release all his strength. Furthermore, how can a Khanate cardinal treasure he lends his disciple be something so easily snatched? Perhaps, I'll be trapped by numinous treasure's immortal vanquishing sword array before I can even grab it. Then, all my years of cultivation would be for naught. Fine. If you lack the guts, forget it. The fiend ancestor shook his head. Can my opportunity for Tao attainment be exchanged for something else? The blurry figure's voice turned slightly hoarser. You will have to pay a price for anything you want. How can you benefit without risking your life? The fiend ancestor laughed. I've already given you another method. Either you capture that monkey and bring him to me, or you kill Qin Yun. Give me the Qingping sword and I can give you what you want. However, you are afraid of this and that, leaving me quite helpless. To take advantage of an opportunity for Tao attainment, one must be alive to use it first. To live, I cannot cross their bottom lines. Brother Black Lotus, forgive me for not being able to agree. After the blurry figure said that, the communication was severed. The fiend ancestor frowned slightly. Even he has rejected me? All of those who have survived for so long are all too careful. From the chaos to this very day, many ancient existences had perished. How could any one of the ones who remained alive not be extremely cunning? If I can devour the Qingping sword, it would make up for the loss of the 26 dominions. Unfortunately, none of the old bastards are willing to take action. Fiend Ancestor's eyes were filled with covetous desire before he closed his eyes and stopped thinking about it. The ones he had attempted to request help from faced no obstruction in the heavenly realm, but if his true body were to enter the heavenly realm, he would suffer immense obstruction. It would alert the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor immediately. After spending more than half a day meeting mighty figures, Qin Yun returned to the great Chang world from the heavenly realm. Xiao was waiting for him in the garden and could not help but be delighted seeing him return. Qin Yun smiled. The spoils of war from killing star destruction, a few fiend supremacies, and countless sky fiends, have nearly been expended. All that's left is some of the array formation items from the 26 fiendish layers, said Qin Yun with a smile. However, that's still not bad. I bought all that I needed. What did you buy? Asked Xiao. Half of the treasures were used to exchange for the Khanate numinous treasure, the 18 flying stars. 20% of the treasures were used to exchange for Khanate wonders used to nurture my flying sword. The remaining 30% was used to exchange for samsara dew, explained Qin Yun. If only you could exchange for myriad dharma essence liquid, said Xiao. In terms of cultivation enhancement items, it ranks first in the 3 realms while samsara dew only ranks second. Qin Yun shook his head. In the future, when my essence soul breaks through to become a pinnacle golden immortal, my essence soul will be too powerful. The amount of myriad dharma essence liquid expended would also increase. A year's expenditure will match that of a Khanate numinous treasure. To have enough myriad dharma essence liquid for 10,000 years is not only something I can't afford, but an amount that all the myriad dharma essence liquid in the 3 realms combined together couldn't match. Myriad dharma essence liquid was the rainbow-colored numinous liquid in the myriad dharma pool. Typically, green Turing Palace disciples entered the pool for 3 years. Every year's expenditure was only 1/100th of a golden immortal disciple's expenditure. Just 1/100th of the quantity was sufficient. After attaining a golden immortal Tao fruit, one could enter for another 3 years. Besides, only the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor have means of collecting myriad dharma essence liquid, said Qin Yun. It's nearly impossible to buy it. Even if it was purchasable, it will only be in extremely tiny quantities and very expensive. It's only suitable for breakthroughs at critical moments. As for samsara dew, it's much better. It also aids cultivation greatly. All right. Xiao nodded. Brother Yun, when do you plan to begin your seclusion? Tonight, said Qin Yi. I'll cultivate with my all during this period of time. Help me watch Yi and Huaner. They are not to leave the great Chang world without my permission. Don't worry. Both of them are very obedient. Besides, the great Chang world's array formation is in place. The both of them won't be able to leave even if they wish to, said Xiao with a smile. Qin Yun nodded slightly. That night, he accompanied his wife and children for dinner. After exhorting his children, he began his seclusion. In his chamber. Samsara Dew. Qin Yun held a black jade bottle. Just this tiny bottle was worth 4 khanate numinous treasures. It was about the price of Star Destruction's pair of arms. He pulled open the stopper. The dew inside surged as one drop flew out under the influence of Qin Yun's dermic powers. Qin Yun opened his mouth and imbibed it. The droplet quickly spread out after entering his mouth, washing over every spot of his essence soul. Despite feeling a little intoxicated, his mind could not help but generate ideas. Matters that once puzzled him were now rapidly resolved. Samsara Dew similarly targeted the essence soul's core. It had the effect of increasing one's perceptivity. It was only slightly inferior to the myriad Dharma essence liquid's effects. However, it was also ranked second in the 3 realms, making it extremely precious. Its side effect was that it easily intoxicated the consumer. Even perfected golden immortal mighty figures would end up drunk from imbibing a mouthful. Qin Yun only took 1 drop at a time. The Tao of the Heavenly Cycle. Qin Yun flipped his hand as the 18 flying stars floated around him like 18 constellations in their natural revolution. They contained the charms of the heavenly cycle. Qin Yun pondered over it. After consuming Samsara Dew and being aided by the 18 flying stars, his speed at studying the Rosa Multiflora sword chart was naturally very fast. Days passed one after another. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, 2 Centuries. Chapter 573, 2 Centuries. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. While Qin Yun remained in seclusion, countless fiendish worlds in the 26 dominions were being recaptured. After a campaign that spanned 2 years and 3 months, all these fiendish worlds were recaptured, including the small worlds which had extremely thin heaven-earth essence chi that only allowed one to cultivate to the Khanate realm. The heavenly courts, Taoists, and Buddhists spared no effort in recapturing them as the heavenly Tao of the 3 realms permeated them again. This was a matter of great merit. Every faction naturally put a great deal of effort in this. Merit continuously descended onto Qin Yun's body for the entirety of the 2 years and 3 months. What's happening? In the main hall of the tenebrous fiend Abyss's Bojia Palace, Patriarch Bojia sat high on his throne as he muttered to himself, frowning, I've investigated the karma, and the karma lines lead directly to the Great Chang world. Why is Qin Yun still inside the Great Chang world? He remains in a small world and hasn't made a breakthrough in his essence soul? That could be explained as him being afraid that we fiends would defend the countless fiendish worlds in the 26 dominions. Therefore, by not making a breakthrough, he can reinforce any small world at any time and serve as a deterrent against us fiends. But now, all the fiendish worlds in the 26 dominions have been recaptured by the Taoists and Buddhists. Why isn't he making a breakthrough yet? How strange. If he doesn't make a breakthrough, I have no way of attacking the Great Chang world. Bojia frowned. The 1,000-foot-long stellar stone. Bojia's 4 faces were filled with desire. There was a burning glow in all of his eyes. Everything he had accumulated for years paled in comparison. As long as I obtain the 1,000-foot-long stellar stone, I can exchange it for several treasures that suit me. My strength will increase sharply, muttered Bojia. This Qin Yun became an itinerant immortal and is destined to live for another 10,000 plus years. By making a breakthrough with his essence soul, his cultivation speed would be faster. Yet, he's deliberately not breaking through and staying in the small world. Could it be that he's afraid I might attack the Great Chang world again? Bojia suddenly made a guess and shook his head with a scoff. He can't be that stupid. How long can he defend it? Once his 10,000 plus years are up, he will be reduced to dust under the itinerant immortal tribulations. 10,000 plus years is nothing worth mentioning to me. If he's not doing it to protect the great Chang world, then what? Pondered Boijia. Forget it. There's no need to fret over him. All I need to do is wait patiently. The 1,000-foot-long stellar stone is tiny when compared to the mass of a planet. It's impossible for them to discover it. Thought Boijia. It will ultimately be mine as long as no one discovers it. Boijia kept waiting. Many mighty figures in the three realms would also occasionally check in on the dazzling itinerant immortal. Strange. Why is he still in a small world? Isn't it imperative for him to make a breakthrough with his essence soul and speed up his cultivation so as to deal with the itinerant immortal tribulations? Yes, it's very odd. Now, every year, or even every single day is extremely precious to him. Yet he isn't making a breakthrough and remains in a small world? How odd. I can't figure it out. There were many mighty figures discussing the matter. Has Qin Yun resigned himself to despair after becoming an itinerant immortal? That's unlikely. His essence soul cultivated for only a few millennia before he gained insights into a pinnacle great Tao. If his essence soul is raised to the pinnacle golden immortal level, another 10,000 plus years of cultivation should give him hope of attaining a perfected great Tao. Hope? I think it's more like slim hope. Ever since Taoist Wen broke through and gained a perfected great Tao, establishing the spirit-devouring lineage, there has not been a new perfected great Tao in all the three realms. Even the living ones are mostly chaos godfiends who were born before the chaos developed. Even the Tao ancestor, goddess Nuwa, and the heavenly lord of primordial unity and salvation were born from the chaos. For a mortal to attain a perfect great Tao? Oof. There are always exceptions. Many mighty figures discussed the reason for Qin Yun staying in a small world because he had stayed there for too long. In a blink of an eye, 2 centuries had passed, all with him staying in the small world. Qin Yi cooked a meal herself while Han Lin helped out to the side. This bullfrog has to be whole. You can't cut it. Go away, said Qin Yi immediately. Double wood, the hot oil noodles are ready. Quickly mix it and send it to the dining hall. Hot oil noodles are my father's favorite. Okay. Han Lin went to the side and mixed the noodles, letting the oil seep deep in. While mixing the noodles, Han Lin said, "Sissy, you said that we can get married once Uncle breaks through. However, Uncle hasn't broken through all this while and remains in this small world. It's been 2 centuries. What's the rush? How can my father's matters be less important than marriage?" Qin Yi looked at him. Han Lin muttered, "But I've waited for 2 centuries. My mom has been worrying all this while. She wishes for him to break his essence soul through as soon as possible. My dad is also focused on cultivation. How do you expect me to raise the subject?" said Qin Yi. Besides, is there a difference having our marriage a few centuries earlier or later? It's only a formality. All right. Han Lin nodded. All right, stop mixing. Quickly send it to the dining hall, said Qin Yi. Once you do so, quickly return and continue helping me. Han Lin hurriedly carried it to the dining hall. Dining hall. Qin Yun and Xiao sat there as Meng Huan helped pour the wine. "He still isn't back?" asked Qin Yun. "She's cooking for you," said Xiao with a smile. "I was chased out when I tried to help. Instead, she got Han Lin to help her." Meng Huan sat down after pouring the wine. He mused, "Looks like she was afraid she would trouble an elder brother like me." "Women tend to align with their partners," said Qin Yun with a smile as he ate and drank. "Yi's culinary skills are really improving. Here it comes." Han Lin carried a wooden tray that had a few bowls of hot oil noodles on it. Qin Yun took a big bowl of hot oil noodles and took a few big mouthfuls before downing a cup of wine. Immediately, he felt great as he leisurely continued eating. Meng Huan busied himself with the pouring of wine. Han Lin, tell Yi to stop cooking. There are already so many dishes, said Qin Yun. They will all be done soon. There's only a few dishes left. Han Lin smiled before running back. Cultivators had good control of fire, so the dishes were quick to prepare. Moments later, Qin Yi and Han Lin joined the table as the family ate and chatted. It was a very delightful conversation. When they were almost done, Meng Huan asked, "Dad, how was your seclusion this time?" Qin Yi, Han Lin, and Xiao immediately paid attention. They were very concerned about Qin Yun every time he came out of seclusion. However, it did not feel right to hound him with questions, therefore, they took turns asking. It could be Xiao the first time, the daughter next, and then the son. It was quite okay. Qin Yun did not elaborate. No one probed further. Qin Yun sighed emotively in secret. In fact, his family always wished he would quickly have his essence soul breakthrough. Even his son and daughter understood that, as an itinerant immortal, the stronger his essence soul was, the faster he cultivated. However, to flow against the river of time to probe the past of billions of lifeforms in such a massive world, where there were a huge number of beings coming into existence and dying at every moment, the burden of probing them simultaneously was just too great. The realm required was extremely high. Although Qin Yun was talented in the heavenly cycle Great Tao, it was still very different from his sword Tao. Qin Yun's heavenly cycle Great Tao had long reached the pinnacle sky immortal level, but to make another breakthrough? That would be difficult. Besides, there's the disturbance from karma. Qin Yun frowned. I owed some karma from the lightning beast manor. Once I reach the pinnacle golden immortal level, I have to avenge the lightning beast and kill the ancestral fiend from the mental demon lineage. Mental demon ancestral fiends have unfathomable means. To hunt down a mental demon ancestral fiend in a fiendish dominion before my essence soul breaks through? The fiends hate me to the bone. Heading there would be nothing different from seeking death. And if I fail to kill the ancestral fiend, I am affected by karma. Thankfully, I have great merit on me with the light from Providence shining brightly on me. The karma interference is relatively weaker, but its continuous interference does hinder my cultivation. Qin Yun understood this point. However, in the past 200 years, as I cultivated in the Rosa Multiflora sword chart, I have attempted to probe the past of the billions of life forms. I'm improving with each attempt. All I need to do is improve a little more before I can gain success. Qin Yun could sense that he was just short by a little. However, he also knew that at his stage, every tiny progression was very difficult. After finishing dinner with his family, Qin Yun and his wife strolled along the Mirror Lake's banks. Over the past 2 centuries, although he was almost always in seclusion, he would occasionally come out to relax himself. There were even mighty figures who would occasionally seek Qin Yun's help to kill a particular fiend in another small world. After all, Qin Yun was absolutely invincible in small worlds. Now, all the infamous fiends in the 3 realms' countless small worlds began keeping a low profile and hid. Oh! While strolling with his wife, Qin Yun suddenly saw a black-haired elder standing by the lake in front of him. Master! Qin Yun was taken aback as he immediately bowed. Tao Ancestor. Xiao immediately bowed before taking her leave. The black-haired elder was looking at the lake instead of Qin Yun. It's been 200 years. How much longer are you going to remain stuck here? The black-haired elder looked at Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, Breakthrough, 7 stars art. Chapter 574, Breakthrough, 7 stars art. Translator, Citulan Editor, Citulan. Qin Yun could sense his master's concern for him, but he had been doing his best at gaining insights into Tao of the heavenly cycles. Master, please forgive me for acting willfully. Qin Yun was extremely respectful. You are just too stubborn, said the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure coldly. For your homeworld, you destroyed your future and became an itinerant immortal. You have destroyed your path to becoming a sky immortal and golden immortal. In the end, you did manage to save your homeworld. You've sacrificed enough. Do you actually want to destroy your chances of transcending the itinerant immortal tribulations as well? How much time do you have left for cultivation? 200 years have been wasted just like this. Perhaps, your final transcendence of the itinerant immortal tribulations could be short of that 1 to 200 years. No amount of treasures can be exchanged for that time. Qin Yun fell silent. Although your sword Tao has some similarities with the Tao of the heavenly cycles in its early stages, the fundamentals are highly disparate, added the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. Even if you were to drown yourself in cultivation, you will still not be able to succeed in 2 millennia if 2 centuries has failed you. My Tao of the heavenly cycles has reached the pinnacle sky immortal realm. It feels like all I need is a little boost to succeed, said Qin Yun. Just a little boost from the pinnacle sky immortal realm? How long would that take? Asked the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. Do you dare tell me? How many people in all of the 3 realms are stuck at the pinnacle sky immortal realm's bottleneck? Qin Yun quietly listened to his master's tirade. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure added, Mortal child, all you need to do is set up a powerful array to make the Great Chang world impregnable. The fiends will not be able to break through the Great Chang world's array formation even if they wish to. After all, star destruction is dead. To protect the Great Chang world, all it would take is 2 to 3 connate numinous treasures. You previously destroyed your future to save your homeworld. Wouldn't it be enough to waste another 2 or 3 connate numinous treasures to make your homeworld impregnable? How much more do you want to sacrifice for this small world? What I'm most afraid is that, even after you waste 10,000 years, it would all end up being for naught. Said the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. 500 years. Qin Yun finally spoke out as he looked at his master. Please let me act willfully once more. If I fail after spending 500 years, I'll allow my essence soul to break through after setting up an array for my homeworld. However, he thought to himself, I have already reached the pinnacle sky immortal bottleneck of the Tao of the heavenly cycles. If I fail to break through in the next 3 centuries, I might never be able to make the breakthrough even with 3 millennia or even 10,000 years. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure nodded. Good luck then. With that said, he dissipated away. Qin Yun stood there and watched in silence. Brother Yun. Xiao walked over and held Qin Yun's hand. Qin Yun smiled as he held his wife's hand. Regardless of what the world thought of him, Qin Yun continued focusing on the Tao of the heavenly cycles. In his chamber. After imbibing a drop of samsara dew, he felt slightly inebriated. However, in this state, Qin Yun had a feeling. He looked at the 18 flying stars around him. Each star's trajectory was abstruse and magical. They constantly crossed each other's path like the motion of celestial bodies. Ideas kept coming to his mind. 13 stars are too complicated. 8? Too many. 7 stars are probably sufficient. As Qin Yun pondered, he muttered to himself, constantly inferring with his fingers. Suddenly, Qin Yun's eyes lit up. A bright light bloomed at his fingertips as it flew around him. 7 beams of light transformed into 7 stars. There were lines connecting the 7 stars, and as they slowly flew, the lines that connected them taking on a mystical essence. Qin Yun felt more and more delighted as he watched the evolutions of the 7 stellar lines. Ha ha ha. Ha! Qin Yun roared with excited laughter. Time to leave. He waved his hand and stored away the 18 flying stars before leaving his chamber quickly. It was already winter outside and the area was clad in fresh snow. Xiao was sitting inside a pavilion, leisurely drawing a talisman. So, a figure suddenly appeared beside Xiao. Xiao turned her head in shock and saw Qin Yun happily grab her shoulders, saying hurriedly, "I succeeded, I've finally succeeded." "You succeeded?" Xiao beamed with delight as well. "Yes, I used the great Tao contained within the 18 flying stars as a foundation. I removed the unnecessary portions and only studied the parts that are meant for inference," said Qin Yun in excitement. "I constantly simplified it to seek the core traits of inference in the 18 flying stars. Finally, I came up with a 7 stars art. Although it's not a great Tao, in terms of inference, it has the might of a great Tao. Up until now, I was trapped at the pinnacle sky immortal realm. This breakthrough has been a great uplift for me. With such a huge improvement, it would definitely be simple to delve into the entire great Chan world's past." Qin Yun was filled with confidence. Qin Yun wasn't unrealistically optimistic. With the 18 flying stars in hand, he had been studying the mysteries contained within the Khanate numinous treasure. Naturally, the difficulty had been drastically reduced. Furthermore, he had only sought to figure out the inference mysteries within. Now, he had succeeded in coming up with the 7 stars art. "Have you found Empyrean Lord Kuei-Fu's avatar?" asked Xiao. "I'll do it now," said Qin Yun with a smile as he immediately took his wife's hand. Swoosh! The both of them underwent void transference and came high into the sky. They looked down upon the cities, mountains, villages, lakes, and rivers. They seemed to be wearing a glistening silver attire of snow. The River of Time. Qin Yun's will covered the entirety of the great Chan world as he tore through the barriers of time and immersed himself into the River of Time. Every person would leave their mark from the moment they were born into this world. Qin Yun could clearly see these marks. And Qin Yun was not just probing one person, but all the living beings in the great Chang world at the same time. That even included beasts. Every instant, countless beings would die as well as be born. Therefore, Qin Yun's probes were constantly changing. It took a huge toll on his dermic powers and essence soul. However, Qin Yun moved his left fingers and began inferring with the 7 stars art. The art of inference could garner details or superficial aspects, allowing him to figure out the crux of an issue. Instantly, Qin Yun felt a lot more relaxed. Whoosh! Amid the river of time, Qin Yun constantly swam upstream in search of the past. The past had already happened, so the marks left behind were clear. He probed as he went against the flow. 100 years, 200 years. He forged ahead against time, for he knew that Kuei-Fu's avatar had come to the great Chan world to learn the secret before he abducted his wife. Countless beings were probed by Qin Yun. He saw them age backwards. An elder slowly turned middle-aged, a teenager, a child, a toddler, a crying baby, before returning to their mother's womb. His mother in her youth, her mother as a teenager, and when she was a child. Time flowed backward. He returned to more than 2 centuries ago, where Qin Yun transcended the tribulations to become an itinerant immortal before killing star destruction. Further back, Qin Yun saved his wife and found his daughter in the Skywolf world. Further back, Qin Yun formed the foundations of his sword Dao after dreaming 100 years. Further back, Qin Yun married Xiao in the immortal cave abode. Further back, at mid-autumn, the couple kissed under the bright moon over the river. Further back, Qin Yun risked his life to slay the county governor. Further back, Qin Yun and Xiao joined forces to kill Water God. Further back, Qin Yun traveled the world alone at the age of 15. Further back, Qin Yun practiced his sword daily, becoming the strongest youth in Grand Dominance County. Further back, his younger sister was taken away by demons in the village. His father was heavily injured while Qin Yun wept. Further back, Qin Yun, Xinan, and Qin Hongxiang were together. The 2 elder brothers were running in the village while their sister chased after them with her tiny feet. Eldest brother, second brother, wait for me. Their father led the villagers in a patrol as he watched over with a chuckle. As he watched time flow backward, Qin Yun did not realize that his eyes had moistened. Sis! Qin Yun muttered. Time continued rewinding. Soon, Qin Yun came to a point before he and his siblings were born. As he continued forward, Qin Liehu and Changlan turned young. Qin Liehu was also trained by his father in his youth. He constantly forged forward. Found it. With the 7 stars arts aid, Qin Yun instantly locked onto a figure. Although the figure was well hidden, Qin Yun's strength allowed him to instantly determine that it was Empyrean Lord Kuei-Fu. Sky Fiend Kuei-Fu's avatar. Qin Yun recognized him at a glance. Ha ha ha. The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. The figure laughed out loud underground. Qin Yun went further ahead to probe. The avatar flew backwards as he moved out from underground, tearing through the obstruction of lava as he continued flying backwards. This is Stellar Stone. The Kuei-Fu was reeling in excitement underground. He circled an area to do a probe. It's 1,000 feet long? 1,000-foot-long stellar stone. How is this possible? Heavens! Ah, I'm about to soar. I, Kuei-Fu, will be soaring to prominence. I have to keep this a secret. Definitely. I cannot tell anyone. I have to think of a method to secretly occupy this great Chang world. I will bide my time and succeed the moment I strike. Kuei-Fu's avatar spoke in excitement. 1,000-foot-long stellar stone? When Qin Yun discovered what Kuei-Fu's avatar was saying amid the river of time, he could not help but be alarmed. However, as a Khanate wonder, a stellar stone naturally had confounding properties. Even in the river of time, Qin Yun had no means to discover its traces. However, Kuei-Fu was circling an area muttering to himself. It probably meant that the stellar stone was there. Qin Yun continued his inference backward in time. He only did so until Kuei-Fu's avatar descended into the Great Chang world. From the looks of it, the reason is this stellar stone. Qin Yun stopped his probe. Brother Yun, have you figured it out? Asked Xiao. I need to go someplace to verify my theory. Qin Yun held her hand. Let's go. Swoosh. As he now knew the location, Qin Yun directly tore through the void with his wife. In the deep depths of a volcano, Qin Yun and Xiao appeared. Their bodies were ethereal and the magma posed no obstruction to them. Something that looked like a gray mountain appeared in front of them. It was lined with runic patterns that suffused stellar light. It made the mountain appear dreamy like a divine mountain. What a huge stellar stone! Although Qin Yun had already known about it, he was still stunned when he saw it with his own eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575. Chapter 575, 3 Swords of Heaven, Earth, and Man, final chapter of volume. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. This chapter is updated by novel.com. Qin Yun and Xiao made their bodies incorporeal as they circled around the gray mountain a few times to probe it carefully. Brother Yun, no matter how I look at it, it looks like a stellar stone, observed Xiao. But stellar stones have never been this big. Normally, stellar stones would indeed range from 30 to 50 feet long. Qin Yun nodded. But there have been accounts in the 3 realms history of ones that can be the size of a mountain. I just never expected to discover it myself. Furthermore, it's in my homeworld. According to the records of Khanate wonders, a 50-foot-long stellar stone would be equivalent to an ordinary Khanate numinous treasure. How much is it worth if it's 1,000 feet? Xiao found it unbelievable. Qin Yun nodded slightly. In terms of value, it probably approaches that of a Khanate cardinal treasure. Of course, it is still slightly inferior to that. Khanate cardinal treasure were truly priceless treasures. Ancient existences at the perfected great Tao level could easily become the lord of a great world. Over long periods of time, the number of treasures that came into their possession was sizable as well, but even most of them did not have Khanate cardinal treasures. All the heavenly lord of numinous treasure did was lend the Qingping sword to Qin Yun. For instance, Taoist Burning Lamp had obtained the 24C calming beads, and later, he became a Buddhist, and through it, conjured the 24 heavens to attain a perfected great Tao. Khanate cardinal treasures represented a perfected great Tao. They represented potent power. Over such a prize, master and disciples, brothers, and good friends could fall out. Only the heavenly lord of numinous treasure's status gave him the courage to lend a Khanate cardinal treasure to his disciple. Although I cannot use a 1,000-foot-long stellar stone to exchange for a Khanate cardinal treasure, it should not be difficult to exchange for several Khanate pinnacle numinous treasures. Qin Yun looked at the stellar stone in front of him and sighed. No wonder. It's no wonder Patriarch Buojia went mad for it. As one of the patriarchs of the 9 clans of the fiends, all his treasures combined might not even compare to this 1,000-foot-long stellar stone despite his potential sizable wealth. A man's wealth is his own ruin by causing others greed, said Xiao. In the great Chang world hides a stellar stone. Patriarch Buojia must be eyeing this. Even if Patriarch Buojia does not take action, the other ancestral fiends will not sit idle once they learn of this secret. Yeah. Qin Yun nodded. However, it's good news for you, Brother Yun. Xiao's eyes lit up. In the next 10,000 years, you will need to continuously consume samsara dew for cultivation. The amount you need is so much that even a Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure or two is not enough. But now, you have this stellar stone mountain. It's indeed a great opportunity for me. It will also be my biggest asset. Qin Yun nodded. Although the Qingping sword was more precious, it was only a temporary loan from his master. Xiao, wait here while I slowly extract this stellar stone. There's definitely no way of extracting it entirely. The stellar stone is the foundation of an entire world. It's connected to the entire world. If it's extracted fully, the entire world would be destroyed as a result, warned Xiao. Don't worry. Qin Yun smiled. I will never allow anything untoward to happen to the great Chang world. Xiao stood by the side watching. It was easy for her to remain unscathed by the magma by maintaining a Dharma spell. Many mortal cultivators were able to cast the wall-passing spell after all. Brother Yun, how are you to extract such a robust stellar stone? Asked Xiao. For the fiends, as long as they converted it into a fiendish world, the world would pose no obstruction. They would easily be able to extract it. The fiends did not care if a small world were to end up destroyed. However, Qin Yun could not do the same. Split. Qin Yun extended his hand as a blurry flying sword floated in the middle of his palm. It was none other than his intrinsic flying sword, the Misty Rain Sword. The blurry sword began splitting into 3 layers. They stacked vertically. One flying sword had split into 3. Brother Yun, your intrinsic flying sword, Xiao was alarmed. After the Misty Rain Sword was nurtured to become a Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure, it gained the ability to split into 3. They are the 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man, explained Qin Yun. The 3 flying swords. One sword was ethereal and vast. It was the heaven sword. One sword was heavy and similarly boundless. It was the earth sword. One sword was brimming with vitality. It was the man sword. Elder Sword, who was only at the Khanate Golden Core realm, had managed to nurture his intrinsic flying sword to split it into 7. And Qin Yun's Misty Rain Sword's sword Tao was at a higher level. Once it became a great Tao, it was a pinnacle great Tao. However, his flying sword could split into 3 only after it was nurtured into a Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure. Go! With a thought from Qin Yun, the 3 flying swords flew in different directions and circled around the stellar stone. Misty Rain Sword Array. Arise! Qin Yun controlled his intrinsic flying sword. As an intrinsic Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure which was also augmented by great merit, it was at its strongest the moment it split into three to form the Misty Rain sword array. Inside the sword array, the powers of heaven, earth, and man interlocked, fatally forming a destructive might that could reduce everything back to chaos. Wisps of sword chi tore and ground. Even though the Khanate wonder was extremely robust, it was still rapidly sliced up like it was an apple. The stellar stone was carved into pieces rapidly. The stellar stone was unable to resist the Misty Rain sword array. It was constantly shrinking in size while Qin Yun used his sense to detect the connection it had with the Great Chang world. Moments later, the stellar stone mountain had been sliced to the size of a sphere about 10 feet across. This sphere alone was still connected to the Great Chang world. Retrieve. Qin Yun flipped his hand and stored the sliced stellar stone. Then, he stared at the remaining stellar stone sphere. A 50-foot-long stellar stone can match an ordinary Khanate numinous treasure at the most. And if it's just 10 feet? It's nothing worth mentioning for mighty figures. Qin Yun immediately threw out 18 array flags and set up an array formation. They completely protected the stellar stone and made Qin Yun satisfied with its current state. Xiao flew to Qin Yun's side and looked suspicious. This array formation. Qin Yun smiled. It's to prevent any idiot from taking the final bit of stellar stone away and destroying the Great Chang world. It's best to protect it with an array formation and later, use this array formation to fuse with the other array formations of the Great Chang world. Even if star destruction is revived, he can forget about breaking through it. Xiao, go back and make some preparations. Once I finish setting up the Great Chang world's array formations, we will be moving. Brother Yun, you are finally going to have an essence soul breakthrough? I've been waiting for more than 2 centuries. Xiao was overjoyed. Qin Yun originally had the plans to fortify the Great Chang world before he had a breakthrough with his essence soul. After all, once he left, he could no longer enter his homeworld again with his true body. And now that he had obtained copious amounts of stellar stone from his homeworld, Qin Yun was naturally more meticulous in setting up the array formations. Boom! 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 Following that, 3 10,000 feet tall array mountains descended into the East Sea, stirring up huge waves in the sea. Qin Yun was setting up the array formation in midair. Qin Yun. A figure tore across the void. It was none other than ancestral Master Zhang. He looked at the scene in astonishment. How many treasures did you prepare for this array formation? I did destroy 26 garrisons of the fiends previously, said Qin Yun with a smile. Every garrison was made impregnable by the fiends. I am the only one who could tear open spatial passageways to arrive within the array formations, making them useless. That allowed my easy destruction of their hives. If not, how could the 26 garrisons be so easily destroyed? Those garrisons were all dismantled by me. I kept almost all of the numerous array formations that guarded them, said Qin Yun. I chose 12 array formations out of those from the 26 garrisons which could work in tandem perfectly and prepared to set them up. Qin Yun. Ancestral Master Zhang could not help but say, I previously sensed that you set up 3 array formations. Each one of them was impressive. You are now setting up another 12? All of these added up can match 3 or 4 Khanate numinous treasures. You became an itinerant immortal because of the Great Chang world. Your essence soul hasn't broken through for more than 2 centuries. You have already sacrificed enough. You need treasures to cultivate now. There's no need to do this. I have also obtained a lot from the Great Chang world, said Qin Yun. Patriarch Bojia and company were constantly attempting to conquer our Great Chang world because of a treasure it possesses. I have already found the treasure. It's worth far more than what I'm sacrificing. What you have sacrificed is not only limited to treasures. There is also your Sky Immortal and Golden Immortal path, and time that cannot be regained," said Ancestral Master Zhang with a sigh. "Whatever. It's pointless talking about it. For you to begin setting up the array formations, does it mean you finally plan to have your essence soul breakthrough?" "I'll break through once I'm done setting up." Qin Yun nodded. "Are you not going to return once you leave?" Ancestral Master Zhang felt a little conflicted. He had watched Qin Yun's rise to prominence. He had even owed Qin Yun greatly. The opportunity to enter Lightning Beast Manor was all thanks to Qin Yun. He had yet to return the favor. "In the future, the great Chang world will depend on you, Brother Zhang," said Qin Yun with a smile. "Rest assured." Ancestral Master Zhang nodded. Cultivate with peace of mind. 10,000 plus years later. Would Qin Yun really create another miracle? Or would he be reduced to dust under the itinerant immortal tribulations? Qin Yun was now extremely powerful. In just a day, he had set up the 12 array formations. Their potency was much stronger than any of the 26 fiendish hives. They were even able to conjure the universe's stellar forces and convert them into the heaven-earth essence chi for the great Chang world. A small world's heaven-earth essence chi would slowly thin with time, but the great Chang world was able to convert stellar forces, allowing it to remain perpetually powerful. Boom! The 12 array formations fused into one as surging stellar forces descended from the cosmos. The heaven and earth spiritual energies also began turning richer. Qin Yun stood in midair watching all of this. Xiao also appeared by his side and smiled at him. "Brother Yun, are you ready?" "I just have to do one final thing," said Qin Yun. Xiao was puzzled. "Make the fiends give up." Qin Yun smiled. In a dark hall in the tenebrous fiend Abyss's Bojia palace, Patriarch Bojia sat cross-legged in cultivation. "Patriarch Bojia." A voice reached him through shared karma. "Oh?" Bojia's eyes on his four faces opened simultaneously. "Qin Yun?" He too could sense Qin Yun and the distant Great Chang world through their karmic ties. "The Great Chang world's secret is the Stellar Stone, right?" The voice continued resounding in Bojia's ears. Bojia's expression changed instantly as he pressed hurriedly through the karmic voice transmission. "Did you excavate the 1,000-foot-long stellar stone? What do you think?" The voice had a hint of mockery. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576 Essence Soul Breakthrough. Chapter 576 Essence Soul Breakthrough. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. After passing on the message to make Patriarch Bojia abandon his hopes of obtaining the Stellar Stone, Qin Yun ignored Bojia. As for Bojia, he was infuriated. Qin Yun. Bojia's dermic powers exploded in every direction and struck the palace walls. It caused the sealed hall to rumble loudly, down to its internal structure. "My stellar stone, it's mine." Bojia was incensed and sad over his loss. What was a massive treasure that seemed always within reach, right in front of him, was now gone. For this, he had lost Fiend's Supremacy Black Wing and his connate numinous treasure, the Great Een Disc. However, those losses did not make him lose heart. He always believed that Qin Yun would soon leave the small world. As long as the secret of the Stellar Stone did not leak, he still had a high chance of obtaining it. But now, it was all for naught. How did he discover it? The area beneath the Great Chang world is so massive. Even if he burrowed underground, it should have been nearly impossible to find a 1,000-foot-long stellar stone with only his eyes. Bojia fumed. Besides, without having some kind of clue about the stellar stone, he would not have wasted his valuable time scouring the area bit by bit. But he still discovered it. Is this because of the light that shines on him from Providence? Bojia muttered to himself. The light from Providence shines on him and he has great merit. It allows him to turn calamities into blessings, making it easier for him to find treasures. But although Qin Yun had injected the massive amounts of merit into his intrinsic flying sword, just an ordinary merit numinous treasure would enhance the amount of light that shone on him from providence, let alone his intrinsic flying sword. Any faction that had a merit numinous treasure was able to ensure the light from providence would continue to come down. Clearly, Qin Yun enjoyed both the light and merit. With the light from providence, one could pick up treasures simply while walking along the road. It was completely possible that he just got lucky and found the stellar stone by chance. What's the point of keeping Kuei-fu then? Bojiao looked into the distance and penetrated the spatial obstructions. He saw Kuei-fu under house arrest in a corner of the Bojia Palace. No one was permitted to interact with him. The fuming Bojia even wished to squash Kuei-fu to death in that moment. No. Bojia narrowed his eyes. He has a grudge with Qin Yun. Qin Yun would also wish him dead. Keeping him alive might still be beneficial. Great Chang World, Grand Dominance City's Qin Manor. Inside a pavilion. Xiao, look at this. Qin Yun unfurled a scroll. It was very long and it had scenes of the various zones in the heavenly realm. This is a record of the various scenic places in the heavenly realm. Yi Zhao's eyes lit up. The scroll was a Dharma treasure and the visual depicted on it felt like a world itself. Looking at the scroll made her feel like she was looking at the heavenly realm. Help choose one carefully. We will be moving to the heavenly realm and staying there, said Qin Yun with a smile. We should be careful in our selection of the place we move to. Yi Xiao looked carefully. You can take your time making a selection. There's no hurry, said Qin Yun. When are you letting your essence soul break through? Asked Yi Xiao. I'll be heading to the Green Turing Palace first and will break through there, said Qin Yun. I'll stay in the Green Turing Palace for some time. Make the breakthrough as soon as possible, urged Yi Xiao. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. He immediately left his avatar behind and headed for Green Turing Palace. This departure also marked the moment that his true body would never be able to step foot into the Great Chang World again. Green Turing Palace, inside Qin Yun's cave abode. After attaining a pinnacle Great Tao, Qin Yun also obtained a cave abode in Green Turing Palace. Green Turing Palace disciples who had yet to attain a Great Tao could only reside in small yards. As for those that attained a Great Tao, they would be provided with cave abodes. It's time to break through. Qin Yun sat cross-legged by the side of a tiny lake in his cave abode. There were lotus flowers floating in the lake and a few fishes swimming in it. With a thought, his essence soul began its breakthrough. Qin Yun's body emitted blinding light. His essence soul dermic powers and sword Tao fused, rapidly transforming his essence soul. It went from the pinnacle sky immortal level to the pinnacle golden immortal level. As he was unrestricted by a body, the strength of his essence soul was completely determined by the Tao he had attained. Every wisp of his essence soul dermic powers was like a flying sword, pure, sharp and indomitable. Boom! 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 Large amounts of heaven-earth essence chi surged into the cave abode and into his body. With his essence soul breaking through, his dermic powers also gained some heft. It naturally absorbed heaven-earth essence chi fervently. Green Turing Palace was able to easily redirect large amounts of heaven-earth essence chi over. It did not cause much of a stir. This was also the reason why Qin Yun had chosen the Green Turing Palace as the location for his breakthrough. He could keep a low profile by secretly making a breakthrough since he had another important task to take care of. In just 5 minutes, Qin Yun felt that his pinnacle golden immortal leveled essence soul was satiated. A pinnacle golden immortal leveled essence soul is so much stronger than anything I had previously. Qin Yun felt somewhat wistful. Before he transcended the tribulations to become an itinerant immortal, he was at the essence soul realm. The essence soul was considered the beginnings of cultivation in the 3 realms. As for the Khanate realm, it was only considered as a mortal regime. Above the essence soul realm were the 9 firmaments of the sky immortal realm. Further up was that of mighty figures, golden immortals, Buddhas, sage demons, ancestral dragons. These were all mighty figures. Qin Yun's present essence soul was at the pinnacle golden immortal level. As a result, his thought processes were a lot faster than when he was in the essence soul realm. His enlightenment also became hundreds of times faster. This was also why the Tao ancestor, the heavenly lord of numinous treasure, urged Qin Yun to break through his essence soul as soon as possible. Only after the breakthrough would Qin Yun have a chance at attaining a perfected great Tao. Boom! Qin Yun stretched out his hand as a blurry flying sword appeared. Following that, the gray sword split into 3 and floated at the same level in front of him. When powered with pinnacle golden immortal dermic powers, its might has increased several times as well. Qin Yun nodded slightly. With a flip of his hand, he put away his intrinsic flying sword. Following that, he pulled the Qingping sword from his back. He held the scabbard with one hand and pulled the sword out with another. Swing! The Qingping sword was slightly unsheathed as dermic powers poured into it. A terrifying might was brewing within that lifted Qin Yun's brows. As expected of a Khanate cardinal treasure, Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. My intrinsic Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure is augmented with merit. As my intrinsic flying sword, I can produce sufficient might with it, but it is inferior when it comes to the mystical aspect. Using his intrinsic Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure produced similar might as a Khanate cardinal treasure. However, the mystical element contained within was different. A Khanate cardinal treasure contained a perfected great Tao within. Now that my essence soul has broken through, giving me a great increase in dermic powers, both my intrinsic flying sword and the Qingping sword will be able to produce even more potent might. Qin Yun nodded slightly. This way, I'll have the confidence to head into the fiendish dominion. I owe karma because of my gains in the lightning beast manner. I agreed to kill ancestral fiend Ma Xiao once I attained the strength of a pinnacle golden immortal. In the past 2 centuries, I have been studying the Tao of the heavenly cycles. I kept feeling the influence of that karma. Its effects were relatively low only because of the great merit I have. However, if I don't kill Ma Xiao, I will be affected constantly for the next 10,000 years. Qin Yun frowned slightly. I have to sever this karma. Ancestral fiend Ma Xiao is very weak. He's only an ordinary ancestral fiend. If I were to fight him head-on, I'd be able to easily crush him to death. However, he is an ancestral fiend of the mental demon lineage. He will not fight me head-on. Qin Yun was acutely aware of this point. Back in the 9th level of the Myriad Dharma repository, he had read through many secrets of the 3 realms. There, he gained a deeper understanding of the ancestral fiends from the mental demon lineage. The mental demon lineage was the most unfathomable lineage among the fiends. This lineage had a total of 3 ancestral fiends. One of them was Patriarch Mental Demon. He was at the pinnacle ancestral fiend level, and as the existence that created the mental demon lineage, the difficulty of fighting him was that of fighting a perfected great Tao expert even though his strength in actual combat was weak. The other 2 ancestral fiends were only at the ordinary ancestral fiend level. Ma Xiao, who Qin Yun needed to kill, was one of the 2. Time to leave. Qin Yun did not take the Qingping sword. Instead, he put it away temporarily. Following that, he left the Green Turing Palace and headed for the effulgent Great World. Effulgent Great World. Qin Yun stood on the peak of a beautiful mountain peak. Ancestral fiend Ma Xiao. Ancestral fiends of the mental demon lineage are the best at concealment. Even the other ancestral fiends do not know where his true body is, thought Qin Yun. They are good at hiding from the heavens. However, I have gained insight into a pinnacle great Tao and the 7 stars art. I can similarly infer the secrets of the heavens. As Qin Yun probed through karma itself, he inferred with his fingers. Through a karmic line, he discovered that Ma Xiao was hiding south of the wind encasement Great World in the fiendish dominion. But how big was a great world? Just a vague determination of a zone was useless. Since Ma Xiao's cave abode palace was in the wind encasement Great World, it was only normal that his true body was in that great world. Oh? Qin Yun continued inferring with his fingers. To infer the secrets of the heavens using various elements might appear complex and confusing, but an expert could easily see the futures of various weaklings in the river of time. And for Qin Yun, who was good at inference, coupled with the numerous elements, he was able to tear through the layers of confusion and see the truth. One side was hiding from the heavens, while the other side was tearing through the mists of confusion. This was also a form of combat. Of course, the one hiding was having an easier time. Tearing through the mists of confusion was a lot more difficult. Qin Yun's 7 stars art was specially meant for inference. It had reached the mighty figure level, and he was in existence with a pinnacle great Tao. However, despite all of that and his powerful essence soul, he was still unable to fully spy on Ma Xiao's true body. I can only gauge that Ma Xiao's true body is hidden in the south of the wind encasement Great World, in a region that spans 15,000 kilometers. Qin Yun frowned slightly. As expected of a mental demon ancestral fiend. It exists in both reality and fantasy. Its means of hiding from the heavens are indeed formidable. But you won't be able to escape. Qin Yun had an idea after some thought. He immediately took a step and tore through spacetime, crossing over distances that separated dominions while heading for the wind encasement Great World. The 3 realms had been naturally split into 60 dominions due to spacetime. Among them, 10 dominions were completely occupied by the fiends. The fiends naturally stationed immense forces to defend these dominions. Qin Yun went from one great world to another on his journey. He did not dare enter the cosmos, afraid that the fiend ancestor would take action. The fiend ancestor's powers made him unable to enter a great world or small world. However, in starry space, the fiend ancestor could sneak up on him at any time. 200+ years ago, the fiend ancestor had attempted to sneak up on that monkey while Qin Yun was sweeping through the 26 dominions. Since he had crossed the fiend ancestor would probably attack him the moment he was given a chance. Therefore, unless he was given word by his master, the heavenly lord of numinous treasure, Qin Yun would not dare step into space recklessly. In the wind encasement dominion's wind encasement Great World, a grey-robed youth with silver hair appeared. I've changed my looks and hidden myself from the heavens. Even if I were to stand in front of Ma Xiao, he would not be able to recognize me. Qin Yun stood high in the sky and looked around him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577 Mon Canton. Chapter 577 Mon Canton. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. It was difficult to infer the secrets of heaven across distant space. Now that I'm in the wind encasement Great World, I'll attempt an inference again. Qin Yun cast the 7 stars art as he carefully inferred the secrets of heaven. Distance was a factor in the difficulty of inference. For instance, there were sky immortals and sky demons who were adept at inference. But typically, they could only do so in the world they existed in, not worlds that were a distance away. And for someone like Qin Yun who could infer across dominions, he was still unable to get clear signals from the secrets of heaven due to the distance. Inference was much easier when closer. Moments later. Ancestral fiend Ma Xiao's true body is hidden within 80,000 kilometers. Qin Yun frowned. I've narrowed down the range, but there are still billions of lifeforms inside this 80,000 kilometers. There are nearly 10,000 sky fiends. He looked around him. His gaze easily gleaned the regions around him for thousands of kilometers. There were cities filled with human fiendish cultivators, water race, and fiendish demons, etc. The factions they formed were rather haphazard. There were countless at the ordinary fiend celestial realm, with sky fiends numbering almost 10,000. As for Ma Xiao, his true body was hidden among them under a guise. There was no way to find him. Ancestral fiend Ma Xiao exists in an illusionary reality. To find his true body, I need to try my best at narrowing the range as much as I can, pondered Qin Yun. I'm good at inference, and my realm is higher than Ma Xiao's. The best method is to deepen the karmic ties between us. If the karmic ties are enhanced, his concealment would also turn increasingly difficult. For instance, by being tied by blood, even ordinary cultivators who were unable to see karmic lines could sense the kinship between their family. This was because the karmic ties from blood kinship was much greater. For instance, for irreconcilable grudges, ones that could even span across multiple incarnations, the karma was so immense that even a mortal's body could vaguely sense it from afar. Qin Yun and Ma Xiao's karmic ties were still too thin. Ma Xiao's cave abode palace. Qin Yun shot a glance through the void and saw an opulent palace nearly 500,000 kilometers away. It was Ma Xiao Palace. Large numbers of sky fiends patrolled its periphery. The security is tight as it oversees a huge region. However, the Ma Xiao inside Ma Xiao Palace is only an avatar. How do I deepen my karmic ties with him? Furthermore, how do I not make him turn wary? Qin Yun pondered. After some thought, he made up his mind. I'll do that. He immediately took a step and vanished. When Qin Yun appeared again, he was already 25,000 kilometers away. He stood in midair as he looked at a luxurious cave abode which was built on a mountain range into the distance. Dark winds howled across it, making the cave abode appear blurry. This cave abode belongs to ancestral fiend Moncanton's beloved disciple, Moncanton. Qin Yun looked over. With his skill when it came to space, he could pass through the array formation restrictions of the cave abode and look in. The fights between sky fiends are more cruel. Sky fiends from the mental demon lineage torture the hearts and minds of others, causing them to have numerous enemies. Most of ancestral fiend Ma Xiao's disciples have died, leaving only 11. Moncanton is his most beloved disciple. In a dark hall inside the cave abode. Kill us. Moncanton, kill us if you want to. You are a fiend king of an area. Don't you find it beneath you torturing us? The 5 restrained prisoners were shouting angrily. There was the elderly, youths, and women. Sitting high on a throne was a handsome and fair-skinned man. His eyes suffused a red glow as he smiled. I, Moncanton, am well known for being benevolent. Don't worry. As long as you listen to me obediently, all the thousands of disciples from your wind-returning sect who were captured alive would survive. They can all survive? The 5 prisoners were taken aback. There were a total of 12 wind-returning sect elders, said Moncanton with a narrowed smile. You 5 are the only ones who survived the 3 rounds of torture. The 5 prisoners could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. It brought back memories of the terrifying torture that they had been subjected to. It was something that's so tormenting that they pleaded for death. The 5 of you have impressed me, said Moncanton with a smile. That is why I'm giving all of you an opportunity to live. Furthermore, you would regain your freedom, and even the freedom of thousands of wind-returning sect disciples. What do you want us to do? Pressed the imprisoned elder. The other 4 stared at Moncanton intently, their eyes filled with a sliver of anticipation. Their sect could continue existing? They could also regain their freedom? The corners of Moncanton's lips curled up when he saw this. He thought to himself, it's good that they desire to live. Perhaps the wind-returning sect can really allow me to nurture a Moncanton fiendish servant. You have to do 5 things. Once completed, you would regain your freedom, along with the thousands of disciples. Moncanton clapped his hand and immediately, the sky fiends under him carried in basins of meat. There were 5 basins of meat, each placed in front of the 5 prisoners. "The first thing is for you to finish the basin of meat," said Moncanton with a smile. The 5 prisoners were puzzled. Eat meat? Wasn't that too simple? I'll tell you ahead of time. The 7 elders of your wind-returning sect's 12 elders failed to survive the tortures and died, said Moncanton. After they died, I ordered my subordinates to extract their meat and mixed them together to form these 5 basins of meat. No, the 5 had changes in expression. Junior sister. Junior sister. One of the young male prisoners stared at the basin of meat and nearly went crazy. Dad. Mom. A female prisoner wept as she looked at the basin of meat in front of her. Instantly, the 5 found it unacceptable. All of you are fiendish cultivators. Why? Can't you do something as trivial as this? I'm making all of you do 5 tasks. This is only the first. Moncanton looked at them in excitement. On the one hand, he wished to nurture a mental demon fiendish servant from such tasks, but even if it failed, tormenting a person's psyche was also something a mental demon skyfiend like him enjoyed. I don't have the patience. If you aren't eating, I still have other punishments waiting for you. It will make you wish you were dead. Also, none of the thousands of disciples you have will escape, said Moncanton coldly. Eat. I'll eat. A white-haired prisoner who was advanced in his age shouted with a deep voice. Uncle Master. The young male prisoner turned his head over. I'll eat it as well. A cold-looking female prisoner had a deranged look in her eyes. Very good. 2 have agreed to eat. What about the other 3? Asked Moncanton. The others found it unacceptable. They were indeed fiendish cultivators. Skyfiends could kill countless, but they were obsessed over something. With the obsession, it prevented them from losing their way while cultivating the fiendish ways. Clearly, 3 of the 5 prisoners could not accept it. Let the 2 eat first, instructed Moncanton. 2 subordinates held a basin of meat and began feeding the 2. When Moncanton saw this, he was filled with anticipation. This is only the first task. Once you reach the 5th task, you will know what despair is. Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to it. Just as the white-haired elder and cold-looking female were about to eat with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly. Boom. There was an explosion from outside. Moncanton, your end is here. An angry bellow sounded from outside. The white-haired elder and cold woman were taken aback. A look of anticipation flashed in their eyes as they turned to look over. The other 3 prisoners looked over in anticipation as well. Moncanton sat on his throne unperturbed. He smiled. Many people wish me dead. Yet, I sit here fine. He cracked the array that quickly? With that said, Moncanton stood up abruptly as he stared out the palace solemnly. He had long controlled the cave abode's array formation to defend against the enemy. Bam! 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 Accompanied by a series of explosions, a gray-robed silver-haired youth charged in. Surrounding him were 3 blood-colored crescents that were filled with surging banal auras. Updated by novel full.com. The youth glared at Moncanton with eyes filled with anger and killing intent. Moncanton, I've cultivated arduously for so many years just to kill you. You are doomed today. Prepare to die. The person that had come was naturally the disguised Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Seeking Help. Chapter 578, Seeking Help. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Qin Yun had been watching all of this from afar. He finally lost his patience when he saw what was about to happen. The first task of eating meat had already infuriated him. Sky fiends from the mental demon lineage were known maniacs. Taoist cultivators were most afraid of developing a mental demon, but the sky fiends of the mental demon lineage deliberately went down that route. Upon making contact, Qin Yun had infinite killing intent. Such fiends deserved death. He could not tolerate it. However, he still acted according to the plan. Sky fiends from the mental demon lineage had numerous enemies, many who wanted their heads. More than half of ancestral fiend Ma Xiao's personal disciples had already died as a result of vendettas they created, but that was very common. This was the calamity that those from the mental demon lineage often encountered. Death awaited them if they failed to overcome it, but surviving the calamity meant that they could go further. Qin Yun had feigned being someone with a vendetta with Mon Canton. One who had finally gained the strength to seek revenge after many years of cultivation. "Who are you?" Mon Canton stood and glanced at Qin Yun, who had rushed in, saying leisurely, "There are just too many who have grudges with me, many of whom I do not know." Although he had a casual air, the array formation beneath his feet had already begun spinning. There was an array formation in the ceiling that was spinning in the opposite direction. Layers of light protected Mon Canton. This was his cave abode. How could his lair not have any life preservation means? Array formation? The youth's expression changed as he said coldly, "You are trying to stall for time. Die. With that said, a blood-colored crescent remained by his side to protect him while the other two streaked over with terrifying might, tearing apart the void. Pwa! 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 The two blood-colored crescents sliced through 7 layers of light before losing their momentum. Upon seeing this, Mon Canton's expression changed. "You concealed your strength previously? You have the strength of a half-step ancestral fiend?" "I was afraid you would flee," said Qin Yun coldly. Mon Canton's expression was ugly as he immediately crushed a blood jade. With talisman runes swirling around him as protection, he immediately transformed into a phantom in a bid to escape. The void warped, completely trapping Mon Canton within. "I have prepared for so many years to kill you. You won't escape." Qin Yun's cold voice was filled with killing intent. No, Mon Canton was on the brink of insanity as he racked his brains for means to escape. He only had the strength of a 9th firmament sky fiend. As a sky fiend of the mental demon lineage, his life preservation means were very unpredictable and immense despite him having ordinary offensive strength. Even if a half-step ancestral fiend were to attack him, it was still possible for him to escape if there was just a hint of carelessness on the attacker's part. Therefore, Qin Yun had pretended to be a half-step ancestral fiend who had made arduous preparations. He wanted to make Mon Canton feel utter despair. Mon Canton's body warped in a bid to tunnel through the void, but he failed to do so. Mon Canton's subordinates had long fled far away when they realized the situation was going downhill. "It's actually a half-step ancestral fiend. Master has just too many enemies. Real trouble has befallen him." As for the 5 captives from the wind-returning sect in the hall, they were reeling with excitement. They had an immense grudge with Mon Canton. Countless members of their sect were either dead or injured by his hand. Only a few thousand disciples remained alive, and they were the only 5 remaining members of the sect's upper echelons. Mon Canton, this is retribution. Even as fiends, you have to be careful of karmic retribution. You die once it befalls you. Dad, Mom. This Mon Canton is finally dying. He's dying. A female prisoner wept. "Mon Canton, I can die in peace now that I get to watch you die." "Senior. We have a huge grudge with Mon Canton as well. Please save us." "Senior." The 5 spoke out one after another. However, Qin Yun ignored them completely. Although these 5 sky fiends had been tormented by Mon Canton, they had similarly committed heinous sins. They had also killed countless, only to succumb and be tortured to such a tragic state as a result of the fiendish Tao's strangest mental demon lineage. In fact, nearly all cultivators in the fiendish Tao were the same. Few could be untainted when dabbling in such a heinous art. Die. Qin Yun acted like he was giving his all. He controlled the blood-colored crescent and conjured what appeared to be powerful treasures. He looked like his was giving his all, but Qin Yun was thinking to himself, a ninth firmament sky fiend from the mental demon lineage has quite impressive life preservation means. Spending about 10 seconds to kill him as a half-step ancestral fiend can be considered normal. As long as ancestral fiend Ma Xiao is willing to save his disciple, the 10 seconds is definitely enough. Ma Xiao, are you coming to save your disciple or will you watch him die? Qin Yun was waiting. Ma Xiao Palace. This was ancestral fiend Ma Xiao's cave abode palace. There were massive numbers of sky fiends patrolling in its periphery. Although Ma Xiao's true body was not here, he still left an avatar in there to handle all sorts of miscellaneous matters. His many disciples would also often leave an avatar in here even while traveling outside. In an opulent hall, Ma Xiao sat cross-legged inside alone. His body was ethereal as though he was an illusionary existence. He was covered in a pale golden halo. Suddenly, he sensed something and gave the order, "Take your leave, all of you." Yes. The servants inside the hall immediately left. Ma Xiao stood up and suddenly a figure condensed inside the hall. It was a white-haired and white-robed elder with a benevolent countenance. Similarly, it was suffusing a pale golden halo. Patriarch. Ma Xiao bowed reverently. The elder in front of him was the pioneer of the mental demon lineage, Patriarch Mental Demon. Although he only had the strength of a peak ancestral fiend, as the creator of the strangest lineage in the fiendish Tao, the threat he posed to the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts was in no way less than an existence with a perfected great Tao. He did not engage in frontal assaults, but acted in secret, enchanting others and controlling them. It had already been revealed that several mighty figures were under Patriarch Mental Demon's control. Ma Xiao, asked Patriarch Mental Demon, "Did you succeed in gathering information about Yang Jian?" "My mental demon servant is a subordinate of his, having the post of general," said Ma Xiao with a frown. Yang Jian had made an appearance back when Qin Yun swept through the 26 dominions of us fiends, but he never left Guanzhong River. The heavenly secrets behind Guanzhong River are blurry, making it difficult to spy upon. My mental demon servant will definitely be watching. Once Yang Jian does anything of note, immediately inform me, instructed Patriarch Mental Demon. Yes, Patriarch, replied Ma Xiao. Patriarch Mental Demon nodded slightly before his avatar dissipated away. Ma Xiao sat cross-legged again as he frowned. Yang Jian is only a pinnacle golden immortal. Although he cultivates in the 8-9 arcane art, his existence doesn't make a significant impact on the heavenly courts and Taoists. Whatever, I'll just abide by the orders given, but... All these years, Ma Xiao could sense that the fiends were gearing up for something. However, it was a vague feeling. Suddenly, "Master, save me! Save me!" A scream sounded from outside the hall. "Come in." Ma Xiao frowned as he controlled the cave abode array formation and allowed Moncanton's avatar entry. The moment Moncanton's avatar entered, it said frantically, "Master, a half-step ancestral fiend has arrived inside my cave abode and is attempting to kill me. I can't last much longer." "What?" A sharp glint flashed in Ma Xiao's eyes. "Which half-step ancestral fiend is it?" Among his remaining 11 disciples, Moncanton was indeed his most beloved. "I don't know him. Probably one of my enemies who recently had a breakthrough. He is sparing no expense in order to kill me." Moncanton's avatar knelt as he said hurriedly, "Master, I can't last longer. Master, save me." "You don't know?" Ma Xiao frowned slightly and soon, a look of alarm flashed in his eyes. "I tried to probe the karmic ties with my true body but failed? What background does this half-step ancestral fiend have? No matter, I still have to think of a way to save my disciple first." Brother Kukin, my disciple, Monkanton, is under assault by a half-step ancestral fiend in his cave abode at the moment. Please help save my disciple. Ma Xiao, who is the half-step ancestral fiend? What background does he have? I've tried inferring the karmic ties, but failed to gather anything. Perhaps he has a rare treasure on him that blurs the secrets of heaven. If you kill him, you might be able to obtain that powerful treasure. It's also possible that he has a powerful background. Helping might end up giving me trouble. I won't be able to provide any assistance. Two voices communicated over a karmic voice transmission across a huge distance. Half-step ancestral fiends were considered powerful experts among the fiends. They typically had masters. Even if they were originally itinerant cultivators, by becoming a half-step ancestral fiend, it would mean that they could enter a powerful faction. Ancestral fiend Kukin was unwilling to help fight against a half-step ancestral fiend whose identity was a mystery. Master, I can't last any longer. Monkanton's avatar screamed in despair as he cowed out frantically. Despite our ties, Kukin still does not wish to attack an unknown half-step ancestral fiend. Perhaps, only someone with the strength of a pinnacle ancestral fiend would not mind interjecting. However, the price of getting the help of such an entity is too high. This disciple of mine isn't worth that much. Ma Xiao had made up his mind while looking at his kowtowing disciple. Don't worry. I'll save you, said Ma Xiao as he looked at his disciple. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Monkanton's avatar was overjoyed as he hurriedly said, Master, why haven't you taken action? I've requested another ancestral fiend to help. He will soon take action. Ma Xiao smiled at his disciple. I can't take it any longer. No more. Master, quick! Quick! The eyes of Monkanton's avatar turned red. Master! Hua! Monkanton's avatar dissipated. With his true body dead, his avatar naturally dissipated. Disciple, don't worry. I will avenge your death. Ma Xiao's eyes were cold. I will slowly investigate who that half-step ancestral fiend is. Humph. Monkanton was finally slain by the grey-robed youth after lasting for about 10 excruciating seconds. A ninth firmament sky fiend of the mental demon lineage had perished just like that. He's finally dead. Ha ha ha. I have awaited this day for so long. Qin Yun laughed loudly as he departed in the form of a beam of light. Senior, save us. Save us. The 5 prisoners were still shouting, but Qin Yun did not return. Qin Yun appeared on a desolate grassland. Nice one, Ma Xiao. As expected of an ancestral fiend of the mental demon lineage. How cunning and careful, said Qin Yun softly. He probably could not infer my background. Not only did he just watch his disciple die, he even avoided the risk of probing across the void? With my attainments of spacetime, I would have immediately discovered him if he had spied remotely with his true body. Qin Yun felt a little helpless. It would have been best if Ma Xiao had come to rescue his disciple. In a frontal assault, Ma Xiao was nothing. Qin Yun would have discovered him if he had dared spy on him. But Ma Xiao did not do so. However, I've killed your disciple and you wish to kill a half-step ancestral fiend like me now. A karmic tie has been forged between us and is strong. The stronger the karmic tie, the harder it is for you to hide. Qin Yun used the 7 stars art again as he inferred with his fingers. The heavenly secrets were a blur, but with a stronger karmic tie, Qin Yun had greater hopes of tearing through the fog and seeing more. Moments later, Qin Yun revealed a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, Mental Demon Avatar. Chapter 579, Mental Demon Avatar. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. I've narrowed it down much further. Qin Yun stopped his inference. With one step, he crossed the void and came to a spot high in the sky. He looked down from the clouds at a rather lofty city. The city spanned about 500 kilometers in width. His true body is within 2,500 kilometers of this city. Outside this city, it's rather desolate. There are just too few large gatherings. Those of the mental demon lineage all enjoy manipulating the hearts of people. This Xiao is likely in a place where it's populated. That also means he is likely inside this city. Qin Yun looked at the city. In a residence inside the city. Oh? Where is this? A single-horned man who was tied up and dressed in gorgeous clothes gradually woke up. Have you awoken? A voice sounded. A plump youth was sitting on a chair as he looked down at the man who was lying on the ground. It's you. That merchant? The single-horned man suddenly recalled something. He immediately shouted angrily when he found himself tied up, "You despicable merchant! How dare you touch me? Quickly release me, or not only will you die, but even your loved ones and the clan behind you will all die. Wouldn't you still seek revenge on me even if I released you?" The plump youth wore an exaggerated look of fear. "If I release you, you will still kill me. If I don't release you, I'll still be in big trouble in the future. Ayaya, what should I do? Should I do such a clean job of killing you that no one can figure out how you died? Is that the way I can escape any trouble?" The single-horned man's expression changed slightly as he held back his anger through clenched teeth. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. As long as you release me, all will be forgiven." "Aya, the esteemed young son of the city lord, do you think I'm really that foolish? That I would obediently listen to you and release you?" said the plump youth with squinted eyes. "Speak. What do you exactly want?" The man continued tolerating the youth's impertinence. "You must have a motive for capturing me. Tell me your motive." The youth gently clapped his hand. Immediately, a puppet guardian walked in while shoving a woman in front of it. Having exerted strength, the restrained woman collapsed to the group, right beside the single-horned man. "Second you. Do you know who he is?" The woman immediately glared at the plump youth. "How dare you imprison him? Are you crazy? Second you?" The youth was immediately enlightened. "You are this slut's fiancé, second young master you? Second you, why do this? It's only a woman. You are also a fiendish cultivator. Why do you care about such things? In the future, I'll find you women who are adept in the mesmerizing fiendish arts. They will be much better than this slut." The youth smiled at the woman. "Heard that? In the eyes of the young city lord, you are just a slut." The woman's expression was nasty. "She flung herself onto me, and all I did was fool around with her," said the youth immediately. "How do you want me to compensate you? Feel free to speak." "Young city lord." The woman refused to believe that the esteemed young city lord would be so amenable to threats. "Shut up," the youth berated her furiously. The woman immediately did not dare say another word. The youth smiled immediately. "Second you, why don't we become life and death brothers in the name of the fiend ancestor?" "Oh, it's too late." The youth scoffed. "Slut, didn't you wish to pander to this esteemed young city lord? I'll let you accompany him for all eternity, then you too will be satisfied." "Brother you." The youth's expression changed. "Kill them," instructed the plump youth. "Yes." The puppet guardian immediately obeyed the order and went forward. "You are mad. You won't be able to escape if you kill me. You are doomed. Even your clan will." The youth was still speaking. "He's the son of the city lord. Second you, you Fei. I was wrong, really. How can you bear to kill me? Did you forget how, The woman was reeling in fear at that moment. She never expected Second Yu to be that gutsy. Fua. Fua. The puppet guardian swiped his saber down as a flash appeared, slicing through the city lord's son and the woman. Clean it up nicely. The fat youth stood up and laughed. Yes, replied the puppet guardian respectfully. The youth returned to his room and began drinking. His mouth suffused a smile. Very good. After killing that bullshit young son of the city lord and that woman, I have indeed lessened the karma. Yu Fei's soul shows less resistance to me. I'll do a few more things to make Yu Fei's father more pleased. When his soul becomes one with my true self, I shall have an additional avatar. Once I master this avatar, I can use it to cultivate back into my true body even if my true body were to be killed. Once Yu Fei is done, I'll have 5 avatars. The mental demon lineage was one that existed between reality and illusion to begin with. Ma Xiao had originally discovered that Yu Fei's soul had an affinity with him. He was delighted, and secretly transformed into an incorporeal mental demon that infused into the soul of Yu Fei, a son of a merchant. He had first used his patience to slowly trigger the desires in Yu Fei's heart, and while he was being influenced by his desires, Ma Xiao as a mental demon began to slowly infiltrate. Now, Ma Xiao was already completely in control of Yu Fei's soul. It was even to a point where he would be able to perfectly fuse as one in a couple more days. As for the city lord or his son, to an ancestral fiend, they were nothing but ants. However, now that my disciple, Moncanton, has been killed, I wonder who that half-step ancestral fiend is. The youth frowned as a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. I'll slowly seek you out. The day ushered in the night. In the night sky, Qin Yun was looking down from the clouds. I still have to shrink the region more. There are more than 100 million beings in a 2,500-kilometer range of the city. Ma Xiao might be any one of them. Qin Yun pondered. Once he is alerted, I won't be able to stop an ancestral fiend of the mental demon lineage if I'm not prepared. An ordinary ancestral fiend could be killed easily. But Ma Xiao, he had a very special vital essence. He could oscillate between reality and illusion, making his ability to escape much stronger. According to the Green Turing Palace's intelligence, mental demon ancestral fiends have 3 extremely powerful life preservation means: myriad fiend walk, mental demon avatar, undying mental demon. However, an undying mental demon is likely only something Patriarch mental demon had mastered. The other 2 mental demon ancestral fiends are relatively weaker and are only at the ordinary ancestral fiend level. It's likely they have only mastered the 2 mystic arts, the myriad fiend walk and the mental demon avatar. That's why I can't be careless. Just a tiny slip up would allow Ma Xiao to escape. Myriad fiend walk? Mental demon avatar? As long as he was careful, he was still confident of cracking the art and successfully killing Ma Xiao. I'll first probe the karma. Qin Yun looked down as his eyes glowed. The thought processes of an essence soul at the pinnacle golden immortal level was extremely fast. There are 110 million humans and 600,000 demons in the city. Outside the city, there are about 30 million humans and 600,000 demons. I can see each and every one of their karma. Strange. Qin Yun frowned slightly. None of them have blurred the secrets of heaven? From the looks of it, Ma Xiao has integrated himself into a lifeform, and is living in this world using that lifeform's identity. To allow him to hide so perfectly, would that mean he's using the mental demon avatar as mentioned in the Green Turing Palace's intelligence? He must have allowed his mental demon avatar to continue cultivating, and it should reach the fiend celestial realm at the very least so that it would have a sufficiently long lifespan. If not, a mortal's life is too short. It's not worth it to cultivate a mental demon avatar with that. So a being of at least the fiend celestial realm? There are 12 sky fiends and 3,500 fiend celestials within the area. Nothing could hide from Qin Yun's probes. He did not even dare cast his domain, afraid that he would alert his prey. Instead, he spied through space. Due to his attainments in spacetime, Xiao was unable to discover Qin Yun. He is among one of those 12 sky fiends and 3,500 fiend celestials. Qin Yun sat cross-legged on the cloud. He began multitasking as he monitored the 3,000 plus candidates. Time flew by. The next morning. Inside the Yu family's residence in the city. Dad! Dad! The plump youth looked delighted. What's the hurry? A curved-horned elder who was reading through a dossier frowned. Although they were originally human, they had begun growing fiendish characteristics after cultivating in the fiendish Tao. Dad, I broke through. I'm at the second firmament of the fiend celestial realm, the plump youth said in excitement. The elder was delighted hearing that. You have broken through? You took 300 years to become a fiend celestial, but it did not take you even 10 years to break through to the second firmament? From the looks of it, my son is someone who succeeds late in life. The elder was very excited. Although he was a businessman, this was still a world of cultivators. He always hoped that his family clan would produce a powerful expert. Ha! You are much better than those brothers of yours. You reached the second firmament so quickly. In the future, there is a definite chance of you reaching the third firmament of the fiend celestial realm. There might even be a possibility of you touching the sky fiend realm. The elder was happy. That way, our Yu family would stand out. Dad, I just reached the second firmament, said the youth. I'm still far from the sky fiend realm. Right. Let's take it a step at a time. The elder was overjoyed. The standing his son had in his heart went from being an ordinary son out of all his numerous children to first place. After all, the third firmament fiend celestial realm was certain. There was a chance of him becoming a sky fiend. This Yufei probably has not seen his father smile much since he was young, much less made his father so excited and happy, thought the youth. His soul's resistance against me is weakening. Soon, I will fuse with him completely. High in the clouds. Qin Yun was monitoring 3,000 plus candidates simultaneously. Yufei, a second firmament fiend celestial. He cultivated for 3 centuries to become a fiend celestial, yet, he took fewer than 10 years to reach the second firmament? The speed at which he cultivates accelerated that much? Qin Yun instantly kept Yufei in mind as his suspicions of this candidate rose sharply. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, Finally Attacking. Chapter 580, Finally Attacking. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun continued looking down. City Lord Manor. Put. A sky fiend elder who was attempting divine inference while trembling, finally spewed a mouthful of blood. He helplessly opened his eyes. How was it? Did you figure out anything? Pressed a thin middle-aged man. City Lord, said the sky fiend elder, your son is dead. I tried my best, but I failed to find the murderer. I couldn't even get any details of the murderer. It's as though the murderer doesn't exist. Even you can't figure it out? The man had an ugly expression. Either the murderer has a mystical item that conceals them from the heavenly secrets, or they are extremely powerful, probably far stronger than you, said the elder. The man frowned and thought before saying coldly, if the person is far stronger than me, they probably came to this area in passing. My son must have offended the person accidentally and was killed. I naturally can't do a thing about that. But there is no need for such an existence to hide when killing a third firmament fiend celestial. That's why I believe the murderer likely has a mystical item that can hide from the heavenly secrets. Investigate. Look thoroughly into anyone who has a vendetta against me and my son, anyone who might be able to kill my son, instructed the man. Yes, City Lord, replied the Sky Fiend elder respectfully before he took his leave. The man watched as the elder took his leave, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. I have 15 sons. They are scattered across the lands so that they can be honed. Although one of them has died, it's not a big deal. But what kind of treasure could it be that can conceal one from the heavenly secrets? While Qin Yun was observing the massive city, the city lord's subordinates began to investigate in secret. Interesting. The city lord's son is dead? Even that sky fiend who's good at divine inference can't figure it out. Qin Yun felt a sense of anticipation. Perhaps it's related to Xiao. The city lord's subordinates mainly investigated people who were strong. After all, the city lord's son was at the third firmament fiend celestial realm. He also had guards and life preservation treasures. No ordinary sky fiend could manage to kill him without leaving a trace or without leaving some sort of corpse behind. Therefore, the city lord's subordinates investigated targets that were at the third firmament fiend celestial realm or above. They even investigated experts from the surrounding tribes outside the city. They even investigated the sky fiends from the surrounding factions. No one suspected Yu Fei for the time being. A mere merchant's son who had just broken through to the second firmament fiend celestial realm was completely not worth mentioning. Furthermore, only a handful of people knew that he had reached the second firmament. That was an ant-like existence when placed before the city lord manor. As for vendettas? Even the bodyguards of the city lord's son did not remember how many women he had slept with in the past. Yu Fei had always been stuck at the first firmament fiend celestial realm. The woman engaged to him was similarly the daughter of a merchant. She was even at the Khanate realm and had yet to reach the fiend celestial realm. Women who could reach the fiend celestial realm were in high demand. They could even come under the wings of sky fiends, so they were not something Yu Fei could dream of. The woman's stature was equally low, and she was simply the young city lord's plaything for one night. Who would have imagined that his death was a result of her? No one would have entertained the thought that a mere son of a tiny merchant would have a mental demon ancestral fiend possessing him. Yu family's residence. The plump youth was reading inside a room. Young master, young master. A servant rushed in. Something major has happened. What is it? The plump youth shot a glance. Young master, the slut you hated and wished dead is dead. The Chang Manor beside us are in a rage. They are investigating the murderer, chuckled the servant. The plump youth laughed as well. Ha ha ha. There are countless brawls and deaths in this city. Numerous die every day. It has finally reached the slut. It's good that she's dead. Perfect. Shut up. A sound boomed. The Yu family had walked in after appearing outside the room in a flash. The curved horn elder extended his hand and, with a quake, the servant was pulverized. Dad. The youth looked alarmed. The daughter of the Chang family is dead, but I just heard a piece of news. The curved horn elder looked at his son with narrowed eyes. The city lord's son is dead as well. What? The youth looked shocked. The city lord's son and the Chang family's daughter were likely killed yesterday. The elder took in his son's reaction before heaving a sigh of relief. Old Venom Chang did not know of the death of city lord's son in the beginning. So he ordered an investigation into his daughter's death in anger. Having just learned that the city lord's son is dead as well, he's now afraid. He's similarly trying to conceal the news. Dad, our huge city is so large. Countless people die every day. That slut was immortal, so what if she's dead? Even if City Lord Manor learns of this news, they will likely not care about it, said the plump youth. Furthermore, the young city lord had slept with numerous women. Who would care about that slut? But we care, said the elder in a deep tone. The Chang family's daughter was engaged to you and she had spent a night with the city lord's son. Yes, yes, replied the plump youth obediently. We are weak. City Lord Manor will not likely cast its sight on us, said the elder in hope. The youth mumbled obsequiously, but he was scoffing deep down. In this city that spans only 500 kilometers, there are only a pathetic number of sky fiends. This tiny place can be under my avatar's control with but a bit of effort. However, I still need to make plans for the uprising of this avatar. In all of the fiendish dominions, such trivial cultivation geniuses are common. As for the city lord, he will be eliminated as an opponent in my avatar's growth. Then, he will occupy this city. For that to happen, it should be sufficient for this avatar of mine to reach the 6th firmament Skyfiend realm. Fiend celestial realm? It had to face the tribulations. Therefore a mental demon avatar would typically be raised to the Skyfiend realm. The first 3 firmaments of the Skyfiend realm were just too weak. The 6th firmament was most suitable. It was not too conspicuous, but it was sufficient for taking and keeping control of a city. To ancestral fiend Xiao, everything was very simple. He needed to perfectly fuse with the body's soul while presenting a normal cultivation trajectory on the surface. What are you reading? The elder suddenly noticed the book in the youth's hands. Dad, whispered the youth. This is a cultivation manual I happened to chance upon. What's the highest realm you can cultivate to with it? Pressed the elder. It can reach the Skyfiend realm. It peaks at the Skyfiend realm? Our family has manuals in our collection. 2 of them reach the 6th firmament Skyfiend realm. As for just the Skyfiend realm, there are dozens of those. The elder thought nothing of it. In the wind encasement great world, there were numerous Skyfiends. A manual that peaked at the Skyfiend realm was just too common. No, this cultivation manual suits me very well. After I read through it, I very quickly broke through to the 2nd firmament fiend celestial realm, said the youth. I keep feeling that by studying this manual, my cultivation speed becomes really fast. I improve more than what it used to take me 10 years in a day. What? The elder was delighted. Great. It's best if it suits you. It looks like my son has obtained a cultivation manual that suits him best. Every cultivator had their talent. Those who were not cut out for cultivation would find it a torture. But if they found something most suitable to them, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Cultivation would feel like bliss. Yes, it suits me very well. The youth nodded. Don't leave home in the days to come. We should monitor the situation, instructed the elder. You can also use this time to cultivate properly. Got it. The youth nodded. Qin Yun watched all of this from above. The city lord's son and a woman are both connected to this Yufei? Qin Yun pricked up his brows. He suddenly found a cultivation manual that suits him very well? His strength rapidly broke through to the 2nd firmament fiend celestial realm? City Lord Manor's divine inference failed to find the murderer? How can everything be such a coincidence? Qin Yun was already rather confident on this matter. Furthermore, his father is terrified and uneasy. In contrast, Yufei appears obsequious, but in fact, he's not at all flustered. Although he was confident, he continued waiting for 5 days. There are really a lot of suspicious points. He says he is cultivating diligently in front of his father and he says that he has learned a mystic art. But in fact, he does not cultivate at all while alone. Qin Yun smiled. He probably didn't imagine that someone whose attainments in spacetime are higher than his would be secretly spying on him. Xiao was ultimately an ancestral fiend. To secretly spy on him without his detection required an extremely high attainment in spacetime. Even among pinnacle ancestral fiends, there were many who cultivated their bodies or array formations. Their attainments in spacetime were not necessarily very high. Qin Yun's sword Dao contained heaven, earth, and man. His grasp of spacetime was impressive, which gave him the courage and confidence to spy on Ma Xiao. 3,000 plus targets. In terms of possibilities, ranked first is the Xu Fei. It's 99% him. Once I take action, I'll alarm the mental demon ancestral fiend. I only have one chance. It's him. Qin Yun believed that there were too many coincidences. It ranged from the target's incongruous behavior while being alone as well as how his strength increased without cultivating. Qin Yun could say nothing if he had really found the wrong target. Young master. Two beautiful slaves were waiting on the youth. The youth was laying half-slumped with the manual in hand. He looked carefree. Sigh. This so-called dad of mine has forbidden me from going out. All I can do is bear with it. The youth appeared rather indignant. However, he was a mental demon ancestral fiend. Coming from the mental demon lineage, he loved toying with one's mind. He enjoyed stirring up something out of nothing. How could he be willing to stay put in an ordinary setting? Oh, the both of you are good. Serve me well and you would be rewarded. The youth said with a smile. Thank you, young master. The two beautiful slaves worked harder at fawning over him. And at that moment, Hua! A silver-haired gray-robed man appeared beside the youth without any warning. Meanwhile, he held a sheathed sword in his left hand. The scabbard was dark green in color and his right hand was on the sword's hilt. At the instant he appeared, the plump youth saw the gray-robed man's eyes which were filled with cold killing intent. No good. The youth was alarmed. Even as a mental demon ancestral fiend, he was feeling horror at the moment. Escape! Whoosh! Thousands of figures flew out from the youth's body. The aura released by multitude of figures seemed to make the entire city freeze. This was the aura of an ancestral fiend. The sky fiends and the other fiendish cultivators in the city were scared stiff. The fear was so innate they were powerless. Poof! The figures flew out from the body, but before they could get far out, sword flashes appeared. The gray-robed man slashed at the youth's body with the sword in his right hand. Die! Shouted Qin Yun lightly. He struck out with one strike. It was a strike that had its might converged, preventing any fluctuations. It was unlike Ma Xiao's fervent release of the terrifying aura. The thousands of figures froze instantly as they silently decimated. Furthermore, this strike propagated down the karmic lines and slashed at Ma Xiao's other four mental demon avatars. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, It's Qin Yun. Chapter 581, It's Qin Yun. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Far away in another fiendish great world, a sky fiend sat cross-legged in meditation by a lake in the wilderness. He suddenly opened his eyes, face filled with horror. No! He tried his best to resist the terrifying sword slash that traveled through distant space across a karmic transmission. The might of the slash had been greatly weakened after traveling through the karmic transmission, but it was not something Ma Xiao's mental demon avatar could withstand. Put! Silently, the cross-legged figure was decimated into nothingness. The remaining four mental demon avatars were superficially at the Skyfiend realm, but in fact, they were one with the mental demon true body. Their core vitals were intrinsically the ancestral fiends, so they were unable to enter small worlds. As for Ma Xiao's true body, it had the means to control his mental demon avatars. Keeping the mental demon avatars too powerful would weaken the true body since their strength stemmed from the same source. The true body maintained 90% of his strength, weakening the mental demon avatars. The few mental demon avatars were mostly at the 6th firmament Skyfiend realm. Only one of them possessed nearly 10% of the overall strength, maintaining the might of a half-step ancestral fiend. A golden armored sky fiend on a throne dissipated similarly. In the tenebrous fiend abyss, a flying sky fiend was decimated as well. Only one was left. He was a red-robed bald man. He stood obediently underneath a temple among many figures. They were all listening to the preachings of an elder who sat on a blood-red lotus. This was Ma Xiao's strongest avatar, possessing almost 10% of his strength. Furthermore, it came under the tutelage of one of the powerhouses, Patriarch Blood-Sea. Ma Xiao paid a lot of attention to this avatar. From his point of view, Patriarch Blood-Sea's Dao residence was an extremely safe place. And even karmic attacks would be greatly weakened due to the interference from Patriarch Blood-Sea's cave abode. No good. The red-robed Baldy revealed a furious look. He did not even have the time to speak. The might of the strike had arrived through a karmic transmission. This is Patriarch Blood-Sea's Dao residence. This avatar of mine has the strength of a half-step ancestral fiend. It's much stronger when it comes to resistance. I definitely can survive the strike. The red-robed Baldy had this thought surface in his mind while feeling anticipation. I see it. The red-robed Baldy was able to see the strike unlike his other three avatars. Furthermore, he was the strongest mental demon avatar and he was positioned inside Patriarch Blood-Sea's Dao residence. He saw the strike. The sword beam slashed across the boundless chaos. As such, heaven and earth were split. The sword beam that sliced through the chaos, splitting heaven and earth apart, struck his body and soul. Even Patriarch Blood-Sea's Dao residence only managed to weaken the sword beam slightly. Without a sound, the red-robed Baldy was decimated both body and soul. Only a wisp of his true spirit returned to samsara. Mental demon ancestral fiend Ma Xiao had been wiped out from the three realms. This. Who is so daring? To think he killed junior brother Chan. The fiendish cultivators around him who were listening to the preachings were horrified. This was Patriarch Blood-Sea's Dao residence. Oh. Sitting high on a blood-colored lotus, the elder looked down. His eyes were cold. Ma Xiao? Wind encasement, great world. The plump youth sent thousands of figures frantically flying in every direction, its terrifying might permeating the entire city. When the gray-robed man slashed out with his sword, all the thousands of figures were decimated. The plump youth's body was vanquished as well. Oh. Qin Yun held the Qingping sword and sensed the outcomes. The might of that one strike had reached the four mental demon avatars. The other three were easily killed. Only the red-robed Baldy and Patriarch Blood-Sea's Dao residence had put up some bit of resistance. The strike had less than 10% of its original might after its karmic transmission. It was later affected by the Dao residence, weakening it further. However, the disparity in strength was extremely great, so he still managed to forcibly kill Ma Xiao's final mental demon avatar. With all mental demon avatars dead, Ma Xiao had truly perished. Massive amounts of merit began descending upon him. The havoc that mental demon ancestral fiends wreaked on the three realms were similarly massive. There were only 3 ancestral fiends of the mental demon lineage, including Patriarch Mental Demon. They had long made the 3 realms tremble in fear, but now, one of them had perished. Thankfully I used all my strength as well as the Qingping sword, thought Qin Yun. If I had used my intrinsic flying sword, it might have matched the strength of the Qingping sword, but in terms of mystical charm, it's intrinsically different. I might not have been able to kill the mental demon avatar inside Patriarch Blood-Sea's Dao residence. If he used his intrinsic flying sword, he was using a pinnacle great Dao. But if he used the Qingping sword, Qin Yun was using the means of a perfected great Dao. All these years, he had been carrying the Qingping sword with him. His master had lent it to him to study the great Dao of heaven and earth, and it was indeed most suitable. The skill which Qin Yun had come up that he was most pleased with over the years was the Chaos Genesis Heaven-Earth split. But strictly speaking, what Qin Yun used was only a catalyst. It catalyzed the perfected great Dao contained within the Khanate Cardinal Treasure Qingping sword and released its strength. It was to date Qin Yun's strongest strike. It was a strike that could leave the three realms in fear. As the strike contained a perfected Great Dao strength, making it equal Patriarch Blood Sea, the influence Patriarch Blood Sea's Dao residence had on it was extremely low. At the instant Ma Xiao perished. All the ancestral fiends who were cultivating in the wind encasement great world immediately sensed it. They all knew that the three realms no longer had Ma Xiao among its inhabitants. How audacious! How dare someone enter our fiendish dominion to kill Ma Xiao? Who is that arrogant? These ancestral fiends were fuming. With a mere thought, they immediately activated the protective array of the wind encasement great world. Qin Yun immediately sensed these changes when he killed Ma Xiao. Spacetime has been sealed. Qin Yun looked up into the sky. The fiends sure reacted quickly. Rumble! A massive array spanning 500,000 kilometers appeared in the sky. There were blood runes dotting the array. Not only that, deep beneath the wind encasement great world, there was also an ancient array formation which had been activated. What happened? What's happening? In the city Qin Yun was in, the city lord and the numerous sky fiends, as well as the Yu family head, the other fiend celestials, and mortals, all looked at the massive array that appeared in midair in horror. This was the world array of the wind encasement great world. They had never seen it their entire lives. Its might left their hearts palpitating in despair. So, Qin Yun flew up into the sky, and when he reached a high altitude, his gaze swept the area. Ancestral fiends appeared one after another from every corner of the world. There were a total of 6 ancestral fiends. 5 of them were ordinary ancestral fiends, with one of them being a pinnacle ancestral fiend. The fiends had ruled over 10 dominions without any instabilities. The 10 great worlds were perennially presided over by ancestral fiends. If there were any conflicts, even stronger ancestral fiends would rush over from the tenebrous fiend abyss to reinforce them. Therefore, Qin Yun knew very well that the 6 ancestral fiends in front of him were only just the beginning. You changed your looks and concealed yourself from the secrets of heaven. This act of furtiveness. Who exactly are you? Bellowed an ancestral fiend angrily. At that moment, Qin Yun was still in the guise of a silver-haired gray-robed man. He concealed himself from the secrets of heaven and had put away the Qingping sword. These ancestral fiends had no means to recognize him. Which mighty figure from the 3 realms are you? Why? Do you dare to it, but do not dare to admit to your identity? These ancestral fiends spoke. Meanwhile, they activated the might of the worldly array, and instantly, a massive blood rune descended upon Qin Yun. Worldly array? Qin Yun looked up, and with a wave of his hand, his intrinsic flying sword flew out and split into 3. It scattered in different directions and formed the Misty Rain array. Qin Yun's casting of the Misty Rain array with his intrinsic flying sword was his strongest defensive move. As for the Qingping sword? He had yet to figure out a way to catalyze a defensive move from the Qingping sword's perfected Great Dao. Updated by Novel Full, Com. 3 flying swords? Who is he? The ancestral fiends still could not recognize him. Among the experts in the 3 realms, they knew nobody who used 3 flying swords. Ever since Qin Yun nurtured his intrinsic flying sword to a connate pinnacle numinous treasure, he had never really used it in battle. Boom! The blood runes descended in suppression as they attempted to erode the array, but they were completely fended off by the hazy Misty Rain array. The Misty Rain sword was an intrinsic connate pinnacle numinous treasure, and it was augmented with great merit. It had split into 3, the Heaven Sword, the Earth Sword, and the Man Sword, allowing it to form the Misty Rain array. It was naturally very formidable when it came to defense. What a powerful array! He managed to defend against the world array. The ancestral fiends were alarmed at the sword array's might. Qin Yun extended his right hand and produced another sword in his hand. It was dark green in color, and there were carvings of lotus leaves on it. It no longer converged its might since Qin Yun was releasing all of it. Chaos Genesis Heaven-Earth Split. Kill. The Qingping sword flew out of Qin Yun's hand and transformed into a blinding and resplendent green sword beam. The green sword beam was dazzling. It was like first light at the dawn of the universe. Instantly, all the ancestral fiends were mesmerized by it, as though they were watching how the heaven and earth split apart for the first time. At that instant, there was nothing in the world but that dazzling sword. It was indefensible. Death was certain if anyone attempted to block it. The few ordinary ancestral fiends also realized this. He's Qin Yun. That's the Qingping sword, a Khanate cardinal treasure. The ancestral fiends had great changes in expressions. All of you, listen to my command. The only pinnacle ancestral fiend remained composed as he bellowed in angry order. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582 Patriarch Bloodsea. Chapter 582 Patriarch Bloodsea. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The 6 ancestral fiends were originally filled with confidence. They believed that the Maxiao's murderer was a pinnacle golden immortal. As for existences that were at the higher perfected Great Tao realm, they were almost equal to the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor. They were practically invincible in great worlds. There was no need for such a being to act so furtively when killing Maxiao. They guessed right. The murderer was indeed at the pinnacle golden immortal level, but he was a sword immortal known for destroying all Dharma with a single sword. Even so, these 6 ancestral fiends thought nothing of that. They had a pinnacle ancestral fiend among them, and they had a massive worldly array on their side. They held the absolute advantage against any existence below a perfected Great Tao. But Qin Yun had the Khanate cardinal treasure, the Qingping sword. That made things different. That was the heavenly lord of numinous treasures' treasured sword. Who wouldn't be afraid from seeing it? All of you are to retreat to the middle of the array, instructed the pinnacle ancestral fiend. Whoosh! 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 The 6 ancestral fiends quickly engaged in void transference. Instantly, they appeared in the middle of the massive array formation that spanned 500,000 kilometers in the sky. This worldly array that protects this great world is indeed impressive. Its lockdown of spacetime is something even pinnacle golden immortals can't crack open, thought Qin Yun. Furthermore, the ancestral fiends who are controlling the array formation are not affected by it. They are still able to engage in void transference. One side was unable to engage in void transference, but the other side could. This was the number one advantage of controlling a worldly array. Set up a formation to be on full defense, ordered the pinnacle ancestral fiend hurriedly via voice transmission. The other 5 ancestral fiends did not hesitate at all. Following that, they took control of the worldly array. The misty rain array which had suppressed the blood-colored runes also began to dissipate. A total of 10 blood-colored runes appeared around the 6 ancestral fiends to protect them in every direction. It was like a gigantic multi-faced decahedron. It ensured an impregnable defense as the blood-colored runes was constantly moving slowly. Here it comes. The hearts of the 6 ancestral fiends tightened. Whoosh! The dazzling sword wisp tore through the barriers of spacetime and similarly appeared in front of the 6. They were unable to escape the strike even with void transference. The Qingping sword exceeded Qin Yun's sword Dao in the aspect of spacetime. It was at an even more brilliant stage. Spacetime lockdowns were relative. Typical spacetime lockdowns could suppress ordinary immortals, Buddhas, and fiendish demons. It was even possible that even ordinary golden immortals would be unable to crack them. However, Qin Yun could do so. Back then, he swept through the 26 fiendish nests easily by opening up a spacetime passageway. As for even more brilliant spacetime lockdowns, they had an extremely high setup cost. And worldly arrays in the great worlds of the fiendish dominions were as such. They could suppress pinnacle golden immortals, but they were unable to suppress those at the perfected great Tao level or a powerful treasure like the Qingping sword. Bam! The green sword beam slashed down. It easily entered the deepest depths of the massive array, shattering the omnidirectional protection of the worldly array's blood-colored runes. Even though new runes appeared immediately, they too would be shattered before they could completely take form. Furthermore, there were 3 alloyed metal bangles around the 6 ancestral fiends. Each bangle overlaid one another to protect the 6 ancestral fiends. The sword beam's remnant might cleave down on the alloyed metal bangles, sending one flying, but the sword beam lost all its momentum after sending tremors to the second one. Immediately, the omnidirectional blood-colored runes shrank rapidly to protect the 6 ancestral fiends again. It was so close. The 6 ancestral fiends felt a lingering fear. Is this the might of the Qingping sword? The pinnacle ancestral fiend's expression changed. If the worldly array had not fended off 80% of the Qingping sword's might, I would probably have perished under the Qingping sword if I faced it alone. That numinous treasure Tao ancestor sure is capricious. He actually bestowed a connate cardinal treasure to an itinerant immortal. I hope there will come a day when this connate cardinal treasure is snatched away. The ancestral fiends were both fearful and jealous. Connate cardinal treasures were treasures that the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor used. Even many of the existences with a perfected great Tao did not have connate cardinal treasures. They were extremely valuable. In the 3 realms, only the heavenly lord of numinous treasure had lent a connate cardinal treasure to a pinnacle golden immortal. He was the only one who had ever done so. Back then, he had bestowed the 24 sea calming beads to his beloved disciple, Zhao Gongming. With that item in hand, Zhao Gongming sent reverberations through the 3 realms. He produced brilliant results during the war of the 3 Taoist factions. But eventually, the treasure landed in the hands of Taoist Burning Lamp. He became a Buddhist and transformed the 24 sea calming beads into the 24 heavens, allowing him to attain a perfected great Tao. Now, the heavenly lord of numinous treasure had done the same thing again. He had lent the Qingping sword which had accompanied him for many years to Qin Yun. Although it was said to be a temporary loan, Qin Yun was, at present, making terrifying use of it. Although Qin Yun was considered one of the strongest combat forces among pinnacle golden immortals, making him even more powerful with the Qingping sword, he was still only able to produce a portion of the Qingping sword's might. There was still a lot of hope to snatch the connate cardinal treasure from him. Heavenly Lord of numinous treasure, back then, your disciple, Zhao Gongming, had his connate cardinal treasure snatched. I hope there will come a day when this Qin Yun has the connate cardinal treasure snatched as well, thought the pinnacle ancestral fiend. Although they were secretly ruminating over the matter, they still carefully hid inside the worldly array's core. Only existences at the perfected great Tao could scheme against Qin Yun. They were incapable of doing so. Qin Yun looked up at the 6 ancestral fiends. This worldly array seems to have perpetual vitality. With the array's obstruction, I can't kill them. I was still planning on killing another ancestral fiend or 2. Whatever, it's time to return. Qin Yun waved his hand. The Qingping sword flashed and appeared in Qin Yun's hand. Open. Qin Yun used the Qingping sword again and ripped open space. You wish to leave after killing one of our ancestral fiends? A voice rumbled across the world. A massive hand extended from a spatial passageway and came rearing down on Qin Yun. The massive hand blotted out the skies, and one could see the intricate patterns on the palm. Each finger was like a heavenly column. The palm was ruddy and its surface contained negative karma fire. Patriarch Blood Sea. The 6 ancestral fiends who were hiding in the array's core were delighted upon seeing this. Patriarch Blood Sea? Qin Yun was alarmed. Open. Although Qin Yun was alarmed, he showed no fear. He continued maintaining the Misty Rain array while controlling the Qingping sword. The Qingping sword transformed into a sword beam that seemed to split apart the chaos. It was amazingly fast as it tore through the void's obstructions and met the sky-blotting palm. Rip! The sword beam sliced through everything it passed through. The sword sliced open a long crack through the gigantic palm. The skin that suffused negative karma fire ruptured to reveal the infinite sanguine light within. Although a long gash was formed, the gigantic palm came to a slight pause. The wound slowly healed and simultaneously came crushing down. The Qingping sword immediately appeared back by Qin Yun's side with a flash, leaving the palm to strike the blurry misty rain array. With a loud boom, the infinite negative karma fire burned the misty rain array. However, the blurry misty rain array only trembled slightly as it diverted and dissipated the forces. Although it was less mystical, the misty rain array's might was approaching that of the Qingping swords. Furthermore, the misty rain array was extremely good at defense due to being created by the Heaven Sword, Earth Sword, and Man Sword. It was a perfect defense. Take another strike of mine. The hand came pointing down like it was plucking a flower. This tap was gentle and warm. The massive finger tapped the misty rain array while seeming to lack any oppressive force, but a strange wave penetrated the array. The misty rain array did its best to weaken the wave. But it only managed to weaken a portion of the wave. When the formless wave transmitted across the misty rain array, Qin Yun slashed out with the Qingping sword in alarm. It was still the same chaos genesis heaven-earth split. The Qingping sword's mystical beam weakened more than half the wave's might, as the remaining might entered Qin Yun's body. Humph! Qin Yun felt his essence soul resonate as he felt disgusted. After the strange force penetrated Qin Yun's essence soul, he instinctively used his essence soul dermic powers to expel the force. Destroy! Now that his essence soul was at the pinnacle golden immortal stage, how vast were his dermic powers? Furthermore, how sharp were a sword immortal's dermic powers? However, it took about 20% of his dermic powers to expel the strange force. Eldest senior sister, if you don't take action, I won't be able to last much longer, said Qin Yun through a voice transmission immediately. He had only figured out one offensive move from the Qingping sword and had yet to figure out a defensive move. For him to dare to enter the fiendish dominions to kill an ancestral fiend, he naturally had precautions in place. After all, the ancient existences might not mind an itinerant immortal with a 10,000-year lifespan, but many of them coveted the Qingping sword. He naturally had to be careful, novel, calm. In a desolate plain thousands of kilometers away from Qin Yun was an elderly woman with a staff. She smiled as she looked up and watched everything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, Severing Karma. Chapter 583, Severing Karma. Translator, Citulen. Editor, Citulen. Junior brother, don't be afraid. With your sword arts, you should still be able to withstand a few more strikes, said Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain smilingly via voice transmission. Eldest senior sister, stop pulling my leg, said Qin Yun immediately via voice transmission. The misty rain array which he was proud of was indeed good at defense, but he had just expended 20% of his dermic powers after using every other means possible. A few more strikes would probably require him to consume immortal pills to replenish his dermic powers. Now that he had an essence soul at the pinnacle golden immortal stage, the immortal pill expenditure needed to recover his dermic powers would be alarming. While the two fellow disciples were communicating by voice transmissions, the gigantic palm that had penetrated spacetime high in the sky delivered its third strike. This time, it formed the shape of a claw, and its periphery created chaos streams as it plunged down rapidly. Whoosh! Although Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain was teasing Qin Yun, she still waved the staff in her hand. The moment she moved it, it expanded rapidly to more than 50,000 kilometers. Everything around the staff returned to chaos as its obstreperous might was even stronger than that of the palm in the sky. The appearance of the staff made it seem as though the mythical Mount Buzhou one had appeared once again. It's Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain. She's actually here? The hearts of the 6 ancestral fiends who were hiding in the array formation trembled. Her reputation preceded her. Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain's fame was just too great. She was the eldest senior sister of Green Turing Palace. The great Tao she had gained insights in was that of the limitless great Tao. It was also why she was called the Limitless Mother and Heavenly Lord of Limitless. The strength of a perfected great Tao existence naturally had much to do with their Tao. For instance, Patriarch Bloodsea's Blood Sea Great Tao brought the existence of the Blood Sea, which made death impossible. Patriarch Bloodsea's ability to not die was naturally very impressive. In addition, the Blood Sea Great Tao was a great Tao of heinous sin. His means were rather odd, and used against juniors, he could use the powers of his Blood Sea to repress others. As an ancient cultivation existence, the terror which Patriarch Bloodsea's name struck in the minds of others was extremely high as well. However, Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain's limitless great Tao was even more powerful and domineering, but now, and many other times, Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain took center stage when it came to matters of Green Turing Palace. Boom! When she struck out with her staff, the heavens seemed to be penetrated as it collided with Patriarch Bloodsea's claw. What followed was a resonating hum. The might of this collision made Qin Yun's expression change slightly. However, the misty rain array protected him, preventing the remnant shock waves from affecting him. It's indeed terrifying when perfected great Tao existences clash. Qin Yun watched with his head up. My itinerant immortal body is still too weak. It's incomparable to physical establishing sage like Yang Jian and company. After this, I have to spend more time on studying the Qingping sword. If I'm able to deliver more of the Qingping sword's moves, I would be able to figure out some defensive moves at least. Although his sword Tao had formed, there was still a need to separately figure out the great Tao of heaven, the great Tao of earth, and the great Tao of man. Only then could he combine them to form a perfected great Tao. For him to engage in a few rounds of battle with perfected great Tao existences, he temporarily had to rely on the Qingping sword. In fact, in all of the 3 realms, pinnacle golden immortals had no way to battle perfected great Tao existences if they lacked Kane cardinal treasures. Even pinnacle golden immortals of the physical establishing sage lineage could only last a few blows with their bodies, but they would still be trampled in the end. Those that were lucky to escape with their lives were considered rather impressive. In the sky, accompanied by the loud boom and the strike of the staff, Patriarch Bloodsea's gigantic fingers began cracking. The staff pierced through Patriarch Bloodsea's palm, leaving a huge hole in it. The palm then dissolved into boundless sanguine light. Amid the sanguine line appeared a gigantic face that looked down. Wudong, you actually came as well? From the looks of it, you really cherish this junior brother of yours. Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain took one step to appear beside Qin Yun. The misty rain array had naturally allowed her entry without obstruction. Junior brother, don't bother speaking to this old fool. Let's go. Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain said as she struck out her staff. With a rumbling boom, she tore open a spatial passageway. Following that, she entered the passageway with Qin Yun and left. The worldly array was unable to seal her in at all. Even Patriarch Bloodsea was unable to stop her. The face within the boundless sanguine light looked down at this scene. Before I took action, I had sealed off the wind encasement great world. It could have held back a perfected great Tao existence for a while, thought Patriarch Bloodsea. Unfortunately, this Wudong had come to the wind encasement great world ahead of time. She was ready to save Qin Yun at any time. From the looks of it, this Qin Yun is quite a careful one. Patriarch. The 6 ancestral fiends bowed reverently. The face within the boundless sanguine light looked down before it dissipated into nothingness. It tore through space and returned to the Blood Sea. Heavenly Courts. A heavenly general was on watch when his expression changed suddenly. Boom! His body and even essence soul suddenly exploded, producing a powerful blast. What's happening? What happened? It immediately caused a stir. There was a Taoist in cultivation who suddenly opened his eyes in alarm as he exploded. Guan River. A general who was leading a platoon of soldiers in an exercise revealed an alarmed look. Following that, there was an explosion. It even killed 3 relatively weak heavenly soldiers nearby and injured a general. Oh! Inside the manor, perfect sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian, looked towards the practice ground and did some inference. Qin Yun killed Ma Xiao? There were many cultivators in the 3 realms who exploded. The heavenly courts in various places quickly learned that Qin Yun had infiltrated the fiendish dominion and killed ancestral fiend Ma Xiao of the mental demon lineage. The death of a mental demon ancestral fiend naturally caused all his mental demon servants to explode. They were under the complete control of a mental demon ancestral fiend, making them absolutely loyal. Just this alone determined that there were more than 50 mental demon servants. Thankfully, the strongest mental demon servant had the strength of a half-step golden immortal. The loss was nothing considerable, but it also made the various factions in the 3 realms realize the threat of the mental demon lineage. Of course, after Qin Yun's assault, there were only 2 mental demon ancestral fiends left in the 3 realms. Nice, this Qin Yun actually dared to infiltrate a fiendish dominion. I'm truly impressed. Star Destruction died under his hand, and now, mental demon ancestral fiend Ma Xiao had succumbed. With his destruction of the 26 fiendish nests, the fiends must hate him to the bone. Fellow Taoist Qin is an itinerant immortal. He is fighting for a chance of survival, so why would he care if the fiends hate him? Mighty figures discussed. Heavenly Realm. Blackfoal Mountain. While walking on Blackfoal Mountain and watching the pear blossoms, the 2 fellow disciples were chatting. Junior brother, you must not be so rash in the future. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain looked at Qin Yun. The fiendish dominions are not that easy to infiltrate. There, we are discriminated against by the world itself. Our strength is repressed. The worldly array also represses your strength. It's very dangerous for pinnacle golden immortals to enter. Eldest senior sister, said Qin Yun immediately. I had to sever the karma. Every moment I didn't, the karma I owed constantly influenced my cultivation. By ending it earlier, I can cultivate in peace earlier. Therefore, I rushed to kill the ancestral fiend before I comprehended much of the Qingping sword. In the future, I will naturally not do so. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain nodded. All right. Focus on your cultivation. Do not let down Master's hopes for you. I understand. Qin Yun nodded. He knew his master regarded him highly. If not, he would not have lent his personal sword to him. This temporary loan had the risk of loss. For example, the Tao ancestor was unable to enter a great world with his true body. Every perfected great Tao existence has reached the limits. They pose great danger to you, said Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain seriously. The Qingping sword can be used to gain insight for you, but it similarly brings danger unto you. Those old bastards once schemed against junior brother Xiao. You must learn from his mistakes. Eldest senior sister, don't worry. I will definitely be careful, said Qin Yun. If he lost the Qingping sword, how was he to answer to the trust his master had given him? All right, quickly enter seclusion, said Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain. Eldest senior sister, I bid you farewell then. Qin Yun cupped his hands and bowed. Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain nodded slightly. Then, a blurry light descended and Qin Yun had departed to the Green Turing Palace. The purpose for this trip to the Green Turing Palace was to enter the Immortal Vanquishing Hall for seclusive cultivation. After spending more than 2 centuries, he had finally resolved the impending disasters of his homeworld as well as severed the karma of Ma Xiao. He could now finally cultivate in peace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584 Lightning Beast's Bestowment. 584 Lightning Beast's Bestowment. Translator, Xiao. Editor, Xiao. Green Turing Palace, Immortal Vanquishing Hall. When Qin Yun entered the Immortal Vanquishing Hall, all he saw was the formidable void. An array graph hovered in the void as 4 connate divine swords floated at its 4 corners. The Immortal Vanquishing Sword, Immortal Slaying Sword, Immortal Entrapment Sword, and the Immortal Peril Sword. These 4 divine swords are all connate cardinal treasures. Master obtained them and studied them, and even managed to forge this Immortal Vanquishing Sword array, combining these 4 connate cardinal treasures into one, making it the strongest decimation array in the 3 realms. Qin Yun immediately sat cross-legged within the Immortal Vanquishing Sword array and sensed it. The 4 divine swords were catered to decimation. The Immortal Vanquishing Sword was domineering like the sun in the sky. Its sword chi raged in an extremely formidable manner. It left one lacking the courage to resist it. The Immortal Slaying Sword was even more ruthless and bloodthirsty. Just a slight probe from Qin Yun made him feel appalled. The Immortal Entrapment Sword was mysterious with its soft characteristics. It was like a gentle breeze that would make one unknowingly fall into a spider's web. Once that happened, it was almost impossible to get out. As for the Immortal Peril Sword, it severed all life. Contact meant imminent death. The Immortal Vanquishing Sword array is able to perfectly fuse these 4 divine swords? Qin Yun was impressed. My Misty Rain Sword can be split into 3, forming the Heaven, Earth, and Man swords. However, the 3 swords were originally one, so there is no need for an array graph to perfectly fuse them together. But with these 4 swords, Master first obtained them before forging an array graph to fuse them together. As such, it's this array graph that is the most impressive thing here. Qin Yun flipped his hand and took out a black jade bottle. He pulled its stopper as a drop of samsara dew was carried out by his dermic powers. It was absorbed the moment it entered Qin Yun's mouth, spreading across his essence soul. Even as he felt a little intoxicated, ideas began to surface in his mind that he immediately ruminated on. He only had slightly more than 10,000 years left before the itinerant immortal's 12th tribulation. He naturally had to keep using samsara dew for cultivation. Connate cardinal treasures all contained a perfected great Tao. There were 4 perfected great Tao around him, allowing him to study them as he wished. There was even the array graph that fused the 4 perfected great Tao together. The mystical charm contained within the graph was infinite. Qin Yun completely immersed himself in it as he made tremendous gains daily. He felt like a starving and thirsty tourist in a desert as he constantly drew on this oasis. Great Chang World's Qin Manor. Didn't Dad say we would be moving to the heavenly realm? Why hasn't there been any news? He doesn't answer me when I asked. All he did was instruct both Mom and I to choose a location. Qin Yi was feeling bored in her room. Double Wood and Meng Huan are still in seclusive cultivation, but I have already exited seclusion. How boring. I really want to go out, but my parents forbid it. Oh. Qin Yi sensed something as she flicked her hand. The void beside her produced ripples as it connected to a distant space. She could clearly see an underwater manor on the other side. Waterflowed as 2 Skydragon Realm Dragon ladies stood there. Sister Yi, called out the 2 dragon ladies passionately. Sister Hong, Sister Fan. Why are you suddenly looking for me? Qin Yi was very happy. She was just sulking at how bored she was. Sister Yi, we just learned of some news. Skyfiend Qin went to the fiendish dominion's wind encasement Great World and killed the mental demon ancestral fiend, Ma Xiao. That's an ancestral fiend of the mental demon lineage. I heard when that ancestral fiend died, it caused many of his mental demon servants to perish as well. Among those mental demon servants, 2 were half-step Taoist golden immortals. There were even more ordinary 9th firmament sky immortals. The mental demon lineage has a total of 3 ancestral fiends. For Senior Qin to kill one, it's truly. The 2 dragon ladies were reeling in excitement as they said this. Wait, said Qin Yi immediately. The 2 dragon ladies were taken aback. Are you telling me that my dad killed a mental demon ancestral fiend? Qin Yi widened her eyes. When did this happen? You aren't aware of it? The 2 dragon ladies were astonished. Sister Yi, only mighty figures knew of the death of the ancestral fiend in the beginning. It took a few days to reach our effulgent great world. We dragons learned of the news a little faster, but I believe it won't take long for many sky immortals in the effulgent great world to learn of the matter. What the 2 dragon ladies said left Qin Yi stunned. She really had no idea. Qin Yun had only informed his wife after successfully killing the mental demon ancestral fiend before he entered seclusion. Xiao was more concerned about the reaction after her husband killed an ancestral fiend, especially the reaction of the fiends. Hence, she was not in a hurry to tell Yi and Meng Huan. Stuck in the Great Chan world, Qin Yi and Meng Huan had no way to come into direct contact with this piece of news. Sister Yi, it's definitely true. You will know of it if you try to gather more information. Rumor has it that Senior Qin used the Qingping sword, causing the collective efforts of all the ancestral fiends in the wind encasement great world to be fruitless against him. Even the fiendish worldly array was useless. Later, Senior Qin managed to easily return. The mighty figures of the 3 realms would not enter a fiendish dominion so easily. Yet, Senior Qin entered to kill an ancestral fiend, and sent the numerous ancestral fiends into retreat, as well as left easily. It's truly impressive, explained the 2 dragon ladies. The account that spread had not included Patriarch Bloodsea and Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain. Much of the news that spread in the 3 realms typically would not mention existences with a perfected great Tao. It was as though it was taboo, therefore, even mighty figures would know very little about perfected great Tao existences. They might not even know of them at all. For example, the 3 realms only knew of Patriarch Bodhi due to his part in the Taoist Fiend War. Before that, many mighty figures had not even heard of him. These existences were mostly born out of the chaos. They were neither Taoists or Buddhists. Regardless of the faction, the 3 Taoist lineages, heavenly courts, Buddhism, no one would cross them easily. If any of them was willing to join a faction, they would immediately become a region's supreme ruler. For instance, the Heavenly Court's Emperor Polestar, and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Unity and Salvation, as well as Buddhism's Dipankara Buddha. All factions would try their best to rope in these existences, and even if it was impossible, none of them would wish to cross them. Whoosh! The void returned to normal. Qin Yi was still feeling astounded. Dad accomplished such a massive task, but he didn't tell us? He sure can keep things to himself. Qin Yi could not help but mutter softly before leaving the room immediately. Soon she found Xiao, who was drawing talismans in a garden. The garden was filled with fragrant blooming flowers as Xiao leisurely drew her talismans among them. Mom! Qin Yi shouted immediately. Xiao continued drawing her talisman, stopping only when she was done. She then looked up at her daughter. Whoosh! However, a 10-foot-tall guardian general dressed in golden armor with runes plastered across his face suddenly appeared. He bowed reverently. Madam Master, there is a lightning beast manor ambassador outside who wishes to seek an audience. Lightning beast manor ambassador? Xiao was astonished. It is also a guardian general, said the guardian general with a smile. However, it has the strength of a pinnacle sky immortal. Summon it in, Xiao instructed with a nod. The Great Chan World's array formation was very powerful. Only ordinary mighty figures might be able to withstand it. Even if Star Destruction came back to life, it was unlikely for him to tear through its defenses. As for a guardian general with the strength of a pinnacle sky immortal, they could be easily taken to task. Moments later, Xiao came to a chamber before she knocked on the door. Qin Yun's avatar, which was sitting cross-legged inside, opened his eyes slowly. As his true body was completely immersed in cultivation in the Green Turing Palace's immortal vanquishing hall, having an avatar act meant that some focus had to be diverted. Although such a slight diversion had little effect, it was naturally best to be fully focused. Xiao. Qin Yun got up and opened the door only to see his wife. I know you are in seclusion, but there's something that requires your decision, Brother Yun, said Xiao. Oh? Qin Yun was surprised. Xiao brought Qin Yun to a garden, and standing there was a black-robed elder. It's you? The Guardian General from the Lightning Beast Manor? Qin Yun recognized him. The black-robed elder bowed respectfully as he said in excitement, "Thank you, Sword Immortal Qin, for killing that ancestral fiend Ma Xiao. This was something my master wished to do even at the cost of his life. Although it was not able to happen during the Taoist Fiend War, Sword Immortal Qin has finally managed to help my master accomplish it. It was agreed upon that receiving your lightning fruits meant that I had to kill Ma Xiao once I attained the strength of a pinnacle golden immortal," said Qin Yun with a smile. "How can those few lightning fruits be comparable to the debt of killing Ma Xiao?" The black-robed elder said respectfully. The continued existence of the Lightning Beast Manor was to attract generations of cultivators. There was a wish that a powerhouse would be born out of them so that they could kill Ma Xiao. My master had done this back then out of no choice, which was why he created this contingency plan. In fact, my master knew that the chances were slim. After all, an ancestral fiend of the mental demon lineage is extremely hard to kill. "And now, Sword Immortal Qin, you have accomplished it," said the black-robed gratefully. "My master also instructed that anyone who succeeds in doing so will gain full possession of everything in Lightning Beast Manor." As the black-robe spoke, he flipped his hand, producing a miniature cave abode. "This is the cave abode my master went to great lengths to refine in order to transplant the Khanate lightning fruit tree," said the black-robed elder. "Now, the Khanate lightning fruit tree is within. All the treasures of the Lightning Beast Manor are inside as well. Sword Immortal Qin, please accept it." Qin Yun was surprised. Everything in Lightning Beast Manor was bestowed to him after killing Ma Xiao? Even though he had many treasures at the moment, apart from the Qingting sword and his intrinsic flying sword, the only treasure he had that could compare with the Lightning Beast Manor was his 1,000-foot-long stellar stone. "All right. I'll accept it." Qin Yun immediately extended his hand to receive it without hesitation. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 585. Chapter 585, Inside the Immortal Vanquishing Hall for 3 centuries. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. "The 6 of us Guardian Generals are also willing to follow Sword Immortal Qin," said the black-robed elder reverently. Qin Yun held the miniature cave abode and swept it with his mind to discover the other 5 Guardian Generals within. Even their life charms were inside. Whoosh! 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 5 streams of light flew out and manifested into the 5 Guardian Generals. "If you wish to regain your freedom, I can return your life charms," said Qin Yun. The 6 Guardian Generals exchanged looks. They had long decided before coming to Qin Yun. "We are Guardian Generals. Even if we regained our freedom, we would probably be captured while outside," said the black-robed elder who was leader. "The 6 of us have already discussed and are willing to follow you, Sword Immortal Qin, but Guardian Generals who regained their freedom usually had to hide in small worlds. Furthermore, they had to be very careful to prevent exposure. Once they were exposed, it was possible that they would be captured by powerful entities. In contrast, they would be safer and happier following an expert. Now, the number 1 itinerant immortal in the 3 realms, Sword Immortal Qin, was extremely famous. His fame exceeded that of the Lightning Beast by Xiao's yesteryear fame. "All right." Qin Yun nodded. "All of you will be following me in the future. By the way, how long can the Khanate lightning fruit tree remain in the cave abode? This artifact was specially refined by the Manor Lord in the Chaos, for the sole purpose of transplanting the Khanate lightning fruit tree. Inside the cave abode, the Khanate lightning fruit tree can exist perpetually, said the black-robed elder. However, it will not be able to produce more fruits. To grow fruits, there's a need to find a suitable wonderland. There are records inside the cave abode of how such a wonderland should be selected. Qin Yun nodded slightly. From the looks of it, more thought has to be paid in our move to the heavenly realm, joked Xiao. I'll be troubling you then, my wife, said Qin Yun with a smile. Dad, why did you hide the big news of you killing an ancestral fiend from me? Said Qin Yi immediately. My friends even learned of it before me. It's my fault. I'm cultivating in seclusion. Qin Yun smiled at his daughter. He was fond of this daughter who he found after she was snatched away shortly after her birth. Dad, so will we be moving once you finish your seclusion? Asked Qin Yi. Probably in 3 centuries, said Qin Yun. 3 centuries? Qin Yi widened her eyes. That long? How can you cultivate if you don't have that bit of patience? Xiao berated her lightly. Qin Yi immediately nodded obediently. Yes, I have the patience. The reason why Qin Yun claimed that his seclusion would last 3 centuries had to do with how long the samsara dew he purchased could last. After all, ever since his essence soul broke through to the pinnacle golden immortal stage, his expenditure of samsara dew accelerated. Years passed one by one. In that time Han Lin, Meng Huan, and Qin Yi, who was very perceptive to begin with and had access to all the treasures of the Qin family, managed to become sky immortals. It was actually Yi Zhao's cultivation that was the slowest. She remained as an earth immortal. Green Turing Palace, Immortal Vanquishing Hall. Above the massive array graph in the void, the cross-legged Qin Yun finally opened his eyes. It's been 3 centuries. All the samsara dew has indeed been expended. Qin Yun looked at the black bottle in his hand. These 3 centuries of cultivation have given me more insight than my years of cultivation in the past. Qin Yun felt a little wistful. During these 3 centuries, he had fervently nourished himself. When his sword Tao was first formed, it became time for him to gain insights into the great Tao of heaven, the great Tao of earth, and the great Tao of man. He also had the immortal vanquishing sword array in front of him, as well as the Qingping sword on him. With a pinnacle golden immortal essence soul, he consumed samsara dew and focused on cultivation for 3 centuries. He had amassed quite a great deal. I've gained the most insights into the great Tao of heaven. I've even figured out several golden immortal level moves. I feel that I can break through at any time to make it a great Tao, thought Qin Yun. The great Tao of earth is next, followed by the great Tao of man. Qin Yun could sense it from studying the immortal vanquishing sword array. His master's insights into the heaven and earth were the deepest. The Qingping sword was best at this aspect, and even the immortal vanquishing sword array appeared like the infinite heaven and earth as it contained the 4 divine swords within. Therefore, he improved the most in those 2 great Tao. As for the great Tao of man, progress was slower. It's time to return. Since Master did not limit my cultivation in the Immortal Vanquishing Hall, I can re-enter at any time. Qin Yun immediately got up and left. In fact, studying the Immortal Vanquishing Sword Array did not affect the 4 Khanate Divine Swords and the array graph at all. It was unlike the Myriad Dharma pool where every year of cultivation cost dearly. However, only a handful of people in all of the Green Turing Palace had the right to enter the Immortal Vanquishing Hall. The reason was that too weak a realm would only invite harm. The sword array's decimation aura was just too intense, so weaklings were unable to withstand it. Typically, only experienced pinnacle golden immortals could enter. Qin Yun was able to enter since he cultivated in the sword Tao and his essence soul dermic powers were extremely sharp. He could perfectly adapt to the sword array. In fact, Qin Yun had the highest affinity with the sword array among all the disciples in Green Turing Palace. The numinous treasure Dao ancestor favored such a disciple who was so adept in the sword Dao. It was also why the Dao ancestor was so angry when Qin Yun chose not to break through his essence soul in order to find the source of his homeworld's calamity. Great Chang World's Qin Manor. The family was gathered together as they enjoyed good food and drinks. "Let's prepare to move," said Qin Yun with a smile. Yavu Qin Yi jumped up in joy. "We are finally moving. I've been stuck here in the Great Chang World for more than 1,000 years already. The 300 years I talked about was 300 years in the Green Turing Palace. It's my fault." "My fault," said Qin Yun immediately. Han Lin was smiling by the side. Finally. They were finally moving. He could finally marry Sissy. He had really waited for a long time. Meng Huan also smiled as he watched from the side. He had long wanted to go out on adventures, but he felt that since his father was an itinerant immortal, every year was precious. He wished to spend time with his father. "Then, we shall not change the location." "Crescent Bay?" asked Qin Yun. "Crescent Bay." Xiao nodded. Qin Yi nodded as well. Meng Huan and Han Lin did not raise any objections either. Heavenly Realm, East Victory Divine Continent, Crescent Bay. Crescent Bay was indeed a beautiful place. It was by mountains and lakes. The tall mountain beside it was named Mte Lightning Wolf. It was also the reason why Qin Yun's family chose this place. Mt. Lightning Wolf could gather lightning, and as long as an array formation was used to guide the lightning, it would be most suitable wonderland for the Khanate lightning fruit tree to grow. As the center of the three realms, the heavenly realm had many similar wonderlands. Therefore, many mighty figures took up residence here. Even the Buddhism's western paradises Mte Numinous was in the heavenly realm. Mte Lightning Wolf. Qin Yun carried the Qingping sword on his back as he appeared above Crescent Bay as he looked at the mountain in front of him. After we move, this mountain's name should change. Mte Lightning Wolf could gather lightning, so it was barely considered a minor wonderland in the three realms. It naturally attracted experts to occupy it, but Qin Yun still chose this spot. This was because the Lord of Mte Lightning Wolf was a demon king whose strength was at the half-step sage demon realm. Such strength could barely occupy such a minor wonderland, but as for better wonderlands? That demon king had no hopes of occupying anything better. As for Qin Yun? Qin Yun did not set up a sect, so this place was naturally enough if it was just for the Qin family's residence. "Come out." Qin Yun looked down as he beckoned with his hand. Invisible Sword Chi pulled out the Demon King from Mte Lightning Wolf. The Demon King had a wolf's head with a human body. His head was covered in silver fur and he was appalled as he was being carried up by Invisible Sword Chi. Before he even saw Qin Yun, he was already shouting, "Spare me! Spare me, please! Sword Immortal Qin?" The Lightning Wolf demon turned pale from fright when he saw Qin Yun. Who didn't know that Sword Immortal Qin abhorred evil? This Sword Immortal Qin was immensely powerful. With the Qingping sword in hand, he was invincible in the three realms if perfected great Tao existences were not around. "Sword Immortal Qin, spare me! Spare me!" Lightning Wolf Demon King knelt down and pleaded. "I didn't wreak havoc. It was the lesser demons under me that entered the mountains and ate the peasants. I'm willing to offer all my treasures and be your slave. Sword Immortal Qin, please spare me." "Quickly leave and take your lesser demons with you," said Qin Yun. "Also, you are not to harm mortals in the future." Yes, replied Lightning Wolf Demon King immediately. "I will definitely watch my underlings." Soon. Lightning Wolf Demon King rode a black cloud and rapidly left with his lesser demons. While leaving, he even bowed reverently towards Qin Yun. Many lesser demons on the black cloud were even kowtowing towards him. "Your Majesty, this Sword Immortal Qin is actually so amenable? He didn't attack? I was afraid that if he took action, he would wipe us all out with one strike. The lesser demons were still feeling a lingering fear, but they also felt lucky. That's why I said, all of you are to be more careful. Don't commit heinous sins, said Lightning Wolf Demon King. Your Majesty, then where shall we head to now? To Mt. Fox. Lightning Wolf Demon King immediately decided on his new residence. The heavenly realm was as such. Great places were occupied by powerhouses. If Qin Yun had chosen a top wonderland, he would probably ignite a war. It was naturally much easier to occupy Crescent Bay's Mt. Lightning Wolf. Go! Qin Yun threw out the miniature cave abode which expanded with the wind before landing on Mt. Lightning Wolf. Arise! Buildings formed under Qin Yun's dermic powers. With the cave abode as its center, an entire manor came into existence. Signs of life also seemed to be added. Many places resembled Qin Manor. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Qin Yi tore open a spatial passageway with a sword flash. It connected to the distant effulgent great world. Xiao, Qin Yi, Meng Huan, and company flew through the spatial passageway. As for his father Qin Liehu and his brother Qinan, they were accustomed to life in the great Chang world. They temporarily stayed put. Crescent Bay, Mt. Lightning Wolf? Xiao and company were filled with anticipation when they flew in. All they had seen previously were images, while this was the first time they were setting foot into the heavenly realm. Qin Yun smiled and said, "From today forth, this is our new home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 586, Goddess Hutu. Chapter 586, Goddess Hutu. Translator, Citulan Editor, Citulan. After a discussion with Xiao, Mt. Lightning Wolf's name was restored to its original Mt. Lightning Roar. This was the most ancient name. Mt. Lightning Wolf was the name Lightning Wolf Demon King gave it after he occupied it. Xiao, Qin Yi, Meng Huan, and company naturally began to passionately begin constructing and perfecting the new Qin Manor. As for Qin Yun, he was setting out the array formations. On the one hand, he had to guide the lightning towards the connate lightning fruit tree, and on the other hand, he had to ensure that Qin Manor was safe. Setting up array formations in the heavenly realm was much easier. As array formations in small worlds could only be powered by sky immortal dermic powers, it was naturally very difficult to withstand someone like star destruction. But in the heavenly realm? Not only could golden immortal dermic powers be used, even the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor could appear there with their true bodies. Therefore, the array formations were naturally much more potent. Qin Yun's sword Tao was good for array formations, and he spared no expense, so once he set them all up, ordinary pinnacle golden immortals had no means of breaking through his defenses. That's enough. Qin Yun stood in midair as he looked at the cave abode in front of him. He saw lightning constantly striking down from the sky, forming a lightning column that reached the new Qin Manor's backyard. The connate lightning fruit tree stood there with its thick trunk and luxuriant leaves. Small fruits could be seen amid the leaves and they were covered in blinding bolts of lightning while effusing the auras of chaos lightning. Such a connate spirit root was enough to make many immortals and Buddhas covet it, but of course, with Qin Yun's current strength, he was fully capable of owning such a connate spirit root. As for the lightning beast by Xiao, he had to plant it inside a small world. Qin Manor also appeared indistinct amid the array formations, as though a mist enveloped it. Mt. Lightning Roar was 30,000 feet tall, and although it was still spring at the foot of the mountain, it was often covered in snow at its peak. Brother Yun, this will be our home in the future. Xiao looked at it very happily. After several days of perfection, Qin Manor turned more lively. The heavenly realm has many wonderlands and opportunities. It's also suitable for Yi and Huaner. Qin Yun nodded. Setting up a manor is ultimately something important. Tomorrow, I will invite several good friends. Xiao, you will have to take care of some of the preparations. Oh? Who will come? Asked Xiao.
Mainly friends I'm familiar with, fellow disciples of my green Turing palace, said Qin Yun.
There's no need to make it a big hoo-ha. He was an itinerant immortal.
Perhaps, he might truly be pulverized roughly 10,000 from now.
Why make a big hoo-ha about it? That day, Qin Yun went to Green Turing Palace to meet his master.
At Green Turing Palace, ordinary disciples had no right to meet their master as they wished.
Many disciples would only meet their master once in their lives.
Even if they attained a golden immortal Tao fruit, the number of times they could meet him was limited. Only the most beloved disciples of numinous treasure Tao ancestor could easily meet him. Clearly, Qin Yun was one of them.
Master. Qin Yun bowed. Updated B.Y novel full, come. You have moved to the heavenly realm?
The heavenly lord of numinous treasure sat cross-legged on a bed of clouds as he waved his hand with a smile, throwing out a green columnar stone.
This is a holding down stone which I refine simply.
It can hold down a manner and also gather heaven and earth spiritual energies.
Thank you, master. Qin Yun happily received it.
With the stone, his manor's array formations powers would be raised by 50%.
It was a treasure that could hardly be bought. Go ahead, why did you come to me? Heavenly Lord of numinous treasure looked at his disciple smilingly.
It was only when Qin Yun wasted 2 centuries seeking out the source of his homeworld's calamity that the heavenly Lord of numinous treasure was frustrated with him. Usually, he was still very fond of Qin Yun. Among the 3 pure ones, only the heavenly Lord of numinous treasure was most responsible and acted as he wished.
He recruited disciples as he wished. As for giving his disciples treasures,
the fondness he had for his eldest disciple went as far as allowing his eldest disciple to use the immortal vanquishing array. He also lent his Qingping sword to Qin Yun as he wished. The other Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor, as well as goddess Nuwa, would not have done something like that.
My cultivation requires samsara dew, said Qin Yun reverently. If it's just small quantities of samsara dew, I would be able to purchase them.
But for 10,000 years of cultivation, the amount of samsara dew needed for continual use is just too much. I'm afraid I won't be able to buy such a quantity, so I have thickened my skin to seek your help, master.
With that said, Qin Yun took out a yellow-skinned calabash. Inside this is a connate wonder, the stellar stone. It can be used to purchase samsara dew. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure took a glance and said in surprise, "You have that big a stellar stone?"
After he saw that, he did a simple inference.
The heavenly lord of numinous treasure looked at Qin Yun. So this stellar stone was the source of your great Chang world's calamity? Yes, said Qin Yun with a nod.
Patriarch Bodja sent numerous fiends to occupy the great Chang world for this stellar stone. Inside the calabash is about half of my homeworld's stellar stone.
The heavenly lord of numinous treasure laughed. Samsara dew comes from samsara. It's extremely rare, rarer than most anything.
By using so much of a stellar stone to exchange for it, are you planning to wipe out all of the samsara dew in the 3 realms?
It wouldn't be to such an extent, right? Said Qin Yun ashamed. No, but it will be most of it. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure nodded slightly. With your stature, it's unlikely you can buy that much. All right, I will help you. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. He was an itinerant immortal.
In terms of stature, many pinnacle golden immortals would respect him. But in terms of lacking stature, the perfected great Tao existences would think little of a junior like him. And the 2 figures that had the most amount of samsara dew in the 3 realms were perfected great Tao existences. Ranked first was goddess Hutu, who helmed all mountains and rivers.
Second was the heavenly lord of primordial unity and salvation.
Qin Yun himself could buy up to 1,000 years' worth of samsara dew by himself by seeking out about 10 mighty figures.
But to get enough for 10,000 years? That was too difficult. Moments later,
the heavenly lord of numinous treasure held the yellow-skin calabash and gently threw it out as it tunneled to another spot in the void. Whoosh! The void rippled, as the indiscernible figure of a beautiful woman smiled. Similarly, she threw out a jade bottle.
Goddess Hutu. Qin Yun immediately bowed to express his gratitude. Keep it well,
the heavenly lord of numinous treasure said as he waved his hand, sending the jade bottle towards Qin Yun.
After Qin Yun caught it and sensed it, he was delighted. Such an amount of samsara dew was sufficient. Hutu is easier to negotiate with, but you have to remember this favor.
After all, she has personally produced all the samsara dew she has, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure.
Yes, said Qin Yun eagerly.
Although the amount of stellar stone he had given was sufficient in amount, the amount of stellar stone in the three realms was considered quite sizable while samsara dew was rare. The reason why samsara dew's price was not relatively high was firstly because demand was low and secondly, with time, samsara would constantly produce samsara dew. However, Qin Yun's purchase was enough to inflate the prices of samsara dew in the three realms. Next, although seclusive cultivation is important, you should travel the three realms more.
Motion and stillness is what's orthodox, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. I understand, master, replied Qin Yun.
Furthermore, you have great merit on you, naturally increasing the light providence shines on you, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure. Travel more through the three realms and under the light, there will be greater chances of encountering some opportunities.
Qin Yun's eyes lit up.
But if I were to travel through the cosmos, wouldn't the fiend ancestor attack with complete disregard of his status? Qin Yun was slightly worried. The fiend ancestor had previously sneaked up on the monkey from Flowers and Fruit Mountain, causing many experts in the three realms to click their tongues. In the past, the fiend ancestor still cared about his reputation, but that sneak attack showed complete disregard. If Qin Yun had agreed to abandon his destruction of the 26 nests, the fiend ancestor would likely have pulverized his soul in samsara 10,000 plus years later.
Don't worry.
All you need is to bring the Qingping sword along with you, said the heavenly lord of numinous treasure with a smile. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He had long guessed that his master had left some precautions on the Qingping sword. If not, a Khanate cardinal treasure was not that easily lent out. However, even if there were precautions, the heavenly lord of numinous treasure was only able to interfere in the cosmos and heavenly realm. The Tao ancestor was unable to interfere in great worlds, which was how senior brother Xiao had his 24C calming beads snatched away. This was something Qin Yun had to pay heed to so as to not follow in his footsteps.
I understand. Then, I bid you farewell.
Qin Yun bowed respectfully.
Go on. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure nodded slightly as he watched Qin Yun leave.
The next day, guests from all over came to the heavenly realms and to Lightning Roar to join in Qin Yun's housewarming celebrations. Apart from the three firmament fairies, immortal Sasu, ancestral master Zhang, and several fellow disciples, Qin Yun also invited perfect sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian.
Back when star destruction appeared, Yang Jian had appeared to help Qin Yun in company leave.
This gratitude was something Qin Yun remembered.
Yang Jian actually did turn up. It surprised many guests for they knew Yang Jian was quite a loner.
Of course, there were many Qin Yun did not invite who came with gifts when they learned of his event. All of the three realms also knew of it. Qin Yun had set up a manor in the heavenly realms into Lightning Roar and would be staying there from then on. The cave abode array formation spanned 1,500 kilometers and enveloped Crescent Bay within. To simply span 1,500 kilometers was considered very small for a mighty figure's cave abode. If someone unfated accidentally entered the 1,500 kilometers, they would easily be able to leave, but to arrive at Qin Manor's entrance would not be easy.
After Qin Yi's and Han Lin's marriage, Qin Yi began his seclusive cultivation on into Lightning Roar.
The process of snow gathering and melting on the peak of into Lightning Roar repeated as the years passed.
After 4 centuries passed, the first itinerant immortal heavenly tribulation descended upon Qin Yun.
It was only a wind tribulation made of formless wind. It silently attempted to infiltrate his body, but with the existence of his sword Dao domain, the invisible wind was easily destroyed. As such, the first itinerant immortal heavenly tribulation passed by without causing so much as a stir. Unknowingly, Qin Yun cultivated more than 1,000 years on him to lightning roar.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587 Enlightenment. Chapter 587 Enlightenment. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan.
I have cultivated for 1,000 years ever since I came to him to lightning roar. Qin Yun stood on the mountaintop as he looked far into the vast lands. However, his brows were slightly knitted. The great Tao of heaven reached a bottleneck back during my seclusion in the immortal vanquishing hall. It's just a sliver short of a great Tao. Now that 1,000 years has passed, I'm still short of that sliver.
Qin Yun was a little frustrated.
The great Tao of earth is also taking up shape.
I've been able to figure out a few moves at the golden immortal level.
Just like the great Tao of heaven, it's just a sliver short of a great Tao. The great Tao of man needs more work.
How should I get through the bottlenecks that plague these two great Tao? Qin Yun pondered. He was indeed feeling pressed for time.
His sword Tao was split into heaven, earth, and man. Figuring them out independently was the most suitable course. This was also why the heavenly lord of numinous treasure held high hopes for him. Regardless if it was the immortal vanquishing sword array or the Qingping sword, both of them deepened his understanding of the heaven and earth. Therefore, his insights into the two great Tao clearly progressed faster than the great Tao of man.
But after reaching a bottleneck, it came to a halt. Perhaps I should travel.
Qin Yun looked at the bustling life across the distant land. After remaining sedentary for so long, he decided to leave the mountain. His real body immediately took a step and tore through space, leaving behind an avatar. The heavenly realm was core to the three realms.
It was almost infinitely vast and extremely mystical.
Qin Yun had never gotten the opportunity to fully travel the heavenly realm.
Boom!
The silver river roared as its waves stirred. Even immortals would find them a challenge. Qin Yun stood on a patch of wild grass by the riverside as he took in the view.
Legend has it that Queen Mother used a jade hairpin to tear open this silver river? It's truly majestic. Qin Yun looked with interest at the extremely famous spot. The cowherd and the weaver girl were also separated by this silver river.
Queen Mother is the leader of all fairies. She could have easily crushed a mortal like cowherd to death, but she felt pity towards cowherd and weaver girl, therefore only separating them with only a silver river, allowing them to still meet on a magpie bridge. Qin Yun mused. Queen Mother was also born out of the chaos. She was born with great divine powers, and back when the ancient demon heavenly courts was still in power, Queen Mother was also conferred the titles Golden Mother of the Nacre Lake, Golden Mother the First Ruler, and Queen Mother of the West. Even the mighty god Hui sought an immortal pill for his wife from her. Whoosh! Several fairies flew by the riverside as they began plucking immortal grasses.
Where are you from? How dare you trespass the silver river?
When the leader of the fairies saw Qin Yun, she immediately shouted loudly. Simultaneously, she instructed a fairy beside her, quickly inform the Silver River Navy. Get them to send people to capture this audacious immortal.
You can forget about running.
If you attempt escape, you will suffer additional charges.
These fairies berated.
The heavenly courts had strict rules. It was true that the Silver River was of great importance. Queen Mother had paid a huge price to produce many treasures in the Silver River's riverbed. The Silver River was a treasure trove that continuously provided treasures to the heavenly courts. Stories of this tempted immortals to secretly dive down in the Silver River to steal treasures. Therefore, the heavenly courts naturally forbade ordinary immortals from the lower realms to come to the Silver River. Once the heavenly rules were set, these fairies had to enforce them.
How could they dare allow Qin Yun to flee?
They would have committed a serious crime if they flouted the heavenly rules.
Get the Silver River Navy to capture me? Qin Yun smiled.
He did not say much to the fairies as he turned around. With one step, he vanished.
How dare you challenge the heavenly rules?
You won't escape, shouted a fairy.
Soon,
a Silver River Navy troop arrived.
Who dares trespass the Silver River?
The general leading the Silver River Navy asked.
It's him.
A fairy waved her hand as a figure appeared in the void.
It was none other than Qin Yun.
The general was not like these ordinary fairies. He had the strength of a half-step golden immortal, so he had current information on top immortals.
He immediately recognized Qin Yun. Isn't this sword immortal Qin?
The general was appalled.
Sword immortal Qin? The sword immortal Qin who went into the fiendish dominion to kill an ancestral fiend?
These fairies were alarmed as well.
The sword immortal Qin who holds the Khanate cardinal treasure, the Qingping sword?
None of them dared continue their route.
Mighty figures had extraordinary statuses. Even the heavenly courts would try to win their favor.
Although there were places that ordinary immortals were forbidden from entering, mighty figures could go anywhere they wanted.
Qin Yun held an extraordinary position. He had the Tao ancestor, the heavenly lord of numinous treasure, backing him.
It was a formidable backer, for even the heavenly courts required the Tao ancestors to support them in their rule over the three realms. It was even the case that many of the generals of the heavenly courts were Taoist disciples. Qin Yun visited various spots in the heavenly realm, places he had heard of before, but had never visited. As he took in more of the sights, Qin Yun faintly felt that he had a solution to breaking through the bottleneck of his great Tao of heaven. This feeling was as intangible it could be, but Qin Yun knew the general direction.
A boat was floating across a river.
Qin Yun sat cross-legged on the boat as he allowed the river to bring him wherever it went.
He drifted the entire way.
He saw the old men by the river constructing boats while fishermen caught fish on their boats. There were also powerful pirates. When the pirates encountered a merchant ship, they were tempted by their lust as they attempted to snatch the beauties and treasures on board by engaging in a mindless slaughter.
Lust and danger are just two sides of the same coin.
Qin Yun waved his hand as water splashed up, sending water droplets over. "Senior, spare us!" the pirate captain shouted loudly. At the same time, he released fish scaled like Dharma treasures that floated around them. However, the water droplets seemed incorporeal as they tore straight through the treasures and into the pirate captain's glabella. The captain died on the spot with widened eyes as his crew trembled in fear. After all, their captain had reached the Essence Soul realm while the crew's elites were at the Khanate realm. The most bloodthirsty ones had the water droplets pierce through their dantian, crippling them of their dermic powers.
As for the weaker ones, Qin Yun ignored them.
Without the leaders, the merchant ship was able to withstand the pirate attacks since it had a few Khanate golden cores defending it.
In the heavenly realm, Khanate golden cores were very common. Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. Might we invite you onto our ship?
The merchant ship's owner immediately brought his 3 daughters in excitement as he shouted loudly. He knew that he had encountered an immortal. Qin Yun sat cross-legged on that bow of the tiny boat. Although it seemed to drift slowly, it quickly vanished from their sight.
We encountered an immortal.
Unfortunately, we didn't manage to invite him onto the ship. The ship's owner felt somewhat regretful. "Dad, that immortal looked very young," said one of his daughters with brightened eyes.
"Even if I die, I will kill you all."
A youth wielded a chipped sword. Not only was it chipped, but it was also rusted. However, the sword beams he produced were sharp and resilient. At that moment, the youth was fervently engaged in battle with a group of cultivators. Although he was only at the Khanate Golden Core level and a number of the cultivators had reached the Essence Soul realm, he had managed to kill 3 of his enemies. However, the youth was also heavily injured. The worst injury was the gaping hole in his chest that went straight through his heart. Even though his vitality was strong, he could not last much longer. Thankfully, we attacked early. If we had let this rascal continue cultivating, we, the 18 bandits of Black Wind Valley, would not be his match. The cultivators heaved a secret sigh of relief. Kill! 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 The youth felt like blacking out, but the rage and anger in him allowed him to persist on. Suddenly, rainwater splashed down. The cultivators in an array formation collapsed to the ground in silence. The youth stopped in a daze. As the rainwater hit his wounds rapidly healed. Even the wound at his heart was healed. Soon, he was in perfect condition. Ding 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 dang. The sound of a bell accompanied the wind. The youth turned his head and saw a furry donkey with a bell over its neck walk over slowly. Seated on the donkey was a gray-robed man who slung a wrapped sword on his back. The youth immediately understood what had happened as he knelt down. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. I, Yuan Shong, wish to thank you for helping me attain my revenge. Despite the huge vendetta, you have managed to keep a good bit of merit on you. Hate did not completely destroy your conscience. Unfortunately, your sword arts are relatively weak. Watch well. The gray-robed man waved his hand as the rainwater formed a figure which demonstrated a sword art. Isn't this my illusion-killing sword art? No, no. Every move has been changed. The youth's eyes watched with fervent, burning eyes. A brand new sword Dao developed in front of him. After the figure dissipated, it transformed into a stream of light that shot into the youth's glabella, as he continued being immersed in the insights of the sword Dao. He awoke much later. The gray-robed senior had already long left. Senior, I, Yuan Shong, will remember your teaching of the Dao to me forever. The youth knelt down and kowtowed thrice. Qin Yun traveled everywhere as he tried to gain inspiration. He traveled arduously only with his pair of legs. He sat on a tiny boat on a river. He traveled 5,000 kilometers on a tiny furry donkey. He sat on avian creatures and traversed the skies. With his character of abhorring evil, he would naturally offer help and had even passed Dao teachings to 3 juniors. The more he saw, the more he experienced. Qin Yun felt that the bottleneck of the great Dao of heaven was slowly being dissolved. Finally, Qin Yun traveled over land and water, and when he came to the summit of a nameless mountain, he naturally sat cross-legged at the mountaintop. This was the first time he really stopped after traveling the world for 100+ years. He sat cross-legged and allowed the elements to bear down on him. Soon, the dust that fell on him turned him into a dirty gray statue. He sat there for 9 months. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, Great Tao of Heaven. Chapter 588, Great Tao of Heaven. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. Brothers, let us part ways here. A silver-armored general rode a cloud with a woman in a red bridal gown as he spoke to the other heavenly troops beside him. Brother! We will live and die together. We are no cowards that fear for our lives. The heavenly troops were burning with anxiety. Even if a few of their eyes twinkled, they did not object verbally. The silver-armored general roared with laughter. For me, Bai Fu, to have a bunch of brothers like you is my good luck. However, saving this tiny nation's princess was my call. Besides, if we separate, I can fly much faster alone. Also, when you return to the heavenly courts, try to think of means to gather reinforcements. A day in heaven is a year in the mortal world. It would be too late by the time reinforcements arrive. Brother, none of these heavenly troops wished to abandon their elder brother in arms. They shared deep camaraderie after spending years together.
All right. That is my order. All of you are to split up and escape. I believe the Demon King is only targeting me. He will not chase all of you.
With that said, the silver-armored general left with the bridal-gown woman, breaking away from the military formation. He also flew much faster. The heavenly troops dropped in speed without the military formation. All of them exchanged looks. With the heavenly troops' formation's power, brother could still exchange a few blows with the Demon King.
Now in order to let us live, he has abandoned the military formation? Forget it.
Without brother presiding over the military formation, our speed is far inferior to his.
We won't be able to catch up to him. It's best we scatter and return to the heavenly courts to seek reinforcements. Let's go. Let's call for reinforcements.
These heavenly troops separately immediately as they fled at full speed.
5,000 kilometers of the surrounding void was sealed, preventing escape via void transference. Soon, a black flame chased up from behind. Ha ha ha. That lesser general from the heavenly courts sure upholds the code of brotherhood.
He separated from his subordinates.
Inside the black flame was a wolf demon.
He looked fiercely at the separating heavenly troops, but did not pursue them. Instead, he focused on the silver-armored general and chased after him.
The pursuit continued. The Demon King had sealed the area and he flew quickly.
As for the heavenly courts general, his speed was only slightly slower. Whenever he was about to be caught, he would immediately use some life preservation item to try his best to widen the gap.
General, you don't have to bother over me.
The woman in a red bridal gown said with tears welling in her eyes.
I can't let you come to harm for my sake. There's no need to say any more. I'm definitely involving myself in this.
The general said decisively.
Many years ago,
before he was recruited by the heavenly courts to become a member of the heavenly troops, he was a general of a nation in a small world. In order to deal with the demon horde, he could only bid farewell to the wife he recently wedded.
That farewell turned into eternity. He gave up his life to suppress the demon horde for his small world, but as a result, gained immense merit. He did not end up reincarnating in the netherworld, but ended up being recruited into the heavenly courts as a heavenly soldier. But that also meant eternal separation from his wife.
Even though he was now the lowest-ranking 9th-grade heavenly general, he could not freely enter the lower realm to seek out his wife in a small world. This woman in a red bridal gown reminded him of his former wife.
Ha, you won't escape. The wolf demon rapidly closed in.
There was a gray humanoid statue on the summit of a nameless mountain. Gradually, the surface of the statue flaked off, revealing fair and lustrous skin, as well as a pair of eyes.
The eyes slowly opened.
Only by watching the world beneath the heavens can you know how huge the world is, said Qin Yun lightly with a smile. He had accumulated a lot of insights into the great Tao of heaven and could probably break through after a few thousand years of arduous cultivation. What he lacked was a chance. Of course, motion and stillness was an orthodox path. On his journeys, he viewed the world from different vantage points, that of an immortals, and avian beasts, immortals. He naturally found and grasped that sliver of a chance. After sitting cross-legged in meditation for 9 months, everything came naturally. He had finally attained the great Tao of heaven. This great Tao of heaven was also a pinnacle great Tao. Just this alone gave him the strength of a pinnacle golden immortal.
As for Qin Yun's sword Tao, it was also a pinnacle great Tao, which contained the 3 great Tao of heaven, earth, and man. Now that he had naturally fused it with the great Tao of heaven, Qin Yun's realm improved drastically once more. After fusing the great Tao of heaven into my sword Tao has turned more potent, thought Qin Yun. With this, my misty rain array will become even stronger. If I gain further insights into the Qingping sword, I believe I can produce even more potent might.
The higher his realm was, the more he could draw upon the strength of the Qingping sword. Whoosh! Qin Yun stood up as the dust layer over him dissipated. He emerged clean and untainted. Oh! Qin Yun looked into the distance. There was a huge battle happening not far from him. A silver-armored heavenly general was embroiled in a battle with a demon king. To be precise, the heavenly general was completely repressed by the demon king. It was unlikely he could last long. Merit glow? Qin Yun could tell at a glance that there was merit glow on the heavenly general's body. As for his opponent, the demon king's body was covered in thick sinful black auras that suffused a sanguine glow. Ah, to think a lesser heavenly general like you isn't afraid of death. And yet she's still mine, and you will still die. And it will be a pointless death. Bathed in black flames, the wolf demon acted willfully. He slammed his pole at the heavenly general, inflicting him with serious injuries. The heavenly general was only barely holding on, but it was unlikely he could do so much longer. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spewed out while his body was already covered in blood. Far away in midair, the woman who had been bound there was crying her eyes out. The nation she came from had been subjugated by the demon king and she was about to be taken by him. She was already lost in despair as she awaited her death. Instead, this heavenly general appeared and tried his best to save her. "Let him go. I'm willing to obey you," shouted the woman. "If not, I'd rather die." "You won't die. Only after we engage in matrimonial bliss will I eat you." "Don't worry, my wife," said the wolf demon with a laugh. "As for now, it's best you shut up, my wife." The woman opened her mouth to say something, but no words came out of it. Pew! The pole struck open the protective Dharma spell on the heavenly general's body as blood spilled once again. "Demon King, I can tolerate it if you force a marriage, but to eat every one of them after marriage? What does this mean? You have married 22 wives one after another and have eaten all 22 of them. Today, I will definitely stop you. And if you kill me, the heavenly courts will definitely not let the matter rest," said the general through gritted teeth. "So what? All I did was eat a few dozen people to satisfy my cravings. As for a lowly heavenly general like you, there are countless of them in the heavenly courts. What will the heavenly courts do to me if I kill you? My uncle master ate 100,000 heavenly troops in one go, but didn't the heavenly courts have to tolerate that as well?" laughed the wolf demon. The general turned more anxious. "You are quite resistant, having cultivated your body. To last this long, you must be about at your limit." The wolf demon smashed his pole at the general's head with a sinister look. The general also felt his lifeblood weakened. As he watched the pole smash down, he knew that there was no way he could fend it off. Day after day, year after year. All I could do was monitor the 3 realms in North Star Palace to watch my wife in the small world, never to meet her. Perhaps with death, I might still have a chance to meet her again after reincarnating. The general closed his eyes. Oh? The general was taken aback. Why hadn't the pole hit him? He opened his eyes, perplexed. The wolf demon that had raised his pole had carefully put away his pole as he smiled fawningly in a particular direction. Only then did the general realize that a youth with a dark green sword on his back had appeared beside him. His gaze was converged, but when he swept it over, it made the general's heart palpitate in fear. "Greetings, sword immortal Qin," said the wolf demon obsequiously. "It's sword immortal Qin." The general was alarmed. He also recognized him. This was now the best itinerant immortal, sword immortal Qin. He was well known throughout the 3 realms, a ruthless character who dared to infiltrate the fiendish dominion to kill a mental demon ancestral fiend. With the Qingping sword on his back, everyone knew how highly heavenly lord of numinous treasure thought of him. Even the heavenly courts feared him. Such a ruthless character had a bigger background than the sage demon who had devoured 100,000 heavenly troops. He was also much stronger.
To marry 22 wives one after another and eat all 22 of them? Qin Yun looked at the wolf demon.
The wolf demon immediately said, I was unable to change my habits. Ever since I was recruited under Old Master Yang Song, I have been working hard to change this habit of mine. I have also stopped my wanton killings.
I have even begun to accumulate merit.
Now, my sins will soon reduce to the level of a sinful sanguine halo. I have killed fewer than 100 lives ever since I secretly left the sect.
I know I was in the wrong this time.
I will immediately return to the sect, said the wolf demon hurriedly.
Jade Void Palace's Yongtsong? Qin Yun nodded slightly. To think you are a disciple of a mighty figure.
It's no wonder you have the guts to kill a heavenly general of the heavenly courts.
I didn't kill him.
I was only trying to scare him, said the wolf demon with a smile immediately. It was just to give him a fright.
Qin Yun nodded slightly.
A wisp of sword chi shot out and tore through the wolf demon's glabella. He widened his eyes in disbelief that Qin Yun would actually kill him.
He had a mighty figure from the Jade Void Palace backing him. Sword Immortal Qin. Bai Fu was alarmed.
It's nothing, said Qin Yun with a smile.
It's just me squishing a stinking worm to death.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 589 Tolerance. Chapter 589 Tolerance. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin.
While Qin Yun casually killed the wolf demon, a man in a regal gown was leisurely fishing by a lake in the heavenly realm. Beside him, a child was waiting upon him.
Oh? That vile beast has been killed?
The man pricked up his brows as he looked far into the distance. Through the void, he saw an ordinary heavenly general in Qin Yun who carried the Qingping sword on his back. When Qin Yun sensed that he was being spied upon, he turned his head to look back.
It left the man's heart palpitating. As expected of the best itinerant immortal in the three realms. He could sense my secret spying.
That good-for-nothing really knows how to stir up trouble. I could have ignored his provocation of the heavenly courts since the heavenly courts needs to take my Jade Void Palace in consideration, but he ended up provoking Green Turing Palace's Qin Yun. The man frowned slightly.
He lowered his fishing rod and stood up.
Child, return to the cave abode first, instructed the man.
Yes, master, answered the child. The man immediately took a step and departed.
To me, a mere wolf demon is nothing but a stinky worm. However, he ultimately had the strength of a half-step sage demon. As a lowly heavenly general, especially one at the ordinary ninth firmament sky immortal realm, you were simply courting death by fighting him one-on-one even though you cultivate your body, said Qin Yun with a smile. Saving someone is good, but if you can't tell the difference in strength, it's simply courting death.
Not only would you fail to save the person, you might even be sending yourself to your death. That would be somewhat silly.
Qin Yun still had a good impression of the heavenly general. A person who could ignore death to save a complete stranger was worthy of respect.
Senior Qin, I'm not a rash person.
I was planning on secretly saving her without alerting the wolf demon, said the silver-armored general, Bai Fu, immediately. I never expected the wolf demon to be so cunning as to leave a mark on the woman.
So the moment I took her on an escape of the wolf demon's lair, the wolf demon immediately learned of it. Qin Yun nodded slightly.
The woman in the red bridal gown flew over.
Thank you for saving my life, General. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Are you still returning? Inquired Bai Fu. Returning?
The woman smiled bitterly. They were willing to obediently hand me over to the Demon King when faced with him.
How can I return now? It's best I find a tranquil spot and cultivate in peace. Although I'm weak and was unable to resist the Demon King, I've cultivated to the first firmament essence soul realm.
I won't die from hunger and thirst at the very least.
I know of a fairy. I can send you to her Taoist temple for cultivation. Are you okay with that? Asked Bai Fu.
I'll leave it all to you, General, replied the woman obediently. The way she looked at Bai Fu took on a queer luster. The fact that this heavenly general had risked his life to save her when she was abandoned by everyone had no doubt stirred her heart. Qin Yun shook his head slightly when he saw this.
With his attainments in karma, he could easily infer that the woman was destined to have one-sided feelings.
Bai Fu already had marriage karma binding him, and it was a very deep tie.
Oh?
Qin Yun frowned slightly as he began inferring with his fingers. This heavenly general's marriage is in a small world. And the bondage goes rather deep.
It seems it will result in great trouble? It will likely be a life and death calamity for this Bai Fu.
However, there is a sliver of hope in this calamity.
For me to meet him today, it's likely where that sliver of hope lies. Qin Yun understood this point.
The future had yet to happen. Inferring the future only led to hazy outlook. If it were a mortal with a lifespan of about 100 years, Qin Yun could naturally perceive everything at a glance.
For a sky immortal, although his strength was much weaker than Qin Yun's 7 stars art could only barely infer that the heavenly general would meet with a calamity. It was a calamity that would result from marriage karma. As for what the calamity was, or what kind of encounters he would have, that was not inferable.
Senior Qin, I will be taking her away, so I bid you farewell, said Bai Fu respectfully. The woman was also very reverent. She knew that her homeworld's nation had to bow its head against a demon king and that this general from the heavenly courts was not the demon king's match, yet, the demon king had been easily killed by this mysterious person. Clearly, he was someone of great importance.
Keep this well.
Qin Yun flipped his hand and produced a tiny wooden sword and casually threw it out, sending it in front of Bai Fu. Bai Fu received it in a daze, but he could sense that the tiny wooden sword contained a terrifying force.
When the day comes that you encounter a life and death calamity, smash it to bits, said Qin Yun. Thank you, Senior Qin.
Bai Fu bowed deeply in gratitude.
All right, you may leave, urged Qin Yun.
Yes. Bai Fu could only bury the gratitude in his heart as he left with the woman on a cloud. Qin Yun watched the duo leave before turning his head to look at a spot nearby.
He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Yang, you may come out now.
Ha! I knew I couldn't hide from you, Tao Brother Qin.
A man in a regal gown walked out of the void. He was none other than Jade Void Palace's Yang Kong. Greetings, Tao Brother Qin, I'm Yang Kong. Yang Tsong bowed. Although he was a mighty figure, he was only an ordinary golden immortal. Compared to a pinnacle golden immortal like Qin Yun, the disparity in strength was huge, notwithstanding the fact that Qin Yun wielded the Qingping sword. As Qin Yun's realm increased, he could deliver more of the Qingping sword's strength. With it, he could even exchange a few blows with perfected great Tao existences. So how could Yang Tsong compare? Fellow Taoist Yang, do you blame me for killing that wolf demon under you? Asked Qin Yun.
No, said Yang Tsong immediately and earnestly.
Tao Brother Qin, to be honest, I don't care one bit that you killed that vile beast. I even applaud you for killing him. I have wanted to kill him numerous times, but apprehension stopped me every time. All I could do was tolerate him. Apprehension?
Qin Yun looked at him.
Tao Brother Qin, you have not cultivated for long, so you are probably unaware, said Yang Khan, but you should know that when we separate mighty figures in the 3 realms based on race, which race has the most? Naturally the humans, said Qin Yun. Which race ranks second then? Asked Yang Kong.
Qin Yun thought for a moment, the demons. Yes, the demons, said Yang Kong. During the ancient heavenly courts, the demons were the biggest race in the 3 realms.
Even now, they are only second to humans. The number of demons is sizable. You have to know that even the ancient heavenly courts only ruled over a number of demons. There were some extremely powerful demons who remained defiant as they continued ruling over an area. When the ancient heavenly courts was destroyed, both sides were unable to relentlessly attack one another. The humans had to placate the demons. After all, if they were not spared, an outright bloodbath would only cause both sides to suffer unacceptable losses. A number of demons submitted, but there are still many demons that remain free. They can only abide by the rules and not wantonly wreak havoc, explained Yang Kong. As long as they are being obedient, we cannot casually kill these demons who have submitted. If you were to continue killing them when they have already submitted, how would the old demons not be enraged? Said Yang Kang. This becomes even more apparent after the fiend uprising. Demons are demonic and ferocious to begin with. If we continue threatening them, it would serve to make all demons to join the fiends. Our side would then weaken immediately, while the fiends would immediately become much stronger. The three realms situation would also immediately turn for the worse. Therefore, although the heavenly courts has its rules and will capture demon kings with heinous sins, they would still be quite forgiving. They often turn a blind eye to minor matters, and even on the demon-slaying platform, some leeway will still be given, said Yang Kong. Yang Song looked at Qin Yun. It's not that we don't wish to kill them, it's that we can't unless they committed extremely heinous sins. If we use minor clashes as reason to kill, the wolf demon's master and uncle master, as well as a bunch of sage demons, would definitely not rest on this matter. Of course. Yang Song smiled. I couldn't kill him since he was my disciple. The heavenly courts has to rule over the three realms after all. It has to weigh many considerations, so it can't wantonly kill. However, Dao brother Qin, you are independent and an itinerant immortal. The old demons wouldn't dare cross you. Qin Yun nodded slightly. The strongest faction in the three realms was actually the bunch of chaos god fiends. The three pure ones, the Buddhist ancestor, goddess Nuwa, heavenly lord of primordial unity and salvation, goddess Hutu, patriarch Blood Sea, Taoist one, and all the ancient existences were born out of the chaos. However, that also meant that they were not united. In the earliest days, the chaos god fiends fought each other belligerently. Massive numbers died. It even caused mighty god Gongdong to slam through him to Buzhou. It served as testimony to the deranged battles among the chaos god fiends. On the one hand, the number of ancient existences that remained were too few. On the other hand, the chaos god fiends were very limited in number. No new ones were produced. As for the humans and demons, they were constantly procreating, giving birth to countless experts. Therefore, humans were the biggest race in the three realms, while the demons were second. They feel apprehensive towards me because I'm an itinerant immortal who can only live for 10,000 plus years, as well as the fact that I have not established a faction and have acted independently. Qin Yun gained an understanding. Those old demons wouldn't say a word about your killing of a half-step sage demon, said Yang Song with a smile. Even if Dao brother Qin kills an ordinary sage demon, those old demons will only holler at best. My guess is that they will continue tolerating. The unreasonable fears the crazy. I only have 10,000 plus years to live while they are immortal. They naturally wouldn't fight me easily, said Qin Yun. Dao brother Qin, you are extremely talented. Perhaps you might be able to transcend the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation and obtain eternal life, said Yang Song with a smile. Qin Yun smiled. Alright, let's end this chat. I'll be returning. Then I won't disturb you any further, said Yang Song as he bowed with a smile. Qin Yun turned around and took a step as he departed by tearing through the sky. Yang Song stood in midair watching before he heaved a slight sigh of relief. His Jade Void Palace had an old grudge with Green Turing Palace. If those ferocious sage demons were apprehensive of Qin Yun, then an ordinary golden immortal like him was even more afraid. He naturally had to rush here to explain the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590, Quick Passage of Time. Chapter 590, Quick Passage of Time. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun traversed the void and returned to him to lightning roar. Dad! Qin Yi immediately came forward while carrying a child. Ha, it took you and Han Lin so many years to have a child because both of you are sky immortals. Come, let me carry my dear granddaughter, Qin Yun said smilingly as he took hold of the toddler. There were servants from the Qin family a distance away. A small number of these servants were puppet guardians and a small number of them had been in service since the Great Qing world. The rest were people who had some intent to cultivate, and since becoming a servant or subordinate of the Qin manor was the dream of countless cultivators in the heavenly realm, many cultivators were recruited over the years in the heavenly realm. After all, even being a guard of a mighty figure was a huge opportunity. Brother Tiger, you must learn where the best place to reincarnate is. Look, this young mistress of ours was reincarnated into Qin Manor. She was born with massive amounts of rare treasures for her use, and countless cultivation manuals that she can read freely. Furthermore, she has a pinnacle golden immortal as a grandfather. A middle-aged male servant said with a voice transmission. He was a 6th firmament sky immortal. Why? Are you envious? If you are that envious, go in front of Master and kneel down and call him grandfather. Let's see if Master is willing to accept you as his grandson, replied a demon with a tiger's head and a human body via voice transmission. This tiger demon was an 8th firmament sky demon. He was one of the many demons that had come under Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not ostracize demons, they only needed to abide by his rules and they could serve him. If Master is willing to recognize me as a grandson, I'll immediately kneel down and call him grandfather. The two servants continued via voice transmission. Elsewhere, the heavenly general, Bai Fu, had returned to the heavenly courts. Brother, you returned, ... That's great, brother. A group of heavenly troops quickly rushed over to receive him in excitement. I was lucky and bumped into a mighty figure who helped. That allowed me to return safely, said Bai Fu with a smile. Let's go and have drinks at my place. Let's drink. The heavenly troops happily followed Bai Fu home for some drinks. Although Bai Fu was the lowest 9th grade heavenly general, he was still an immortal official with a grade. It was not easy to earn a grade in the heavenly courts since it had countless heavenly troops and innumerable people who handled the miscellaneous work. They were all without a grade. As for graded immortal officials, they were given independent immortal abodes. Several days later, in front of the heavenly court's North Star Palace, several generals were watching over the 3 realms. Brother Bai Fu, you are finally here. I heard you nearly died at the hands of a wolf demon a few days ago? A few generals in charge of standing guard quipped jokingly. Bai Fu walked over and smiled. It's only been a few days, but it appears everyone in North Star Palace knows about what happened to me. Our North Star Palace is responsible for monitoring the 3 realms. It's easy to know about what happened to you. Brother Bai Fu, you sure were lucky to meet Sword Immortal Qin. Sword Immortal Qin has the numinous treasure Dao ancestor backing him, and he can disregard the status of sage demons. Although that wolf demon had a backer, Sword Immortal Qin could still kill as he wished. If it were another mighty figure, they might have turned a blind eye to your predicament. Sword Immortal Qin abhors evil. Back when he swept through the 26 dominions fiendish lairs, the fiend ancestor's female form came to him, yet, Sword Immortal Qin ignored her. The heavenly generals chatted with passion. Bai Fu smiled as he walked over to replace one of the generals. The generals who watched over the 3 realms were on a shift, and now, it was Bai Fu's turn to take over. Whoosh! As Bai Fu chatted with his partners, he opened the third eye at his glabella and began his watch of the 3 realms. He very naturally started looking in one direction. It was his homeworld. It was a small world, and soon he saw what he was looking for. A female general was standing high in a city building, gazing far into the distance. Xiao.
Bai Fu stood in front of North Star Palace wielding a spear. The heavenly eye at his glabella was locked onto his wife. He had died in combat years ago, and because of the huge merit he accrued, he did not go to the netherworld. He was directly recruited into the heavenly courts as a heavenly soldier. During his days as a heavenly soldier, he missed his wife more than anything. Therefore, when he learned that North Star Palace were able to monitor the three realms, he cultivated with all he had. He cultivated a heavenly eye divine power and employed various means to befriend people. Finally, he was transferred to North Star Palace. With the increase of his strength, and his numerous skirmishes with fiendish demons, he was finally given the rank of a 9th grade heavenly general. He could then borrow the North Star Palace's powers to monitor the three realms.
If not for the North Star Palace's powers, how could these heavenly generals who were not mighty figures be able to monitor the three realms?
The first time he looked down from North Star Palace and saw his wife, he could not help but cry when he saw his wife in a daze while carrying the jade hairpin he gave her.
Xiao, it has been 6,000 years, yet, I remain in your heart. Bai Fu looked down.
The city building was where he previously perished in combat. Every time he was stationed at North Star Palace, he would silently watch over his wife, and that was also his most blissful period in the heavenly courts.
Time quickly passed as cultivation knew not the passage of time.
In a blink of an eye, Qin Yun had already been an itinerant immortal for nearly 3,000 years. Green Turing Palace, Immortal Vanquishing Hall.
I've been an itinerant immortal for nearly 3,000 years.
However, I have yet to make any breakthroughs in my Great Tao of Earth and Great Tao of Man. Seated above the massive immortal vanquishing sword array, Qin Yun opened his eyes and felt a little despondent. Over these past years, I have frequently traveled the three realms. Master said that I have huge merit and immense light that shines from providence, so it's possible for me to encounter huge opportunities by traveling more often. But to date, I have yet to encounter any. As such, I have not found a chance to break through my Great Tao of Earth and Great Tao of Man, pondered Qin Yun.
There's nothing I can do. All I can do is take it slow. I have to accumulate more insights before I seek out opportunities outside. Qin Yun stood up. My third itinerant immortal tribulation is coming soon. It's time to return. Qin Yun returned to Lightning Roar Qin Manor and prepared to face the third itinerant immortal tribulation. Of course, only the 11th and 12th itinerant immortal tribulations posed any threat to him. As for the early itinerant immortal tribulations,
they were nothing worth mentioning.
Heavenly courts. Brother Bai Fu, you returned?
I heard you captured a sky fiend that was ridden with heinous sins.
Brother Bai Fu, you sure work hard.
Bai Fu was having a simple chat with his old friends.
He also laughed very happily.
Ha, with me leading the heavenly troops, that sky fiend naturally couldn't escape. Let's go, I just received my reward.
Let's have drinks at my place.
After calling a bunch of his good friends, he began drinking at his immortal abode in celebration. Soon, his friends left, leaving him alone in his immortal abode.
After all, he was a mere 9th grade. He did not have any servants.
Whoosh! Bai Fu waved his hand and produced a pile of treasures. They were the treasures obtained from searching the sky fiend's body. Heavenly troops and heavenly general were allowed to keep the spoils of war when fighting outside. There's quite a lot of spoils of war. Only now did Bai Fu had the time and mood to carefully check through the treasures.
Moments later, Bai Fu held a long bronze token.
There were patterns on it that made it look unparalleled.
However, the bronze token was incomplete. Some of its patterns were cut off midway. An incomplete bronze token?
Bai Fu was somewhat puzzled.
From the patterns, I can sense that it's very profound even though it's incomplete. It should be the work of a mighty figure.
However, it's not a Dharma treasure, and neither does it seem to have any heritage in it.
What is its use? Bai Fu injected a little of his psyche in it. Boom! There was a terrifying aura hidden within the bronze tablet that left Bai Fu's face white. What is it? With my strength, even a wisp of the aura is enough to make me feel horror. Bai Fu was alarmed as he revealed a look of glee. A huge treasure. A huge one. Although it's incomplete, it clearly is extraordinary. I should keep it for myself first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, Bai Fu's Calamity. Chapter 591, Bai Fu's Calamity. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Bai Fu secretly studied the mysterious incomplete bronze token for many days, but failed to decipher its use. Nor could he figure out its origins. Brother Chu, I'm here to take over your shift. Bai Fu came to take over the guarding duties in front of North Star Palace. Brother Bai Fu, you finally came. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Another heavenly general laughed as he left. Bai Fu stood in front of North Star Palace as the heavenly eye at his glabella opened. With the North Star Palace's powers, he began looking over the three realms. Bai Fu, I heard you took an order to fight fiends a few days ago? You sure are diligent. Don't you know how to skive? Yes, you had already reached the quota needed for your mission. You could have turned down the request. The heavenly generals beside him also began chatting amid laughter. Bai Fu watched from the side as he said, "It's quite boring in the heavenly courts as well. Going out to fight allows me to oil my bones. Even if you cultivate your body and are able to withstand damage, you should take it easy. Engaging in combat as often as you do, who knows when you will end up losing your life? Take my advice and be more careful." There's nothing wrong with taking an elder brother's advice, said the heavenly generals. Bai Fu laughed as he chatted. But slowly, his expression changed. What's happening? Where's Qing'er? Bai Fu looked down at the lower realm and looked toward his hometown as he sought his wife. Over all these years, the thing that left him the most eager was each time he began his duty, giving him a chance to look down at his homeworld and see his wife. Sky fiends have invaded? How could they have? Bai Fu's expression changed drastically. Time in the heavenly courts flows very slowly. A day in the heavenly courts can be a year in the lower realms. 3 years would have passed for my homeworld. It's only been half a month since I last checked. It's been nearly 50 years in my homeworld. What sudden change happened? Why are so many areas occupied by sky fiends? Where's my wife? Where's Qing'er? Is she still alive? Bai Fu hurriedly cast his heavenly eye and carefully searched every corner of his homework. Soon, he found her. The strongest female general of that small world had led other sky immortals in casting an array formation to protect the last bastion of humans. Many humans were gathered there. Qing'er. Bai Fu was filled with anxiety when he saw this scene. Although they have come up with a temporary solution, I have to think of a way to save my homeworld, as well as Qing'er. Brother Zhang. Bai Fu said to a general beside him. I have something I need your help with. Brother Bai Fu, what kind of ties do we have? Feel free to request. I'll definitely help you if you find me useful, quipped a heavenly general by his side who had just taken over the shift. Can I seek the help of the troops our heavenly courts stationed in the Changjun Great World to drive away the sky fiends in my homeworld? It's best if they can save my wife, said Bai Fu immediately. Brother Zhang, you have been in the heavenly courts for so long and you have connections with many people. The stationed troops in the Changjun Great World? The heavenly general frowned. Back when Sword Immortal Qin swept through the 26 dominions, countless fiends either died or escaped. Countless small worlds were taken back. As such, your homeworld regained its peace. However, ever since Sword Immortal Qin's essence soul broke through, he is unable to enter a small world with his real body.
Therefore, the fiends have sent countless sky fiends to begin infiltrating the 26 dominions again. Of course, we now enjoy the advantage. It's difficult for the fiends to even take back 1/100th of their original territory, said the heavenly general. But even so, the battles in the 26 dominions remain intense.
The Qin Yun Great World is one of them.
The station troops are extremely busy and are occupied with the sky fiends already. There are even many Taoist and Buddhist experts who came forward to help.
I'm only an 8th grade heavenly general.
At this critical moment, I have no way to request the station troops to render any personal aid.
Is there nothing you can do?
Asked Bai Fu anxiously. Brother Bai Fu, another heavenly general, persuaded. It's already not easy to seek the station troops in times of peace. Now that the stationed heavenly troops are so busy there that they need external help, how are they to divert a company of heavenly troops to specially help your homeworld? Bai Fu thought of every means possible, but he was ultimately a lowly 9th grade heavenly general. His word held little weight and he was completely unable to help his distant homeworld, nor could he help the most important woman in his life. Heavenly realm, empty lightning roar, Qin Manor.
Tribulation clouds formed above head as lightning smote down. Qin Yun waved his hand as an invisible wave swept out and disintegrated the lightning.
Even the tribulation clouds were vanquished. With that, the third itinerant immortal tribulation passed. Every itinerant immortal tribulation means 1,000 years has passed.
The amount of time I have left is shortened by 1,000 years. Qin Yun showed no joy in his transcending of the tribulation.
However, I remain stuck at the bottleneck of the great Tao of man and great Tao of earth.
Brother Yun.
Xiao, who had watched Qin Yun transcend the tribulation from afar, walked over.
Xiao.
Qin Yun looked at his wife. Brother Yun, perhaps one day, you will suddenly break through the bottleneck of your great Tao of earth and great Tao of man. Brother Yun, you would then reach a perfected great Tao.
Xiao gently clasped her husband's hand.
Let's hope it's as you say, my wife.
Qin Yun laughed.
His sword Tao was divided into heaven, earth, and man. Therefore, studying the 3 great Tao of heaven, earth, and man was very natural. If he was given sufficient time, attaining a perfected great Tao was naturally not difficult. However, it was extremely difficult to do it in about 10,000 years. He still lacked the confidence even if he continuously consumed samsara dew.
Yuluwa went out again? Asked Qin Yun suddenly.
That lass loves adventuring outside. Yet you egg her on, said Xiao. Training outside is beneficial for her cultivation. Look, her present strength is already higher than that of Huaners and Ease.
Qin Yun was very fond of his granddaughter.
While he cultivated, he also secretly paved the way for his family.
After all, in about 10,000 years, who knew if he would survive the 12 itinerant immortal tribulation? He had zero confidence in doing so.
Besides, no one knew if there was a 13th itinerant immortal tribulation. With the future ahead of him unclear, all he could do was try his best.
Yi Han Lin had a daughter named Qin Yuluo.
Han Lin did not mind that his daughter had taken the Qin surname. As for the Han family who had only occupied a small world, it naturally did not mind. They were more interested in being in Sword Immortal Qin's good books for he was their biggest backer. Qin Yuluo had cultivated for 1,000+ years.
She was extraordinarily talented and intelligent. Qin Yi, Meng Huan, and Han Lin were 6th firmament sky immortals after thousands of years of cultivation.
Xiao had barely entered the sky immortal realm with the aid of immortal pills and other external items.
As for his granddaughter, Qin Yuluo, she was already an 8th firmament sky immortal.
Furthermore, her sword array arts were even more powerful. It was no wonder Qin Yun was fond of her. Yes, the lass is indeed talented in sword arts, so much so that perfected Jade Tripod wanted to recruit her as a disciple. However, he could only give up when he realized that she was a part of our Green Turing Palace lineage. However, he did teach the lass some sword arts for a few days.
Xiao smiled. Qin Yun nodded slightly.
The difference in sex tied their hands.
As Qin Yun's granddaughter, she was born into the Green Turing Palace lineage.
Besides, in terms of sword Dao, perfected Jade Tripod, who was similarly a pinnacle golden immortal, was not necessarily better than a sword immortal like Qin Yun.
Oh?
Qin Yun sensed something as he looked into the distance.
Has that heavenly general Bai Fu met with his life and death calamity? Heavenly realm, above a mountainous forest. Many heavenly troops were standing on a cloud as they overlooked the forest. Bai Fu. You can't escape. Surrender now. A heavenly general bellowed. Brother Bai Fu, another heavenly general persuaded. You have violated the heavenly rules by descending to the lower realm without permission. If you were to surrender now, the various generals of North Star Palace will plead on your behalf and get the heavenly courts to mete out a lesser punishment. If you remain obstinate, you might end up paying a visit to a mortal slaying platform. Bai Fu stood in midair as he looked at the grand display of 3,000 heavenly troops on a cloud. He could not help but turn infuriated. Bai Fu have been fighting for the heavenly courts all over the three realms since the day I joined. I never complained, but now, with my homeworld in trouble and my wife's life on the line, all I did was request the heavenly courts to let me descend into the lower realm to save my homeworld and wife by dealing with the sky fiends. Is there anything wrong with that? Said an incensed Bai Fu. Bastard! The leading general berated, Bai Fu, the heavenly courts has rules when it comes to troop deployment. You are only a mere 9th grade heavenly general, but you already wish to overturn the heavenly courts rules. You wish for the heavenly courts to give you special treatment and allow you to go down to the lower realms? There are countless soldiers in the heavenly courts. If every one of them makes such a request, what is the point of rules? Bai Fu fell silent before saying in a deep voice, if I were to surrender, would the heavenly courts send troops to save my homeworld and wife on account of all the hard work I put in over the years? How dare you bargain when you have violated the heavenly rules? Bellowed the general angrily. On account of us being fellow colleagues in the past, I will give you a chance to surrender. If not, you will not be able to escape once I give the command. You aren't giving me a single chance? Bai Fu scoffed. Forget it. Just as his voice faded. So, Bai Fu transformed into a flaming beam as he escaped. Capture Bai Fu. The leading general gave the order. Boom! The heavenly troops conjured a military formation as they released ropes that tore through the sky and began enveloping Bai Fu. Bai Fu revealed a look of despair. I'm not even being given a chance. Bai Fu flipped his hand and took out a small wooden sword. Did Sword Immortal Qin give me this wooden sword because he knew this day would come? Pa! He did not hesitate to shatter the small wooden sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, Taking Action. Chapter 592, Taking Action. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. The moment the wooden sword shattered, misty sword chi appeared and enveloped Bai Fu. Bam! 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 The heavenly troops set up an array as they released ropes in a bid to ensnare Bai Fu. However, when the ropes struck the misty sword chi, they tore apart immediately. This scene left the heavenly troops astounded. Although the ropes regrew after being severed, they were immediately torn apart once they approached the sword chi. What's that sword chi on him? The locking earth array gets torn apart on contact? What a powerful sword chi. The numerous heavenly generals were confused by this scene. The leading general had a nasty expression. If the locking earth array can't capture him, does it mean we need to use the inescapable net array to deal with a mere heavenly general like him? At our level of strength, it's impossible for us to cast the inescapable net array. In my opinion, it's best we report this to the higher-ups.
The protective sword chi that Bai Fu has must be there for a reason. If the sword chi is this potent, the owner that cast it is likely a mighty figure. This matter still needs to be judged by our superiors.
Let's not meddle any further.
The other heavenly generals engaged in a discussion.
Continue pursuing him and seal the surrounding void.
Do not let him escape. I will report this to our superiors, said the leading general solemnly.
Heavenly realm, into lightning roar.
Qin Yun and Xiao were looking into the sky where an image had formed.
It depicted scenes of the heavenly troops chasing after Bai Fu. Brother Yun, did you give him that wooden sword?
Said Xiao in surprise.
Yeah.
Qin Yun nodded with a smile.
From the looks of it, you seem to think highly of him.
Xiao also carefully looked at the scenes.
However, these heavenly troops do not seem to recognize your sword chi.
With the sword chi I bestowed him, the 3,000 heavenly troops won't be able to take him down, said Qin Yun. Soon, the heavenly courts will send someone of a higher ranking and with greater strength.
Those with good discernment would recognize my sword chi.
They will likely not be so petty towards a mere 9th grade heavenly general in respect of me. The protective sword chi could protect him, but the 3,000 heavenly troops kept following close. Furthermore, the sealed void prevented him from escaping through the void.
Bai Fu! An angry voice bellowed.
Bai Fu looked up and saw a stocky red-armored general step through the void. Standing in front of all the heavenly troops, he stared angrily at him.
Marshal!
Bai Fu could not help but feel his heart tremble. The person who had come was none other than Marshal Shui of the Heavenly Court's North Star Palace.
He was only second to the palatial lord and he enjoyed an extremely lofty position.
He was also a 3rd-grade immortal official in the Heavenly Courts. By disobeying the heavenly rules and proceeding down into the lower realm, you have disgraced our North Star Palace.
Marshal Shui bellowed angrily.
Similarly, he was carefully observing the protective sword chi on Bai Fu's body as he pondered silently. The protective sword chi. The sword chi looked like smoky rain, but it was extremely sharp. The only ones in the 3 realms with such terrifying sword chi were the 3 sword immortals. 2 came from the Grand Supreme Sword Immortal lineage and the other was Green Turing Palace's Sword Immortal Qin who had independently forged a lineage. The Sword Immortal Qin was like a misty rain, which meant that it likely belonged to Sword Immortal Qin. Marshal, I'm willing to accept punishment for violating the rules of the heavenly courts. But at this moment, all I wish is for the heavenly courts to save my homeworld and my wife, pleaded Bai Fu.
Let me ask you.
Where did your protective sword chi come from?
Asked Marshal Shui coldly.
Bai Fu turned anticipant as he answered immediately, Sword Immortal Qin bestowed it to me, saying that I would be able to protect myself with it when I meet a calamity.
Oh?
Marshal Shui said coldly, Sword Immortal Qin gave you this to protect yourself, not to use it to violate the heavenly rules.
Follow me back to the heavenly courts and await your punishment.
With that said, he waved his hand, sending a chessboard flying forward. It expanded greatly in size as it came bearing down at Bai Fu so as to capture him. At him a lightning roar, Qin Yun and Xiao both saw the scene.
Despite knowing that I was the one who bestowed the protective sword chi, he still wants to apprehend him?
Qin Yun felt somewhat embarrassed having just bragged in front of his wife only to be instantly smacked in the face. He immediately waved his hand.
Boom!
The misty rain sword flew out of his fingertips and struck the void.
A spatial passageway connecting Bai Fu's location appeared.
Bai Fu felt reeled in despair and anxiety when he saw the massive chessboard descending upon him. Among the heavenly generals a distance away, a number of them who had good relationships with Bai Fu shook their heads in secret. Although they pitied him too, none of them dared to violate the heavenly rules. It could be said that the heavenly rules did little to bind lofty existences like Yang Jian and Neza, but to lowly heavenly generals like them, the heavenly rules were not to be violated.
Boom! A passageway was forcibly torn open in the void.
The misty rain sword descended from within. The Misty Rain Sword was an intrinsic connate pinnacle numinous treasure and also a merit numinous treasure. Qin Yun's killing of Star Destruction had made it a merit numinous treasure with excess. Following that, the merit he gained from storming the 26 dominions, as well as the merit obtained from killing mental demon ancestral fiend Xiao, had been infused into the flying sword. It made his intrinsic flying sword's merit even more astounding and powerful. The Misty Rain Sword's potency was in no way inferior to the Qingping sword when in Qin Yun's hands. It was just slightly less mystical. Boom! 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 The terrifying Misty Sword Qi was boundless like the ocean as it instantly spread across the void. The heavenly troops a distance away turned stiff as none of them dared to move. Even Marshal Shui's expression changed drastically as he felt intense horror. The massive chessboard in the sky hummed as it flew back into his hand. Sword Immortal Qin. Marshal Shui smiled in an obsequious manner as he lowered his back. He was feeling immense shock and astonishment. What a terrifying sword Qi. He's probably already stronger than the third prince. He might even just equal perfect sovereign Erlang. Bai Fu, come over here. A voice transmitted from the void passageway. The sword Qi wrapped Bai Fu as it pulled him into the void passageway and into a lightning roar. The void passageway closed once again. The 3,000 heavenly troops exchanged looks. Marshal. The heavenly generals looked at Marshal Shui. With a cold face, Marshal Shui ordered, "Let's return to the heavenly courts." This sword Immortal Qin sure is impressive. His actions are really enough to rend the world asunder. Even Marshal Shui does not dare say a word as he snatches Bai Fu away. What else can we do? Go snatch him back? Who can we send? Sword Immortal Qin is said to have the Qingping sword, which is a connate cardinal treasure. Once he uses it, the strength demonstrated is completely unimaginable. Brother Bai Fu sure is lucky to have Sword Immortal Qin helping him. A few heavenly generals discussed over voice transmissions. And leading them, Marshal Shui shot a glance at the distant in the lightning roar. A smile suffused the corners of his lips. If I had retreated because of a protective treasure, the heavenly courts would put the blame on me for letting you off. Now that Sword Immortal Qin has personally taken action to help you escape, there are 3,000 heavenly troops who saw it with their own eyes. The heavenly courts will not pin the blame on me. Bai Fu, I can't protect you for your violation of the heavenly rules, but Sword Immortal Qin can. MT Lightning Roar. Qin Manor. Bai Fu was carried through the void passageway into the Qin Manor with the sword Qi. There, he saw a couple standing side by side. Sword Immortal Qin, thank you for saving me. Bai Fu knelt down in gratitude. Qin Yun flicked his hand, preventing Bai Fu from kneeling. There's no need to stand on ceremony. It was nothing, said Qin Yun. I violated the heavenly rules. Even pinnacle mighty figures in the three realms who can rescue me would probably not wish to cross the heavenly courts, said Bai Fu. Sword Immortal Qin, by saving me, you have displeased the heavenly courts. It's all my fault. Bai Fu felt that he owed Qin Yun too much. Qin Yun had saved his life previously as well as bestowed him with a life-protective item. This time, he had saved him from the heavenly courts. If it was said to be in passing the last time, it was far from that this time. After all, he was protecting a heavenly general who had violated the heavenly rules. To me or to the heavenly courts, your matter is trivial, said Qin Yun. Alright, you left for the lower realm in order to save your homeworld and wife, right? Yes, said Bai Fu immediately. I wished to save them, but there was nothing I could do. The only thing I could do was head down alone and think of means to head to my homeworld. Saving lives is of utmost priority. Let's not delay this any further. I will send you there now. Qin Yun waved his hand and tore open a spatial passageway. It was a passageway that led straight to the starry space just beyond Bai Fu's homeworld. Bai Fu felt even greater gratitude when he saw this.
He bowed deeply.
Sword Immortal Qin, I really have no idea how I can thank you.
I'm just a lowly 9th grade heavenly general. I have nothing that you might fancy. Bai Fu flipped his hand and took out the incomplete bronze token. This bronze token is rather mysterious.
I can't tell what it is, but it should likely be of great importance. Just treat it as a gesture of gratitude.
Sword Immortal Qin, please accept it. There's no need.
Qin Yun smiled as he shook his head. He had no intentions for any repayment for his deed. After all, he did things according to his own wishes. However, when Qin Yun's gaze swept over the incomplete bronze tablet, his heart stirred.
Oh? Let me first take a look.
Qin Yun extended his hand as the bronze token flew over. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 593, Yellow-Robed Monk. Chapter 593, Yellow-Robed Monk. Translator, Citulan Editor, Citulan.
A mere glance at the patterns on the incomplete bronze token's surface was enough to imbue Qin Yun with new insights into the great Tao of Earth which he had been stuck at a bottleneck on for millennia. He even felt that he had a chance of breaking through the bottleneck. For my great Tao of Earth to attain a Tao fruit, the opportunity might actually depend on this incomplete bronze token.
Qin Yun felt a little excited. He had reached a bottleneck a long time ago, but he had failed to find a breakthrough. All he knew was that he had to keep accumulating insights. Today, Qin Yun saw hope in the bronze token's patterns. Sword Immortal Qin, please take it.
This bronze token is useless with me, said Bai Fu immediately.
This bronze token is indeed useful to me. I'll take it.
Qin Yun nodded with a smile. Bai Fu also revealed a look of delight. Qin Yun had saved his life twice and had held back the heavenly courts for him. He had no idea how he could repay the debt, so now that Qin Yun was accepting the gift, he heaved a sigh of relief.
Sword Immortal Qin, I'll be returning to my homeworld for now.
Bai Fu could no longer stay put any longer, for his mind was completely worried for his homeworld and wife.
Take your leave then. Qin Yun nodded.
After Bai Fu bowed reverently, he turned around and stepped into the spatial passageway and headed for the cosmic space slightly beyond his homeworld.
Soon, the spatial passageway closed.
As Qin Yun held the incomplete token, he found karma truly magical.
Brother Yun, is this bronze token very useful for you? Asked Xiao.
Yeah.
Qin Yun nodded.
The opportunity for my great Tao of Earth to undergo a breakthrough is in here.
This world sure is magical. I helped him only because I wanted to do so and did not hope for anything in return.
I never expected that a 9th grade heavenly general like him would provide me with a breakthrough opportunity. Xiao smiled and said, Brother Yun, you have traveled the world punishing evil and helping the good. You saved many people and he's just one of the many you saved. With the way karma gets around, you were only given this opportunity because of all the things you have done.
Qin Yun nodded slightly. Great merit allowed more light to shine on him from providence. Even the heavens helped him. However, to forge iron, one had to be tough themselves. Cultivation still mainly depended on one's own efforts. The light that shone from providence only provided some help. If one did not cultivate arduously, just merit and the light would only make one a merit immortal at best. Qin Yun sat under a pavilion and, as he sipped at his tea, he carefully studied the incomplete bronze token. Amazing. Simply amazing.
The more Qin Yun looked at it, the more praises he gave. The great Tao of Earth contained in this pattern has far exceeded my imaginations.
Let me see what mystical charm is within the token.
A wisp of his perception penetrated the token. However, he immediately discovered a terrifying aura contained within the bronze token.
Qin Yun's expression changed slightly when the two forces clashed. This aura must belong to a perfected great Tao existence at the very least. It might even be more powerful.
Qin Yun revealed a look of anticipation.
It must have been left behind by the original owner. However, it's ultimately only a remnant aura.
A water fountain without a source would not take long to dry out. Qin Yun's perception penetrated like sharp swords that constantly ground away the terrifying aura contained within.
The grinding process was very slow.
However, Qin Yun could constantly release his perception, continuing after some rest when his essence soul was exhausted. As for the aura contained inside the bronze token, it kept depleting.
Qin Yun did this for 26 days. Early in the morning, Qin Yun sat cross-legged in a chamber as he held the incomplete bronze token. The final wisp of the terrifying aura was finally wiped clean.
The incomplete bronze token emitted a faint glow as Qin Yun's itinerant immortal dermic powers could finally infiltrate the token to refine it and gain full control over it. The instant he established control, Qin Yun sensed two fluctuations far in the northwest.
There are two other incomplete tokens? They are in the northwest? Qin Yun immediately understood something. However, the truth is concealed by layers of confusion. I can only confirm a particular direction, but I can't find them.
In terms of hiding from the heavenly secrets, these means are more powerful than the hiding capabilities of mental demon ancestral fiends. He had to go to great lengths in his search for the mental demon ancestral fiend. He had to kill the fiend's disciple and even had to monitor a city for quite a long period of time before he could make a guess. Thankfully, his guess had been right.
To find items that were even concealed by the heavens?
It was beyond Qin Yun's ability to infer the heavenly secrets.
The heavenly secrets haven been hidden extremely well. It must be done by an expert, thought Qin Yun. I can sense that the other two tokens, which means that the owner of the other two tokens can sense me as well. At the instant the incomplete bronze token was refined by Qin Yun, in a forest northwest of the heavenly realm, a yellow-robed monk with brows drooping down sat cross-legged in a simple wooden hut. Although it was very Spartan, to the point of not being able to completely shield the rain, the elderly monk kept sitting there. It was as though he had not moved in millennia or tens of millennia.
Oh! The yellow-robed monk opened his eyes as he looked into the distant southeast where a lightning roar was.
The last of the three seal presiding tokens has finally appeared, muttered the yellow-robed monk.
His gaze tore through various obstructions as he looked at until lightning roar.
It was refined by that itinerant immortal Qin Yun?
I spent so many years seeking these two seal presiding tokens, but the final one is in Qin Yun's hands.
It won't be easily snatched. The yellow-robed monk considered for a moment.
He flicked his sleeve. A passageway that connected to a distant great world immediately opened in the void beside him. A thin elder holding a wooden stave walked out of it. When the elder came in front of the wooden hut, he immediately bowed when he saw the yellow-robed monk.
Teacher. Magus Xian, all I did was give you a few pointers back then.
I'm not considered your teacher, said the yellow-robed monk with a smile.
Teacher, might I know why you requested my presence? Magus Xian asked directly.
I wish for you to make a trip to the lightning roar and meet Qin Yun, said the monk.
Oh? That sword immortal Qin? Magus Xian knitted his brows.
He was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 magi, famous for his divine inference and hexes. Even pinnacle golden immortals who were equal in strength to him did not dare cross him. After all, if the magi were provoked, their enemy might be hit with a hex spell or be poisoned without even realizing it.
Even if it did not lead to death, severe injuries were definite.
None of the 10 magi were perfected great Tao existences, but the magi had managed to establish rule over a whole dominion. No faction in the 3 realms, or even the Chaos Godfiends, dared to have any thoughts on this dominion. Furthermore, the magi also spread their heritage to the great and small worlds of the other dominions. This was because the 10 magi were truly terrifying, but they had the arts of medicine, poison, hexes, array formation, and battle magi. It remained capable even without a perfected great Tao existence. Due to their potent means, many were willing to cultivate under the Magi. "Seek out Qin Yun and tell him that you wish to buy the bronze token he just refined," said the yellow-robed monk with a smile.
"However, do not mention my name." "Bronze tablet?" Magus Xian was puzzled. "It's one with these two pieces."
The monk flipped his hand, revealing 2 incomplete bronze tokens. The 3 tokens are all incomplete, but once they are put together, the patterns on them will form a complete one. Having seen these 2 pieces, you will be able to instantly recognize the 3rd piece when you see it.
Magus Xian nodded slightly. What if the conditions he raises are too high?
If that happens, the monk immediately exhorted him in detail.
Got it. Magus Xian nodded slightly. Go on, said the monk. Remember, do not mention me. Teacher, don't worry, said Magus Xian in response.
He was aware that his teacher did things in mystery.
Heavenly realm, into lightning roar. Early in the morning.
Qin Yun stood on the mountain peak as he watched the clouds stir across the vast skies.
My Magi friend, what a rare occasion, said Qin Yun suddenly with a laugh.
Until lightning roar's array automatically opened up a passageway as a thin elder stepped through the void with a wooden stave in hand. Qin Yun instantly recognized him to be the famous Magus Xian of the 3 realms.
Sword Immortal Qin greeted Magus Xian with a smile.
The peerless sword Immortal was powerful to begin with. With the Qingping sword, he was far from Qin Yun's match.
Might I know why you came? Inquired Qin Yun. Sword Immortal Qin, I am aware that you just received an incomplete bronze token. It's useless by itself in your hands, so why don't you sell it to me?
Said Magus Xian with a smile. Qin Yun felt his heart jolt from hearing that. When he sensed the other 2 tokens, Qin Yun had guessed that the owner of the 2 tokens was likely to have sensed him as well.
It also meant that the other party would likely respond quickly.
I guessed that an expert would come, but I never expected it to be a friend from the Magi, said Qin Yun wistfully with a smile.
Are the other 2 bronze tokens in your hands? You could say that. Magus Xian smiled and said, I'm sincerely hoping to buy the bronze token you possess. Feel free to make a request of what you would like to exchange it for.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 594 Brewing. Chapter 594 Brewing. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin.
Qin Yun looked at Magus Xian and thought to himself, for him to let me set the terms first, it appears he is willing to spare no expense to obtain my token. However, I have no lack of treasures. In terms of treasures, Qin Yun had spent about half of the vast amounts of stellar stone he had for Samsara Dew, and he still had a lot left. He also had the Khanate Spirit Root, the Khanate Lightning Fruit Tree, in his possession. This made Qin Yun's wealth far exceed that of many pinnacle golden immortals. Sword Immortal Qin, please raise your conditions, said Magus Xian again. Qin Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, you can take the bronze token I have. And I only have one condition, lend the other 2 incomplete bronze tokens to me for studying. A month later, I'll turn over the 3 tokens to you. Lend you the 2 tokens? Magus Xian was taken aback. He was also a bit stumped. This is the only condition, said Qin Yun. Inside the wooden hut far away. The yellow-robed monk sat cross-legged there while Magus Xian's avatar was beside him. Teacher, this Qin Yun wishes for you to lend him the 2 bronze tokens for studying. He will then give us all 3 tokens after a month, said Magus Xian. How should I answer him? Lend it to him for studying? The monk's eyes had a conflicted look. The condition he raised does exceed my expectations. The 3 bronze tokens are just a catalyst. What's there to study? Could it be a scam? Asked Magus Xian. The monk pondered for a moment before saying, agree to it. This itinerant immortal Qin Yun is now most concerned about his 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. Therefore, he is focused on cultivating to raise his strength.
He wishes to attain the perfected Great Tao realm before the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation befalls him. This agreement results in karma. He would not wish to be tied by karma by going back on his words.
All right.
Magus Xian nodded.
However, have him promise that during the month he has the 3 tokens, he is not to leave him to lightning roar, said the monk.
Okay. Magus Xian nodded. Qin Yun looked at Magus Xian calmly as he patiently waited for an answer. He had long guessed that Magus Xian likely had someone he was acting for. It was unlikely Magus Xian had attained a realm that allowed him to be able to hide the karma that well. The other 2 tokens can be lent to you for studying, Sword Immortal Qin, said Magus Xian with a smile. However, during the month of the loan, the 3 tokens are not to leave him to lightning roar. You will give me the 3 tokens a month later. How about that? Qin Yun smiled. Sure.
Magus Xian nodded slightly as he waved his hand, producing an open spatial passageway.
2 incomplete bronze tokens flew out from within and entered his hands. Oh?
Qin Yun looked at the spatial passageway with interest. There was only a haze on the other end of the spatial passageway. He found it difficult to pry into the other side.
How mysterious, thought Qin Yun. Here. Magus Xian smiled as he handed the 2 incomplete bronze tokens. I believe you will abide by your promise. Don't worry. I will do as I promised.
Qin Yun's eyes could not help but light up as he looked at the 2 tokens. I don't care about the secret behind the bronze tokens. What I care about is the inspiration the patterns on them give me.
Qin Yun excitedly received the 2 incomplete bronze tokens. He could tell at a glance that the 2 tokens were originally one with the token he had. This was because the charms contained in the pattern stemmed from the same source. I bid you farewell, said Magus Xian.
Qin Yun did not keep him and quickly allowed Magus Xian to leave.
The moment Magus Xian left, Qin Yun sat down cross-legged on the mountain peak. With a flip of his hand, he took out the incomplete bronze token he had. Immediately, he placed the 3 incomplete bronze tokens in front of him.
Qin Yun did not combine them together but observed each one of them carefully. He took in the arcane charms of each pattern and the inspiration they brought him. I wonder which senior carved these. The charms contained in the patterns are truly amazing. Qin Yun was pleased looking at them. He could feel that he was getting close to the attaining of his great Tao of Earth. Every minute of his observations pushed him closer. He spent the entire day sitting on the mountain peak. It's time to combine them together. Although he had studied it for a long time, allowing him to deeply impress the patterns on all 3 bronze tokens into his mind, the squarish bronze token that resulted when Qin Yun joined them together was unlike the picture he formed in his head. He could not help but feel palpitations in his heart when he saw the completed pattern. The squarish token had complete patterns that formed a complete array formation. The array formation was formed of many patterns and its entire body was squarish. It resembled that of a vast land. At the moment Qin Yun's perception made contact, he felt that the bronze token contained information within. It was a map. A map? Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. The map points to the effulgent great world's MT. 3 blades. There's an array formation set up at MT. 3 blades? Only through this complete bronze token can that array be opened? Although this information left Qin Yun intrigued, he did not mind it. What was inside the array? Treasures. So what if there are treasures? What I need is to figure out the great Tao of Earth. Following that, I still need the great Tao of Man. Only then will I attain a perfected great Tao, thought Qin Yun. For instance, Taoist burning lamp had transformed the 24 Sikaming beads, a connate cardinal treasure, into the 24 heavens in order to attain his perfected great Tao. Some treasures were nothing worth mentioning when placed against the backdrop of a perfected great Tao. Qin Yun quickly relegated the information contained in the bronze tablet to the back of his mind as he focused on studying the array formation formed by the completed patterns of the bronze token. These naturally formed but massive charms are what I'm lacking. As long as I figure it out, my great Tao of Earth can be attained.
Qin Yun concentrated on gaining further insights. Days passed one after another. Qin Yun stayed on the mountain peak, occasionally imbibing samsara due to study the array formation. Yuluo.
Xiao was chatting happily with a girl.
Grandma. The girl was none other than Qin Yuluo. She was the amalgamation of the strengths of her mother, Qin Yi, and her father, Han Lin. She had Qin Yi's sharpness and Han Lin's tenderness. She was also the most talented junior in the Qin family after Qin Yun. Where's Grandpa? Asked Qin Yuluo immediately.
On the peak of the back mountain, said Xiao.
I'll go find him.
Feeling somewhat impatient, Qin Yuluo stood up immediately.
He's cultivating.
Don't disturb him, said Xiao.
Qin Yuluo was enlightened as she sat down obediently.
If only there wasn't the threat of the itinerant immortal tribulations. With Grandpa's present strength, he is already one of the best in the three realms. Without the tribulation, Grandpa would be able to live freely, without worries allowing him to be carefree. It might seem free and easy, but in fact, it's a form of selfishness, said Xiao softly.
Who doesn't have worries and burdens? With worries and burdens, one cannot be truly free.
Qin Yuluo was taken aback as she pondered over the matter before nodding slightly. She had also cultivated for many years. In fact, she had her own burdens deep down.
Her grandfather thought highly of her. He often gave her pointers. How precious was her grandfather's time. Yet, he spent time guiding her.
Qin Yuluo also knew that if her grandfather failed to transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations, the Qin family would lose its pillar of support. The Qin family would likely depend on her to prop it up if that happened. Although her grandfather had many friends who could help, it was best if she was strong herself. The Qin family had to have sufficient strength. Therefore, Qin Yuluo had been working hard at cultivation. Furthermore, there was always a figure in her heart that made her unwilling to slack off. It's just that Brother Yun's burdens are too great.
Xiao smiled.
Of course, he is very happy to allow countless beings to live on and does not think of them as burdens.
Qin Yuluo nodded slightly.
Perhaps only with such a Tao heart was it possible for Grandpa to create a new sword immortal lineage and attain a pinnacle great Tao the moment he formed his sword Tao. It's also why he has a greater chance of attaining a perfected great Tao.
A month passed in a blink of an eye.
Magus Xian came and Qin Yun very naturally handed over the three already separated incomplete bronze tokens to him. Sword Immortal Qin is indeed a man of his word, said Magus Xian with a smile.
Many mighty figures in the three realms, even the ancient existences, respected Qin Yun.
He was willing to sacrifice himself for countless mortals, even to the point of not being enticed by the fiend ancestor. This was already worthy of admiration. On the other hand, Qin Yun's potential was that of a perfected great Tao. The only problem was that the itinerant immortal tribulations presented the biggest obstacle to Qin Yun's cultivation journey.
Qin Yun nodded slightly as he watched Magus Xian leave.
There was a stir brewing in his heart. Once it was done, what spewed forth would be the success of his great Tao. The information contained in the bronze token points to the effulgent great world's MT.
3 blades. There's a bigger array formation there which requires the bronze token to open? Qin Yun's eyes lit up.
Although I have no means of opening it, I can go and take a look at the bigger array formation.
Time to leave.
Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and tore through space to head for the effulgent great world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 595 MT. 3 blades. Chapter 595, MT. 3 Blades. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Bolts of lightning blasted amid a storm.
Qin Yun stood on a mountaintop, but the downpour which came down in waves and even the bolts of lightning that flashed failed to get close to him.
An invisible domain had insulated him from everything. MT. 3 Blades.
Qin Yun looked at the massive and lofty mountain before him.
This is my first time here at MT. 3 Blades.
It surely looks grand.
MT. 3 Blades had 3 peaks that resembled 3 sharp blades stabbing through the firmaments. The lofty mountains had stood there since time immemorial. According to the information I received, MT. 3 Blades has a massive array within that can only be opened with the bronze token?
With a thought, Qin Yun sent potent dermic powers into the mountain to thoroughly probe it. The moment the outermost layer of rock was penetrated, Qin Yun discovered that there was indeed a complex and mystical array formation hidden within the mountain. Strictly speaking, the array formation was in the form of a mountain, as though its skeleton was the veins of the mountain. The array formation was not only limited to the external layer, but Qin Yun was able to sense countless veins that led deep into the mountain. I have never seen such a complex array formation. Qin Yun was somewhat shocked. The immortal vanquishing array is as massive as the heavens, allowing the powers of 4 connate cardinal treasure to combine as one. As for this array formation, it's even more complex and dense. It's like the countless veins of the massive world itself. They differ in completely different directions. But I can determine that this array formation is on the same level as the immortal vanquishing array. Qin Yun's eyes were sharp. He had been studying the Qingping sword for quite some time, having already figured out many moves for the Qingping sword over the past 3 millennia. He had also studied the immortal vanquishing array graph, so he quickly determined that MT. 3 Blades array was on the same level as the immortal vanquishing arrays. This made him even more astonished.
What realm does Master have? Could the person who created the array formation in MT 3 Blades be Master's equal? However, the Tao ancestors or Buddhist ancestor are unable to descend into the effulgent great world with their real bodies.
Furthermore, this array formation clearly does not rely on external objects like array discs or array flags. It is formed by massive amounts of dermic powers to the point of materializing as a mountain. Back then, the Buddhist ancestor, Gautama, used his 5 fingers as a mountain to suppress that monkey.
MT. 3 Blades is the same or even more brilliant.
Qin Yun was shocked once again as he tried to penetrate deeper. Previously, the tiny array on the bronze token's surface had already left him infatuated.
The massive array of MT. 3 Blades only left him more intrigued. What a pity. All I can do is study the massive array's surface. There are countless veins in the array that goes deep into the mountain which I can't see.
Qin Yun shook his head gently. With one stride, Qin Yun flew down the mountaintop and chose a forest at the foot of the mountain. He built a wooden shack and temporarily resided within. By staying there, he could frequently study MT.
3 Blades massive array.
The stirrings he received also intensified. It was a stirring of the land and of the myriad things in the world. Just 2 days later, cold winds howled as the sky turned very dark.
A linen-clothed elder secretly came to MT. 3 Blades. It has been so many years. It's time to open it.
The elder smiled as he came to the mountainside.
With a wave of his hand, he threw out a complete bronze token.
The squarish token flew out and fused with a boulder on the mountainside as it silently became one with the array within.
Boom! A passageway opened at that spot. The elder immediately took a step forward and disappeared into the passageway. Oh.
At the forest beneath the mountain, Qin Yun stood in front of his wooden shack while looking up at MT.
3 Blades. He saw the elder enter. Who is that elder? I actually can't tell who he is.
His aura and karma cannot be inspected at all, thought Qin Yun.
Is he the owner of the other 2 incomplete bronze tokens? He was the one who got Magus Xian to seek me?
This mysterious existence made Qin Yun somewhat alarmed. He was in no hurry to enter. After all, the allure of treasure was of lower priority.
Cultivation was what mattered the most.
In the deepest depths of the tenebrous fiend abyss, the fiend ancestor's destruction body sat cross-legged.
Suddenly, the closed third eye at his glabella quaked gently. The fiend ancestor looked in a direction upon sensing something. "MT. 3 blades has been opened?" muttered the fiend ancestor. He looked into the void ahead of him. Space warped as it connected to another region. There, an elder was sitting cross-legged on a blood-colored lotus flower. He was smiling in his direction as he immediately stood up and bowed. "Fiend ancestor. Brother Blood Sea." A smile suffused the fiend ancestor's face. "I have something I need your help with."
Patriarch Blood Sea listened carefully.
"MT. 3 blades has just been opened," said the fiend ancestor.
"That place has deep karmic ties with me, so I sensed it as soon as it opened. I wish for you to head there as soon as possible with your subordinates. You should know of my goals."
"MT. 3 blades?"
Patriarch Blood Sea was astonished.
"It was sealed a long time ago. Why would it be opened? Is there a conspiracy?"
"That's also why I'm seeking your help," said the fiend ancestor with a smile.
"Even if you were to suffer any losses, I will make it up to you."
Patriarch Blood Sea nodded slightly.
"Fiend ancestor, rest assured.
I will lead my subordinates there right now."
The fiend ancestor nodded.
The warped void returned to normal.
"MT. 3 blades actually opened during this period of time? Perhaps there really is a conspiracy, but I can't bother with it. As long as the Blood Sea is not destroyed, the members of the Sea of Blood lineage would not die. Even if they lose their bodies can be cultivated again after some time." The fiend ancestor looked in the direction of the distant MT. 3 blades. Heavenly realm. Guan River.
Perfect sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian, who was cultivating in his own cave abode, suddenly felt the vertical mark on his glabella distort slightly.
"Oh." Yang Jian could not help but be alarmed as he looked far in a particular direction.
Through distant space, he saw the effulgent great world in MT.
3 blades. MT. 3 blades? Yang Jian frowned slightly. Why would I sense that area? I have never felt anything from it previously. This MT. 3 blades is not famous either, so why would I sense something from it? I'll go take a look.
As the number 1 combat general of the Jade Void Palace and the Heavenly Courts, Yang Jian naturally had confidence in his ability to survive any danger he encountered. Immediately, he took a step forward and rushed over very quickly.
In the forest at the foot of MT.
3 blades, Qin Yun was watching all of this in silence.
Shortly after the linen-clothed elder entered, perfect sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian appeared. Yang Jian?
Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. Qin Yun's realm was extremely high and he was adept with the 7 stars art. If he intended to hide from the heavenly secrets, even perfected great Tao existences would fail to discover him.
Yang Jian similarly did not notice Qin Yun. He came to MT.
3 blades and, with a simple probe, he discovered the terrifying array contained within. Furthermore, the entrance into the array had been opened. As the saying goes, the talented are truly bolder.
Yang Jian similarly walked into the entrance. How does Yang Jian know about the opening of MT? 3 blades array formation?
Qin Yun was puzzled.
About 10 minutes later, 7 more figures descended upon MT. 3 blades.
They also hid themselves from the heavenly secrets and were none other than the ancestral fiends from the Sea of Blood lineage led by Patriarch Blood Sea. The Sea of Blood lineage was one of the most flourishing lineages of the fiends and was unlike the spirit-devouring lineage which had only recently rose to prominence. The Sea of Blood lineage had a longer history, having come into being shortly after Pangu separated the heaven and earth. This lineage had relatively more ancestral fiends, and this time, Patriarch Blood Sea was leading 6 of them. The ancestral fiends from the Sea of Blood lineage were well known for being unafraid of death, but
let's enter.
Patriarch Blood Sea swept the area and immediately found the entrance to the array formation.
He then led his subordinates into the entrance. Who are these 7?
They have hidden themselves from the heavenly secrets as well.
Even I can't identify them. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. More and more people are entering.
Qin Yun also had plans on entering. However, he only wished to enter to observe the array from within and use the opportunity to make a cultivation breakthrough. He was in no hurry since he did not care for the treasures.
After another hour, no one else entered. I'll enter to take a look.
Only then did Qin Yun take a step forward to arrive by the mountainside.
Similarly, he entered the array formation.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 596, Storming In. Chapter 596, Storming In. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin.
Patriarch Blood Sea led his 6 subordinates as they proceeded deep into the mountain's belly.
Along the mountainside's passageway, they could still see array formation patterns surfacing. The terrifying array formation's aura emanated from every direction in a suppressive manner. Patriarch, who set up this array formation?
The suppressive effect it has on the surroundings is potent. Not only can we not release our psyche, but even our dermic powers cannot be released, inquired an ancestral fiend. Patriarch Blood Sea frowned slightly as well. There's no way to release dermic powers, so that means no avatar can be released. The original plan was to use avatars to rapidly explore the area. From the looks of it, that plan won't work. The other ancestral fiends were puzzled as well.
Who was it that set up this array formation? What is sealed in this sealed land is deemed by Patriarch. We tried asking, but he doesn't tell us. Just looking at this array formation is enough to tell how terrifying it is. It feels even more terrifying than the array formation set up at Patriarch's residence. We can only obediently follow orders. The 6 ancestral fiends were secretly communicating via voice transmission. Although they were here under orders, they had no idea what was happening. All they knew was at the core of MT. 3 blades, there was a sealed land. They had no clue otherwise. Soon. At the end of the passageway was a set of crossroads. There were a total of 12 passageways that branched off from there. 12 passageways?
Patriarch Blood Sea frowned slightly. A glint surfaced in his eyes as he carefully studied the 12 passageways.
These passageways go deep and they seem to split off further? These passageways are the veins of the array formation in MT. 3 blades. Countless passageways, make it seem like a massive maze. It won't be easy finding the sealed land.
Patriarch Blood Sea waved his hand and threw out 6 array flags, making them float in midair. Xiao, preside over the array formation here and seal off that passageway.
Prevent any outsiders from entering, instructed Patriarch Blood Sea. If I can't stop them?
Xiao was a handsome, bald man with beautiful features. He was the most handsome among the 6 ancestral fiends.
Try your best.
There aren't many in the 3 realms who can crack this array formation, said Patriarch Blood Sea lightly.
Following that, he instructed the other 5. The 5 of you are to randomly select a passageway to explore. Be quick and carefully search for the core of the array formation. It will be where the sealed land is. Once you discover it, inform me immediately. Yes. The ancestral fiends acknowledged the order. Set off. Patriarch Blood-Sea chose a passageway first and went straight in. The other 5 ancestral fiends immediately chose different passageways and set off. Xiao was left there as he held the 6 array flags in hand. He rapidly refined them and threw them out, embedding them into the walls of the passageway. A blood-colored array formation then appeared to seal off the passageway. I was chosen to preside over the array formation because my dermic powers are needed to raise the array formation strength, right? The corners of Xiao's mouth curled up. I'm the weakest to begin with. I'll at least be of some use by providing dermic powers to power the array formation. Regardless, since I'm here, it doesn't matter if I lose this body. Patriarch will make it up to me. Compared to those 5, perhaps staying guard here is safer. Xiao looked at the 12 passageways and immediately sat down to maintain the array formation. Qin Yun proceeded along the passageway. The moment he entered, he sensed the terrifying suppression everywhere. This array formation's suppression sure is powerful, exclaimed Qin Yun. Even dermic powers cannot be released. With a thought, he conjured the Misty Rain domain. The Misty Rain sword's Misty Rain domain could barely penetrate about 100 feet under the suppression of the terrifying array formation. My Misty Rain domain can span 50,000 kilometers in the outside world, but it has been suppressed to about 100 feet in here? Although Qin Yun was alarmed, the area his domain spanned was enough to penetrate deep into the stone walls. He was able to come into contact with the intricate array formation veins. In fact, the array formation veins inside the mountain's belly were densely ordered. Some of them could even be seen on the surface of the walls. Through the Misty Rain domain's penetration of the surrounding walls, Qin Yun carefully studied the array formation's veins. Amazing! Although Qin Yun was proud of his own accomplishments, he was increasingly amazed by what he saw. He stood in his spot, and only after taking in all that was within 100+ feet did he proceed forward. He walked very slowly as he engrossed himself in what he saw. He constantly gained new insights as the ideas in him accumulated. He knew he was getting closer to the attainment of a great Tao of Earth. Even if he stopped and returned to an lightning roar now, it was likely he could break through in a few centuries. However, as he continued seeing more of the massive array formation, his improvement only sped up. Perhaps he could break through in a day or two. Qin Yun walked very slowly. Just getting through the entrance took him 5 minutes. Oh! Qin Yun suddenly saw a blood-colored array formation seal at the end of the passageway ahead of him. Seated at the other end of the array formation was a figure. Qin Yun recognized him to be one of the 7 figures from before. A fiendish array formation? And it's from the Sea of Blood lineage? Qin Yun could clearly sense the rich fiendish auras from the blood-colored array formation. It's Qin Yun? Xiao saw a green-robed man walk over through the blood-colored array formation. Although Qin Yun did not carry the Qingping sword on his back, Xiao managed to identify him. This left his heart palpitating. He was only an ordinary ancestral fiend. Qin Yun was an itinerant immortal, but he was a pinnacle golden immortal. Even more, he was a sword immortal. I should be able to fend him off with Patriarch's array formation, right? Xiao lacked the confidence, but that was the only way he could convince himself. Simultaneously, he immediately sent a karmic voice transmission to Patriarch Blood-Sea. Patriarch, Qin Yun is here. Qin Yun? Deep in the belly of MT. 3 blades, Patriarch Blood-Sea was somewhat astonished. He has only cultivated for a few millennia. It's quite unlikely he knows the secret of MT. 3 blades. Numinous treasure does know, but this matter should be a secret. Xiao, try your best to fend him off. If you can't, escape, instructed Patriarch Blood-Sea. Sword Immortal Qin, halt. Xiao stood behind the array formation.
Qin Yun's eyes were cold. Most fiends committed heinous sins. The spirit-devouring lineage and the sea of blood lineage were considered fiends among fiends. By cultivating these dermic formulations, these two lineages were destined to be fraught with heinous sins.
Those that could become ancestral fiends?
Their sins were enough to form a sea of blood. Naturally, Qin Yun felt immense killing intent, but unfortunately, he knew that the real bodies of sea of blood lineage experts were blood seas. The figure before him was only a body created for combat.
Halt?
Humph. Qin Yun grunted coldly. Without even bothering to say another word, he waved his hand.
A wisp of misty rain flew out.
This wisp was extremely inconspicuous, but it was very corporeal.
When it stabbed into the blood-colored array formation, it left the array formation trembling. A crack even appeared. This left Xiao alarmed. No good. Escape. Xiao did not hesitate to transform into a blood-colored beam of light as he fled. Put.
The corporeal sword beam stabbed forward once again. The misty second strike made the 6 array flags quake so much that the walls cracked. The entire blood-colored array formation collapsed as the sword beam streaked across the air and rapidly chased up to the fleeing Xiao.
The strike easily penetrated Xiao's body. In terms of speed, he was far inferior to Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword. Whoosh! Xiao's body silently reduced to pieces. While his body was reduced to pieces, he was in disbelief. He cracked the array without using the Qingping sword? Xiao's combat body was killed. To cultivate a new combat body from the beginning would require a hefty price and time. Qin Yun waved his hand and retrieved the Misty Rain Sword. The Misty Rain Sword was now an intrinsic connate pinnacle numinous treasure and also a merit numinous treasure. Qin Yun had also infused the great Tao of Heaven into his original sword Tao. Therefore, with his improved realm, how could an ordinary ancestral fiend be his match? Unfortunately, this strike would have less than 10% of its strength if it was transmitted by karma.
It will at best injure his blood sea.
Qin Yun shook his head gently. I wonder when these sea of blood lineage fiends will be wiped clean by experts.
Their survival only spells trouble for the 3 realms. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. If given a chance, he wished to kill the ancestral fiends of the sea of blood lineage and spirit-devouring lineage the most.
A total of 7 figures.
To have Xiao guard the passageway, it likely means that it was a team made up of fiends.
The leader is Patriarch Bloodsea? Qin Yun guessed.
Immediately, he waved his hand to grab the 6 array flags. After a cursory glance, he put them away. He took a look at where Xiao had died. This Xiao did not even bring a single treasure.
There's no cosmic bag at all either. Was he prepared to die here on MT? 3 blades?
Patriarch, he cracked the array formation and destroyed my combat body. All he needed was 2 strikes. Furthermore, he did not even use the Qingping sword. Xiao's Blood Sea true body sent a karmic voice transmission to Patriarch Blood Sea. Patriarch Blood Sea was rapidly forging forward deep in a passageway while observing his surroundings carefully. When he heard the voice transmission, he smiled. That Qin Yun's strength sure rises quickly.
However, it's good that he came in.
If I bump into him, I can kill him and snatch his Qingping sword. Even if Wudong wants to save this little junior brother of hers, it is unlikely she can make it in time considering MT.
3 blades environment.
But now, it is of urgent importance that I find the sealed land.
The 5 of you, be careful.
Patriarch Blood Sea instructed via voice transmission, Qin Yun has entered. Xiao's combat body has been killed. If you encounter him, try to avoid him as best as you can.
Yes. The 5 subordinates that were scattered across MT. 3 blades belly acknowledged the order.
Although a number of them were pinnacle ancestral fiends, they were no match for the Qingping sword-wielding sword immortal Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 597 Maze. Chapter 597 Maze. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin.
Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. The attack just now had caused the surrounding rock walls to shatter.
However, under the might of the MT.
Three blades' array formation, the rock fragments on the ground silently crumbled into nothingness under Qin Yun's gaze. As for the cracks on the rock wall, new rocks had formed and returned the walls to their original state.
Everything was done in the space of a few breaths. It was actually restored so quickly?
Qin Yun was alarmed before he gave a pensive nod.
That's also right.
The array's usage of the great Tao of the earth is beyond imagination. It is extremely heavy and has a repressive feeling. Even if a portion of the rock was destroyed, the rock would quickly be restored to its original state.
My misty rain domain is suppressed here and I can't even maintain my avatar.
If a sky immortal were in this place, they would likely be so repressed that it would be difficult for them to even take a single step.
With the formation's presence, MT.
Three blades will not have the number of rocks increase or decrease even by 1 over millions or tens of millions of years.
Qin Yun understood this point.
And then, he turned to look at the 12 forks in front of him. This was the first fork in the road after the entrance, so he had to make his choice. Qin Yun released the misty rain domain which penetrated more than 100 feet into the stone walls. He checked the array formation's veins that existed within the 12 forks. There are so many forks in the road, but there's no hierarchy between the array formation veins in the 12 paths.
I'll just choose one randomly.
Moments after Qin Yun focused and pondered over the 12 array formation veins, he casually chose the nearest path and walked in. The passageway was clearly very long and he could even vaguely see the fork deep within. However, Qin Yun was in no hurry as he proceeded slowly ahead. He carefully studied and tried to understand every single vein of the array.
Qin Yun was at ease.
As for the ancestral fiends from the Sea of Blood lineage, they were rather frantic, because they had encountered some trouble.
Swoosh!
The ancestral fiends proceeded forward at high speeds.
Soon, they came to more forks in the passageway.
After a simple choice, they continued forward. Even though the ancestral fiends were being suppressed here, they continued flying forward at high speeds before arriving at the next fork.
A fork again? Another fork? One fork after another.
They had to constantly make choices. They had excellent memories and had an impeccable sense of direction. However, the constant forks they encountered made the place appear like a massive spider web.
It left them confused. Have I been here before?
An ancestral fiend came to a halt. He stared at his surroundings in puzzlement, then closed his eyes and began to carefully recall the path he took.
His expression couldn't help but change. Without even realizing it, I've ended up in this same spot? Why did I return to this fork? I just came here.
Another ancestral fiend met with the same problem.
This is a maze. I'll try another path.
The various ancestral fiends from the Sea of Blood lineage rapidly proceeded at extremely fast speeds.
However, they gradually began to lose their way within the countless forks in MT. 3 blades.
Even though they had lost their way, they remained patient. They continued randomly traversing the maze and they would memorize the route that led to any spot they passed by. They hoped to rely on luck to encounter the sealed land.
Patriarch, the insides of MT. 3 blades are a maze. I've come back to my original spot 6 times.
Patriarch, this is the most ordinary of mazes, formed by the sheer number of forks. However, there are just too many forks, and they constantly split off in every direction. Some even slant up and down. Many of the routes are just too confusing. I can definitely explore the entire area given time, but I'm afraid 3 to 5 days won't be enough.
Patriarch.
One by one, they reported back to Patriarch Bloodsea via a voice transmission. Patriarch Bloodsea frowned as he looked at the stone-walled tunnel in front of him.
A maze? We have to find the sealed land as soon as possible. The longer this drags on, the more I'm worried some unexpected development might happen. Since these forks are hindering us from moving forward, I'll destroy it.
Patriarch Bloodsea waved his hand, and his illusory palm struck the stone passageway. The extremely resilient stone wall was instantly shattered to pieces, leaving a gap that spanned more than 1,000 feet long, but this was only literally scratching the surface of the stone wall. A deep, azure light swirled through the array formation veins as the array formation began its operations. The might of Patriarch Bloodsea's blow was diverted by the array formation with a slight ripple. The array vein appeared in front of his eyes, as it suffused a repressive intent with an immense pressure.
Indeed. Every path is an array formation vein. Unless the array vein is completely broken up, there is no way to destroy the forks.
Patriarch Bloodsea looked at the array formation veins which pulsed with an azure light and frowned. Soon, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the scattered gravel on the ground turned into nothingness, and new stone walls appeared to close the gap, restoring it to its original state without any signs of damage.
Is this the difference between me and the heavenly Tao realm? Muttered Patriarch Bloodsea. The five of you, pass me information about your route.
Patriarch Bloodsea quickly relayed the order via a voice transmission.
Yes. The five subordinates provided the map of the routes they took through MT. 3 blades to Patriarch Bloodsea via a karmic transmission.
Patriarch Bloodsea combined his own experiences with the 5 maps to form a more detailed roadmap. If we combine the maps of the 5 of them, perhaps this is where the sealed land is. Patriarch Bloodsea guessed as he continued proceeding forward. Although the ancestral fiends of the Sea of Blood lineage were extraordinarily composed, they were still rather frustrated within the maze.
However, Qin Yun was extremely happy. Wonderful, this is truly wonderful. This fork should be the main branch. Qin Yun had a look of joy. It's just like a towering tree.
It has the main trunk, branches, twigs, small branches, and even leaves.
The leaves even have tiny veins of their own.
I met a small vein initially, but now it's a branch.
Qin Yun had studied the complete array formation from the bronze token.
He had also studied the surface of the massive array formation of MT.
3 blades.
He was now walking through the mountain, so he also had a very deep understanding of the array formation.
He could sense that.
The fork he was on was a main vein of the array formation.
It leads me deeper layer by layer?
It's truly amazing how the concepts of the Great Tao of Earth can be utilized. Qin Yun's insights were constantly rising as he continued forward.
Why am I back in my original spot? Quick! Quick!
Just as Qin Yun was engrossed in one of the array veins, a beam of light rapidly flew over. It was none other than an ancestral fiend from the Sea of Blood lineage.
He had frantically traversed the various routes before finally fortunately bumping into Qin Yun. Oh!
Qin Yun sensed him and looked over carefully. The beam of light came to a sudden stop, revealing himself to be a bald man in a black robe. When he saw Qin Yun, his expression could not help but turn ugly. Without any hesitation, he turned and fled. The other ancestral fiends are seeking out a path, and Patriarch instructed us to avoid Qin Yun.
Why did I encounter him instead of the other ancestral fiends? The interior of MT. 3 blades is like a maze. How could it be this coincidental? The black-robed man was extremely shocked and furious as he fled frantically.
I'm just an ordinary ancestral fiend, I'm not his match at all. The ancestral fiend from the Sea of Blood lineage, Posu?
Do you think you can escape? Qin Yun's cold voice echoed in the stone passageway.
A wisp of misty rain had arrived alongside him, but the flying sword was too fast.
In an instant,
it streaked through the black-robed man.
In MT. 3 blades. The misty rain sword was much faster than an ordinary ancestral fiend like Posu.
All he felt was a sharp force sweep through his body before it completely pulverized his combat body.
This might even reached his blood sea true body via karma.
Even though the might was greatly reduced, it still injured his blood sea true body.
Another ancestral fiend of the Sea of Blood lineage had his battle body destroyed. This ancestral fiend Posa sure is more generous than the previous Xiao.
At the very least, he has a cosmic bag and a supreme-grade numinous treasure. Qin Yun took it with a smile and continued moving forward slowly to contemplate the array formation. The ancestral fiends from the Sea of Blood lineage were frantically searching for the correct path. As for Qin Yun, he was studying the array formation. Perfect Sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian, was also constantly moving forward.
Oh! The vertical mark on Yang Jian's glabella trembled slightly.
He had followed his senses to come so far when Mt.
3 blades opened. After entering the mountain, the sensation only became stronger.
According to what I'm sensing, the source should be approximately 150 kilometers below me diagonally, Yang Jian thought to himself. He was the only one among all the people that had entered Mt.
3 blades who could sense the source. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, Great Tao of Earth Part 1/2. Chapter 598, Great Tao of Earth Part 1/2. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Yang Jian looked frowningly at the fork up ahead.
Despite being able to clearly sense the source precisely, these forks are quite troublesome. They cannot be destroyed, so all I can do is attempt to approach the source using the closest possible path. He could sense the source, but he couldn't reach it in a straight line. He kept walking through the maze-like belly of Mt.
3 blades as he traversed the countless forks.
This left Yang Jian somewhat helpless as well. He was momentarily without solution.
Time flew by.
While walking through the stone tunnels, Patriarch Blood Sea stopped suddenly despite moving more than 1,000 feet with every step. He pricked up his long brows slightly as his eyes filled with puzzlement.
I was wrong. I guessed wrongly for this fork.
It appears it was my wishful thinking trying to guess the location of the sealed land according to the other ancestral fiends' maps.
The location of the sealed land isn't that up for speculation. Even I can't guess it in a short period of time.
I'll still have to rely on stupid methods. With a wave of his hand, Patriarch Blood Sea shattered yet another 1,000-foot-long stone wall, revealing an incomparably profound array vein within. If I study this array, I'm sure I'll be able to find its core. Patriarch Blood Sea lifted his head to take a closer look. It's very difficult to figure out the array formation of a heavenly Tao realm. Even though I can't completely figure it out, it should not be hard to gain insight into part of its patterns.
He scrutinized it. As he took it in, he proceeded forward. He moved at a speed much faster than Qin Yun's. Of course, their goals were also different. Qin Yun was truly studying the array for cultivation while Patriarch Blood Sea was only looking for patterns amid the profoundness. As a perfected great Tao existence, he was already one of the top existences when the chaos first developed. After so many years, his dream was to step into the higher heavenly Tao realm. Thus, he could make out some patterns when faced with a heavenly Tao realm array formation. In a blink of an eye, more than half a day passed in Mt. 3 blades. Patriarch Blood Sea's heart filled with greater anticipation. It will be soon. I can feel it. I'm getting even closer to the array's core. I'll definitely be able to find the sealed land in 2 hours. Patriarch, I encountered Qin Yun. One of his ancestral fiend subordinates sent him a karmic voice transmission. Qin Yun? Patriarch Blood Sea frowned slightly. Hanyabai, try your best to escape. I am. He used his flying sword against me, but I blocked it. No good. His flying sword has split into 3. They are forming an array formation that has trapped my 3,000 sanguine shadow avatars.
I can't escape, said Hanyabai via a voice transmission. He will definitely use the Qingping sword if he catches up to me. Patriarch Blood-Sea frowned slightly.
The 2 ancestral fiends from before were Xiao and Posu.
They had their combat bodies killed by Qin Yun, which Patriarch Blood-Sea thought little of. After all, the loss of a combat body could be repaired by recultivating it at some cost. Furthermore, they were ordinary ancestral fiends. It would not affect the Sea of Blood lineage much. However, Hanyabai was one of his 3 pinnacle ancestral fiends. Furthermore, he was the founding patriarch of one of the 3 big clans of the Sea of Blood lineage. If his combat body was killed, the effects would be immense. After all, there were only a limited number of pinnacle ancestral fiends among the fiends. Many of them presided over various areas to keep the Taoists and Buddhists in place. The 6 subordinates Patriarch Blood-Sea brought were the most number of people he could bring with him without affecting the delicate situation. Patriarch, my combat body has died under his Qingping sword. Hanyabai soon sent a karmic voice transmission. Patriarch Blood-Sea frowned slightly. It did not surprise him. On this trip to Mt. 3 Blades, Hanyabai had not sent a single connate numinous treasure with his combat body. He was already at the disadvantage if he met a pinnacle golden immortal sword immortal. Coupled with how it was impossible to be reinforced in a short amount of time in Mt. 3 Blades, Hanyabai naturally did not last long against a Qingping sword-wielding Qin Yun. He used a total of 33 strikes to kill my combat body with the Qingping sword, reported Hanyabai via a voice transmission. 33 strikes to destroy your combat body? It looks like he has improved again. Patriarch Blood-Sea took in the information. Alright, Hanyabai, focus on cultivation and quickly condense a new combat body. Yes, Patriarch, replied Hanyabai. He was already prepared to lose a combat body on his expedition to Mt. 3 Blades. However, the fact that he was surpassed by a junior despite all his years of cultivation left him sighing. Humph. A killing intent flashed in the Patriarch Blood-Sea's eyes. I brought a total of 6 ancestral fiends in and 3 of them perished at Qin Yun's hands one after another? Qin Yun, I'll let this matter pass for now, but once I'm done with my important matters, I'll definitely flush you out. When that happens, not only will numinous treasure's Qingping sword land in my hand, I'll even take your life. Following which, Patriarch Blood-Sea paid no further attention as he continued proceeding forward. Whoosh! The Qingping sword transformed into dots of sword flashes that were densely packed but also filled with endless transformations. Hanyabai failed to put up any sort of defense as he was stabbed by the countless sword flashes. Hanyabai had 6 curved horns on his tall and a strong build, while his skin was like a cow's hide. However, the Qingping sword flashes was ultimately able to pulverize his powerful body. You wouldn't have been able to destroy my combat body without the Qingping sword. Hanyabai said indignantly before his body was decimated, his voice echoing in the stone tunnels. Following that, his body reduced to nothingness. Qin Yun beckoned his hand as the misty rain sword, which had been split into the heaven, earth, and man swords, flew back along with the Qingping sword. As expected of a pinnacle ancestral fiend. These ancestral fiends from the Sea of Blood lineage do not bring powerful treasures when they travel. All of them cultivate their bodies and focus on divine powers. It makes their bodies extremely powerful, thought Qin Yun wistfully. I could kill Xiao with one strike because my realm is much higher than his. However, to kill Hanyabai while our realms are about the same, it required 33 strikes of the Qingping sword because of his resistant body. In fact, defeats were easy but kills were difficult during bouts between pinnacle golden immortals under normal circumstances. Qin Yun's killing of Hanyabai's combat body also represented the deep insights he had gained in the Qingping sword. All I did was destroy his combat body. Only the day I destroy their Blood-Sea will be worthy of celebration.
Qin Yun continued studying the array. I've finally arrived.
Patriarch Blood Sea walked out of a stone passageway and arrived in a massive circular hall. It was rather Spartan and there were 6 tunnels that led to that spot. Patriarch Blood Sea had arrived from one of the 6 stone passageways. Embedded in the middle of the circular hall were 2 stone columns. At that moment, Patriarch Blood Sea smiled. The eyes under his long brows carefully swept the area before locking onto the 2 columns.
Finally, he said, "Old friend, how does it feel like to be suppressed here for so many years?"
His voice resounded in the hall. At the moment he said that,
in another stone tunnel, perfect sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian, heard his voice. He immediately flew towards it.
Having cultivated in the 8-9 arcane art, he was good at hiding his aura and even masking himself from the heavens. Patriarch Blood Sea therefore failed to discover Yang Jian, who was hiding nearby.
It's Patriarch Blood Sea?
Yang Jian could see Patriarch Blood Sea standing in front of the 2 stone columns from the stone tunnel he was in. Although Yang Jian was confident and the 8-9 arcane art was also great for combat, he did not dare act rashly against the infamous Patriarch Blood Sea.
It appears you can't even sense the world outside? Then, let me release you. You will owe me great karma for the rescuing you.
Patriarch Blood Sea smiled as he waved his hands. Immediately his 2 arms expanded rapidly as he grabbed the 2 stone columns.
Up. The 2 columns were like yin and yang.
They were being slowly uprooted at the same time.
This process also caused the entire MT 3 blades array formation to quake. Boom!
The massive array emitted beams of light.
Even the external surface of MT 3 blades had array formation patterns glow across it.
A terrifying force bore down on the land. The 2 columns were the array's core, so Patriarch Blood Sea was naturally able to forcibly pull them out. Patriarch Blood Sea revealed a look of glee.
A terrifying aura emanated from deep underneath the hall. I'm finally out. We are finally out. Ha ha. Hurry. Uproot the 2 columns.
A series of excited voices sounded.
Shut up, all of you.
A hefty voice bellowed from underground, immediately putting an end to the other voices.
The angry bellow pricked up Patriarch Blood Sea's brows. Even Yang Jian, who was hiding in the stone tunnel, was alarmed. The bellow brought with it a rich banal aura that left him reeling in fear.
He knew that it was an existence whose strength far exceeded his.
Blood Sea, thank you, said the powerful voice nonchalantly.
I will naturally owe you great karma for the act of releasing me. The Patriarch Blood Sea smiled as he continued uprooting the stone columns.
And inside MT 3 blades, Qin Yun was still a great distance away from the core. He was still studying the array formation.
However, when Patriarch Blood Sea pulled up the 2 columns, it caused a huge stir in the array formation. The array formation began to act out in full force as it emitted glaring beams of light.
All the array formation's powers have been triggered?
Qin Yun was somewhat astonished. Following that, he was attracted by its full powers.
The array formation was completely different from before. It actually becomes this when it releases all its powers?
He looked in excitement with a covetous gaze. The feelings in his heart grew more intense until it finally reached an extremum. There was a hum in his mind. He was suddenly enlightened. His comprehension of the great Tao of Earth had reached its limits until, finally, it underwent a qualitative change. A brand new pinnacle great Tao surfaced in Qin Yun's mind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 599, Great Tao of Earth Part, 2 halves. Chapter 599, Great Tao of Earth Part, 2 halves. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan.
Qin Yun very naturally sat down cross-legged and immersed himself in his newfound insights.
Earth.
It was thick and capable of holding all things, giving rise to myriad beings. On its soil, life built their cities and kingdoms, producing countless grain. It silently nourished life and, regardless if life protected the lands or destroyed them wantonly, it silently bore its treatment. The complete great Tao of earth existed in one's heart. The great Tao of heaven he figured out early on resonated with it. Great Tao of heaven, great Tao of earth. These two great Tao made contact in Qin Yun's mind and even began generating many bonds. Relying on the sword Tao he figured out in the beginning, the two great Tao also began to fuse into his sword Tao and became a part of it. His realm raised greatly and he became extremely close to a perfected great Tao. It could even be said that he was just short of a sliver. Even if other pinnacle golden immortals were to figure out three pinnacle great Tao, they might not necessarily match Qin Yun. This was because the sword Tao, great Tao of heaven, and great Tao of earth had perfectly fused as one. The combination of the three had undergone a qualitative change that far exceeded the sum of its parts. Even Qin Yun's final great Tao of man that had reached a bottleneck joined in. Now, it was also fusing into his sword Tao, pushing his sword Tao asymptotically close to a perfected great Tao. Back when Taoist Burning Lamp obtained the 24C calming beads, he was about Qin Yun's realm despite his high stature. He was just short of a perfected great Tao. His strength stood high above numerous pinnacle golden immortals and he was able to barely cross swords with perfected great Tao existences. In the ancient hall deep at Mt. Three Blades Core. Each of Patriarch Bloodsea's expanded palms was grabbing a stone column as he slowly raised them simultaneously. The entire Mt. Three Blades array formation was trembling from the stir. It made the other three ancestral fiends from the Sea of Blood lineage alarmed. Of course, they did not know that the array formation's eruption had catalyzed Qin Yun's great Tao of earth breakthrough. Arise! Patriarch Bloodsea roared loudly. The two stone columns were finally uprooted. With a boom, the hall's ground immediately cracked open as figures emitting chaos auras flew out. Ha, I'm finally out. After all these years, I actually managed to live to see this day. The figures that emitted chaos auras were extremely excited. Patriarch Bloodsea also watched smilingly at this scene. A distance away, perfect sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian, who was concealing his aura with the 8-9 arcane art and obscuring the heavenly secrets, saw this scene. His expression changed slightly. It's them? They were actually sealed here? At the instant these ancient existences escaped. In a hall that suffused a blurry light sat a cross-legged Taoist. Beside him was a 9-headed lion who was sprawled on the ground, sleeping obediently. Suddenly the 9-headed lion woke up and looked in a direction. You sensed it as well? The Taoist smiled as he looked in the particular direction. He has been sealed for so many years. He has finally been released. It's just unknown if his personality has changed after being sealed for so many years. Effulgent great world. A linen-clothed man who was sitting on a chair inside a wooden hut was carving a wooden sculpture. He had no special features and appeared like the most ordinary mortal. However, he suddenly turned his head to look toward Nt. Three Blades. He has finally been released? The man's eyes released an unprecedented glint of sharpness as he muttered, I have been waiting in the effulgent great world for far too long. The man got up and, with a step, he traversed the void to arrive at Nt. Three Blades. Heavenly realm. In a mortal kingdom's manner of a military general. The general was looking casually over the intelligence of the area that spanned 4,000 kilometers, the area which he was in charge of. Suddenly, he sensed something as he looked toward Nt. Three Blades. His eyes suffused a luster as the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Interesting. Very interesting. With him out, the Tao ancestor and Fiend ancestor will soon have to leave the three realms. Everything will become more interesting. The God King from the past, a God King who had the chance of being the first to rule over the three realms. What would you choose to do? The general's eyes were filled with anticipation.
The Three Realms has been boring for too long. Ancestral Dragon Great World.
An ancient slumbering existence slowly opened his eyes as he looked toward the effulgent great world.
His dragon whiskers failed as he chuckled softly. Old friend, you are finally out?
This was the most ancient and massive dragon in the Three Realms. He was also the originating ancestor of the dragons, giving him the name of Ancestral Dragon.
He was an extremely powerful chaos god fiend before the chaos developed.
In the chaos beyond the Three Realms, there was a cave abode. A stout figure emitting golden light sat cross-legged there. At that moment, he had opened his eyes and looked toward the Three Realms.
You actually lived to the day of your escape?
Ancient existences all over the Three Realms were alarmed. Even if they had entered prolonged seclusion or stopped meddling with the affairs of the world, these ancient existences were all staring intently at MT.
Three blades.
It was because the sealed existence had once caused quite a stir.
In that era, his standing was supreme. They wished to know what would happen next. And on MT. Three blades. Qin Yun and that existence had no ties, so there was no karma linking them. Therefore, he did not sense it. He continued being immersed in his insights as he pushed his sword Dao toward perfection. He even had thoughts of taking this opportunity to break through the great Dao of man's bottleneck. Apart from him, the rest were all feeling unease. The three of you are to leave immediately. Patriarch Bloodsea sent a voice transmission to his three subordinates.
Yes.
The three ancestral fiends from the Sea of Blood lineage immediately retreated. Retreating was much faster than scouting.
Referencing the paths they already took, all they needed was to find the closest path that led back to the entrance. And in the ancient hall, as Patriarch Bloodsea issued the order to his subordinates, he watched the figures that came out with a smile. These existences were very famous a long time ago.
I'm finally out.
It was a man with disheveled red hair. He stood there and scanned the area as though he was the most dazzling existence in the world. He was even more dazzling and overbearing than the sun.
Congratulations, God King, the figures that suffused chaos auras said obediently.
However, some of the figures also looked at the man with disheveled red hair with fear and trepidation. They began to silently distance themselves away from him in retreat. Clearly, they were not from the same faction.
God King, they have begun escaping, but... God King, do we kill them? Asked a chaos god fiend immediately. There's no need.
The red-haired man swept his phase across the fleeing figures.
Patriarch Bloodsea smiled as he said, Congratulations, Brother Zhurong. You sure are broad-minded. You are even sparing Shangli Yuan and company.
The red-haired man looked at Patriarch Bloodsea and smiled faintly.
It's all thanks to you, Bloodsea. If not, I don't know when I would have been released.
This existence who had escaped was none other than the leader of the strongest faction during the Chaos God Fiend War the moment the chaos developed, God King Zhurong.
Back then, the battle between the two strongest Chaos God Fiends, God King Zhurong and God King Gongdong, was the most influential battle in the entire Three Realms ever since Pango parted the heaven from earth. The effects were also infinitely far-reaching.
In that battle, Gongdong had slammed into Buzhou, causing it to crumble. It was as though the world itself was collapsing. Even though Goddess Nuwa mended the heavens later, there were still tremendous and everlasting changes to the Three Realms as a result of that event. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 600, Wu Zhiqi. Chapter 600, Wu Zhiqi. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin.
Before the ancient demon heavenly courts, just when the chaos first developed, the demons were also very weak. Perfect Sovereign Erlang, Yang Jian, stealthily watched the scene as he held his breath.
Back then, the Chaos Godfiends ruled over the Three Realms. The strongest among them were Zhurong and Gonggang. Gonggang was the one who smashed through Mte Bujo. Zhurong had even defeated Gonggang.
Legends say that the both of them had 1 foot into the heavenly Dao realm.
MT. 3 blades had been sealing this bunch of chaos godfiends? Many thoughts came to Yang Jian's mind.
Following that, he took another furtive look at the famous God King Zhurong. The source that I sensed came from God King Zhurong.
No matter what treasure it is, it's not something I can take for myself.
I have to leave now, if not there will not be another opportunity.
Without any hesitation, Yang Jian carefully retreated. And inside the ancient hall at MT. 3 Blades Corps. Zhurong and his Chaos Godfiend subordinates made up one party.
The other party was naturally Patriarch Blood Sea. Blood Sea, tell me.
I owe you huge karma since you released me.
Zhurong smiled as he calmly looked at Patriarch Blood Sea.
What help do you need from me? Patriarch Blood Sea smiled. Brother Zhurong, you do not owe me.
Instead, you owe the Fiend Ancestor. I rescued you under Fiend Ancestor's orders.
I owe the Fiend Ancestor? Who is he?
Zhurong frowned slightly when he heard the name, feeling somewhat suspicious. He did an inference and exclaimed, so the Fiend Ancestor is Black Lotus.
He has actually reached the Heavenly Dao Realm? How many in the 3 realms have reached the Heavenly Dao Realm at present? That is no secret.
I believe you will know simply from doing an inference, Brother Zhurong, said Patriarch Blood Sea. Back when I ruled over the 3 realms, the chaos had only recently developed. Zhurong did a simple inference before learning of past and recent developments. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. We wanted to dominate the 3 realms in order to rule over it. There were also Elderly Lord, Primordial Beginning, and company who secluded themselves in cultivation to probe the various schools of thought. All of them wished to take their own paths. In that battle, Gonggang stirred big trouble when he slammed through the heavenly column.
It invited a cataclysmic event onto the 3 realms.
Back then, Nuwa was suddenly enlightened, reaching the heavenly Dao realm and managed to mend the sky to save the 3 realms, said Zhurong.
Although Nuwa was stronger than all of us, I didn't feel aggrieved about it.
Back then, only Nuwa had reached the heavenly Dao realm. Yet in a blink of an eye, there are 6 at the heavenly Dao realm.
Zhurong sighed.
Instead, I remain shunned outside that door.
Patriarch Blood Sea smiled. Isn't it the same for me?
However, Brother Zhurong, you are still much stronger than us all.
What does Black Lotus want from me?
Said Zhurong with a chuckle. Although it was thanks to you fiends that I was able to escape, it's ultimately because Nuwa was willing to release me. She said back then that sealing us was a punishment. She said that once the time was up, she would release the 3 seal presiding tokens to the mortal world of the 3 realms. If the 3 seal presiding tokens could be gathered, the array would be opened. The fact that they could be gathered means the heavenly Dao has permitted my release. Therefore, the root reason is because Nuwa had approved of it. Without the release of the seal presiding tokens, none of you would have been able to enter.
Yes, said Patriarch Blood Sea with a faint smile. Nuwa approved of it, and all we did was give it a nudge. Fiend Ancestor wishes to meet you.
I need to familiarize myself with the 3 realms, said Zhurong. I'll chat with him again in 1,000 years. Patriarch Blood Sea hesitated for a moment before nodding.
All right. Huge karma. Did it matter? If one was bent on raising one's strength, one naturally had to sever any outstanding karmic issues, or karma would affect their cultivation. But if a breakthrough in strength seemed impossible, an existence like Zhurong could ignore the huge karma that bound him. So what if he owed someone karma? So what if decorum was lost? As for cultivation? Patriarch Blood Sea knew very well that Zhurong, Gonggang, and 3 others came from illustrious backgrounds. They were only second to Pango, who had split the heaven from the earth. Therefore, they were extremely formidable.
Their births gave them remarkable strength, but it bound them. Among the 5, Gonggang was dead. The other 4 were still alive, in seclusion, or lording over an area. However, none of them had attained the heavenly Tao realm. Zhurong actually chose not pursue us? As expected of God King Zhurong, who had a chance of ruling over the 3 realms. The group of chaos godfiends, who had Shengliu as their leader, looked back through a stone-walled tunnel and heaved a sigh of relief. Most of them were Gongyang's subordinates back then and were enemies that opposed Zhurong. They met with a fork up ahead, and so these chaos godfiends began separating. Brother Shengliu, let's part here. We shall part here. Brother Wu Zhiqi, I bid you farewell. They soon separated and formed 9 groups and proceeded down the different paths they chose. Although they were all Gonggang's subordinates in the past, Gonggang was now dead. No one acknowledged the other to be their superior. Even the best combat general under Gonggang, Shengliu, was unable to unite the masses. Therefore, it was natural for the former troops to splinter into different divisions. I'm finally out. Goddess Nuwa was true to her word. She did not forever seal us. 3 chaos godfiends traveled alongside each other as they happily chatted. A gray-furred monkey with a protruded mouth said with a laugh, after holding back for so long, I am definitely going to have a good time once I'm out. Treasure-seeking rat, you have to find us good wine. I haven't had wine in a long time. A furry ape draped in armor bared his teeth in a grin. Brother Wu Zhiqi, don't worry. Don't you know the capabilities of treasure-seeking rat? He can find the best wine in the 3 realms, said a single-horned godfiend to the side with a laugh. Treasure-seeking rat, you are good at inferring the heavenly secrets. Once we are out, quickly search for beautiful women. I haven't had a taste of that in a very long time. Don't worry, leave it to me. The gray-furred godfiend chuckled. The 3 of them proceeded through a fork without stopping. Why are we going in circles? The furry ape, Wu Zhiqi, frowned. He had a white-furred head and green-furred body. His ferocious golden eyes swept towards the gray-furred godfiend. Treasure-seeking rat, quickly find us a way out. Brother Wu Zhiqi, don't be anxious. This is a sealing array set up by Goddess Nuwa. These veins were formed naturally, which is why it's so complicated. Although I'm good at inferring the heavenly secrets, I'm still unable to crack Goddess Nuwa's array, said the gray-furred godfiend with a smile. But don't worry. We would definitely leave this place. We will just spend a little more time at worst. Oh? The gray-furred godfiend's pupils contracted suddenly as he looked ahead. It seems there's a cultivator up ahead. If I did not sense it wrong, it's likely an itinerant immortal. An itinerant immortal? Wu Zhiqi exclaimed. Before we were sealed, the Chaos Godfiends had researched many cultivation schools of thought. There was a branch among the Taoists who attempted the path of the itinerant immortal. But it seems the itinerant immortals experience a tribulation every 1,000 years, with each tribulation more powerful than the last. Back then, the 3 realms had quickly abandoned this school of thought, right? Treasure-seeking rat, did you make a mistake? Asked the single-horned godfiend. Would my eyes make a mistake? Said the gray-furred godfiend confidently. Although he can hide his aura well, he is definitely an itinerant immortal. Also, I can see more. Wu Zhiqi and the single-horned godfiend looked at him. Treasure-seeking rat chuckled weirdly and said, I discovered huge treasures on him. My nose can smell a thick treasure aura on him. He probably has more than even you, brother Wu Zhiqi. More than me? Wu Zhiqi's golden eyes lit up. How strong is he? I can tell that he's an itinerant immortal, and I can tell that his dermic powers are at the pinnacle golden immortal level, said treasure-seeking rat confidently. Pinnacle golden immortal? Wu Zhiqi scoffed. That's quite impressive strength, but itinerant immortals who do not cultivate their bodies have very frail bodies. They perish with a simple squeeze. Wu Zhiqi was one of the vanguard generals under Gongyang back then. "Let's secretly go over and kill him," said Wu Zhiqi with a strange chuckle as he sent a voice transmission.
"As an itinerant immortal, he won't survive the heavenly tribulations anyway. Let's just send him off to samsara ahead of time.
I'll take half the treasures we obtain.
The rest can be split by the both of you equally." "Yeah." The single-horned godfiend was also a little excited.
The gray-furred godfiend laughed strangely as well.
However, he clearly retreated to the back.
He was the weakest, but he was very good at treasure-seeking and hiding from the heavenly secrets. Therefore, Wu Zhiqi had always protected him.
The trio silently proceeded.
Soon, they saw their target.
Far away in the tunnel was a youth sitting cross-legged in midair.
There was a blob of pure aura swishing above his head while a tainted aura sank beneath him.
"A Taoist itinerant immortal," scoffed the single-horned godfiend with a voice transmission.
Taoists are a school of thought that recluse themselves, while itinerant immortals are a dead end. Brother Wu Zhiqi, I'll attack first and destroy his essence soul by catching him by surprise.
Qin Yun was indeed cultivating. He was aloof from all worldly things as various insights surfaced in his mind.
Suddenly, the intrinsic flying sword which was being nurtured in his body trembled as a warning. Similarly, the Qingping sword in his sleeve trembled to warn him.
The flying swords are warning me? It seems they have sensed animosity? Qin Yun suddenly turned alert.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.